Chapter 17-18. She doesn't deserve you, I beat all of them, said Ji Yuning. Although she didn't allow Ji Yuqingyan to watch it at the scene, it didn't mean that she would refuse to tell him what exactly had happened. Moreover, even if she didn't tell Ji Yuqingyan would find it out sooner or later. All of them? Asked Ji Yuqingyan. He asked that question mainly because he wanted to know whether Xiaolinian was included. Right, said Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuqingyan already had the answer and he wasn't surprised when he heard that from Ji Yuning's mouth, he still had mixed emotions right now, because Xiaolinian was a girl after all. What? Does your heart still ache for that girl? Ji Yuning was displeased. She understood that Ji Yuqingyan had loved Xiaolinian, but she didn't think the girl deserved his love. No, of course not. Ji Yuqingyan denied it at once when he heard dissatisfaction in Ji Yuning's voice. Even though he had a little sympathy for Xiaolinian because she was a girl, he wasn't self-righteous. Since Xiaolinian had betrayed him, there was no need for him to show any mercy towards her. Therefore, he wouldn't be annoyed at Ji Yuning for that, because Ji Yuning did it for him. If Ji Yuning hadn't helped him today, he honestly didn't know what would happen to him, because he didn't know that Xiaolinian had already betrayed him. He might really drink against Zhang Yuan for her. Without Ji Yuning's help, he would be alone. He had friends in their university, but none of them dared to stand out for him against Zhang Yuan. They weren't local citizens, and they were afraid to mess with the local citizens in the capital. Although Ji Yuqingyan felt disappointed when they refused to help him, he didn't blame them, because he understood they didn't want to be involved in trouble. He alone definitely couldn't defeat Zhang Yuan, so he would have lost Xiaolinian to Zhang Yuan, then blamed himself for it during the rest of his life. He turned to Ji Yuning for help because he was left no choice at that time. Luckily, Ji Yuning gave him a helping hand. Actually, Ji Yuqingyan felt it was ridiculously funny that he even had the idea to blame himself for a girl who had already betrayed him behind his back. Great, she doesn't deserve you, said Ji Yuning. She had no intention to force Ji Yuqingyan to forget Xiaolinian right now, because she knew it took time. Ji Yuning only hoped that Ji Yuqingyan could completely give her up, and cut off his relationship with her even if Xiaolinian turned back to him in the future. If Ji Yuqingyan still accepted Xiaolinian after what she had done to him, he would be too contemptible. Contemptible people didn't deserve respect or sympathy. I know, said Ji Yuqingyan. It was hard for him to give up Xiaolinian right away, but he had no anticipation for her now. Even though he was sad, he would never accept her again. He would never lose his dignity. If they dare to cause you trouble again or if they want to find me through you, just call me, said Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuqingyan won this time, he was pushed into a more dangerous situation. It wasn't what they wanted, but Ji Yuning didn't regret it. Sure, said Ji Yuqingyan. Only Ji Yuning could help him in the capital. Ji Yuqingyan didn't complain about it at all, although he would be in a more dangerous situation, because he was unwilling to submit to humiliation. He was actually quite grateful to Ji Yuning. Ningning, thank you so much for what you've done tonight. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have found out the truth. Let me buy you some night snacks, said Ji Yuqingyan. He wasn't in a good mood now, but he still wanted to thank Ji Yuning and her friends. No need. We're not hungry right now, but we can dine together next time, said Ji Yuning. She understood that Ji Yuqingyan didn't have an appetite now, so she wouldn't force him to eat. Fine. Ji Yuqingyan didn't insist. He knew that Ji Yuning understood his feelings. After that, Ji Yuning drove Ji Yuqingyan back to their university, then sent Haoran and other boys back to the hotel. On their way, Haoran even complained that he hadn't enjoyed himself tonight in the fight. He was telling the truth, because Zhang Yuan was no match for him at all. When Haoran and the boys arrived at the hotel, it was nearly 11 p.m., so Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning was still driving. She briefly told Leng Xiaoting that she went to deal with something else tonight and was still on the road now. Leng Xiaoting reminded her to be careful, then told her to call him back when she was home. Even though Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao already accepted each other, they just met and Leng Xiaoting wasn't talkative, so it was a little embarrassing when they stayed alone with one another. Therefore, they went to their own rooms once they were home. Ji Yuning drove back to Century City afterwards, and it was almost 12 a.m., so she didn't chat with Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi tonight. They took a shower and went to bed. They still needed to get up early the next morning after all. After that, Ji Yuning called Leng Xiaoting and they talked with each other for about 20 minutes on the phone. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo would go back to the Leng family's house tomorrow. After having the call with Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning hesitated to take the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern out, because she was afraid that something strange might happen and would affect what she planned to do tomorrow. As a result, Ji Yuning decided not to take it out for the time being. She would go to visit Shangguan Yang tomorrow and take it out then. With Shangguan Yang's help, she would be safe even if anything strange happened. Chapter 17-19. Chu Peihan meets Baili Zongyang. Jing Yunyo didn't fall asleep until it was very late again, because she kept thinking about what she had successfully remembered and what she hadn't. She ached to get her memories back, but still failed, and she would have a headache once she thought too much about the past. She could only fall asleep at that time. Jing Yunyo had dreams again, and they were intermittent and weren't complete, but she was able to remember them after she woke up this time. Ji Yuning and other girls got up at 6 a.m. and went to run together. Ji Yuning also tested Chu Peihan's and Yu Mixi's fighting skills. Chu Peihan kept a habit of exercising every day, so she had greatly improved her body condition, which was helpful for her to make progress in martial arts. And although Yu Mixi was the weakest one among them, she was still strong compared with ordinary people. She alone could defeat 5 men at least, and could protect herself well. In addition, danger wasn't everywhere. Even though Yu Mixi could protect herself well now, she still needed to improve her fighting skills in case they came in need one day. After all, one could never be too careful. When they were running in the morning, they met Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe. They exercised in the morning every day when nothing special happened, so Ji Yuning would often see them. Wow, the man at the front has a very good build. I wonder what he looks like, said Chu Peihan. Ji Yuning also saw Baili Zongyang, and had no intention to avoid him. He's very handsome. Do you want to meet him? Ji Yuning joked, but it was also the truth. Baili Zongyang was indeed unusually handsome. However, Leng Xiaoting was the most good-looking man in her eyes. Even though there were other handsome men, she wouldn't pay much attention to them. Really? Chu Peihan's eyes lit up at once with strong interest. Have you seen him before? Yeah, I often run in the morning, said Ji Yuning. There is a girl by his side, said Chu Peihan. She's his younger sister, said Ji Yuning. Wonderful. Chu Peihan sped up to strike up a conversation with Baili Zongyang. Ji Yuning was surprised and pulled Chu Peihan back. Seriously, why not? Said Chu Peihan. She didn't understand why Ji Yuning stopped her. She simply wanted to strike up a conversation with the man. There was nothing wrong with that. Chu Peihan thought for a while, then said, "Did you just lie to me? Is he actually an ugly man?" "No, I didn't." Ji Yuning rolled her eyes. "Don't you feel embarrassed?" "Why? I just want to make a new friend. Why should I feel embarrassed?" Chu Peihan disliked Ji Yuning for her hesitation. "Can we not do that right now?" asked Yu Mixi. She also thought it was embarrassing if Chu Peihan went to strike up a conversation with a strange man. Chu Peihan was a girl after all, and she thought it was men's work. Well, Chu Peihan was annoyed by Ji Yuning and Yu Mixi, but she had to give it up because she was afraid that they might feel embarrassed. Although she liked strong handsome men, she wasn't addicted to them. She wanted to strike up a conversation with Baili Zongyang simply because she was excited at this moment. "All right, I know them, and I'll go to greet them, then you can talk to him," said Ji Yuning. "What? You know them? Why did you joke with me just then?" Chu Peihan complained. Afterwards, they ran ahead and Ji Yuning greeted Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe when they were near. "Morning, Zongyang and Zongshe." Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongshe turned around at once. They looked happy to see Ji Yuning and also politely greeted her. "Hi, Ji Yuning, what a coincidence." When Baili Zongyang turned around, Chu Peihan saw his face and was stunned by his outstanding appearance. This man had a good build and a good-looking face too. It was hard to find a man like him in this world. Are they your friends? Bailey Zongyang glanced at Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi. Hi, I'm Ji Yuning's friend, Chu Peihan. Nice to meet you, said Chu Peihan at once. She also reached out her hand to shake hands with Bailey Zongyang. Actually, Chu Peihan simply wanted to take advantage of him. However, she wasn't creepy, she just liked good-looking people. Even though she liked handsome men, only a few men were handsome in her eyes. Currently, only her older brother, Situ Yi, Leng Xiaoting, and Bailey Zongyang could be called handsome. She had met many good-looking men before, but only they were unusually handsome. She had a very high standard of a handsome man. Nice to meet you, my name is Bailey Zongyang. Bailey Zongyang was very polite, and shook hands with Chu Peihan although he already noticed her admiration towards him. Bailey Zongyang had countless admirers, so he was already used to their reactions when he showed up in their sight. Moreover, although Chu Peihan stared straight at him, she didn't have any dirty ideas, so he wouldn't dislike her. In addition, she was Ji Yuning's friend, so he subconsciously tolerated her behavior. The second Chu Peihan's hand touched Bailey Zongyang's hand, she felt as if she was numbed for a second, as if she just had an electric shock. They loosened their hands afterwards. This one is also my good friend, Yu Mixi. Ji Yuning introduced Yu Mixi to Bailey Zongyang and Bailey Zongxie. Nice to meet you. Yu Mixi greeted them. My name is Bailey Zongxie. Bailey Zongxie introduced herself. Chapter 17:20. He's already gone. After that, they ran together as they chatted with each other along the way. The new semester will begin in a few days. Ji Yuning, when will you go to the university? Bailey Zongxie asked Ji Yuning. I don't know yet. I'll have to see, said Ji Yuning. She said that not because she didn't want to go to their university with Bailey Zongxie. In fact, even though Bailey Zongxie wanted to go to the university with her, she wouldn't mind. She actually didn't set the date yet. They only had 2 days for the enrollment anyway. Ji Yuning planned to accompany Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi to get enrolled first, then she would do that later, because she wouldn't let them go to their university with the luggage. Even if she couldn't accompany them, she would arrange for someone to do that for her. Bailey Zongxie said nothing about that. In addition, she didn't have the plan to go to the university along with Ji Yuning. She built a relationship with Ji Yuning on purpose, but also kept a certain distance away from her. If they didn't have patience, their real purpose would be exposed. Although they still didn't find or get anything useful from Ji Yuning, they needed to be patient. Ji Yuning was a very smart, outstanding girl, so they had to be very careful. All they needed to do now was to have a good relationship with Ji Yuning and they would get whatever they wanted then. Even though Ji Yuning might not help the Bailey family, they could stop her from helping other dominant families by using their good relationship. They wouldn't actualize their goals by hook or by crook, so they wouldn't deal with Ji Yuning with dirty tricks. After running for a while, Yu Mixi was out of strength, so Ji Yuning stopped too. She needed to test Yu Mixi's and Chu Peihan's fighting skills later. As Ji Yuning and her friends stopped, Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister stopped too. Are you out of strength? Bailey Zongyang asked with concern. Yeah, you can keep on running and we'll be fine in a while, said Ji Yuning. Why don't we have breakfast together later, said Bailey Zongyang. Hearing that, Chu Peihan's eyes lit up again. It was a great honor in her eyes to share breakfast with such a handsome man. However, Chu Peihan said nothing and looked to Ji Yuning, because Bailey Zongyang was asking for Ji Yuning's opinion. Thanks, but I have friends waiting for us to have breakfast together in the hotel, said Ji Yuning. Alright, we can do it next time. Since Ji Yuning declined, Bailey Zongyang didn't insist. Sure, said Ji Yuning. She had never had any intention to avoid Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister, so she was willing to share a meal with them if she was free. Even though she didn't need to learn more about the cultivation world through them right now, because she could do that by asking Jing Yunya or Jing Jining, she still kept a good relationship with them. She might need their help when Jing Yunya went to pay the Jing family back in the future. Ji Yuning would make full use of her connections. At the same time, if they wanted something from her to make that deal, she wouldn't hesitate to give it to them. After that, Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister ran away, and Chu Peihan kept staring at his back. She didn't withdraw her sight even when Bailey Zongyang was already gone. He's already gone. Are you in love now? Ji Yuning joked. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Chu Peihan got her mind back and said, not really, but I just think he's unusually handsome. It's rare to see such a handsome man like him. She wouldn't fall in love just because of a man's outstanding appearance, but it wasn't a bad idea to have such a handsome man with a good build as her boyfriend. Nevertheless, Chu Peihan enjoyed being single, and she was still very young, so she wouldn't think about a romantic relationship for the time being. In fact, Ji Yuning was worried that Chu Peihan might really want Bailey Zongyang to be her boyfriend. They came from different worlds after all, and Chu Peihan would be hurt if she wanted someone she couldn't have. Ji Yuning encountered this problem right now, because Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator. She could only hope that she would survive it when she experienced the process of cutting bones and washing marrow. Bailey Zongxie joked with Bailey Zongyang after they ran away. I think the girl named Chu Peihan has great interest in you. Although Bailey Zongxie looked like 17 in the mortals world, she was actually nearly 30 in the cultivation world. Love or a romantic relationship wasn't anything new in her eyes. She could easily see that Chu Peihan had an interest in Bailey Zongyang. Nevertheless, it was only interest, not love. She didn't believe in love at first glance, because it only happened when people were sexually attracted to each other. Interest and addiction were different. I never lack admirers, and women want to be close to me for all kinds of reasons, said Bailey Zongyang. Although it sounded narcissistic, it was the truth, because Bailey Zongyang was too noticeable to be ignored wherever he went. How about Ji Yuning? Asked Bailey Zongxie. She felt that Ji Yuning had no special feeling towards Bailey Zongyang. Hearing that, Bailey Zongyang felt a little shy. Well, she's special. Ji Yuning was indeed very special, because she looked very calm every time she saw him. Actually, before Ji Yuning met Leng Xiaoting, she would pay special attention to good-looking men too, but she wouldn't do that again after meeting Leng Xiaoting even if the man was even more handsome than Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was very handsome, but different people had different standards of what made a handsome man after all. When Mixi had rested for a while, Ji Yuning began to test her fighting skills, and saw that she had made great progress. Chapter 1721. Lao Zhong lost. Although she spent most of her time on her internship, she never forgot to practice martial arts, because she needed to protect herself. Actually, she didn't tell her friends that 3 men had tried to rob her once when she was off work and went back home. Nevertheless, they didn't succeed and she directly beat them up because she had greatly improved her body condition and martial arts during the past year. She was able to fight against 3 men now, but what if she ran into more bad people in the future? In order to protect herself in any dangerous situations, Mixi must keep on improving herself. Because she didn't want to worry her friends and she wasn't hurt anyway, she didn't tell her friends the story. Ji Yuning only used a third of her strength when she tested Mixi's fighting skills. It was only a test, and she didn't aim to defeat her. However, Mixi still couldn't get any advantages during the test, because Ji Yuning was at a much higher level than her. They did the test on the lawn at the front of the small woods, and there was a lane aside. Many people ran by them on the small road, and some of them stopped when they noticed what Ji Yuning and her friends were doing. Wow, this girl is quite good, and she must have begun to practice martial arts when she was a little. Right, but I don't think girls should be so violent. Hearing that, Chu Peihan was displeased and argued at once. Violent? I don't think so. Girls nowadays must learn to protect themselves from dangerous men. Don't you see the news that some creepy men followed weak girls and raped them? Those evil men only chose weak girls to do bad things, so girls must learn to be strong. Many people agreed with Chu Peihan. I think she's right. Although we're in a society ruled by laws, there are many crimes happening every day. When Mixi wasn't able to fight back anymore, Ji Yuning stopped and let her rest. At this time, a man who was about 30 said to Ji Yuning, "Hey, young girl, can we have a fight competition for fun?" He was over 1.80 meters tall with a strong build and stable breath, which showed that he had been practicing fighting skills for years. Ji Yuning thought that he must be a soldier or a policeman from his air of uprightness. It was also possible that he wasn't neither of them, and he simply loved martial arts. Why not? Ji Yuning agreed, because it wasn't a big deal. Really? Lao Zhang, you're a tall strong man, and now you want to fight against a young girl. You're taking advantage of her. Another man who stood by Lao Zhang thought it wasn't appropriate, because he knew how strong Lao Zhang was. Ji Yuning only used a third of her strength. Although she looked excellent at fighting, she seemed to not be very outstanding, so the man believed that she was no match for Lao Zhang. Right, this girl is younger and weaker than you. Lao Zhang smiled and said nothing. He was a martial arts lover, and he could see that Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all, and he might not be able to take advantage of her. It's fine, said Ji Yuning. Even though Lao Zhang was tall and strong, Ji Yuning didn't think he was better than her at martial arts. Since Ji Yuning didn't mind it, the man said nothing further. It had nothing to do with him anyway. After that, Lao Zhang walked towards Ji Yuning, and the competition began after they had an agreement. Ji Yuning clearly knew that it was impossible for Lao Zhang to win, and she had no intention to defeat him quickly, so she didn't use her full strength, she only used half of it. At the beginning, Lao Zhang did the same thing, because he didn't want to hurt Ji Yuning. Therefore, Lao Zhang wasn't able to stand steadily in the competition with Ji Yuning, and he was forced to use greater strength. Unfortunately, as he kept using greater strength, he still failed to surpass Ji Yuning, which totally shocked him. He knew that Ji Yuning didn't use her full strength, and he didn't know how much strength she used right now. Afterwards, Lao Zhang used 1/8 of his strength and could hardly make the competition a tie. Outsiders only thought that Lao Zhang and Ji Yuning were at the same level, and Lao Zhang deliberately didn't use his full strength in order to let Ji Yuning have an advantage. After all, most of them were familiar with Lao Zhang, and they tended to believe that he was better than Ji Yuning. However, they were still impressed by Ji Yuning's ability, because she was a young and thin girl, but she was very different from other girls. Lao Zhang then used 1/9 of his strength, but he still couldn't defeat Ji Yuning because Ji Yuning also increased her strength at the same time. Lao Zhang finally realized that he couldn't win Ji Yuning even if he used his full strength. He didn't feel embarrassed even though he would lose the game to a young girl. Instead, he was amazed by Ji Yuning's ability, and he enjoyed the competition with her. Therefore, he didn't stop the competition in advance in order to save his face, but encouraged himself to do his best. Ji Yuning wouldn't let Lao Zhang lose face and simply made it a tie. Lao Zhang would stop it when he was out of strength. Lao Zhang called the end of the competition when he was out of strength and still couldn't get any advantage. "Young girl, I have to admit that I lost and you're really incredible," said Lao Zhang. He didn't feel unhappy after he lost the game. He knew that Ji Yuning was very extraordinary at the very beginning, but he was still surprised by her ability. He believed that he was better than most ordinary people, but Ji Yuning was still better than him, which proved that Ji Yuning was quite extraordinary. However, when other people heard that, they rounded their eyes in shock and couldn't believe it. "What? You lost?" Chapter 1722, Become an Extra, No Way. This girl is unbelievable. Even Deputy Director Zhang can't win the game with her. Jesus. It's crazy. I'm flattered, said Ji Yuning politely. Although it was obvious that he was no match for her, she should be polite and show some respect. Hearing someone call Lao Zhang, Deputy Director Zhang, Ji Yuning thought that he might be a deputy director of a certain department. In that case, he must have high social status. Anyway, those who lived in Century City were either rich or powerful, because a single house here cost at least dozens of millions of yuan. It was impossible for an ordinary person to afford a house here. "Young girl, may I know your name?" asked Deputy Director Zhang. "You seem to be a student, right?" asked Deputy Director Zhang. "Yeah, I just wrote the National College Entrance Examination, and I'll go to my university in a few days," said Ji Yuning. Although they knew Ji Yuning was very young, they were still amazed by her unbelievable ability at such an early age. Different people went to school at different ages. Some were 17, while some were 18 at 12th grade. Ji Yuning went to school later than her peers, so she was already 19 after finishing her education in high school. Ji Yuning's birthday was in May, but she didn't celebrate her 19th birthday, because she hadn't had a birthday party before and she just forgot it this year too. She didn't remember it until Chu Peihan and her other friends asked about her birthday, but it had already passed. Chu Peihan proposed to make it up to her, but Ji Yuning was busy then, so they decided to do it next year. "Do you study in a police academy? You're very good at fighting skills," said Deputy Director Zhang. Ji Yuning was extraordinarily stronger than other girls, and Deputy Director Zhang had the idea to hire her if she studied in a police academy. Ji Yuning understood what Deputy Director Zhang was thinking about, so she smiled and said, "Not really, I'll major in business administration in the capital university." Hearing that, Deputy Director Zhang was shocked. "The capital university? You must be an excellent student. Is your family involved in business?" Deputy Director Zhang thought that Ji Yuning's family must be involved in business, and she was going to inherit her family business, otherwise she should go to a police academy given her outstanding ability in martial arts. It didn't mean that people with a high level of martial arts had to go to a police academy, but it was hard to find a job in society nowadays, and everyone should learn to make full use of his or her advantages. Knowing that, Deputy Director Zhang nodded, and didn't think it was a bad choice. It was probably because of her family background that she learned kung fu to protect herself. Deputy Director Zhang wasn't dumb, and he didn't ask for more details about Ji Yuning's family. "Young girl, do you always run in the morning?" asked Deputy Director Zhang. "Not every day," said Ji Yuning. "Can you practice with me when we meet again?" asked Deputy Director Zhang with anticipation. He hadn't enjoyed a fight for a long time. Although he was a member of a SWAT team and all the other members in their team were strong and skillful, not many were comparable to him. So it wasn't easy for him to meet a great match, and he wanted to seize this chance to practice his skills. "Why not? If we see each other again, I'm more than willing to do that," said Ji Yuning. It was good for her too. Hearing Ji Yuning's answer, Deputy Director Zhang was excited. "Oh, my surname is Zhang, and you can call me Uncle Zhang," said Deputy Director Zhang. "Sure, Uncle Zhang," Ji Yuning called him as he wanted. After that, Deputy Director Zhang left, and didn't ask Ji Yuning for her phone number. This was their first meeting, and he thought it was inappropriate to do that right now. Since Ji Yuning already agreed to help him practice fighting skills if they met again, they would have each other's number when they got familiar. In addition, although Ji Yuning was very young, she was unbelievably strong and skilled, which amazed Deputy Director Zhang. Ji Yuning also looked more mature than her real age, so Deputy Director Zhang didn't regard her as a child. Instead, if it was possible, he would love to make friends with her. Because Ji Yuning had a competition with Deputy Director Zhang, they were running out of time, so Ji Yuning decided to test Chu Peihan's level next time. After changing their clothes, they left for Xianxia Hotel. It was already 7:30 a.m. when they arrived at Xianxia Hotel, so they quickly finished breakfast within 10 minutes, then went to Hengdian World Studios. Although it was rush hour at this time, Ji Yuning took the Ring Highway and spent less time on the road. However, they set off from a suburb, so it still took them nearly an hour. Either way, it was faster than taking the road in the urban area. They might be caught in a traffic jam and spend 2 hours on the way if they took the road in the urban area. At 8:30 a.m., Ji Yuning and her friends arrived at the shooting set in Hengdian World Studios. This time, they moved to another place for the new scenes, and would shoot at a street. Hao Ran and others would play passers-by in the scenes. For Ji Yuning's sake, Luzon arranged for Hao Ran and others to say several lines in the camera. They would be local citizens in the show and they would complement the leading female role, then Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping could show their faces and say several lines. In fact, it was very difficult for extras to get such a chance, because they normally could only show their backs in the camera. Chu Peihan's part was more important than Hao Ran's and Zhang Tianping's in the show, and she would be a senior official's daughter. She would argue with other ladies in the group of people who went to welcome the leading female role, then she was criticized. When they arrived at Hengdian World Studios, all the actors were almost finished wearing makeup. Luzon had told them to arrive before 9 a.m., and that they would start to act at 10 a.m., because they needed time to put on makeup and get ready. Lu Zan arrived at 7 a.m. this morning, and was already busy working. The main characters needed an exquisite look, so it took a longer time for them to finish wearing makeup. Once they heard that Ji Yuning came, they walked out with makeup and clothes for the show. Chu Peihan didn't have her favorite idols in the entertainment industry, but she had a good impression of some actors, like the leading actor and actress in this show. Chapter 1723. Special treatment. Therefore, when Chu Peihan saw them, she eagerly ran to greet them and requested them to take photos together. Hao Ran and the boys didn't stand aside and also politely greeted them. They wanted to take photos together as well. Although they were extras today, nobody dared to disdain them because they were Ji Yuning's friends. Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning's other friends didn't think that they were superior to other people because of their relationship with Ji Yuning. Instead, they were very polite to Tang Xiaoxiao and Chao Hanchen. As a result, they got along quite well with each other. After taking photos together, Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning's other friends went to wear makeup and change their clothes. They weren't treated differently, and waited in line like every other extra. However, even though they weren't accorded any special treatment, some extras were still jealous of them because they were Ji Yuning's friends. And because they were Ji Yuning's friends, those jealous people believed that they were treated differently. Actually, they indeed got this job because of their relationship with Ji Yuning, but it wasn't a serious problem. Some people got jealous of them simply because they had more resources. If those who were jealous of them could have special treatment, they would change their mind. Luckily, only a few people were dissatisfied with it, and most extras were simply envious of them because they could easily get a chance to play a role in the show. Most people also believed that Ji Yuning's friends came here only for fun. If they really wanted to join this industry through their connections, they could choose to be regular extras. When Hao Ran and Ji Yuning's other friends were waiting in line, some people also struck up a conversation with them. It turned out that they really came here for fun. Because they were very nice and talkative, they left a good impression on other extras. However, some people who were jealous of them still bad-mouthed them behind their backs, and said that those who went to talk with them simply wanted to ride on their coattails. Therefore, they began to disdain those who, deliberately pleased, Hao Ran and Ji Yuning's other friends. They believed that they were self-righteous and relied on their own abilities to win this job. In fact, they got jealous because they couldn't get what they wanted, so they claimed that they disliked it. If they were people with resources, they would surely become arrogant. There were many extras, so it took a long time for them to wear makeup and change clothes. They weren't done until it was 9 a.m. It was actually already efficient, and 7 makeup artists worked together to finish it as soon as possible. Moreover, extras basically didn't need to wear much makeup, and only those who would show their faces might put on some makeup. After that, they were told what they should do and where they should stand later. The crew didn't have a high standard for extras, but they had to take it seriously too. The filming didn't begin until they practiced it once. The gates of the imperial city were opened, and the emperor came to welcome them in person. The imperial concubine was the general and came back with victory. Seeing that, people might be confused about the reason why the leading female character wasn't an empress since the leading male character was an emperor. An imperial concubine wasn't the emperor's wife, and it wasn't an honorable title. Actually, although the leading male character was an emperor, he didn't have a wife, and there was only one concubine in the imperial harem. Therefore, the imperial concubine was his empress in reality. In addition, the leading male character always wanted to give the leading female character the title of empress in vain. Although he was a powerful emperor, he couldn't do whatever he wanted, and had to care about his courtiers' opinions. Anyway, the leading male character already made up his mind to abdicate his position to his younger brother after the leading female character came back with victory this time. He would wander around the world with his beloved woman afterwards. They stayed there for the whole morning to finish the scene. It wasn't the actor's problem, filming really consumed a lot of time and energy. They had to shoot many times in order to get the best view. Among the extras, Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning's other friends had done a great performance, especially Chu Peihan. Her acting even impressed Lu Zan, and she was now a better actress than the time when she played a role in Infinite Horror. It was the first time that Chu Peihan had shown her face in the camera when she joined the crew of Infinite Horror, so she wasn't skilled back then. From the experience, Chu Peihan learned a lot and she was a quick learner, so she was able to make great progress within a short time. I haven't seen you for just a few months, but you've made great progress. Lu Zhan complimented Chu Peihan. Although she wasn't very professional, she wasn't bad either, and she had potential. As long as she could practice more, she would get better. Several extras were jealous of Chu Peihan when they heard him complimenting her. It seemed that they had already worked with each other before. And it should be several months ago. They had heard of what Lu Zhan had been through, and he had been shut out of the film industry for years till he shot Infinite Horror several months ago. So it was possible that Chu Peihan had also shown her face in that movie. Some extras had watched Infinite Horror, but they didn't pay much attention to unimportant roles, so they didn't think Chu Peihan looked familiar. Therefore, they decided to watch the film again to see whether they could find Chu Peihan. Thank you so much for your compliment, Director Lu. I'll keep on learning and improving myself, said Chu Peihan happily. In fact, Chu Peihan never cared about other people's opinions about her, because other people wouldn't affect her own life. She could rely on herself to live a good life after all. However, she cared about professionals' opinions about her acting, because she wanted to become a good actress. Chapter 1724, Another Purpose. Undoubtedly, she only wanted to win professionals' approval, because only professionals in this industry could affect her career. She still didn't care about outsiders' opinions. As long as she won professionals' approval, she believed that the audience would like her. Great, I believe you can become a good actress, said Lu Zhan. After finishing the scenes in the morning, they went to have lunch and they stayed there to have takeout like everyone else. They came here for fun, so they didn't leave right after finishing the scenes in the morning. They could still be extras in the following scenes and all they needed to do was to change their clothes. Normally, an extra could play a passerby in many scenes, because the audience wouldn't see his or her face anyway. Filming was never done in the order of the story of the script, and the crew wouldn't move around following the plot. It wasn't efficient. Filming was all based on the venues. In other words, what happened in this TV series on this street would be shot together. In that case, it would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. For example, the film locations weren't available every day, and most of them were expensive. Because this was Hengdian World Studios, it was open for lease to all crews. If a crew only shot a part of the show at one place and went to other places to film other parts, then came back, the process might be delayed if the place was occupied by other crews. It would also cost the crew more expenses. Anyway, all videos needed editing, so the shooting sequence wasn't important. After lunch, they had a rest for half an hour before they changed their clothes. At 6 p.m., the filming was over today, so Ji Yuning left with her friends. They didn't stay to share dinner with Lu Zhan and the other people. At this time, members of the Leng family were about to enjoy a meal together too. Zhang Shuyuan came back today, and she needed to take a break after taking care of Leng Xiaojia for a long time and being busy working. She would visit Leng Xiaojia once a day at noon or in the evening. Leng Xiaojia was in a stable condition now. Although her waist was still painful, the pain was tolerable now and she could sleep well. However, she looked quite haggard after being sick these days, so she needed more time to recover. Zhang Shuyuan heard nothing about Jing Yunyao, because members of the Leng family didn't tell her. Master Leng also forbade Leng Yuanqin from telling her about that. As a result, Zhang Shuyuan was scared when she saw Jing Yunyao in the living room when she came back to the Leng family's old house and she blurted it out. Who are you? Even though Jing Yunyao looked the same as Yunyao, Yunyao had been dead for years, so Zhang Shuyuan didn't think this woman could be Yunyao. Shuyuan, this is Yunyao, said Yu Yin. Yunyao. No way. Isn't Yunyao already dead? How is it possible that? Zhang Shuyuan exclaimed. Yunyao isn't dead, and she is Yunyao. Before Zhang Shuyuan could finish, Master Leng interrupted her. Yunyao was alive and healthy, and what Zhang Shuyuan said was indeed really offensive. Since she isn't dead, why didn't she come to see us during the past years? Why does she suddenly come back now? Is she a fake Yunyao? Asked Zhang Shuyuan. Actually, she knew that this woman could really be Yunyao since Master Leng accepted her and allowed her to join the Leng family, but she couldn't accept it. She never liked Yunyao after all. Besides, Yunyao was a very powerful woman, and she would greatly support Leng Xiaoting once she was back, which would be a big threat to her family and her son. It was only Zhang Shuyuan's worry, because Leng Xiaoting actually owned more than what the Leng family had. In addition to Shengxi, Leng Xiaoting had also made a fortune as the team leader of the Red Flame. They risked their lives to fulfill every mission, so their rewards were definitely very high. Moreover, they could take half of the confiscated property as their own. Almost every drug lord or major criminal had hundreds of millions of yuan in assets, and the members of the Red Flame could share their wealth once they were caught. However, it wasn't known to the outside world, and only their leaders knew about it because it was highly confidential. Yunyao didn't come back during the past years, because she lost her memories 15 years ago. Ningning found Yunyao and we were able to find out that she's still alive, said Master Leng. He didn't want Zhang Shuyuan to continue to question Yunyao. She lost her memories. Really? I can't believe it, and someone might be doing that for another purpose, said Zhang Shuyuan without hesitation. She was talking about Ji Yuning. In her eyes, Ji Yuning brought bad luck to her family, because her family had suffered a lot ever since she showed up, and now she made Yunyao come back. Zhang Shuyuan separated her family from the whole Leng family. Neither Leng Xiaoting nor Jing Yunyao was mad at Zhang Shuyuan's suspicion, because they couldn't care less about her. Master Leng, however, couldn't stand it and snapped at her. Enough. Can't you stop causing trouble every time you come back? I think you better stay outside. Believe it or not, and you should close your mouth now. After that, Master Leng threatened her. I didn't look into something, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. You better behave yourself, or you might lose your position in the Leng family. Hearing that, Zhang Shuyuan was frightened and closed her mouth at once. She knew that Master Leng was talking about what Leng Xiaojia had done to Ji Yuning. After living peacefully these days she forgot about it slightly, but still felt scared in retrospect. She didn't want Leng Xiaoting to know about it after all. Chapter 1725. Meet Zhang Zikai. Therefore, when she was scared, she subconsciously glanced at Leng Xiaoting to see his reaction. She didn't know whether he was aware of it or would ask about it. However, Leng Xiaoting had no reaction and it seemed that he didn't care about it at all, which made Zhang Shuyuan feel relieved. What she didn't know was that Leng Xiaoting already knew about it from the very beginning, but he chose to listen to Ji Yuning and let it go. Zhang Shuyuan was also afraid that Master Leng might chase her out of the Leng family. She had married into the Leng family for many years, and there was no problem in her relationship with her husband. She didn't want a divorce. Without the Leng family's support, her and the Zhang family's social status would drop in an instant. Although the Zhang family wasn't poor, it was only an appendage to the Leng family, and the Zhang family gained more fame and wealth after she married into the Leng family. If Leng Yuanqin divorced her, either she would be abandoned by the Zhang family or the Zhang family would be greatly affected by her. Either way, it wouldn't be a good result. After that, they began to enjoy dinner and every one of them treated Jing Yunyao with enthusiasm. Zhang Shuyuan and Leng Yuanqin, instead, were ignored like they were outsiders. Leng Yuanqin didn't care about that, because he had no intention to talk with them. Zhang Shuyuan had the same feeling, but she felt quite uncomfortable in such an atmosphere. Yu Yin also invited Jing Yunyao to shop together tomorrow and directly left Zhang Shuyuan aside. The two disliked each other and had never shopped together before, so it didn't matter. Jing Yunyao didn't know how to reject it, and she also wanted to leave the Leng family's old house for a while, so she agreed. Leng Xiaoting then took out a black card and gave it to Jing Yunyao. She could buy whatever she wanted even if it cost millions of yuan. Jing Yunyao thought it wasn't appropriate, so she turned him down right away. Although Leng Xiaoting was her son, she hadn't gotten her memories back yet, so she was unwilling to spend his money. However, the others kept persuading her to accept it and Leng Xiaoting also insisted. He told her that he prepared the card for her, so Jing Yunyao took it in the end. She knew that Leng Xiaoting was very rich. Although he wasn't the richest man in their country, he was almost there, so it was nothing if she spent some of his money. Zhang Shuyuan, however, was full of jealousy. She was rich too, but she couldn't buy stuff which cost millions of yuan as she liked. She couldn't even casually spend over 100,000 yuan, but Yunyao could. It was impossible for her to keep the balance of her mind. Because of that, she lost her appetite and didn't enjoy the meal at all. She made an excuse and left. Other people knew what she was thinking in her mind, but nobody cared about her. After she went back to her room, she called Leng Xiaoming and told him that Jing Yunyao was back. Leng Xiaoming was also shocked when he heard that, and couldn't believe it. Luckily, his acceptance was better than Zhang Shuyuan's, and he knew that his grandfather must have accepted the woman if she was really Leng Xiaoming's mother. Leng Xiaoming had an impression of this aunt. He remembered that she was good at fighting and had achieved a lot in the military along with his uncle Yuanan. She already had the title of a lieutenant colonel 15 years ago. Leng Xiaoming didn't dislike it as much as Zhang Shuyuan when Yunyao came back, but he also hoped that she could disappear if it was possible. However, it might be helpful to the Leng family that Yunyao came back. Even though he was jealous of Leng Xiaoting because Leng Xiaoting was better than him at everything, he felt that the Leng family needed Leng Xiaoting. Without Leng Xiaoting, the Leng family might not be able to keep its position, because there were many people who tried to unseat the Leng family. Therefore, no matter how jealous he was of Leng Xiaoting, he had never taken any action to hurt him. Leng Xiaoming was selfish, but he also knew what was more important. Ji Yuning didn't go to Shengxi Hotel and share dinner with her friends there. Instead, they went to the food street to have spicy hot pot. Coincidentally, she ran into a familiar face, which was Zhang Zikai, who had participated in the same math competition as her before. Zhang Zikai was with another 2 girls and a boy. They were all about 18 years old, but they were arguing angrily. Zhang Zikai and a girl stood together and she looked very mad, while the girl standing next to her was sad and had tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Another girl and the boy stood on the other side. The girl seemed aggrieved, but there was satisfaction hidden in her eyes. She obviously wasn't as kind and weak as she looked. The boy, however, frowned with impatience. Seeing that, an idea dawned on Ji Yuning that it could be a dramatic romantic story. She deliberately stopped the car not far from Zhang Zikai and told her friends not to get out right now. She wanted to listen to their argument. "Boss, do you know any of them?" asked Mu Ke. He knew that Ji Yuning didn't like to watch dramas unless it was important. "Which one do you know?" asked Chu Peihan with curiosity. "The girl in white with a high ponytail," said Ji Yuning. There were 2 girls in white clothes, but Zhang Zikai had a high ponytail, while the other had short hair. "Su Tong, I can't believe what you've done to us. We treated you as our friend, and we've helped you when you encountered difficulties, but you stole your friend's boyfriend. How can you do that?" Zhang Zikai angrily criticized the girl who stood with the boy and was in white with short hair. Ji Yuning was right. It was indeed about a romantic relationship. After what Ji Yuqingyan had been through, Ji Yuning met another drama about it now. It seemed to have become a common phenomenon in today's society. She had seen enough of it, and there was more she didn't see. It was hard to find trust and loyalty among people nowadays. Ji Yuning didn't care about other people, and she only hoped that her good friends and close relatives could maintain trust and loyalty. "This girl is disgusting. How can she steal her friend's boyfriend?" Chu Peihan said in annoyance. "The boy isn't a good man either," said Mu Ke. "I want to punch them now," said Hao Ran. They were all annoyed. Chapter 1726. You're not my relative, Mu Ke, you can't be like the boy, or I'll severely punish you. Chu Peihan suddenly warned Mu Ke. Hearing that, Mu Ke turned to look at Yu Mixi with a nervous expression at once. In case she thought too much about it, he made a serious promise. "I absolutely won't be like him." To be honest, he wasn't sure whether they would be together forever. It wasn't because he might change and fall in love with another girl, but because no one knew what would happen in the future. Actually, even if they would break up one day, he would never betray Yu Mixi. "Zikai, don't be so harsh. I'm grateful for your help, but Jay and I truly love each other. Why can't you understand that?" Su Tong said with a pitiful face. She didn't think it was wrong at all. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and her friends thought it was ridiculous. This girl called Su Tong didn't feel ashamed after stealing her friend's boyfriend. It sounded as if she felt proud of herself for being able to do that. Anyway, ever since she had the idea to be the other woman in Mingzi's romantic relationship with Xiao Zihan, she already gave up her moral standards. You're so shameless. Don't you know how disgusting you are? Zhang Zikai raised her voice in greater anger. What do you want? I don't like Xiao Zihan any longer, and you can't force me to. I think Xiao Zihan should have some dignity and stop annoying me, said the boy with impatience. He gave a glance to the girl next to Zhang Zikai with his eyes full of disdain. Xiao Zihan was furious when Mingzi said that about her. If he disliked her, she definitely wouldn't keep on annoying him, but the point was that he betrayed her and she thought that she deserved an explanation. However, he refused to give one to her, and didn't think that he had done anything wrong. Zihan won't pay more attention to you, because a bad guy like you doesn't deserve it, but it isn't the point now. Since you don't like Zihan any longer, why didn't you make it clear? Why did you have to betray her? Said Zhang Zikai in anger. She knew that she couldn't force him to like Xiao Zihan, but he shouldn't hurt Xiao Zihan like that. Hearing that, Mingzi was mad and coldly argued. You don't have the right to judge me, and I didn't make it clear because I was afraid that Zihan might not be able to accept it. It was ridiculous. It sounded as if he did it for Xiao Zihan's good. Don't you think it's even more unacceptable when Zihan finds out that both her good friend and boyfriend has betrayed her? Zhang Zikai laughed at Mingzi's ridiculous excuse. You're really annoying. Since you know now, stop wasting time arguing with me. It's enough. Mingzi lost patience and left with Su Tong. Mingzi. Zhang Zikai wouldn't allow him to leave like that. However, Mingzi pushed her and Zhang Zikai fell to the ground. Seeing that, Ji Yuning had to do something now. She got out of her car and walked towards them. Chu Peihan and the others followed her. Nevertheless, when Ji Yuning got out of her car, Zhang Zikai had already fallen to the ground and moaned in pain. Zikai. Xiao Zihan was scared and went to help Zhang Zikai get back to her feet, but Ji Yuning did that before her. When Zhang Zikai saw Ji Yuning, she was surprised and couldn't believe her eyes. Am I in a dream? Zhang Zikai fixed her eyes on Ji Yuning, and felt it was so unreal. Do you feel the pain now? Ji Yuning smiled at her. Hearing that, Zhang Zikai realized that her body indeed was a little painful. Seeing Zhang Zikai's reaction, Xiao Zihan got curious and sized up Ji Yuning. She somehow felt that Ji Yuning looked very familiar, but couldn't remember who she was all of a sudden. Oh, it's real. After making sure that she wasn't in a dream, Zhang Zikai shouted with excitement. She finally saw Ji Yuning again and they met by accident. Mingzi was worried that Zhang Zikai might be injured when she fell, but he didn't stay once he saw that she was fine. When no one paid attention to him, he wanted to escape. However, Ji Yuning opened her mouth at this time. Stop them. Hearing that, Chu Peihan and the others stopped Mingzi and Su Tong at once. What do you want to do? Mingzi changed his face and asked in fear. There were many people before him, and he certainly couldn't win the fight if they beat him. Don't you want to do something? Ji Yuning ignored Mingzi and asked Zhang Zikai. She wanted to help Zhang Zikai, but she would also let Zhang Zikai make the decision. I want to beat this shameless couple, but I don't have the ability. Can you help me? Asked Zhang Zikai with strong hatred. She was unwilling to let them get away with it. Xiao Zihan knew Mingzi through her, so she blamed herself for what Mingzi had done to Xiao Zihan. She didn't care whether Xiao Zihan wanted to beat Mingzi or would hesitate to do that. Xiao Zihan actually didn't think about it, and just listened to Zhang Zikai. Zhang Zikai. Mingzi was mad, and couldn't believe that Zhang Zikai wanted to beat him. Zhang Zikai, don't forget that I'm your cousin. How can you let them beat me? Cousin, you're not my relative. You're simply Zhang Danling's cousin, not mine, said Zhang Zikai with disdain. Zhang Danling was Zhang Zikai's younger female cousin, while Mingzi was Zhang Danling's older male cousin. She had a good relationship with Zhang Danling, so she used to take Mingzi as her own cousin. She used to think that Mingzi was a good, honest person, but it turned out that he was a shameless man. Chapter 1727. Don't beat them too heavily. If Zhang Danling knew what kind of person her cousin really was, she wouldn't side with him and defend him. Mingzi was mad, and he realized that Zhang Zikai wouldn't let him get away with it. Goddess Gu, please help me teach them an unforgettable lesson, said Zhang Zikai. As you wish, said Gu Ning, then gave an order. Peihan, Hao Ran, you two can do it. Make it quick. There was no need to arrange for too many people to deal with two ordinary people. In fact, any of them were enough to beat them up. However, Gu Ning still decided to let Hao Ran deal with the boy, and Chu Peihan would handle the girl. No problem. Chu Peihan and Hao Ran couldn't wait a second longer, and walked ahead once Gu Ning made the order. I'm going to call the police. Mingzi moved backwards for a few steps in fear, but there was no way to escape. I'm scared. Su Tong hid herself behind Mingzi. Chu Peihan and Hao Ran didn't care whether they would call the police and directly went to beat them. Chu Peihan slapped Su Tong's face, while Hao Ran punched Mingzi heavily. They screamed in pain and tried to struggle in vain. Chu Peihan and Hao Ran understood that they had to control their strength. They aimed to teach them a lesson, not to disable them. Watching Mingzi being punched, Xiao Zihan felt sad. She used to love him deeply before today, so she was unavoidably affected right now. However, she would never forgive him for what he had done to her, so she wouldn't stop Hao Ran from punching him. The noises attracted attention from other people in the parking lot, and two men walked over. What are you doing? How can you bully others like that? You don't know what has happened, so you said that. What if your woman and your close brother betray you at the same time? Will you stay calm and forgive them? Said Chu Peihan in an acerbic tone. Hearing that, the two men didn't know what to say. They definitely couldn't stay calm if their women and close brothers betrayed them at the same time, so they understood what Ji Yuning and her friends were doing now. Well, don't beat them too heavily. It won't do you any good if it becomes serious. In the end, the man could only remind them to be careful. Hearing that, Mingzi was furious. He thought that someone was finally going to rescue them, but unexpectedly he was disappointed. He still didn't understand why his behavior was so unacceptable. A selfish man like him would never reflect on what he had done. Even though it wasn't right, he didn't think it was a big deal. After a while, Ji Yuning called Chu Peihan and Hao Ran to stop. Although they didn't think it was enough, they knew when to stop. It would be tricky if it became serious after all. Ji Yuning walked to Mingzi and looked down her nose at him. If you want to take revenge, feel free to see me, but I promise that you can't bear the result if you dare to pay Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan back. Don't ever question my words or my ability. Mingzi remained silent. He was unwilling to give in, so he was determined to take revenge, but not now. As for Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan, he actually didn't dare to hurt them. His parents relied on the Zhang family to make money. If he dared to hurt Zhang Zikai, his parents would be affected and it wouldn't do him any good. Zhang Zikai had a close relationship with Xiao Zihan, so she would definitely protect Xiao Zihan. As a result, Mingzi couldn't hurt Xiao Zihan either. Ji Yuning then ignored Mingzi and turned to look at Zhang Zikai. We're going to have spicy hot pot now. Do you want to join us? Even though Xiao Zihan was in a bad mood now and she might not have appetite, Ji Yuning still invited her out of politeness. Of course, said Zhang Zikai at once. No matter what they were going to eat, she should certainly join them. Zhang Zikai still felt excited at this time when Ji Yuning invited them to dine together, not because she didn't care about Xiao Zihan, but because she knew that Xiao Zihan vented her negative feelings by eating. Xiao Zihan was also a foodie, and she could forget her worries when she saw delicious food. What made Zhang Zikai envious of her was that Xiao Zihan never grew fat no matter how much she ate. I probably will eat a lot. Will it be fine? Since Zhang Zikai already agreed, Xiao Zihan thought that she shouldn't turn them down. However, she was in a bad mood now, and might eat a lot later, so she thought that she should tell them earlier. Seeing Xiao Zihan's expression, Ji Yuning understood that she wanted to vent her negative feelings by eating. Ji Yuning didn't care at all as long as she had an appetite. As long as you have an appetite, you can eat as much as you want, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Xiao Zihan relaxed. If she couldn't fill her stomach, she would feel upset. Ji Yuning wasn't afraid that Mingzi might damage her car when they were gone, because there were surveillance cameras at the parking lot. She wouldn't stay here all the time just because Mingzi might damage her car. Zihan, let me do the introduction. This is Goddess Ji Yuning, I always talk about with you, said Zhang Zikai to Xiao Zihan. Hearing that, Xiao Zihan rounded her eyes in shock at once. No wonder she felt that Ji Yuning looked very familiar. It turned out that Ji Yuning was the famous goddess Ji Yu and the talented girl on the internet. Zhang Zikai told her that she had successfully made friends with Ji Yuning and she would bring her to see Ji Yuning if it was possible, and she was always looking forward to it. Unexpectedly, she was able to see Ji Yuning right now. She was so lucky today. Hi, Goddess Ji Yu. Xiao Zihan was full of excitement. You can just call me Ji Yuning. We're friends after all, said Ji Yuning with a smile. She didn't think that she was superior to other people. However, it was only a courtesy when Ji Yuning said that they were friends. There were many kinds of friends, like friends that you have known for years, good friends, common friends, acquaintances, and so forth. And Ji Yuning and Zhang Zikai were only acquaintances for the time being. When there was no benefit conflict and the person was reliable, Ji Yuning wouldn't deliberately keep a distance away, because it was also a part of her connections. Chapter 1728. Go to the haunted house. Chu Peihan and the others were Ji Yuning's friends for years. Whenever they needed her help, she wouldn't spare effort to help them, but she wouldn't let them completely rely on her. If they were used to asking her for help every time they encountered trouble, she wouldn't help them, because it was a bad habit. Besides, she also hated lazy and selfish people. Everyone had to learn to be independent. When Xiao Zihan heard that Ji Yuning took them as friends, she felt flattered, but she knew that she wasn't really Ji Yuning's friend now. She wasn't a naive girl, and she knew it took time to make real friends. This was their first meeting after all, and it was simply a courtesy. Anyway, since Ji Yuning was willing to say that, it meant that they were welcome. People either admired Ji Yuning or were jealous of her because she was too outstanding, and Xiao Zihan obviously admired her. Even though she was only Ji Yuning's acquaintance, she felt excited to know Ji Yuning. Just like that, Xiao Zihan temporarily forgot what Mingzi had done to her and happily chatted with the others along the way. Xiao Zihan was an outgoing girl, and she wouldn't be affected by something bad for long, and she would forget it once she met something fun. It was a good thing, because she would have fewer worries. They went to the most popular hot pot restaurant at the food street, but because there were too many people, they needed to wait in line for available seats. Only 2 groups of people were waiting in front of them, so they decided to wait for a while. Right after they got a waiting number, more groups of people came, and they felt lucky that they came earlier tonight. If they were a minute late, they would have had to wait for a longer time. Because several groups of people were about to finish eating when they came, they soon had available seats after waiting for 10 minutes. I'll pay the bill today, so you can order whatever you want, said Ji Yuning in a very generous tone. Hao Ran and the others definitely wouldn't help Ji Yuning save money, and they ordered a lot of food within the capacity of their stomachs. Xiao Zihan and Zhang Zikai hesitated to order so much food, but what Hao Ran and others had ordered was also what they wanted to eat, so it didn't matter. They reached an agreement later, and ordered the soup base at medium hotness. When they were eating, they chatted with each other. Ji Yuning, when will you go to the university for enrollment? I'll go there on the first day when the new semester begins, and I'll study in the capital university too. Although we have different majors, we can see each other more often in the future, said Zhang Zikai. Probably the second day, because I need to send Peihan and Mixi to enroll on the first day, said Ji Yuning. I understand, said Zhang Zikai. She didn't say that she could wait for Ji Yuning to go to their university together on the second day. She had the idea, but she knew that they weren't familiar and she didn't want to make Ji Yuning feel uncomfortable. There were 8 of them tonight, and they ordered food for a dozen people, so they had to eat a lot. Therefore, many people paid special attention to them and were shocked by the capacity of their stomachs. Some also laughed at them. They eat a lot, like they've never seen food before. They seem to have been hungry for years. Two girls of the same age as them said that from the next table. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and her friends were displeased. Chu Peihan argued against them at once. It's none of your business how much we eat. We don't use your money. Although the two girls were a little mean, they were afraid of trouble, so they closed their mouths at once when Chu Peihan argued against them. There were only 5 people around their table, and they couldn't win the fight if it became serious. Since they stopped bad-mouthing them, Chu Peihan kept on eating. After a while, Chu Peihan asked, "Boss, why don't we go to have some fun later?" Chu Peihan wanted to enjoy the night, but she needed to ask for Ji Yuning's opinion first. If Ji Yuning had something else to deal with, she wouldn't force her to join them. "Where do you want to go?" asked Ji Yuning. She was free tonight anyway, so she could join them. "Zikai, you live in the capital. Do you know where we can have fun here?" asked Chu Peihan. I'm not very clear about that, but I've always been interested in one place. However, I never dare to go there," said Zhang Zikai. "Where?" asked Chu Peihan. "The haunted house in Hell World. I heard it's very scary, and people with a weak heart might have a heart attack if they go there, so I never dared to visit it," said Zhang Zikai. "That's a good idea." Hao Ran was excited. "Boss, why don't we go to Hell World?" Chu Peihan asked Ji Yuning. "How about you?" Ji Yuning asked the others. "I have no problems," said Hao Ran. "I'm in." Yu Mixi and Zhang Tianping agreed too. They might be scared, but they believed that they had a strong heart. "Since you all want to go there, I'll go too. In any case, I've always had that idea in my mind. Anyway, if I want to quit then, I can enjoy other activities," said Zhang Zikai. "Me too," said Xiao Zihan. She was scared of it as well, but she was unwilling to be left behind. At the same time, Xiao Zihan kept telling herself to be brave and that everything in the haunted house was fake. "Great, let's go there now." Since they all agreed on that, it was settled. Because they ate too much, they had a rest for a while before they left. They even walked slowly and took a roundabout route to the parking lot to let their stomachs digest the food. When they were back in the parking lot, Ji Yuning and her friends shared a car, and Zhang Zikai drove her own car. Ji Yuning drove behind her and she would lead the way. The Hell World was in the amusement park and belonged to it, but it was separate from the amusement park. The Hell World and the amusement park were divided into 2 areas, one on the left and one on the right. The amusement park was generally open until 6 p.m. and the cleaning began at 7 p.m. The Hell World, however, was open until 12 a.m., because it became lively and the atmosphere was more terrifying at night. Brave people who wanted a more exciting adventure would also choose to come at night. Chapter 1729, Excited. There wasn't only a haunted house in Hell World, there was also a foggy forest, thrilling mazes, and small black houses and so forth. All of them were horrible and exciting games with safety facilities. However, before visitors went to play those games, it was necessary for them to sign an agreement. If any accidents happened due to personal health problems, the amusement park wouldn't take the responsibility. Since some people weren't in a good condition, they shouldn't play thrilling games and should be responsible for their own bodies and the public amusement park. If the amusement park had to be responsible for personal health problems, what if those sick people who didn't have money to treat their illnesses came here to defraud the amusement park for treatment fees? The amusement park was unwilling to be trapped by dirty tricks. Ji Yuning and her friends were in a good body condition. As for Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan, they signed the agreement too, which meant that they didn't have problems either. Even if anything terrible really happened, she would help them, so there was nothing they should be worried about. After buying tickets and signing the agreement, they walked inside. However, there were a lot of people who came to the haunted house at this time. In order not to affect the atmosphere of terror, the number of people who went in each time was limited. It couldn't exceed 10 people, and the second group of people couldn't enter until the first group of people finished half of the route. There were surveillance cameras in the haunted house, so the staff would know where the visitors went. As for how many of the 10 people could walk in, it depended on whether they wanted the game to be scarier or less scary. If there were fewer people, the game would be scarier. The haunted house was a building with 3 floors, with the entrance on the left and the exit on the right. The appearance of the haunted house was very shabby, and it gave people an eerie and scary feeling at first glance. The floor area of the haunted house was 1,500 square meters. It took 20 minutes to walk through it at a normal speed. The light and shadow effects of the ghosts and the trembling bloody scenes in the haunted house were very realistic. There were many doors and other institutions that visitors needed to open in person, which allowed them to experience the unknown fear in the dark. In addition to man-made horror effects, there would also be many staffers who were made up as ghosts or zombies and made small movements in every corner to scare visitors. The level of their makeup could completely match the effect of horror movies. It was so immersive and terrifying that people couldn't stop themselves from being scared even if they knew it was fake. Therefore, even before entering the door of the haunted house, Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan already began to feel nervous and tremble in fear. The others didn't know much about the haunted house, so they had no idea how terrifying it could be. Chu Peihan, Hao Ran, Zhang Tianping, and Mu Ke were all very excited. They were undoubtedly nervous as well, but they were more excited. Yu Mixi was more nervous than them and her body trembled in fear, but she was luckier than Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan, because she had Mu Ke holding her hand so she felt safe. In front of them, there were 2 teams. One had 5 people, while the other had 6 people. Generally, people who came to experience haunted houses didn't dare to come alone or with only one friend. The fewer companions one had, the more scared he or she would feel. The 2 teams of people who were waiting were all restless and trembling with anxiety. Some even wanted to quit, but they were unwilling to leave right now, so they could only encourage themselves to stay. "You're really brave and you don't seem nervous at all, especially Ji Yuning. She's so calm," said Zhang Zikai. "I feel a little nervous, but I'm actually more excited," said Hao Ran. As for Ji Yuning, she had encountered real monsters and ghosts, so she wouldn't be afraid of fake ghosts. Before long, some people came out from the exit of the haunted house. They were 3 women and 3 men, but all of them looked pale and couldn't walk steadily. Seeing that, Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan were more scared, but they still insisted on going inside. A group of people walked in and another group walked out, then it was Ji Yuning and her friend's turn. "I'll follow behind Ji Yuning," said Zhang Zikai, then she pulled Xiao Zihan to stand at Ji Yuning's back. Ji Yuning was so strong and she could feel safe by following her. "I'll go at the front," said Chu Peihan, and ran to the front of their team, because it would be more exciting if she walked ahead of them. "Me too." Hao Ran also walked to the front at once. Therefore, Chu Peihan and Hao Ran were at the forefront, followed by Ji Yuning, Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan, then Mu Ke and Yu Mixi, and Zhang Tianping was at the end. Once they entered the haunted house, Ji Yuning felt a touch of yin which wasn't thick. She immediately frowned, because it was very abnormal. Although this was a haunted house, it was just an entertainment facility, and there shouldn't be yin. "Is there a real ghost inside?" Without hesitation, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to search around for it. With a simple glance, she only saw fake ghosts. They were either models or disguised by men, and there were horrible scenes too. Even though Ji Yuning had experienced violent bloody fights, she was still scared by these frightening scenes and she also felt a little disgusted. They were simply unimportant reactions, and Ji Yuning kept on looking for the real ghost. However, she just walked inside, and the yin wasn't thick, so it wasn't easy for her to locate it. When they just entered the haunted house, the scene wasn't very terrifying, so Chu Peihan and the others weren't terrified yet. Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan, however, were scared. "Oh my, it's scary," said Zhang Zikai. "It's just the beginning, but you're already scared. What if you see scarier stuff later?" said Hao Ran. I don't know." Zhang Zikai didn't dare to think further about it. "Ji Yuning, can you protect me?" Although she knew that these ghosts and monsters were fake, Zhang Zikai was still scared and worried that she might be hurt by them. Even though these were fake ghosts, there were monsters and ghosts played by staff who would suddenly jump out and surprise visitors, which were also quite scary. If Ji Yuning saw it, she would pull Zhang Zikai aside to avoid it as much as possible. If they couldn't avoid it, she could do nothing about it then, because she still needed to pay special attention to the existence of yin. With Ji Yuning's agreement, Zhang Zikai felt comforted and less scared. As they went deep into the passage of the haunted house, the surrounding scenery and sound effects began to become frightening. Chu Peihan and the others started to feel nervous, but they were still not scared and were still excited. Yu Mixi was tightly hugged by Mu Ke in his arms, and she felt a little safer and less afraid than Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan, but she still felt scared and horrified. Mu Ke actually wasn't as calm in his heart as he looked on the surface, but he wanted Yu Mixi to feel safe, so he forced himself to stay calm. Chapter 1730. Meet a real ghost. After 4 or 5 minutes of walking, they came to a turning point. Suddenly a ghost fell from the above with its head down. It was only half a meter away from Chu Peihan and Hao Ran. Chu Peihan screamed in fear and her heart shrank sharply. Although she wasn't very afraid of those still monsters and ghosts, she was still frightened by the abrupt scare. Hao Ran was also scared, but he didn't scream out. The others were already frightened by the ghosts around, and they were scared again by Chu Peihan's scream. "What's wrong?" Zhang Zikai asked, feeling nervous. "A ghost just fell from above my head," said Chu Peihan. She was still scared in retrospect. Hearing that, Zhang Zikai wanted to look up to the roof to see whether there was a ghost, but she was too scared to do that. After that, she turned to look to the side, but accidentally met the pair of eyes of a ghost, which was staring straight at her. She was frightened and withdrew her sight at once. In fact, along the way, Zhang Zikai and Xiao Zihan didn't dare to look around and they focused on Ji Yuning's body most of the time. Wherever Ji Yuning went, they followed her. Yu Mixi did the same thing. She seldom looked around and walked with her eyes closed most of the time. Anyway, Mu Ke was hugging her in his arms, and there was no need for her to look at the way ahead of them. Zhang Tianping was in a better condition than Yu Mixi and the others, but he was still quite nervous. He was at the end of the line after all, and he was afraid that anything horrible would suddenly jump out to hurt him at his back. It indeed happened. After they walked ahead for 10 meters, someone, or a ghost, patted his shoulder. Zhang Tianping was scared and almost jumped away. The next second, he realized that the ghost was fake, so he gradually calmed down and turned around to give it a glance, then continued to walk ahead. The ghost almost removed its hand. The staffer who disguised himself as a ghost didn't see Zhang Tianping scream out loud, and Zhang Tianping even turned to give him a glance. He was surprised by Zhang Tianping's strong heart. He had done that many times before, and most of the previous visitors had screamed out. All of a sudden, the staffer felt a little frustrated. Almost at this moment, Ji Yuning found the source of yin, which became more and more obvious. She was right, and there was indeed a real ghost. It was a male ghost, and it was flowing towards Ji Yuning's direction. It was in black clothing with an extremely pale face, which looked quite scary. However, Ji Yuning had seen ghosts many times, so she wasn't afraid of it. The male ghost flew towards them in a hurry, and Ji Yuning guessed that it might have smelt her air of a girl who was born in a lunar year. Although normally ghosts couldn't touch mortals, they could directly absorb the energy of a girl who was born in a lunar year with magic. Ji Yuning wasn't worried about it, because she could put it into her telepathic eye space once it touched her, and she would deal with it later when she was alone. Along the way, Zhang Zikai and other people were screaming out loud. Even Chu Peihan and Hao Ran were greatly scared too. They were only scared by the staff's sudden small movements, and they weren't frightened by the still monsters and ghosts. At the same time, they felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. "Jesus, this stuff is disgusting," Chu Peihan complained. "I almost had a heart attack, but you only feel disgusted. You have a very strong heart." Zhang Zikai was amazed. "You can look at our boss. She's calm all the time and doesn't look scared at all." Chu Peihan turned around and glanced at Ji Yuning. Chu Peihan admired Ji Yuning because of that. It seemed that everything was very normal in her eyes. Actually, Ji Yuning hadn't seen such bloody and disgusting stuff before, but she had watched them from movies. Moreover, she knew they were all fake, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Zikai followed behind Ji Yuning, so she couldn't see her expression. After hearing what Chu Peihan said, she stuck her head to look at Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning indeed had no reaction at all. Zhang Zikai was astonished and asked, "Ji Yuning, aren't you afraid at all?" I'm not afraid, but indeed feel disgusted, said Ji Yuning. Jesus, you're the one who has the strongest heart here, Zhang Zikai said. When they went to the top of the stairs on the second floor, Ji Yuning saw the male ghost. It was in the middle of the stairs, looking straight at her with a greedy and excited expression. It was hard for it to find a girl who was born in a lunar year. Although Ji Yuning wasn't a virgin now, she was still very helpful for it. Ji Yuning could see it, but pretended that she didn't see it and walked ahead with her friends. Just when Ji Yuning approached the male ghost's hand came to her, and there was a spinning black air as big as a ball in its hand. As long as she was touched by it, her energy would be absorbed away quickly. However, right when the male ghost felt satisfied and was about to absorb Ji Yuning's energy, it felt that its soul was pulled away the second it touched Ji Yuning. Before it could realize what had happened, it was put into the telepathic eye space by Ji Yuning. During this time, it seemed that nothing had happened, and everyone continued to move forward. The middle part of the haunted house was the most terrifying part, and it even scared Hao Ran and Chu Peihan, who were quite brave. Ji Yuning also felt surprised, but wasn't scared. In about 20 minutes, Ji Yuning and her friends walked to the exit. Jesus, we're finally out. It's great torture inside. Once they walked out, Zhang Zikai felt that she was alive again and felt lucky that she survived. I can't stand now, said Xiao Zihan, then sat down on the chair at the door. In Ji Yuning's eyes, 20 minutes weren't long, but it was as long as a day for Zhang Zikai. Chu Peihan and other people also felt it was a long time, but it wasn't as long as a day. They sat down together afterwards and kept adjusting their breath. It wasn't a serious problem, so Ji Yuning didn't use her magical power to help them relax. Wow, it's much scarier than I thought, Hao Ran said. He had gone to many haunted houses before, but they weren't so scary. Chapter 1731, Teach Kung Fu. Although Zhang Zikai told them it was scary, and he knew it would definitely be scarier than the haunted houses he had been to before, he was still surprised by its degree of horror. Yeah, it's even scarier than I thought, said Chu Peihan. Her body was still trembling in fear, and she had the same feeling as Hao Ran. Zihan, come to my place and sleep with me tonight, or I'll be scared going home alone, said Zhang Zikai to Xiao Zihan all of a sudden. Although there were bright lights along her way home, she was reluctant to be alone in the car. Sure, said Xiao Zihan. She also didn't want Zhang Zikai to go home alone after sending her back home. What if any accidents happened? Do you need us to protect you? Ji Yuning asked with concern. Thanks, but don't bother. It's not that serious actually. I'm fine in Zihan's company, said Zhang Zikai. She rejected, but not because she was worried that Ji Yuning might find out where she lived and her family background, she simply didn't want to bother Ji Yuning. In addition, it wasn't that serious. Even though she was still afraid, there were bright lights along the way and it was still early, so there was a lot of traffic on the road. Great. Since Zhang Zikai didn't need her help, Ji Yuning didn't insist. After they rested for a while, they left. What do you want to do tomorrow? Ji Yuning asked her friends on their way back. Hao Ran and the others would go back the day after tomorrow, so they only had a day left to enjoy themselves here. Of course, the Great Wall. What a shame if we don't visit the Great Wall after we come to the capital, said Chu Peihan. After driving Hao Ran and the others back to Xianxia Hotel, Ji Yuning went to Century City. It wasn't very late when she got back to Century City, and it was only 11 p.m. Leng Xiaoting called her at 11 p.m. every day, because he could only be free at this time. He would either be in the Leng family's old house, or talking with Jing Yunyo before that. Ji Yuning went to bed after having a conversation with Leng Xiaoting. Because it was late, she decided to let the male ghost stay in her telepathic eye space for a while. She would deal with it someday when she had time. The next day, Ji Yuning didn't go running, instead she exercised in the yard. Afterwards, she tested Chu Peihan's fighting skills. Chu Peihan was undoubtedly better than Yu Mixi, because she had received professional training. However, Chu Peihan was still no comparable to Ji Yuning. Anyway, she was able to defeat over 10 ordinary men now. Among them, other than Ji Yuning, Chu Peihan was the best at martial arts. After that, they went to pack up and had breakfast in the Xianxia hotel, then went to see Haoran and the other boys. It took nearly 2 hours from here to the Great Wall, and it was the rush hour, so there was a little traffic jam on the road. After having breakfast, Jing Yuniao began to teach Leng Xiaoting Kung Fu. Although he already had a private teacher, Jing Yuniao would still teach him more skills, because it would only do him good. Leng Xiaoting told Jing Yuniao that they would meet Shengguan Yang together tomorrow after Ji Yuning's friends finished their trip in the capital. Since Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting already accepted each other, it was time for Jing Yuniao to meet Shengguan Yang. Leng Xiaoting soon got familiar with the kung fu skills Jing Yuniao taught him, leaving Jing Yuniao amazed by his ability again. She also felt quite proud of him. Since Leng Xiaoting was already a cultivator, Jing Yuniao hoped that he could go up in the levels of his cultivation as soon as possible. Therefore, since Jing Yuniao was free these days, she was busy teaching Leng Xiaoting Kung Fu. Because Leng Xiaoting's cultivation was still at a low level, he couldn't learn magic for the time being. A real cultivator needed to learn magic and martial arts at the same time, because it would generate more powerful energy after being combined. 2 hours later, Jing Yuniao and Leng Xiaoting stopped practicing kung fu and went to the Leng family's old house. Zhang Shuyuan couldn't sleep at all last night because of Jing Yuniao. She was full of anxiety. Luckily, Zhang Shuyuan went to work in the morning, so Jing Yuniao didn't see her when she arrived at the Leng family's old house. Yu Yin should go to work too, but she asked for a day off in case Jing Yuniao felt uneasy being the only woman left in the Leng family's old house. Yesterday was Sunday, so Leng Yuanjin's family already went back home. After having lunch in the Leng family's old house, Yu Yin and Jing Yuniao went to shop together, while Leng Xiaoting stayed with Master Leng at home. He hadn't stayed with Master Leng for a long time, especially after Ji Yuning became his girlfriend, because he left to see Ji Yuning once he was free. Normally, members of the Leng family left the house with bodyguards, because they were very important and had many enemies who always wanted to hurt them. However, with Jing Yuniao by Yu Yin's side, there was no need for them to go out with bodyguards today. Jing Yuniao was able to defeat dozens of strong men after all. Only Leng Xiaoting knew the real reason why Jing Yuniao was so strong, but the other members of the Leng family also knew that she wasn't weak at all. Although Jing Yuniao had Leng Xiaoting's card, Leng Xiaoting was still worried that she might not use it. As a result, he turned to Yu Yin for help and hoped that Yu Yin could encourage Jing Yuniao to buy anything she liked without caring about the prices. Yu Yin took Jing Yuniao to the commercial zone, where there were several large shopping malls, including Fengsheng Shopping Mall, which was owned by the Tang family. When they entered Fengsheng Shopping Mall, Yu Yin said to Jing Yuniao, "Oh, do you know that Fengsheng Shopping Mall is owned by Ji Yuning's family?" "What? It's owned by Ji Yuning's family?" Jing Yuniao was shocked. She knew that Ji Yuning had many companies, but she didn't know Fengsheng Shopping Mall was one of them. In fact, she still didn't know much about Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't bother to keep her family background secret from Jing Yuniao, but she was busy having fun with her friends these days, and Jing Yuniao stayed in the Leng family's old house, so they didn't have much time to talk about it. "It's owned by Ji Yuning's father. Her father is from the richest family, the Tang family, in City B," said Yu Yin. "The Tang family in City B. Ji Yuning's family in the richest Tang family in City B. Why is her surname Ji Yu, instead of Tang?" asked Jing Yuniao with confusion. Chapter 1732, Does the Tang family treat Ji Yuning well? Because Ji Yuning's story wasn't a secret anymore, Yu Yin felt like she could share it with Jing Yuniao, so she said, Ji Yuning's surname was given by her mother. Because her father lost his memories years ago after being trapped and injured, her mother rescued her father and they fell in love afterwards. Ji Yuning's father had an accident later and got his memories back, but he forgot about Ji Yuning's mother. Ji Yuning's mother thought that her father was already dead, so she raised Ji Yuning alone. Ji Yuning met members of the Tang family early in this year, after which they finally accepted each other. "Does the Tang family treat Ji Yuning well?" asked Jing Yuniao, because Ji Yuning had already grown up when she met the members of the Tang family. Very well, and they look very close to each other, said Yu Yin, feeling happy for Ji Yuning about that. Knowing that, Jing Yuniao was relieved. Actually, even if the Tang family treated Ji Yuning badly, the Leng family would treat her very well. It was quite obvious that Leng Xiaoting, Master Leng, and Leng Yuanzhen's family liked Ji Yuning very much. In addition, Ji Yuning deserved their love and good treatment. Jing Yuniao would treat Ji Yuning well too. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, she wouldn't have been able to see Leng Xiaoting. If it weren't for Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting might be alone throughout his life. Yu Yin continued, the Tang family wanted to give Ji Yuning some shares of its family business at the party they held to welcome her back home, but Ji Yuning declined. She said that she would fight for what she wants. She isn't an ordinary girl, and became a billionaire within a very short time. Right, she isn't an ordinary girl, said Jing Yuniao. However, she knew that Ji Yuning was unusual because she was a cultivator, which Yu Yin didn't know. Oh, Ji Yuning's mother is 5 months pregnant. Do you mind? Asked Yu Yin. Because Ji Yuning was already 19 and her younger sister or brother would be much younger than her, it wasn't easy for ordinary people to accept it. Some people thought it was embarrassing if there was a huge age gap between children. Some believed that the younger child would steal away the older child's property. Especially when the older child was a girl and the family valued boys above girls, it would be impossible for the girl to inherit the family wealth. Yu Yin believed that Jing Yuniao wouldn't mind, but she was still slightly worried. Jing Yuniao frowned. I of course don't mind, because it's their right. I'm just worried about whether they decided to have the second child because Ji Yuning is a girl. She only worried that the Tang family valued boys more than girls and Ji Yuning might feel aggrieved. She didn't think it was embarrassing that Ji Yuning's parents decided to have the second child at an old age. It didn't matter either whether her future daughter-in-law's property would be stolen away. Ji Yuning was a billionaire now, and Leng Xiaoting was even richer than her. Even if Ji Yuning couldn't inherit the Tang family's wealth, she could still live a wealthy life. It was Ji Yuning who persuaded them to have the second child, because she spends most of her time in the capital, and she's afraid that her parents might feel alone. If they could have another child, they won't be alone, said Yu Yin. Hearing that, Jing Yuniao relaxed. In that case, the Tang family treated boys and girls equally, and Ji Yuning wouldn't be disdained. As they shopped along the street, Yu Yin said, there is a good clothing store. Why don't we go there to have a look? Sure, said Jing Yuniao. Actually, she had no intention to buy clothes for herself, because she already had enough clothing. She simply came out to keep Yu Yin's company. Wherever Yu Yin wanted to go, she would go with her. Yu Yin, however, did her best to find clothes which were suitable for Jing Yuniao, and she kept encouraging Jing Yuniao to buy them, which was Leng Xiaoting's hope, and she didn't want to disappoint him. Once Yu Yin walked inside with Jing Yuniao, those saleswomen welcomed them with great enthusiasm. They didn't know Yu Yin's identity, but Yu Yin was a VIP member of the store. Customers of this store were all rich people, especially the VIP members. Saleswomen definitely welcomed rich customers to spend money here. Most people were snobbish, some would show it on their faces, while some wouldn't. Ms. Yu, please try on any pieces you like, said a saleswoman. She understood that Yu Yin disliked being surrounded by saleswomen when she looked around, so the saleswoman said nothing further after greeting Yu Yin. She only followed Yu Yin in silence, waiting to serve Yu Yin at any time. Yu Yin looked around, then took out a dress and compared it with Jing Yuniao's build. I think this one is good. Yuniao, try it. I have enough clothes, and I don't think I should buy more, said Jing Yuniao at once. No woman can have enough clothes. Your son told me to help you shop. If you don't spend money on your own, I'll do it for you and he'll pay the bill, said Yu Yin. Jing Yuniao was amused and didn't know what to say. It seemed that she had to spend money today. Anyway, Yu Yin was right. No woman could have enough clothes, every woman always wanted to buy more clothing. Knowing that she couldn't reject, Jing Yuniao went to put on the dress. Before long, Jing Yuniao walked out and amazed everyone. It was a dark red adjusted cheongsam with golden patterns. It was sleeveless, which was no different from the traditional cheongsam, but the lower part was different. The skirt reached a little above the knee and it had fishtail lace. Jing Yuniao had a very beautiful face, otherwise she wouldn't have such an extraordinarily handsome son like Leng Xiaoting. She also kept in shape and this dress accentuated her curved body. She was even more attractive than a model. The next second, a group of saleswomen and customers surrounded her and kept complimenting her. Jesus, it's amazing. She's beautiful with an outstanding build, so it looks very different on her. Right, I'm envious now. Hearing their compliments, Jing Yuniao felt a little shy. We'll buy this one, said Yu Yin, not bothering to look at the price tag. However, Jing Yuniao saw its price when she went to try on it just then, and it cost 18,000 yuan. It was too expensive in her eyes, so she denied it at once. I think we can see other dresses. This one is too expensive. Chapter 1733. None of your business. Even though it only cost 18,000 yuan, she still thought it was expensive, because it was only a summer dress. Although it was nothing for Leng Xiaoting, she had never bought such an expensive dress before, so she felt reluctant to pay for it. Yu Yin opened her mouth and wanted to persuade Jing Yuniao to buy it. However, before she could say anything, an unkind female voice interrupted her. It only costs 18,000 yuan. I think it's very cheap. If you can't afford it, then don't try it on. It's embarrassing if you can't buy it after trying it on. It was a woman about 40 years old, who was pretty and had a good build. All of her clothes and accessories were designer brands, so it was obvious that she was rich. The woman looked at Jing Yuniao and Yu Yin with disdain. She didn't know Yu Yin's identity, otherwise she wouldn't dare to make fun of them. The Leng family was the most powerful family in the capital, and it was ridiculous that it couldn't afford a dress which only cost 18,000 yuan. Yu Yin was mad. She was very gentle normally, but it didn't mean that she was weak. In fact, she was quite protective of those she cared about. Therefore, once someone dared to pick on her family members or close friends, she would become aggressive in an instant. Nevertheless, Jing Yuniao stopped Yu Yin. Jing Yuniao turned to the woman and said in a cold tone, I only said that this dress is expensive, but I didn't say that I can't afford it. Don't you have any manners? The woman felt humiliated and got mad. Since you can afford it, pay the bill. It's none of your business whether I buy it or not, said Jing Yuniao. If you can't afford it, take it off, I want it, said the woman. She did that not because she liked this dress, but simply because she wanted to humiliate Jing Yuniao. Her hatred towards Jing Yuniao was quite strange, because Jing Yuniao had done nothing to annoy her, but she deliberately made things difficult for Jing Yuniao. In fact, the woman did it for a reason. She was jealous of Jing Yuniao because Jing Yuniao was prettier than her. As a result, when Jing Yuniao said that the dress was too expensive, she ached to laugh at Jing Yuniao. This dress is on my body now, and I have the right to make the choice first. If you want it, wait till I make the final decision. Jing Yuniao wasn't weak at all. She remained kind in front of members of the Leng family, but there was no need for her to be nice to those who were unkind to her. This ma'am is right. Mrs. Tong, if you want this dress, please wait until this ma'am decides to give it up, said a saleswoman. She didn't choose to side with Jing Yuniao on purpose, it was the rule in their store. If a customer put on a dress, other customers had to wait till the customer decided not to buy it. Therefore, even if Mrs. Tong wanted this dress, she had to wait until Jing Yuniao decided not to buy it. Hearing that, Mrs. Tong was full of anger. She couldn't accept it when she was told to choose among the clothes which were left behind by other people. I don't want the clothing she has tried on, Mrs. Tong said with dislike at once. She totally forgot that she just said that she wanted the dress on Jing Yuniao's body. Anyway, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so no one bothered to waste more time on that argument. Mrs. Tong stopped competing against Jing Yuniao, and went to look at other clothes. However, it wasn't over yet. Yu Yin told Jing Yuniao to keep on shopping for more clothes, because different people had different tastes and Jing Yuniao might not like the clothes she liked. Jing Yuniao decided to buy the dress that she was wearing after having the argument against Mrs. Tong, but she thought it was enough and didn't want to shop for more clothes. However, Yu Yin kept encouraging her to buy more, so she went to look at other clothing. At the same time, Mrs. Tong wouldn't move her eyes away from Jing Yunyao. It seemed that she was unwilling to give up like that. "Excuse me, can I?" Jing Yunyao noticed a dress on a mannequin, and she turned to a saleswoman for help, because she wanted to try on it. However, before she could finish, Mrs. Tong's voice sounded again, and she pointed at the same dress, then said, "I need to try on that dress." Because Mrs. Tong said that aloud first, the saleswoman was placed in a dilemma now. "It's fine. I can look at other dresses." Jing Yunyao didn't want the saleswoman to be put in a difficult position, so she decided to give that dress up. Seeing that Jing Yunyao failed, Mrs. Tong gave her a glance of pride. Yu Yin, however, was furious, but couldn't say anything at this moment. Afterwards, Mrs. Tong went to try on that dress. Because Mrs. Tong was pretty with a good build, the dress looked good on her too, but she wasn't comparable to Jing Yunyao. As a result, in addition to the saleswoman who served her, no one else complimented her. When Mrs. Tong walked out in that dress, Jing Yunyao also tried on another dress which looked almost the same as the one on Mrs. Tong. They were in the same collection and both were creamy white, but they were slightly different at the shoulders. Although they looked almost the same, the difference was still very obvious. Jing Yunyao had no intention to overshadow Mrs. Tong, but she really liked this dress. Everyone was amazed again by her beauty when she walked out, and she was much more attractive than Mrs. Tong. "She's stunning and every dress looks good on her. Right, I'm envious of her." When everyone was complimenting Jing Yunyao, Mrs. Tong was annoyed because she didn't have the same treatment. "What do you want to do? Why did you put on the same dress as me?" Mrs. Tong questioned Jing Yunyao. She had to admit that Jing Yunyao looked more attractive in that dress than her. If she could be prettier than Jing Yunyao, her attitude would be quite different. "It's ridiculous. My sister-in-law saw the dress you were wearing first, but you grabbed it away. My sister-in-law said nothing about it and let you try it on. Why can't she try on another dress which is almost the same?" "You're so unreasonable," Yu Yin argued. "And this store is open to every customer. All the clothes are available to be tried on by any customers. Do you own this store?" Mrs. Tong knew her behavior wasn't right, so she didn't know how to retort all of a sudden. However, she couldn't swallow the anger, so she said, "Although this store isn't owned by my family, it's owned by my friend's family. I can give her a simple call and you'll all be blacklisted." Chapter 1734. Apologize or leave. Because she knew all the saleswomen in this store didn't know her, she didn't directly show her identity to them, but chose to threaten Jing Yunyao. Yu Yin smiled with mockery. "Great, do it now." Mrs. Tong really wasn't a smart woman, because a smart person wouldn't destroy his or her own business for a so-called friend. Coincidentally, Yu Yin knew the owner of this store too, and she knew its boss wasn't dumb. It was impossible that its boss would treat them badly because of Mrs. Tong's unreasonable behavior. Instead, if Mrs. Tong insisted on making it a serious problem, the owner of this store might cut their friendship, because Mrs. Tong simply made enemies for her. Mrs. Tong, however, didn't hesitate to take out her phone. She didn't think further about Yu Yin's words, and she believed that Yu Yin couldn't be as influential as her. Therefore, Mrs. Tong called the owner of the store at once. Such a stupid person would never reflect on her behavior. Yu Yin didn't stop her, neither did the saleswomen in the store. Since Yu Yin had no intention to stop Mrs. Tong, they wouldn't do it either, because it was obvious that Yu Yin wanted to teach Mrs. Tong a lesson. However, some people who didn't know Yu Yin's family background felt worried about her. If the owner of this store really blacklisted Yu Yin for Mrs. Tong, it would be embarrassing. After all, it wasn't Yu Yin's fault. Nevertheless, the saleswoman in the store didn't think their boss would do that. Although they had no idea of Yu Yin's family background, she was a friend of a senior official's wife, and Mrs. Tong wasn't comparable to her at all. As a result, they didn't think Yu Yin would lose. Before long, the owner of this store answered Mrs. Tong's call, and Mrs. Tong said, Jiayu, there are 2 customers who won't stop competing with me for clothes in your store. You must help me with it. They wouldn't stop competing with her for clothes. It was ridiculous. Mrs. Tong didn't feel ashamed at all when she made up such a lie in front of everyone. What? How is it possible? I don't want such customers to shop in my store. The owner of the store said in annoyance. Tell the store manager to take the call. After that, Mrs. Tong handed her phone to the store manager and also gave the manager a glance of warning. She was threatening the store manager to side with her. The store manager frowned a little, because Mrs. Tong indeed was very shameless. Hi, boss, said the store manager. What exactly happened? Asked her boss. The store manager was very honest. Boss, the thing is that Ms. Yu and her sister-in-law came to our store today. Ms. Yu's sister-in-law tried on the first dress and it looked very good on her, but she thought it's too expensive, so she hesitated for a while. Mrs. Tong suddenly laughed at her and they had an argument. After that, Mrs. Tong grabbed away the second dress Ms. Yu's sister-in-law liked. Ms. Yu's sister-in-law didn't mind and chose another dress. The 2 dresses happened to be in the same collection, but Ms. Yu's sister-in-law looked more attractive than Mrs. Tong after they tried on the dress. Mrs. Tong was unhappy about it and said that Ms. Yu's sister-in-law did it on purpose. They had another argument afterwards. Mrs. Tong was full of anger, so she decided to use your influence to blacklist Ms. Yu and Ms. Yu's sister-in-law. Mrs. Tong was angry when the store manager told the truth in detail. It's she who stole my dress. The owner of this store was displeased after hearing the whole story. She chose to believe the store manager's account. Although she knew Mrs. Tong, they were common friends. Yu Yin, however, was different, because she was a good friend of a senior official's wife. In that case, Yu Yin was much more important than Mrs. Tong. We have all witnessed what has happened in the store, and there are surveillance cameras too. The store manager argued at once. Mrs. Tong didn't know what to say at this moment, because she knew it was the truth. Tell Mrs. Tong to apologize to Ms. Yu right now, and she must get Ms. Yu's forgiveness if she still wants to shop in our store, said the owner of this store. After this call, she finally understood what kind of person Mrs. Tong was. Mrs. Tong was so stupid that her family would be affected sooner or later. No problem, boss, the store manager said with a happy face. After that, the owner of this store hung up the call, and she didn't bother to talk with Mrs. Tong anymore. The store manager gave the phone back to Mrs. Tong and said, Mrs. Tong, our boss said that it's your fault today, and you should apologize to Ms. Yu and get her forgiveness if you want to continue to shop here. It wasn't a surprising answer in Yu Yin's eyes. Other people in the store felt satisfied with the result too. It was Mrs. Tong's fault after all, so she should apologize to Yu Yin and Jing Yunyao. However, it was unacceptable in Mrs. Tong's eyes. What? I should apologize to them. She couldn't believe that the owner of the store asked her to apologize to Yu Yin and get Yu Yin's forgiveness, or she wouldn't be allowed to shop here in the future. It was humiliating. In fact, Mrs. Tong still didn't think it was her fault. Mrs. Tong, since you're unwilling to apologize, please change your clothes and leave now, said the store manager. Even though she really disliked Mrs. Tong, she had to be polite on the surface. Mrs. Tong was mad and was reluctant to give up. Fine, if Lin Jiayu refuses to help me, I can turn to my cousin for help. My older female cousin is Mrs. Tang in the capital. As long as I tell her what has happened to me, your store will have to close. Lin Jiayu was the owner of this clothing store. The Tang family in the capital must be Tang Bingsun's family. In that case, Mrs. Tang must be Ji Yijing. Actually, Mrs. Tong was Ji Yijing's relative, and she was able to join a super-rich family because of their relationship. Chapter 1735. I'm displeased she joined the super-rich family in the same way as Ji Yijing, and both of them used to be a mistress. Besides, Mrs. Tong's husband had a plain face and he was in his late 50s now, nearly 20 years older than Mrs. Tong. If it hadn't been for such a huge gap, Mrs. Tong's husband wouldn't have married her. The store manager changed her expression when Mrs. Tong said that to her face. Although their boss's family had some influence in the capital, it was barely comparable to the Tang family. Mrs. Tong, I honestly don't know why you have to make things difficult for us today. We welcome every customer, but you deliberately caused trouble for us. What do you want? The store manager was annoyed, but still didn't dare to show her emotions on her face. Mrs. Tong was unreasonable. I'm mad. So what? Mrs. Tong said. She didn't think she had done anything wrong, and she never thought about the result of her behavior. Fine, you're mad, right? And you have the Tang family's support, right? Great, turn to it for help, and let's see what will happen. I can protect this store, said Yu Yin in a serious tone all of a sudden. She couldn't stand Mrs. Tong's behavior anymore. Since Mrs. Tong wanted to bully other people with her connections, Yu Yin wouldn't be afraid to do the same thing. She had never done that before, but she couldn't submit to the humiliation today. Mrs. Tong was angry, but surprised too, because it seemed that Yu Yin had some connections too. If Yu Yin was more influential than her, it would be a terrible mistake if she offended her. At this time, Mrs. Tong started to think carefully about it. However, she was still unwilling to give up right now, because she would lose face. In addition, she thought that Yu Yin might just be bragging. Therefore, in order to save her face, Mrs. Tong refused to change her mind. Great, let's wait and see, said Mrs. Tong and called Ji Yijing at once. However, Ji Yijing's phone was turned off. Mrs. Tong felt embarrassed and began to blame Ji Yijing for turning her phone off at this moment. In fact, Ji Yijing was innocent. Anyway, Mrs. Tong didn't dare to criticize Ji Yijing. On the contrary, she had to please her, because she relied on Ji Yijing to stabilize her position. Even though her husband was nearly 60, rich men loved playing around. Therefore, if it hadn't been for Ji Yijing, she would have been removed from the position of Mrs. Tong. She knew Ji Yijing's character very well. If she annoyed Ji Yijing would directly ignore her and she might lose a lot afterwards. As for her husband's affairs, she could only turn a blind eye on it, as long as she had enough money to spend and her son could inherit the Tong family's wealth. Well, I can't get through to her, so I can let you leave today, but I won't let you get away with it. Mrs. Tong didn't know what else she could do when she couldn't get through to Ji Yijing. Mrs. Tong turned to Ji Yijing for help, instead of her own husband, because Lin Jiayu had powerful support too. In addition, many of Lin Jiayu's friends were super rich ladies, so she was afraid that the Tong family might not be able to help her with it. However, given Ji Yijing's status, it would be much easier. What she didn't know was that Jing Yuniao and Yu Yin actually were much more influential than Ji Yijing. Oh, tell Mrs. Tang that the woman who competed with you for the dresses as Yu Yin and her husband's family is the Leng family, said Yu Yin. Because this clothing store was innocent and it was their own personal grudge, Yu Yin didn't want Lin Jiayu to be affected. Although she didn't think smart people should agree to help Mrs. Tong with such a stupid thing, she wasn't familiar with members of the Tang family. Ordinary people might not know the influence of Yu Yin and the Leng family, but everyone in high society was aware of it. After all, no one was willing to mess with the Leng family. Normally, people in high society were familiar with each other, and members of the Leng family often showed up at different parties, so they weren't strange faces. In that case, even if Mrs. Tong hadn't heard of Yu Yin, Ji Yijing must have. If Ji Yijing didn't know it, she would do some research, because there was only one Leng family in high society. The surname of Leng wasn't common anyway. Let's see. Mrs. Tong snorted with disdain, then walked straight to the changing room. Actually, Mrs. Tong felt a little anxious right now, because Yu Yin wasn't afraid of the Tang family at all, so it was possible that Yu Yin was even more influential than the Tang family. Mrs. Tong decided to do some research to learn more about the woman named Yu Yin. If Yu Yin really had a high status, it should be easy to learn some information about her. In a short while, Mrs. Tong changed her clothes and walked out. Although she really liked this dress she just tried on, she was unwilling to buy it when she was chased out of this store. This shopping mall was very large, and she could go to shop in other stores. In fact, even if she wanted to buy it, the owner of this store might not be willing to sell it to her. "Don't worry, I can take the responsibility, it has nothing to do with you and your store," said Yu Yin to the store manager when Mrs. Tong was gone. "Thanks," said the store manager. Given what had just happened, she knew that Yu Yin wasn't afraid of the Tang family. She had met Yu Yin a few times before, and she knew that Yu Yin didn't like bragging. Even if Yu Yin wasn't influential, she had a good friend who was the wife of a senior official. As long as her friend was willing to stand out, the Tang family wouldn't bother to make it serious. Therefore, she chose to believe Yu Yin. Chapter 1736, Take Revenge. Mrs. Tong left later, but Jing Yuniao and Yu Yin kept on shopping. Although their mood was slightly affected, they still enjoyed looking around for beautiful clothes. Jing Yuniao was pretty with a good build, so she looked attractive in any clothes. Therefore, she bought 2 dresses and a suit she had tried after being encouraged by Yu Yin. Because Yu Yin was a super VIP, they had a 20% discount and paid nearly 50,000 yuan in the end. In fact, clothes from Gufan had the same high quality as those in this store, but the prices of those clothes here were times higher. The most expensive summer dress from Gufan was less than 5,000 yuan. It actually was understandable because this store was quite famous with over 10 years of history. In addition, the owner of this store, Lin Jiayu, was also a top clothing designer in their country, so her fame added to the prices. Once Gufan became famous and was upgraded, its price would go up too. Ji Yuning aimed to build a high-end brand, so the price must match its fame. In addition to Gufan, Ji Yuning would establish another brand for the middle level, where the prices would be around hundreds to thousands of yuan. She would start to do that when there was a good timing. Even though it was a brand at the middle level, its quality would still be better than that of other brands of the same level. Ji Yuning wanted her brands to be as famous as its high quality. After buying clothes, they surely needed to buy shoes and bags as accessories. Jing Yuniao wanted to decline, but Yu Yin persuaded he. "I know you don't want to spend much money, because it's Xiaoting's money, but he's your son. There is nothing you should be worried about. Although Xiaoting is a soldier, his salary, benefits, and bonus are quite high. The Yi family's business was acquired by xianxia, but Xiaoting keeps some of its shares. Anyway, Xiaoting doesn't lack money at all, so you can spend as much money as you want. It's his way of showing filial piety towards you, so you shouldn't upset him." Because Ji Yuning had told Jing Yuniao that Leng Xiaoting was the owner of xianxia, but that the other members in the Leng family weren't aware of it except for Master Leng, Jing Yuniao wasn't surprised when Yu Yin said that to her. Anyway, Jing Yuniao agreed that she shouldn't upset Leng Xiaoting since he was willing to take care of her. She didn't know much about Leng Xiaoting for the time being, so she was slightly worried. As a result, being encouraged by Yu Yin, Jing Yuniao bought 3 pairs of shoes and 3 bags afterwards. Jing Yuniao was very generous, so she told Yu Yin to pick some as well and that she would pay the bill. Yu Yin declined at the beginning. But Jing Yuniao insisted, so she agreed in the end. After that, Jing Yuniao bought some clothes for Master Leng and Leng Xiaoting too. Even though they didn't lack clothes at all, she thought she should bring gifts back to them. When she paid for the clothes she planned to send Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng, she used her own card. Although she wasn't very rich, she had millions of yuan and wasn't poor either. Moreover, Jing Yuniao didn't hesitate to spend money on Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng, and she paid over 100,000 yuan for their gifts. "Oh, Yuniao, your skin is unbelievably good. What skincare products do you usually use?" Yu Yin asked with curiosity. She thought that Jing Yuniao's skin was in a better condition than ordinary people. It was flawless without any wrinkles. Yu Yin, however, wasn't comparable to Jing Yuniao, although she also took good care of her facial skin. In fact, Jing Yuniao was a few years older than Yu Yin, but Yu Yin looked older than Jing Yuniao instead. When Jing Yuniao gave birth to Leng Xiaoting, she was 21, and Leng Xiaoting was 26 now, so she should be 47 this year. However, Jing Yuniao seemed in her early 30s. Many rich ladies paid special attention to their skin, which wasn't strange, but Jing Yuniao still looked different. Actually, given Jing Yunyao's level as a cultivator, she should be like a 20-year-old girl, but she seemed in her early 30s. It was because her face had been disfigured before, so it changed. Jing Yunyao was struck dumb for a second when Yu Yin asked her that question, because she didn't use skincare products nor did she need them. As a cultivator, she was able to keep her skin in a very young condition, and she could stay beautiful for a very long time. If she hadn't been injured and disfigured that time, she wouldn't look like that right now. Nevertheless, it was hard for her to explain it to Yu Yin, so she made up an excuse. Well, I use kuzi, and my skin has always been in a good condition. Oh, I understand. Yu Yin wasn't surprised. Ningning also sent me a set of kuzi, and my skin is also much better now. Speaking of that, I think kuzi can soon become an international brand under Ningning's leadership. Yu Yin complimented Ji Yuning every time she talked about her, because Ji Yuning was too outstanding to be ignored. Right. Jing Yunyao agreed. When they felt a little tired after shopping, they went to have a rest in a cafe, then went home. Once Mrs. Tong left the clothing store, she asked her friends who were also rich ladies whether they had heard of a woman named Yu Yin whose husband's surname was Leng. Because of Mrs. Tong's status, her friends were in the same class as her. After asking 5 people, she finally had the answer. The rich lady who knew Yu Yin worked in the same department as her, and she had met Yu Yin at a meeting of insiders. She heard of Yu Yin's family background from other people's mouths. Yu Yin works in the government, and she married into the Leng family in the capital. Knowing that, Mrs. Tong was shocked and her phone fell from her hand. What? Yu Yin married into the Leng family in the capital. It was too shocking. If so, even the Tang family was barely comparable to it. Mrs. Tong regretted threatening Yu Yin, and she didn't dare to turn to Ji Yijing for help now. It was impossible for Mrs. Tong to have the idea of taking revenge again. Chapter 1737. Upset but not annoyed. At 5 p.m., Jing Yunyao and Yu Yin went back to the Leng family's old house. Because Jing Yunyao came back with a lot of shopping bags, she felt embarrassed when she saw Master Leng again. She was worried that she might leave a bad impression on Master Leng. Although they're not many, you can go shopping again when you're free next time. Leng Xiaoting glanced at those shopping bags. He wasn't very satisfied with Jing Yunyao's shopping ability. Jing Yunyao, however, was surprised. They're a lot. I don't think it's enough even if you take everything in the store home, said Leng Xiaoting. Jing Yunyao felt touched. After that, she took out the clothes she bought for Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng. Jing Yunyao didn't tell them that she paid the bill with her own card, because she had spent a lot of Leng Xiaoting's money after all. What Leng Xiaoting had given her was much more than what she could give him. Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng were happy to receive gifts from her, and they didn't care who paid the bill. They cared about each other after all, so they were happy to receive gifts from someone they cared about. At this time, Ji Yuning and her friends went back to the city center. They were exhausted after touring for a whole day, but Ji Yuning stayed energetic because she had magical power to nourish herself. Ji Yuning didn't share her magical power with her friends not because she was mean, but because it wasn't necessary. They weren't injured, nor sick after all. They had to learn to improve their own physical condition by accepting pressure. Afterwards, they decided to have a big seafood meal together. When they were stuffed, they were full of energy again. After having the meal, they went back to have a rest. There was nothing fun to do in the night after all. They could only go to bars in the night, but they were still very young, and shouldn't go to bars very often. Ji Yuning drove Hao Ran and the boys to the hotel, then went back to Century City. Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping would fly back to City F at 2 p.m. tomorrow, so Ji Yuning would send them to the airport after lunch then. Mu Ke stayed in the hotel for the time being, and he would go to the university when the new semester began. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi continued to live in Century City. Because most college students needed to live in dormitories, they would live in their schools after the new semester began. Ji Yuning would gather with them on weekends if they were free. They could also come and stay in her place on weekends if they wanted, including Mu Ke. Baili Zongyang and his younger sister lived here, so Leng Xiaoting couldn't come. Therefore, if Leng Xiaoting came back, Ji Yuning would go to meet him at Mountain River Garden. In that case, Chu Peihen could stay in her house, and it wouldn't cause her any trouble. If Ji Yuning was busy, she would leave to deal with her business and there was no need for her to give her friends special treatment. They were very close now anyway. When they were back in Century City, it was only 9 p.m., so Ji Yuning called Jing Yunyao to talk with her for a while. At this time, Jing Yunyao and Leng Xiaoting were on their way back to Mountain River Garden, but they weren't going home. Instead, they went to meet Jing Jining in the hotel across Mountain River Garden. It was time for Leng Xiaoting to see Jing Jining. Although Jing Jining always knew about the existence of Leng Xiaoting and he had secretly helped Leng Xiaoting a lot, Leng Xiaoting didn't know him at all. Seeing that Ji Yuning called Jing Yunyao of her own accord and didn't give him a call, Leng Xiaoting felt upset. However, he wasn't annoyed, because Jing Yunyao was his mother and it was a good thing if his future wife could have a close relationship with his mother. Jing Yunyao got along quite well with Ji Yuning, and didn't take her as a girl who was much younger than her. They were like friends, and Jing Yunyao told Ji Yuning what she had done today. When Leng Xiaoting heard that a woman had deliberately made things difficult for Jing Yunyao in a clothing store, he was displeased. Although he knew ordinary people couldn't hurt Jing Yunyao, he was still affected because he cared about her. No matter what you'll encounter, you can fight back as long as you've done nothing wrong. You can also teach her a lesson, but don't disable or kill her. No one can bully members of the Leng family, said Ji Yuning. She also knew that Jing Yunyao wasn't weak at all, but she was worried that Jing Yunyao might feel aggrieved. There were many rules in the mortals' world, but it would be acceptable as long as it was allowed by the law. Besides, if they had to use violence, it must be the last resort. When they were left no choice, it wasn't a big deal if they injured someone. I know. Jing Yunyao felt warm in heart when she felt that she was being cared about. When Ji Yuning heard Jing Yunyao mention the Tang family, her face changed a little. Once Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping left tomorrow, she would get down to her serious business. I think the woman won't dare to do anything after learning about Aunt Yan's family background, said Ji Yuning. Bullies only dared to bully those who were weaker than them, so Ji Yuning believed that the woman would stay away from Jing Yunyao after knowing Yu Yin's family background. Ji Yuning was right. As soon as Mrs. Tong learned of Yu Yin's influence, she didn't dare to have the idea of taking revenge. Right, she shouldn't be so stupid, said Jing Yunyao. Even if Mrs. Tong wouldn't give up, there was nothing to be afraid of. Jing Yunyao wasn't worried about that, she simply disliked unnecessary trouble. They talked for a while longer, then hung up the phone. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao soon arrived at the hotel where Jing Jining stayed. Because Jing Yunyao gave him a call before she came here, Jing Jining was waiting for them. Jing Yunyao hadn't yet told Leng Xiaoting that Jing Jining was actually paying special attention to him and had even secretly helped him a lot. She wanted to tell him earlier, but Ji Yuning called her. It was too late to talk about that right now, so she decided to do that after they met each other. Chapter 1738. Where like enemies. Leng Xiaoting felt nervous when he heard that he was going to see Jing Yunyao, but he didn't feel nervous at all when he went to meet Jing Jining, even though Jing Jining was his uncle. In fact, although Jing Jining was his uncle, they were still strangers and had never met before. Since Leng Xiaoting knew nothing about him, he couldn't make Leng Xiaoting feel nervous. They didn't meet in Jing Jining's room, instead going to a private room in the tea house in the hotel. They were relatives, but other people didn't know that, so it wasn't appropriate if they had a secret meeting in a room. Jing Jining wasn't nervous or anxious when he was about to see Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't the first time he had heard of and seen Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting didn't know that he had seen him before. However, upon thinking of Leng Xiaoting, Jing Jining had mixed emotions. He was amazed by Leng Xiaoting's life experience and the way he grew up. He was also worried about what Leng Xiaoting was going to face after becoming a cultivator. No matter how difficult it would be, Jing Jining made up his mind to side with Leng Xiaoting, because he stopped caring about the Jing family a long time ago. Right when Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao approached the private room, Jing Jining opened the door, because he felt them once they moved near. Hi, Jining, Jing Yuniao called him, then said to Leng Xiaoting. Xiaoting, this is your Uncle Jining. Uncle Jining, Leng Xiaoting politely greeted Jing Jining, but without much affection, because they were still very strange to each other now. Come on in. Jing Jining invited them to come inside, and they went to sit on the sofa. After they were seated, Jing Jining asked Jing Yuniao. Yuniao, have you remembered anything? A little over the time, but it's too little. I have only remembered what happened before I got married, said Jing Yuniao. She was slightly disappointed, but it was better than nothing. At least now she was sure of her identity and her relationship with Leng Xiaoting, which helped her relax. Since you're getting your memories back bit by bit, you'll get all of them back sooner or later, said Jing Jining to comfort Jing Yuniao. I will, Jing Yuniao said. She knew that she could do that sooner or later, but she couldn't wait for it. However, no matter how impatient she was right now, she had to stay calm. You know what exactly has happened that year, right? Leng Xiaoting asked all of a sudden. Although he asked that question, he knew the answer was positive. Jing Yuniao might forget it after losing memories, but Jing Jining wouldn't. Hearing that, both Jing Yuniao and Jing Jining remained silent for a while. Jing Jining gave Jing Yuniao a glance. He didn't know whether he should talk about it. Jing Yuniao said, right, we know, but we don't know how to explain it to you right now. Can we talk about it after you reach a high level? Leng Xiaoting would usually show respect, give in, or wouldn't insist in some situations, but sometimes he couldn't give in or give up, because it was related to him. He wasn't an outsider. If it had nothing to do with him, he wouldn't bother to be involved. Therefore, even though Jing Yuniao didn't want to tell him, Leng Xiaoting still continued, looking at Jing Yuniao, I went to the place where you and my father fell from the cliff. I had a dream after coming back, and you were fighting against a man in a black robe in the dream. My father was hit down the cliff, and you jumped to rescue him. Actually, as a cultivator, you should be fine even though you jumped down the cliff, but the man in a black robe attacked your back. You lost your ability to fight back and fell down the cliff along with my father. There is a big mole under the corner of the man's right eye. Well, it's just a dream, so I'm not sure whether it's true or not. In fact, all the pictures were seen by Ji Yuning, but he wanted to hear the answer from Jing Yuniao's mouth. He had to say it aloud, but couldn't expose Ji Yuning's secret, so he said it was his dream. Whether they believed it or not, he didn't have a better excuse. Jing Yuniao and Jing Jining were completely stunned when they heard that, and Leng Xiaoting was sure that it must be true from their reaction. He wasn't surprised, and all he wanted to know now was who the man was and why he attacked Leng Yuanan and Jing Yuniao. Jing Yuniao and Jing Jining didn't doubt Leng Xiaoting's words, because they thought only the two of them knew the truth. Besides, Jing Yuniao lost her memories. Although she knew who attacked her, she didn't know more details. It was impossible for Leng Xiaoting to have met the man, because Leng Xiaoting might not be able to survive if he really met the man and the man told him the truth. If the man told Leng Xiaoting the truth, it meant that he knew Leng Xiaoting's identity and he wouldn't allow Leng Xiaoting to survive. Therefore, they believed Leng Xiaoting's words. Cultivators always had a strong feeling about what their relatives were doing. Even if they were thousands of miles apart, they could still feel whether their relatives were in trouble. However, only those who really cared about each other could feel the situation they were in. If there wasn't a real familial relationship, they couldn't feel each other. Jing Yuniao and Leng Yuanan became an obsession in Leng Xiaoting's mind, so it was understandable that he often dreamed about them. In addition, during the past years, Leng Xiaoting had been through a lot of dangerous situations, and Jing Yuniao felt about them too. Unfortunately, because she lost her memories, the feeling wasn't strong. She thought that Jing Jining might be in trouble, but he denied it when she asked him, so she didn't think further about it. Since Leng Xiaoting had dreamed about the truth, there was no need for Jing Yuniao to keep it secret any longer, because it was meaningless. Although I couldn't remember every detail, your dream is basically the whole story. You'll know sooner or later, so I can tell you right now. The man is my father, but we're like enemies. Saying that, Jing Yuniao smiled and mocked herself, but she didn't elaborate on that. Chapter 1739. Can't blame her. However, when Leng Xiaoting heard that the man in a black robe with a mole under the corner of his right eye was Jing Yunyao's father, he was annoyed. What grudge made the man kill his own daughter? In Leng Xiaoting's memories, Jing Yunyao was a person with great moral standards and a strong sense of justice. It was impossible for her to do something to hurt her father. The Jing family is one of the 4 dominant families in the cultivation world, and cultivators are forbidden to marry mortals. Anyone who dares to break the rule will be imprisoned or deprived of their inner discipline. Because I was born in the Jing family, I escaped from the cultivation world and went to the mortals' world. I met your father and we fell in love afterwards. I gave birth to you, but my family would never accept it. I was chased and your father was killed because of me, said Jing Yunyao. Thinking of Leng Yuanan's death, Jing Yunyao blamed herself. She was also worried that Leng Xiaoting might blame her or have a bad impression of her. She knew that she would bring Leng Yuanan great danger if they were together, but she still did it. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting understood the reason why his so-called grandfather chased his parents. However, according to the rules, Jing Yunyao could survive, but his grandfather still chose to kill his parents. Although the man was his grandfather because of their family connection, he had murdered his parents. Therefore, he made up his mind to take revenge. In addition, even though Leng Yuanan's death had something to be with Jing Yunyao, Leng Xiaoting had no intention to blame her. Leng Yuanan loved Jing Yunyao so deeply that he was even willing to die for her. Since Leng Yuanan didn't blame her, he had no position to blame her. If Jing Yunyao and Leng Yuanan hadn't been together, he wouldn't have been born after all. Well, that's fate. No one wants it to happen, but you don't need to blame yourself. If you hadn't been with my father, I wouldn't have been born, said Leng Xiaoting to comfort his mother. Jing Yunyao felt much better when Leng Xiaoting said that. He's at a very high level, so I hope that you can leave the grudge aside, just for the time being of course. You're a talented cultivator, so we can take revenge together once you've reached a high level, alright? Asked Jing Yunyao. She knew that Leng Xiaoting wasn't impulsive, but she still needed to remind him to be careful and patient. I understand, said Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting stayed there for 1.5 hours before leaving at 11 p.m. When they got home, they went back to their own rooms. Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning and told her about what he had heard today. Knowing that the man in black with a mole under the corner of his right eye was Jing Yunyao's father, Ji Yuning was amazed too, because she thought that the man was Jing Yunyao's enemy. Unexpectedly, the man was Jing Yunyao's father. Although Ji Yuning was greatly surprised, she soon calmed down. After all, she had been through the same thing, of a father wanting to kill his own daughter. The only difference was that Jing Yunyao was chased by her father, while Tang Aining was chased by a killer hired by her father. Jing Yunyao was hunted because she made a terrible mistake, but Tang Aining was cruelly killed when she became useless in her father's eyes. Luckily, neither of them died. Jing Yunyao survived, and she was reincarnated. Both of them got a chance to take revenge, so they must make full use of it. Oh, are you free tomorrow afternoon? I plan to take my mom to the Sihewan and meet Master Shangguan. If you're free, we can go together, said Leng Xiaoting. Sure, I'm free tomorrow afternoon, said Ji Yuning. The next day, Ji Yuning and the other girls went to Xianxia Hotel at 10 a.m. They had lunch, then sent Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping to the airport. Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping didn't want to leave, but unfortunately they weren't accepted by universities in the capital. When they came back, Ji Yuning said to the girls, I have something to deal with today, so you can enjoy yourself on your own. If you don't want to hang out, you can go home as well. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi discussed it for a while. They didn't know where they could go, so they went back to Century City. After driving the girls back to Century City, Ji Yuning went to her company. She hadn't come to the company in a few days, because Chen Kanji didn't call her at all, which meant everything went well. However, once she arrived, an accident happened and a female staffer fainted in the reception hall. Ji Yuning couldn't help but wonder whether she could bring bad luck to other people. Wherever she went, there were always all kinds of accidents. Actually, it was just a coincidence. Ji Yuning went to help the female staffer with her magical power at once, and she soon opened her eyes. Her body was fine, but her mother was hospitalized these days. She was taking care of her mother, so she was a little tired and fainted due to low blood sugar and not having a good rest. Ji Yuning wouldn't exploit her employees. Good health was a prerequisite for work after all. If someone wasn't in good health, it was impossible for him or her to work well. Accordingly, since the female staffer didn't feel well, Ji Yuning told her to have a break. Her company was already on the right track now, and there wasn't much business to deal with, so it didn't matter if the staff relaxed a little. After that, Ji Yuning went to Chen Kengyi's office. Although Chen Kengyi didn't call her, as the boss, Ji Yuning had to come to meet him regularly and talk about the business. Chen Kengyi told her that everything went well, then Ji Yuning went to her own office. She called Tang Qingyang and asked him whether he knew which hospital and ward Tang Bingsun stayed in. If Tang Qingyang knew, she wouldn't bother Kay to help her find out. Tang Qingyang was aware of it, because he was the director of the Tang family's company. Since Tang Bingsun was sick, all the other major shareholders went to visit him, including Tang Qingyang. Therefore, Ji Yuning decided to see Tang Bingsun at night. She would bring along a contract, because she was going to force Tang Qingyang to step down from his seat. She told Tang Qingyang to email her the prepared contract and she would print it by herself. Chapter 1740. Go to the cultivation world. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qingyang soon sent her the contract, and Ji Yuning printed it out at once. In case Tang Bingsun ruined it, she prepared several pieces. When Ji Yuning was still in the company at 4 p.m., Leng Xiaoting called her. They were leaving for the Sihewan, so Ji Yuning set off too. In the morning, Leng Xiaoting already told Sheng Guanyang that they would come to see him later. Sheng Guanyang heard that Leng Xiaoting's mother was a cultivator earlier on. Because Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator himself, it wasn't surprising that one of his parents was a cultivator too. Leng Xiaoting also told Sheng Guanyang his story. He didn't tell Sheng Guanyang everything. For example, the truth of Jing Yunyao's falling from the cliff was what Ji Yuning saw, so he simply told Sheng Guanyang that he didn't know the reason. He had said that he doubted whether his father was really dead, and Sheng Guanyang was really surprised when Leng Xiaoting told him that he was sure that his mother was still alive. Because neither of them knew that Jing Yunyao could lose her memories, they believed that Leng Xiaoting's mother would have come back to see him if she was still alive. However, after knowing that Leng Xiaoting's mother lost her memories, Sheng Guanyang understood why she had been absent for years. Sheng Guanyang was also curious about the cultivation world, so he was looking forward to meeting Jing Yunyao. He wanted to learn more about it from her mouth, and hoped that she could bring him to have a tour in the cultivation world. Before Ji Yuning left her company, she told Chen Kengyi to arrange for someone to send the MPV back to Shengxi Hotel, and she left in a car owned by the company. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao set off from the Leng family's old house, so they arrived later than Ji Yuning. So once Ji Yuning came, Sheng Guanyang kept asking her about Jing Yunyao. However, Ji Yuning only told him some unimportant information. As for things that Ji Yuning wasn't sure she could tell other people, she said she didn't know about it and told Sheng Guanyang to ask Leng Xiaoting instead. For example, she didn't tell Sheng Guanyang that Jing Yunyao had been chased by her own father. After that, Sheng Guanyang asked Ji Yuning to practice the kung fu skills he had taught her. Even though Ji Yuning had something to talk about with Sheng Guanyang, it wasn't the right time, because Leng Xiaoting would soon arrive, while she had to avoid him when she talked about it with Sheng Guanyang. Therefore, Ji Yuning had to find another time to talk about it with Sheng Guanyang. About 15 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao came. Before Ji Yuning felt them, Sheng Guanyang sensed the air around them. Sheng Guanyang was a cultivator at a high level after all, and his senses were able to cover a 200-meter radius. Ji Yuning, however, could only sense other cultivators at a middle level within a 20-meter radius. If there was a cultivator at a high level like Jing Yunyao, she wouldn't be able to sense him or her until he or she was within 10 meters from her. She could only sense a cultivator at a very high level like Sheng Guanyang when he was very close to her. The higher level a cultivator was at, the better he was at hiding his heir, but his heir couldn't be hidden away completely. When they came, Ji Yuning stopped practicing the kung fu skills. Shang Guanyang didn't go back to his room, and waited for Jing Yunyao to come to see him. Cultivators kept the ancient rules, and the juniors had to respectfully greet their seniors when they met, especially before seniors of high social status. However, they were in the mortals' world now, so there was no need for them to keep the rule. Shang Guanyang just sat in the yard, enjoying his tea, waiting for them to come inside. Jing Yunyao didn't sense another cultivator until she entered the Siheiwan, and her feeling wasn't strong either. She knew that Shang Guanyang was stronger than her, so it was very normal that she couldn't sense his heir. Actually, she was able to sense Shang Guanyang because she was at a high level, and Leng Xiaoting couldn't do that at all. He could only sense the air of a cultivator when he stood next to Shang Guanyang. As Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao approached, Shang Guanyang and Ji Yuning turned to look at them. Neither Ji Yuning nor Shang Guanyang said anything at this time. Because Ji Yuning was a junior, it wasn't appropriate for her to open her mouth at this moment, and Shang Guanyang was senior to all of them, so the juniors should greet him first according to the ancient rules. Even though they didn't need to take it very seriously in the mortals' world, it was necessary for juniors to greet their seniors first. Very nice to see you, Master Shangguan. Jing Yunyao greeted Shang Guanyang with great respect. Good afternoon, Master Shangguan. Leng Xiaoting also greeted him with great respect. Great, come on in. Shang Guanyang said to them kindly. He didn't take them as outsiders. Although it was his first meeting with Jing Yunyao, she was his student's mother. After that, they walked in together. Jing Yunyao carried 2 bags in her hands and handed them to Shang Guanyang after walking into the living room. Master Shangguan, this is our first meeting, so I've prepared some gifts for you. Please accept them. You don't need to do that. We're not strangers after all, said Shang Guanyang, but he still took the gifts. They stood for Jing Yunyao's kindness and he didn't want to upset her. Actually, he was also happy to receive gifts. Have a seat now, said Shang Guanyang, and they were all seated. Yunyao, can you describe what the cultivation world is like? Shang Guanyang asked Jing Yunyao. Shang Guanyang was much older and senior to Jing Yunyao, so he took her as a young girl. Jing Yunyao didn't think it was something she shouldn't tell, so she said, as modern society came into being, there were fewer and fewer cultivators because magical power was harder and harder to find. The heavenly tribulation was more and more difficult, so cultivators gathered together in order to survive. Because there is endless magical power in Qinling Mountain, the cultivation world is set there, but it is only as large as a city with a few thousand people. Oh, I understand, said Shang Guanyang. Can I go to the cultivation world to have a tour? Shang Guanyang asked with anticipation. He didn't know much about what Jing Yunyao had been through, so he wasn't aware of her grudge against her family. In fact, Jing Yunyao was unwilling to enter the cultivation world now. Chapter 1741, Grudge against her family, sure, but not now. We can go there when there is a good time, said Jing Yunyao. Although with Shang Guanyang's help, the Jing family wouldn't be able to hurt them, they still wanted to take revenge on their own. When will there be a good time? Asked Shang Guanyang in a hurry. He always wanted to go to the cultivation world. If Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could enter it, he would have asked them to take him there. Well, to be honest with you, I have a long-standing grudge against my family, so I'll directly take revenge when I go back there. Master Shangguan, I know you're at a very high level, and the Jing family won't be able to hurt us with your help, but we want to take revenge on our own. Xiaoting just became a cultivator. Although he's talented, his level is still low, so I plan to wait till Xiaoting has reached a high level, said Jing Yunyao. Although Jing Yunyao hoped that Leng Xiaoting could reach above the Yuanying period, she knew it was very difficult, and it would take a long time. After all, many talented cultivators had spent dozens of years on it. Even though Leng Xiaoting was more talented than other people, it could still take him years to reach a very high level. They might not be able to wait for such a long time, because their enemies might find them first. Anyway, no one knew what would happen in the future. Actually, if they avoided their enemies on purpose and hid themselves in Kunlun. mountain, it was possible that no one could find them. However, it was impossible for them to hide themselves like that, because Ling Xiaoting had his work to do. If he gave up his job to avoid other cultivators, it would be irresponsible. Shang Guanyang nodded after hearing the reason, and had no intention to force them to take him there. As for Jing Yunyao's grudge against the Jing family, he didn't ask about it either, because it was her own family affair. He was curious about many things, but he knew what he could ask and what he shouldn't. Therefore, in order to change the topic, Shang Guanyang complained about Ling Xiaoting. He's been too busy these days, and he doesn't have much time for cultivation. Although he understood that Ling Xiaoting had a very important job, he was still a little dissatisfied. As Ling Xiaoting's master, he wanted him to be the best. If Ling Xiaoting could have an extraordinary achievement, it also proved his ability as his master. Unfortunately, Ling Xiaoting was too busy to come back, and he sometimes wondered whether Ling Xiaoting already forgot him. Only Ji Yuning often called him and cared about him. He even had a feeling that Ji Yuning was his disciple. In fact, Ling Xiaoting also called him, but not as often as Ji Yuning. Ling Xiaoting served in the army after all, and there were strict rules. Thinking of Ji Yuning, Shang Guanyang remembered that she also wanted to become a cultivator. If she succeeded, he would spare no effort to help her with her cultivation whether she wanted him to be her master or not. She was his disciple's further wife after all, and wasn't an outsider. In addition, he had a very good impression of Ji Yuning. Our team has field training the day after tomorrow. It'll last about 3 to 5 days. After training, if there are no unexpected tasks, I can rest for a week, then come back and concentrate on cultivation, Ling Xiaoting said. Although he didn't forget his cultivation in his daily life, it was different when Shang Guanyang taught him face to face. He made slow progress when he practiced alone, but he could make much quicker progress with Shang Guanyang's help. If it's possible, we can go back to the Kunlun sect's place together. There is thick magical power in the Universe Tower, and it's very helpful for your cultivation. As for how much you can benefit from it, it depends on your talent, said Shang Guanyang. Universe Tower. Hearing that, Jing Yunyao was surprised. Is it still the same? The Universe Tower was the treasure of the Kunlun sect, a holy place for cultivation, because of the thick magical power inside and the actual practice of clearance illusions. Clearance illusions meant that there would be illusionary cultivators fighting against you. If you defeated this cultivator, you could pass the level, which was a proof of your ability. If you failed, you wouldn't be able to go up to the upper level. When you were hit in the illusions, the pain was real, but you wouldn't really be hurt. The Kunlun sect was able to be the leading orthodox sect in the Wulin that year and became the sect with the most masters not only because the Kunlun sect was located in the holy land of magical power, which was of great benefit to cultivation, but also because of the Universe Tower, which was regarded as the best place for cultivation. Many people wanted to go inside to cultivate that year, but only disciples of the Kunlun sect were allowed to enter the tower. Even the disciples of the Kunlun sect could only go in at the specified time, and couldn't enter it as they like. After all, there were over 1,000 disciples in the Kunlun sect, while only 10 people could be allowed to enter the Universe Tower at a time. Even if the Universe Tower was empty, it was forbidden to sneak inside to cultivate, because there were formations. No matter who wanted to go inside, he or she had to be led by the tower guard. If anyone insisted on breaking in, he or she wouldn't even be able to open the door, just like what happened when Ji Yuning and Ling Xiaoting had tried at that time. As a result, even though outsiders were jealous, they could do nothing about it. Many people were attracted by the magical power and the Universe Tower and wanted to join the Kunlun sect, but the Kunlun sect had a very high standard for its disciples. Not everyone would be accepted. If anyone could be easily accepted, the Kunlun sect would have tens of thousands instead of only over 1,000 disciples. Yeah, it hasn't changed much, said Shang Guanyang. Jing Yunyao hesitated for a while, then asked, Master Shengguan, can I go with you? Although it wasn't very likely, because she wasn't a disciple of the Kunlun sect and outsiders weren't allowed to go in there according to the rules set by the Kunlun sect, she was eager to improve her cultivation in order to take revenge earlier. Of course, the Kunlun sect is different now, and there is no need for us to obey the old rules, said Shengguanyang. There were indeed many rules in the old time, but everything changed now, so they didn't need to obey them nowadays. However, Shengguanyang still wouldn't allow strangers to go there. Thanks. Jing Yuniao beamed when Shengguanyang agreed. After that, they casually chatted with each other. When it was almost 6 p.m., Lao Zhang prepared dinner which they enjoyed together. After having dinner, they took a rest for a while, and left at 8 p.m. Because Ji Yuning had something else to deal with tonight, she didn't go back with Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao. Instead, they got in their own cars and left separately. Chapter 1742, How to Give Up the Obsession. Anyway, Ji Yuning promised Leng Xiaoting that she would go back to Mountain River Garden for the night. Although they couldn't sleep in the same room because of Jing Yuniao, Leng Xiaoting would still feel happy when they were under the same roof. Because Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi didn't need Ji Yuning to take them to anywhere else for fun, Ji Yuning had more free time. Since Ji Yuning planned to see Tang Bingsun, she had to disguise herself as Tang Aining first, but it was still early. It was nearly 9 p.m., so there would still be many people in the hospital. She wanted to go there when there were fewer people, because it would be more convenient for her to take action. Before that, she would deal with something else first without the disguise. Ji Yuning drove the car toward a remote place. She was going to release the ghost she encountered in the haunted house, and ask it why it was in there. Since she ran into the ghost, it had to disappear. It would be better if the ghost was willing to give up its obsession and disappear by itself to be reincarnated. However, if it refused to leave this world, Ji Yuning could only let the flood dragon eat it and make it impossible to be reincarnated. Today, she decided to deal with the ghost, because it occupied space in her telepathic eye space. There was also a monster fox in her telepathic eye space. If it agreed to follow her orders, she wouldn't mind taking it as her pet. It might be her helper in the future. If it refused, she could only kill it too. Ji Yuning went to a remote place, got out of the car and released the male ghost that she had encountered in the haunted house. When the male ghost was released, it was scared when it saw that it wasn't in the haunted house, but a strange place. At the same time, it also felt the air of a girl who was born in a lunar year. It was excited and turned to look at Ji Yuning. It was so excited that it ignored the fact that it suddenly appeared in a strange place, but it was obviously surprised when it saw Ji Yuning's face. She was still the girl who was born in a lunar year, but was in different clothes. Besides, it still failed to figure out where it was right now. Something must have happened which it didn't know about. "Can you see me?" asked the male ghost subconsciously. It really felt that Ji Yuning's look was on its body, but it was quite incredible. Hearing the answer, the male ghost looked astonished, and it was still difficult for it to believe it. "Why can you see me?" "Because I'm not an ordinary mortal," said Ji Yuning. Knowing that, the male ghost frowned and asked, "Then what kind of mortal you are?" "I don't think it's necessary to explain that," said Ji Yuning. The male ghost stopped asking about that, and began to ask about something else. "Why am I here? This is not the place I used to be." "I brought you here," said Ji Yuning. "You brought me here?" The male ghost couldn't believe its ears. "How? Why did I feel nothing?" "It's a secret," said Ji Yuning. She didn't bother to elaborate on that. "Then why did you bring me here?" asked the male ghost. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning felt this male ghost was different from all the other ghosts she had met before. Although it looked scary, its expressions and way of talking made Ji Yuning feel amused. Other ghosts showed strong hatred, while this male ghost only looked surprised and amazed. In addition to that, it stayed calm most of the time. "Because you wanted to absorb my energy, I have to solve this problem," said Ji Yuning. "How did you know?" The male ghost was shocked. However, when they talked about Ji Yuning's energy, it looked at Ji Yuning with its eyes full of greed, but it did nothing for the time being. Ji Yuning wasn't mad at its greed. "I told you that I'm not an ordinary mortal, so I naturally know about it. All the monsters and ghosts like you want magical power and the energy of girls who were born in a lunar year for cultivation," said Ji Yuning. She stayed patient, facing the male ghost's endless questions, because she thought it was funny. "You're right. Since you know I want to absorb your energy, why don't you escape? Why do you still show up in front of me? Asked the male ghost. It didn't understand why Ji Yuning did that. It knew that Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of it, but it wanted to know the real reason why Ji Yuning didn't run away from it. I'm not scared of you. You don't even know how you came here, which means that I'm better and stronger than you, said Ji Yuning. She actually wasn't laughing at it. Hearing that, the male ghost was struck dumb for a second. Since this girl was able to bring it here without it knowing about it, it meant that she was stronger than it. In that case, the male ghost became afraid of Ji Yuning. What do you want to do? Asked the male ghost. It understood that Ji Yuning wouldn't let it go easily. What do you think? You just wanted to kill me, said Ji Yuning with a meaningful smile. Do you want to kill me? Asked the male ghost. However, the second it said that, it regretted it. Right, to kill you, said Ji Yuning, and showed a look which said that she thought the male ghost was very smart. The male ghost subconsciously moved backwards a few steps, and even wanted to escape now. It was the weakest ghost Ji Yuning had ever seen. Maybe it wasn't a very evil ghost. Ji Yuning could also feel that it didn't have strong hatred. You better not have the idea of running away, because you won't be able to do that. Ji Yuning warned it. The male ghost was surprised, because it realized that Ji Yuning wasn't joking. It limited its desire to run away and asked, "How will you destroy me?" It depends on you. Can you give up your obsession and choose to be reincarnated on your own, or do you want me to ruin your soul so that you'll never be reincarnated? Said Ji Yuning with a serious expression, which made the male ghost feel stressed. Although this male ghost didn't look very evil, it was still a ghost and shouldn't exist in the mortals' world. Obsession. How can I give up my obsession? Asked the male ghost, and it sounded upset. It seemed that it was still reluctant to do that. However, in actuality, if it was possible it would have given up the obsession earlier on. Is there anything you always wanted to do but couldn't do? I'm willing to help you, said Ji Yuning. Really? The male ghost's eyes lit up at once, but it looked upset again the next second. Can you? Chapter 1743, An Immortal Fox. Although this girl in front of it was indeed different from other mortals, it didn't think that she had the ability to help it. I'm not sure whether I can help you or not, because I don't know what you've been through yet. If you don't tell me, how can I know whether I can help you? Said Ji Yuning. She really wanted to roll her eyes at it, but she controlled herself. Hearing that, the male ghost agreed. It hesitated for a second, then told Ji Yuning the story. The reason why I still have obsessions is that when I died, the token of love my wife gave me was taken away by another person. Because I was unwilling to accept it, I became a ghost. Afterwards, I've been following the person who took my token. However, as a ghost, I can't touch mortals at all. Therefore, even if I could see the token in the hands of another man, I couldn't take it back. That person's grave is under the haunted house, so I stayed there and didn't want to leave. Although it wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning could help it, it hoped that she could because it didn't want to miss this great chance. So your current obsession is to get that token, Ji Yuning said. It wasn't a question, because she was very sure about the answer. Because it was a ghost, it couldn't touch the token. However, the only thing it wanted to do now was to touch the token. Right, said the male ghost. I'm afraid I can't help you with it for the time being, but I have a very skilled master. He might be helpful, said Ji Yuning. She told the truth. She indeed couldn't help the male ghost with that, so she could only turn to Shengguanyang for help. Knowing that, the male ghost was disappointed. It knew that Ji Yuning might not have the ability to help it. Anyway, since she said that she had a very skilled master and her master might be helpful, it had hope again. Even though it wasn't very likely to happen, it badly wanted to get the token back. As a result, the male ghost agreed. Great. Well, I need to keep you in my space right now, and I'll let you out after I have the answer from my master. If you dare to fight back, I won't waste time helping you and I'll directly ruin you, said Ji Yuning. She was obviously threatening it. The male ghost hesitated for a second, then said, sure. Even though it doubted whether Ji Yuning would really let it out again after keeping it in her space, it still agreed. After that, Ji Yuning walked to the male ghost. She reached her hand to it, and the male ghost was instinctively scared by her, but it didn't resist at all. It was curious about how Ji Yuning put it into her space, but it knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't tell it, so it didn't bother to ask her. The second Ji Yuning touched the male ghost, it felt like its soul was pulled out and it lost consciousness the next second. After that, Ji Yuning let out the male ghost she ran into at the construction site. She planned to meet Shengguan Yang tomorrow. Although this male ghost had been covered in magical power in Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space, it only stayed there for a few days. Besides, it was filled with strong hatred, so it still looked evil at this time. What was worse, this male ghost was locked into the space by Ji Yuning, so it hated Ji Yuning very much. Once it was released, it glared at Ji Yuning as if it wanted to kill her. It indeed wanted to kill Ji Yuning, but it also understood that it was no match for her. Therefore, it tried to escape the second it was released. It could only run away and come back to take revenge after making progress in cultivation. The male ghost moved fast and it flew far away from Ji Yuning in the blink of an eye. It was impossible for Ji Yuning to catch it, so she let the flood dragon out at once. Ruin it right now. Ji Yuning gave an order, and the flood dragon rushed to the male ghost without delay. The male ghost moved faster than Ji Yuning, but it wasn't comparable to the flood dragon, and the flood dragon soon caught it. The male ghost was terrified. However, before it could make any other moves, it felt that its soul was pulled away and the flood dragon swallowed it the next second. The flood dragon absorbed a lot of evil power along with much magical power, so its level increased a lot compared with when it first met Ji Yuning. Nevertheless, it was still far from the heavenly tribulation. It didn't do cultivation every day after all, because it stayed in Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space most of the time. When the flood dragon went back to Ji Yuning put it away into her telepathic eye space, then let the monster fox out. Once the monster fox was released, it had the same reaction as the male ghost and was amazed by the big change of the environment. In their eyes, it changed all of a sudden, because their consciousness stopped the second they were put into Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space, and their memories also paused the second before that. Why am I here? The monster fox came out with its back facing Ji Yuning, so it didn't see her right away. It was greatly surprised by the hot weather because it remembered that it was in a winter mountain before. As it said that, it smelt a human. It turned around at once and its sight fell on Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning looked familiar, but she was in different clothes, which surprised the monster fox again. However, once it remembered that it was Ji Yuning who had injured it, the monster fox became furious. It didn't have time to figure out why it suddenly came here and why Ji Yuning changed her clothes, and began to attack Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't rush to stop it, but she directly put it into the telepathic eye space once it touched her. After that, she let it out again, but caught its tail. Whatever was put into Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space, she could control its position. Therefore, when the monster fox regained its consciousness, it found that its tail was caught by Ji Yuning. It was shocked and confused at the same time, but became angrier. It struggled, trying to get rid of Ji Yuning, but failed. Damn you, stupid human. The monster fox growled and snapped at Ji Yuning, let me go. I'm an immortal fox. Why should I let you go since you want to hurt me? Ji Yuning calmly asked. Hearing that, the monster fox was astonished and couldn't believe its ears. How is it possible that you can understand my language? Although it said something, it didn't expect Ji Yuning to understand it, because they were different species. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning could understand it. Why wouldn't I understand your language? Ji Yuning made fun of it. Chapter 1744, I can help you become immortal, you. The monster fox was too shocked to say anything now. It couldn't believe that a mortal could understand its language, because it was quite incredible. All right, let's get down to business now, said Ji Yuning. She didn't want to waste more time arguing with this monster fox. What business can we talk about? The monster fox said with disdain. About your life. Now, you have two choices. First, surrender and work for me, said Ji Yuning, but the monster fox interrupted her before she could finish. No way. It's impossible that I'll surrender and work for you. Ji Yuning's words annoyed the monster fox. The monster fox believed that it was superior to mortals, and it felt humiliated when Ji Yuning wanted it to work for her. Well, if you're unwilling to do that, then you're left only one choice now. We can have a battle. If you win, you can do whatever you want to me, but you'll die if you lose, said Ji Yuning. I don't think you have the ability to defeat me, said the monster fox arrogantly. It took Ji Yuning very lightly at this moment, and totally forgot the situation it was in now. Are you sure? Ji Yuning sneered. She looked at the monster fox with mockery. Did you forget how you suddenly appeared here and how I caught your tail all of a sudden? You're still under my control now. Hearing that, the monster fox was shocked, then it realized that it suddenly showed up here because of this strange mortal, and its tail was caught by her now. It couldn't get rid of her at all. In an instant, the monster fox gave up. However, it was the only existing monster fox, a mortal fox in its own eyes, in the fox group now, and it would be super humiliating if it surrendered itself to a mortal. The monster fox really took itself as an immortal fox, which proved that it ached to become immortal. However, if it didn't agree, it could die. Why did I suddenly appear here? Asked the monster fox. It was most curious about that, because it happened too quickly before it could realize it. It's a secret, and I can't tell you, said Ji Yuning. To be honest with you, a month has passed since you met me last time, and this is thousands of miles away from Kunlun Mountain. Hearing that, the monster fox rounded its eyes in shock. It was hard for it to believe, because it felt that it only happened within a second, but a month had already passed. Besides, this place was also thousands of miles away from Kunlun Mountain. It even thought that it could be a dream and Ji Yuning was lying to its face. Although it found it was quite unbelievable, it knew that everything around had changed in a second. In addition, the weather was much warmer here, so it couldn't be around Kunlun Mountain. In that case, Ji Yuning indeed had great ability to make it move to a far place in a second. The monster fox hesitated to surrender or to have the battle. It was unwilling to surrender, but it was afraid of Ji Yuning because of her mysterious ability. If you surrender to me, we'll be in the same group. Since we're in the same group, I won't treat you badly, and I can help you become immortal, said Ji Yuning. She was tempting the monster fox, but it was also the truth, because she had endless magical power. Hearing that, the monster fox looked excited. It would be the best if it could become immortal, but it became suspicious the next second and questioned Ji Yuning, how can you help me become immortal? Although you're different from other mortals, you're immortal after all. I don't think you're able to break the rules in this world. I don't trust you. Facing the question, Ji Yuning wasn't displeased, but smiled and asked, haven't you noticed that your injury is healed? The monster fox then realized that its injury was indeed healed. Did she heal my injury? Thinking of that, the monster fox asked, did you do that for me? Although it asked that question, it already had the answer, because there was no one else and it couldn't heal itself. However, it found it quite incredible, so it wanted to hear the answer from Ji Yuning's mouth. Hearing Ji Yuning's answer, the monster fox was astonished again. Because it meant that she indeed had unbelievable abilities. Anyway, although Ji Yuning healed its injury, it didn't mean that she was able to help it to become immortal, which was much more difficult after all. Therefore, it said, even though you can heal my injury, it doesn't mean that you're able to help me become immortal. Ji Yuning knew it as well. She could heal its injury, but might not be able to help it to become immortal. In fact, she told it that she had healed its injury simply to attract its attention. Ji Yuning smiled and let the monster fox go. She wasn't afraid that it might escape, because the monster fox was already attracted to the condition she laid down and it wasn't very likely that it would run away. Moreover, even though it still had the idea to run away, it wouldn't be able to do that because of the flood dragon's existence. The monster fox subconsciously wanted to escape when it was released, but it didn't, because it was indeed attracted to the condition set by Ji Yuning. Although it didn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to help it to become immortal, it still had hope. After all, it really ached to become immortal, so it was unwilling to miss any chance. If Ji Yuning was able to help it to become immortal, it wouldn't be a big deal when it surrendered itself to her for a while. It would be able to do anything it wanted once it became immortal. A fox was indeed very cunning, but it actually depended on Ji Yuning whether it could leave then. The monster fox wouldn't become immortal before the flood dragon did, so it would be controlled by the flood dragon all the time. There was nowhere for it to escape. As for the flood dragon, Ji Yuning believed that she had its loyalty. Even if the flood dragon was transformed into a real dragon, it wouldn't leave her, unless she was dead, which was what the flood dragon told her. Actually, Ji Yuning already had her plan. She would send the flood dragon to protect Leng Xiaoting. Because Leng Xiaoting had a Chenkin bag now, he could put the flood dragon in it. She had talked about it with the flood dragon, but not with Leng Xiaoting yet. The flood dragon agreed. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were a family after all, so it wouldn't make any difference who it stayed with. Chapter 1745. Agree to surrender. Leng Xiaoting would go to Kunlun Mountain in a few days, and he might enter the Universe Tower, so the flood dragon was quite excited about it. Although Leng Xiaoting couldn't understand the flood dragon's language, the flood dragon could understand him. Therefore, they could get along well with each other. Also, even though Leng Xiaoting couldn't understand it, Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yuniao could. Ji Yuning decided to tell Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yuniao about it this time, because they would find out sooner or later. As for her own safety, she would be fine as long as she didn't encounter cultivators at a very high level after sending the flood dragon to protect Leng Xiaoting. Even if she met strong monsters or ghosts, she could easily put them into her telepathic eye space once she touched them, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, she planned to train the monster fox to work for her now. The monster fox would also be her helper. Although it was still very weak and was not even a match for her, there were some things it could do while she couldn't. Otherwise, there was no need for her to persuade the monster fox to work for her. If it was useless, she would directly kill it. Although the monster fox wasn't very willing to follow her, it might change over time, because it took time for them to build trust. Anyway, Ji Yuning wouldn't force it to stay by her side. If the monster fox wanted to leave her after becoming immortal, she wouldn't stop it. However, the condition was that the monster fox didn't betray her or hurt her. If it dared to do that, she wouldn't hesitate to kill it. Moreover, she was working hard to become a cultivator, and she was determined to be strong and powerful so that she could protect herself properly on her own. The second Ji Yuning reached out her hand, a few power crystals appeared in it. Because she had no intention to avoid the monster fox, it witnessed it with its own eyes. The monster fox was completely amazed. It believed that it must be magic for the power crystals to suddenly appear in Ji Yuning's hand. However, Ji Yuning was just a mortal. How could she have magic? The next second, it smelt the pure magical power from the crystals in Ji Yuning's hand. Its eyes lit up at once and rushed towards Ji Yuning without delay, trying to grab them away from her. Although it didn't know what they were the best stuff for it because they contained magical power, especially pure magical power. If it was able to get a large amount of pure magical power, its cultivation would be greatly improved in a short time. Although it had lived in Kunlun Mountain for years and the magical power there was of good quality, it wasn't very helpful for its cultivation, so it made slow progress. There was the purest magical power in the Universe Tower, but unfortunately it couldn't move close to it. Once it was within 10 meters away from it, it felt great pressure and couldn't breathe normally. As a result, it could only keep a distance away from it. However, the moment the monster fox rushed to Ji Yuning put the magical power back into her telepathic eye space, then avoided the monster fox by slightly turning her body. The monster fox was mad, but didn't dare to vent its anger on Ji Yuning. It had witnessed Ji Yuning's abilities, and realized that Ji Yuning also had what it wanted most, so it had to control its temper in front of her. "What is that?" the monster fox asked Ji Yuning. "It's a kind of solidified magical power crystal. It's very pure. A single crystal might be of no use, but multiple crystals are of great help to cultivators. They are even more effective than the pills made by alchemists," Ji Yuning said, and the monster fox was deeply attracted to it. "Can you give me some?" asked the monster fox. "Why should I? You don't have any relationship with me. What can I get after giving them to you?" said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the monster fox understood what Ji Yuning wanted from it. Although it was still a little reluctant to do that, it still said after hesitating for a second, "Fine, I agree to surrender to you." As long as it surrendered to Ji Yuning, it would be able to get the power crystals and become immortal one day. Great, but let's be candid here. If you dare to betray me, I won't hesitate to kill you, so you must be loyal to me. When you become immortal, it'll be the best if you're still willing to stay by my side. If not, I won't force you to stay, said Ji Yuning. It seemed to not benefit Ji Yuning at all, and the monster fox was at the advantage all the time, but Ji Yuning actually didn't think that way. Because the monster fox was her slave before it became immortal, Ji Yuning wouldn't deliberately torture the monster fox, but she needed its help in many situations. In fact, she needed the monster fox to do something for her a while later. She wasn't afraid that the monster fox would leave her after becoming immortal. She wouldn't force the monster fox to stay by her side after it became immortal, but it was quite difficult. Cultivation was time-consuming and boring, and the monster fox wasn't a talented cultivator like xianxia, so it would take years for it to achieve its goal even if it had Ji Yuning's help. Besides, even if the monster fox could reach the highest level of its cultivation, it still might not be able to become immortal. In order to become immortal, it must survive the heavenly tribulation, which was the most difficult part. Once it failed, it would be ruined. Therefore, even if the monster fox reached the highest level of its cultivation, it probably wouldn't have the courage to accept the challenge of heavenly tribulation. Really, the monster fox was excited. It would be the best if Ji Yuning wouldn't stop it from leaving after it became immortal. Of course, Ji Yuning said. "Great, I promise that I'll be loyal to you," said the monster fox without hesitation this time. "Are you serious about it?" asked Ji Yuning again. "Yes, I am," said the monster fox. It wouldn't do it, because it wasn't necessary. It wouldn't do it any good if it betrayed Ji Yuning after all. Given the monster fox's current attitude, Ji Yuning believed that it was serious, but she didn't know what would happen in the future. It was a cunning fox after all. Therefore, Ji Yuning stayed alert for the time being. She stayed on the alert not just for the monster fox, but for everyone. She never trusted anyone at the very beginning. It also took the flood dragon a long time to win her trust. Very good. I have something else to tell you, but it's hard to make it clear within a short time. I'm busy now, so let's call it a day. Oh, I might need your help later, but I need to put you back into my space first. I'll let you out if I really need your help in a while, said Ji Yuning. Chapter 1746, Not Problems, How Will You Put Me Into Your Space? The monster fox was alert. What if Ji Yuning wouldn't let it out after putting it into the space? Although it wasn't very likely, it was still worried. After all, one could never be too careful. Since we've reached the agreement, I definitely won't hurt you, said Ji Yuning. Great. If so, the monster fox didn't bother to ask further about it. Afterwards, Ji Yuning walked to the monster fox. She touched its head and it disappeared the next second and went into Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space. When everything was done, it was almost 11 p.m. Ji Yuning was afraid that Jing Yunyo might worry if she went back to Mountain River Garden so late, so she called xianxia. She told him that she still had something to deal with tonight and didn't want to worry Jing Yunyo if she went back too late, so she wouldn't go back tonight, and would meet them tomorrow. Because Ji Yuning was still busy dealing with something so late, xianxia asked her what she was busy with. He wasn't suspicious of Ji Yuning, but didn't want Ji Yuning to be tired. Ji Yuning didn't keep it secret from xianxia, and told him that she had been busy dealing with the male ghost and the monster fox. They were well handled, and she was going to see Tang Bingsun next. xianxia was aware of Ji Yuning's grudge against Tang Bingsun, but all he knew was what Ji Yuning had told him, so he didn't know any details. xianxia asked Ji Yuning whether she needed his help. Ji Yuning said that she didn't need his help, and xianxia didn't insist. In fact, Jing Yunyo wouldn't be worried even if Ji Yuning came back late, so xianxia still persuaded her to come back to Mountain River Garden tonight. After having the call with xianxia, Ji Yuning got in the car and disguised herself as Tang Aining before she left. In order to not expose herself, Ji Yuning put the car into her telepathic eye space when she had almost entered the area with surveillance cameras. After that, she walked to the roadside and took a taxi to the hospital where Tang Bingsun stayed. It was nearly 12 a.m. when she arrived. Tang Bingsun was seriously injured this time, so he had to stay in the hospital for a long time. Luckily, his life wasn't in danger and he stayed clear-minded. Ji Yijing, unfortunately, was quite exhausted these days, because she had to take care of Tang Bingsun and Tang Yaxin at the same time. Tang Bingsun had his secretary and 2 mercenaries to protect him, so Ji Yijing would go back to Tang Yaxin's side at night. Tang Yaxin was still unconscious from a serious illness. Although her life was out of danger before, it was still possible that she wouldn't survive this time. Ji Yijing almost had a breakdown when both her daughter and husband were in trouble. She was worried about their family's business if both of them couldn't become healthy again. Even though she had a small business, she was unable to run a business group like the Tang organization. She honestly didn't know what she could do if Tang Bingsun had to stay in the bed all the time. If Tang Bingsun couldn't get back to his feet, she was definitely no match for those experienced directors in the Tang organization. The life she wanted was having a lot of money without working at all. She wanted to go wherever she wanted to have fun. She honestly had no interest in running a company. Even the small business owned by her was managed by other people. She didn't need to spend much effort on it. The Tang organization, however, was different. It was too large and its owner must be very careful not to make any mistakes, which was quite stressful once she thought about that. Tang Bingsun stayed in a VIP ward, which wasn't in the same building as other common wards. Ji Yuning went to the VIP inpatient department building, but she didn't rush to go inside. Instead, she used her jade eyes to see Ward 505 on the 5th floor. She wasn't doing it to make sure whether Tang Bingsun was in it, instead she did it to see the situation in order to be prepared. In Tang Bingsun's ward, he was lying in the patient bed, while his secretary was sitting aside with a laptop. They were talking about business. It was very late, but Tang Bingsun was still busy dealing with his work, which showed his great desire to control his power. Although the Tang organization was owned by him and he had the absolute power to make all the decisions, the situation was different now. He was sick and it was also hard for him to deal with his work now. Actually, he could leave his work to those who he trusted. There were some people who had Tang Bingsun's trust, but he was simply unwilling to leave his work to other people. Many people had different purposes in the Tang organization, but they all relied on it to gain benefits, so the company's future was their first priority. Anyway, Tang Bingsun still insisted on doing the work on his own. In the living room in the ward, there were 2 mercenaries who stayed by Tang Bingsun's side at all times in case Tang Aining suddenly showed up to attack him. Although Tang Aining had been absent for days, Tang Bingsun couldn't relax at all. Maybe Tang Aining was secretly spying on him. Once he was left alone, she would appear. His secretary and security guards slept on the sofa in the living room, but basically only his secretary could have regular sleep. The security guards, however, couldn't sleep often, because they were worried that Tang Aining might come once they closed their eyes. Actually, they had never doubted their abilities before they encountered Tang Aining. Even if they were asleep, they were confident that they could sense any sounds and movements. Nevertheless, after knowing what had happened to their mates and how Tang Aining was able to intrude without anyone knowing, they didn't dare to relax. If they had to have some sleep, one of them had to stay awake while the other went to have a little sleep. In fact, all the above weren't problems in Ji Yuning's eyes. Even though there were other people in Tang Bingsun's ward, no one could stop her from taking action. Ji Yuning withdrew her sight and went upstairs. This was the VIP inpatient department, but there weren't strict rules about who could enter. It was only forbidden to tell the number of wards of the patients. If the patient's relatives or friends wanted to visit him or her, they could directly give him or her a call for the number of the ward. Therefore, most visitors who didn't know the number of wards were unkind. Even if they were friendly visitors, the hospital would still choose to take the responsibility and keep it secret. Anyway, Ji Yuning went straight to the outside of Tang Bingsun's ward without encountering any difficulties. Because it was very late, there weren't many passers-by. Chapter 1747. Be in despair because there was nobody in the ward on the right side next to Tang Bingson's ward. Ji Yuning walked into it and used her jade eyes to see the inside of Tang Bingson's ward. At this time, his secretary was already out to continue to deal with the file sitting on the sofa. He couldn't fall asleep in the hospital anyway, so he chose to work. Tang Bingson couldn't work all night, so he closed his eyes to have a rest, but he couldn't sleep. He was full of worries, so it was impossible for him to have a good sleep now. Tang Aining caused all of his worries, and he was always afraid that she might appear out of blue and kill him. Even though there were 2 mercenaries standing outside and all the windows were closed in his room, Tang Aining was too unbelievable and mysterious. He couldn't stop being worried. It was quite uncomfortable when he couldn't fall asleep, but he was scared to fall asleep, so he refused to take sleeping pills. He only dared to close his eyes to have a quiet rest for a while, and he normally slept during the day. Because there were many people walking around in the hospital during the day, he thought that Tang Aining wouldn't show up and he could have a relaxed sleep for a while. When Ji Yuning looked at Tang Bingson's ward from the next ward, she saw 2 mercenaries and his secretary sitting on the sofa in the living room. If Ji Yuning wanted to get rid of them and attack Tang Bingson, she could only freeze them with her cold magical power. If she directly intruded into it, it would make loud noises and she wouldn't be able to achieve her goal. She couldn't get dizzying smoke right now. If she had it, there would be no need for her to waste her magical power. After all, it cost a lot of magical power to freeze 3 adults and it would affect her strength. Anyway, since she was going to get rid of them, she had to pay for it. No pain, no gain. After that, with the wall in the middle, Ji Yuning fixed her eyes on the 3 men in the living room, then released her cold magical power. When the 3 men felt themselves being attacked by the cold magical power, their bodies stiffened. The coldness quickly spread around their bodies and even their bones were frozen. It happened too fast and they didn't even know what had really happened. It's strange. Why'd I suddenly feel so cold in summer? The secretary asked in surprise. He was an ordinary man, so he was affected faster. No idea. The 2 mercenaries exchanged a glance with confusion. Neither of them could figure out what was going on here. However, they felt danger from their back, but they could only see a wall when they turned around. They couldn't believe that the danger was in the next room, because it was impossible for anyone to threaten them with the wall in the middle, at least according to their knowledge. If so, why did they feel the danger? Before long, the secretary was completely frozen and couldn't move at all. He was scared in an instant, and tried to say something to the mercenaries in vain. At the same time, the 2 mercenaries' limbs also became stiff. They wanted to walk out to check the situation, but unfortunately they couldn't move. They opened their mouths, trying to say something, but failed again, which frightened them. They didn't know what had happened to them nor how to handle it. They had never seen such a strange thing before. It only took a minute for Ji Yuning to freeze the 3 of them from beginning to end, but it cost her a lot of magical power and she became a little weak. Her face also turned pale, so Ji Yuning needed to rest for a while. After a minute, Ji Yuning felt much better and walked to Tang Bingson's ward. She wasn't afraid that they could recover, because it was impossible for them to recover once they were frozen by Ji Yuning. They needed at least half a year of treatment, or power crystals to help them recover. A single crystal could help them feel better, but they needed 3 crystals in order to make a full recovery, because they had serious frostbite. If they weren't treated within 10 minutes, their blood vessels would burst and they would die. Because after the limbs were frozen, the blood vessels would also be frozen and blood would be unable to flow. Ji Yuning had no intention to kill them, so she wouldn't let them die after their blood vessels burst. She would tie them up later and help them take a power crystal to alleviate the suffering. They wouldn't die, or be disabled, but it left a serious after effect on their bodies and their movement would be limited. Ji Yuning didn't think they were innocent, although they had no grudge against each other. They weren't good people anyway, so they deserved the punishment. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see whether there were other people outside the door. When she made sure there was no one else, she went outside. Before she walked out, she had everything she needed in hands, like ropes and tape. Tang Bingsun's ward wasn't locked, so Ji Yuning easily got into it. Even though they couldn't move or speak, they could hear and they were scared when the door was pushed open. The first idea that appeared in their mind was that Tang Aining was coming. If the person was really Tang Aining, it would be terrible. They hoped that the person could be a nurse or a doctor, because they would be rescued in that case. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. They heard that someone locked the door in the room, which meant it was an unwanted visitor. The next second, the person came in front of them. It wasn't a nurse or a doctor, but Tang Aining, the last person they wanted to see now. Since Tang Aining showed up, they believed that it must be her who caused them to be frozen. It was too strange to be accepted, and they couldn't figure out how she managed to do it. No matter how they tried to understand it, they failed to get the answer. Ji Yuning didn't bother to waste more time on them. She directly tied them up together and put a power crystal into their mouths before she sealed their mouths with tape. When Ji Yuning squeezed a power crystal into their mouths, they all believed it was poison and were in despair. However, before long, they felt a flow of coolness in their bodies, and their frozen limbs started to feel better, which confused them again. They didn't understand what Tang Aining was doing. Even though they knew Tang Bingsun was the only target of Tang Aining, they still couldn't understand why she froze them and made them unable to say anything, then helped them alleviate the situation. It was hard for them to believe it, because it was too strange, but there was no one else here and she was the only intruder. Anyway, although they felt better now, they still couldn't move, not only because they were tied up, but also because they only felt slightly more comfortable than before. It still wasn't easy for them to move right now. Chapter 1748. Forced Tang Bingsun to step down. After Ji Yuning dealt with them, she walked to Tang Bingsun's ward. In case he made any sounds, she slightly froze his limbs through the door with her magical power beforehand. Tang Bingsun suddenly felt attacked by the cold. He was surprised, but didn't take it seriously. He only thought that the temperature went down as the night became darker, so he just pulled the quilt tight around his body. However, he felt his hands become stiff and weak, which made him attach importance to his condition. Because Tang Bingsun was a patient and wasn't in good health now, he was especially worried that his body would get worse and worse. He wanted to call his secretary who was outside, but he found it very hard to open his mouth or make any sounds. His voice was so low that even he could barely hear it. After that, Tang Bingsun wanted to ring the bell, but failed to raise his hand, which scared him. He was afraid that he might die like that, in silence. The next second, Tang Bingsun heard the sound of the door opening. He thought that his secretary was coming inside, and felt relieved. However, when Ji Yuning entered his sight, he was shocked and frightened. Tang Aining, how did she get in here? Where are the other people? Why didn't I hear anything just then? He knew that Tang Aining had unbelievable abilities, but what she had done this time strengthened his opinion about her. Seeing Tang Bingsun so terrified, Ji Yuning put on an evil smile with satisfaction and joked, "Been a while. I thought you might have forgotten me, but it seems that you haven't from your reaction." It was impossible for Tang Bingsun to forget her. On the contrary, he was on alert for her all day and all night. The last thing he wanted now was for her to suddenly show up and hurt him. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to stop her, he failed. "What do you want?" Tang Bingsun clenched his teeth. Because he wasn't seriously frozen, he was able to speak, but with difficulty, and his voice was very low. Ji Yuning smiled and said at ease, "I don't think you can manage the Tang organization well right now. Why don't you let someone else do it for you?" "You." Tang Bingsun became emotional once he heard that. Impossible. Tang Bingsun thought that Tang Aining wanted to replace him. "Impossible. I don't think it's up to you," said Ji Yuning with mockery. "If you agree and sign this contract obediently, I can let you survive and live a good life till you are old. If not, I'll directly kill you. Anyway, I've killed countless people before. It's super easy for me to kill another one. If you're dead, you'll lose the Tang organization as well, and I have plenty of ways to get it." "You." Tang Bingsun changed his expression in fear. He believed that Tang Aining could do it, because he couldn't be clearer about her previous job. He was unwilling to die, but he was reluctant to give her the company. However, he had to make a choice right now, and he chose to live. As long as he could survive, he might still have the chance to get the Tang organization back. However, if he was dead, he would have nothing. Nevertheless, it wasn't an easy decision, and Tang Bingsun hesitated to say yes. The Tang organization was as important as half of his life. What? Are you doubting my ability? I have a lot of evidence of the crimes you've committed. If I send it to the related departments in the government, the Tang organization might not be able to survive. Although the Tang family has great influence in the capital, there are many more powerful families. I don't take action without good preparation, so I can be honest with you. I actually have much more powerful support than the Tang family behind my back, said Ji Yuning. Tang Bingsun didn't doubt it. Because Tang Aining wasn't an ordinary person, it was very normal that she had powerful support and connections. Oh, by the way, do you know why the Tianying gang encountered some trouble, then soon went back to normal? Do you know why Huang Haihao safely came back after being abducted by me? He didn't rescue himself, I let him go. When you refused to help him out with 5 billion yuan, you lost his loyalty. After all, he has made far more than 5 billion yuan for you, but you gave him up at a key moment. He was persuaded to work for me afterwards, so the Tianying gang listens to me now, said Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning talked about that, she remembered that she had something that she hadn't given Leng Xiaoting yet in her telepathic eye space. She should have a conversation with him when she went back to Mountain River Garden later. What? Tang Bingsun rounded his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe that Huang Haihao had already betrayed him. Tang Bingsun also knew that it was unacceptable that he had refused to save Huang Haihao with 5 billion yuan. As Tang Aining said, Huang Haihao had made far more than 5 billion yuan for him, but he was unwilling to pay that amount of money for Huang Haihao. However, he had chosen to do that in order to let Tang Aining know that he didn't care about Huang Haihao. In that case, Huang Haihao would be useless in the hands of Tang Aining, so that she might let him go. Unexpectedly, Huang Haihao betrayed him. Even though it was his fault, he was still mad at Huang Haihao's betrayal. In his eyes, Huang Haihao was his subordinate and shouldn't betray him no matter what happened. After all, he actually had the intention to rescue him. Have you made up your mind? I don't have time to waste on you. You can have only 1 minute to tell me your decision, or you can't blame me for being ruthless, said Ji Yuning. Afterwards, she took out her phone and set a timer for 1 minute. Tang Bingsun was full of anger and was very unwilling to yield, but he was cornered now. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart, but it was difficult for him to say a word now. When there were only 10 seconds left, Ji Yuning counted backwards. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. As Ji Yuning did that, it felt like she was calling him to death. The second she said 3, Tang Bingsun made up his mind and said, "Fine, I agree." He didn't dare to risk his life, and was afraid that his life might be ended once the countdown was over. Very good. Ji Yuning smiled with satisfaction, then took out a power crystal and helped Tang Bingsun swallow it. Tang Bingsun had the same thought that it might be poison as the 3 people outside at the beginning, so he wanted to struggle, but failed. He could only watch as the pill was squeezed into his mouth and melted in an instant. What is it? Tang Bingsun asked in anger. Chapter 1749, Can't Live Long, the medicine that can help your limbs recover. You need to sign your name, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Tang Bingsun felt relieved. He believed her words, because she indeed needed him to sign his name. Within half a minute, he began to feel the change of his body. His limbs weren't so stiff and he was able to move his hands now, but there was still a big difference from his previous condition. Anyway, he had no problem writing. You promised to let me go once I sign the contract, right? Asked Tang Bingsun. Although he knew he couldn't resist at all if Tang Aining regretted it, he still wanted to make sure that he wouldn't be hurt. He was pushing his luck. Of course, I will keep my promise, said Ji Yuning with certainty. Actually, she had no intention to kill Tang Bingsun, she simply wanted to torture him. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took out the contract and let Tang Bingsun sign his name. Tang Bingsun didn't bother to read the contract and signed his name without hesitation. Anyway, he lost the company now, and it was meaningless to read the contract. When Tang Bingsun signed his name, Ji Yuning took a video of him without him knowing, in case he regretted it in the future. She had to keep the video as evidence. In fact, as long as he signed the contract on his own, it would be no use regretting it. Ji Yuning simply kept the evidence to avoid unnecessary trouble. After he signed the contract in duplicate, Ji Yuning took it with satisfaction, then left. Tang Bingsun could only watch Ji Yuning's leaving back. He was angry and unwilling to accept the result, but he could do nothing about it. Ji Yuning didn't want his property, she just wanted his shares of the Tang organization, so he wasn't penniless. When Ji Yuning went back to the living room, she untied Tang Bingsun's secretary and security guards. Although they were free now, their bodies were very weak and couldn't fight against Ji Yuning. Therefore, they did nothing and watched her walking away. Once she was gone, they walked into the ward to check Tang Bingsun's condition. They were relieved after they found that Tang Bingsun was fine. Because they heard Ji Yuning's conversation with Tang Bingsun from outside, they knew what had happened, and were just worried that he might be hurt. Since he wasn't injured, they asked nothing. The two mercenaries were hired by Tang Bingsun. If Tang Bingsun were still killed under their protection, their reputation would be ruined and it would affect their career. As for the secretary, he was absent today, so he would be affected too if Tang Bingsun was hurt. Right at this moment, Tang Bingsun abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood before he passed out. His secretary rang the bell at once to call the doctor. Ji Yuning sent Tang Qingyang a message after she left the hospital. She told him that she succeeded and would give him the contract tomorrow. She knew that Tang Qingyang couldn't sleep after he learned that she went to meet Tang Bingsun, because it had a greater effect on him than it did on her. Tang Qingyang stayed awake the entire time, waiting for Ji Yuning's message. As time went by, he became more and more anxious. It wasn't because he didn't believe in Ji Yuning. He believed that she would be successful once she took action, but he couldn't sleep until he heard the result. When he saw Ji Yuning's message, Tang Qingyang almost jumped up in excitement. She succeeded. They really succeeded. There were no accidents, just countless surprises. He was fated to stay awake during this night, and couldn't fall asleep because he was too excited. What made him most excited wasn't this windfall, but the result Tang Bingsun had. Tang Bingsun might have a breakdown after losing the Tang organization, which was what Tang Qingyang looked forward to seeing. He wouldn't mind if he couldn't see it, it was enough that he knew that Tang Bingsun was having a hard time. All of a sudden, Tang Qingyang's excitement was replaced by upset. He got up from the bed and went to the study, then he took out an album from the drawer and opened it. The first photo was a family photo of 3, but only he was alive now. "Dad, although I didn't take revenge with my own hands, someone did it for me. I'll soon take over Tang Bingsun's company, and he's having a very hard time now. I can't kill him, but I don't think he can live long." When Ji Yuning was back in Mountain River Garden, it was nearly 1 a.m. She got home so quickly because it was very late and there was a little traffic on the road. Normally, she had to spend 40 minutes on the road, but she came back in 20 minutes tonight. She didn't want to keep Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao waiting for her, so she sped up along the way. At this time, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao were still awake. Because they were cultivators, they wouldn't feel tired even if they didn't have sleep for days. Sometimes, cultivators spent months on cultivation and only slept for a few days. They would feel more energetic when the energy moved around in their bodies, and would only feel tired when the cultivation was over. Although Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao were waiting for Ji Yuning to come back, they didn't sit there and do nothing. Instead, they were practicing kung fu skills in the backyard. It was very late, but they were in a big house. There were many green plants between houses, so nobody would hear them. When Ji Yuning's car just drove into the front yard of their house, Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao felt it. They stopped at once and went back to the living room. Ji Yuning parked the car and walked to the door, but the door opened before she touched it and Leng Xiaoting showed his face. Ji Yuning felt guilty when she saw that Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo were still waiting for her. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. I was busy doing something else. Ji Yuning apologized. Even though she knew that Jing Yunyo wouldn't be annoyed, she should show her attitude and couldn't forget her manners. Actually, she apologized not to show her manners, but because she really felt guilty. It's fine, said Jing Yunyo. She didn't want Ji Yuning to feel guilty, so she explained. We're cultivators, so we will be fine even if we don't sleep for half a month. In addition, we didn't sit there and do nothing. We were actually practicing kung fu skills in the backyard. Xiaoting is always busy, so we seized the night to practice. If Ji Yuning was an ordinary, weak girl, Jing Yunyo might be worried about her safety, but Ji Yuning wasn't. Moreover, what Ji Yuning did was very important. There were some things better done at night. Chapter 1750. Give the flood dragon to Leng Xiaoting. When Leng Xiaoting had the call with Ji Yuning, Jing Yunyo heard their conversation. It was indeed better to deal with monsters and ghosts at night. There were people around in the day after all, and it might cause trouble. As for Tang Bingsun, she had heard a little about their grudge, so she understood Ji Yuning's behavior. How is it? Asked Leng Xiaoting with concern, although he knew that Ji Yuning never failed. It's done. I threatened Tang Bingsun into signing the shares transfer contract and they're under Tang Qingyang's name now. The Tang organization is no longer controlled by Tang Bingsun, and he'll have a breakdown afterwards. Given his condition, he can't live long even though I am allowing him to live. Many innocent people have been killed because of her, and he should pay for it. He didn't even hesitate to kill his own daughter and brother, so he must be seriously punished. If Tang Qingyang and I didn't have the ability to take revenge, our relatives would have died for nothing, said Ji Yuning. She didn't bother to avoid Jing Yunyo, because Jing Yunyo was already aware of it. Knowing that Tang Bingsun didn't hesitate to kill his own daughter and brother, Jing Yunyo had mixed emotions, because she had been betrayed and chased by her close family member as well. She also wanted to take revenge in order to comfort Leng Yuanan who had left this world. If there is any problem in the following days and it's not convenient for you to handle it, feel free to tell me and I can make the Tang organization stand out, said Leng Xiaoting. Sure. Ji Yuning agreed. If she really needed Leng Xiaoting's help, she wouldn't hesitate to let him know. Oh, there is something I need to tell you, said Ji Yuning to Leng Xiaoting with a serious expression. Well, I should go back to my room now. I'll give you two some space. Jing Yunyo was afraid that she might hinder their conversation. Please stay. I need you to be present when we talk about it. Ji Yuning stopped her at once. If so, Jing Yunyo didn't leave. Well, the thing is that Xiaoting's level is still low now. He's no match for cultivators at a high level, and he might be in danger in the future, so I decided to give the flood dragon to Xiaoting. It can help him if he encounters danger, said Ji Yuning. What? Hearing that, both Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyo were shocked, but for different reasons. Leng Xiaoting was aware of the flood dragon, so he was shocked because Ji Yuning was going to give such an important creature to him. Jing Yunyo, however, didn't know that Ji Yuning had a flood dragon by her side, and was amazed by that. No, if you give the flood dragon to me, how about you? I think it should stay with you to keep you safe. Leng Xiaoting refused right away. It wasn't because he didn't want to accept Ji Yuning's kindness, but because it was too much. He was worried that Ji Yuning might be injured if the flood dragon wasn't by her side. We're in different situations. I'm a mortal, and I won't encounter greater danger than you do. You're facing danger from the Jing family and strong monsters as well as ghosts. The essence of cultivators is very nutritious for them. It can help them greatly improve their cultivation. If you encounter them, there will certainly be a battle. What if you fail? We don't want that to happen, said Ji Yuning. Compared with Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting was indeed in a more dangerous situation. Well, Leng Xiaoting knew it very well, but he still didn't think it was a good idea, and he was also worried about Ji Yuning's safety. Even if I encounter monsters or ghosts in the future, I can deal with them. Ji Yuning interrupted Leng Xiaoting. When Ji Yuning said that, Leng Xiaoting understood what she was talking about. She had the telepathic eye space, which could keep her enemies inside and protect her from danger. Ji Yuning's enemies were mainly monsters and ghosts, because other ordinary people weren't so strong. Leng Xiaoting wasn't worried that Ji Yuning might fail in a fight against mortals. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting became silent. Ji Yuning was determined to give the flood dragon to him, so he knew that it was useless no matter how he refused, even if they had an argument. Ji Yuning was never afraid of arguing with him, but he didn't want to do that. He was always obedient when he faced Ji Yuning, and he enjoyed it. Ji Yuning didn't say that she had the telepathic eye space, so Jing Yunyo wasn't aware of it, but she didn't bother to think much about it. Anyway, Ji Yuning could protect herself well. Ji Yuning continued, "Moreover, a monster fox has surrendered to me. I'll train it to be my helper. You can do your cultivation with the flood dragon from now on. It'll greatly help the flood dragon improve as well." "Fine, I accept." Because of Ji Yuning's determination, Leng Xiaoting agreed in the end, and felt quite touched. Seeing that Leng Xiaoting agreed, Ji Yuning smiled and let the flood dragon out of the telepathic eye space. In an instant, its giant body appeared in everyone's sight. Jing Yunyo was amazed, but it wasn't because of the existence of the flood dragon, instead it was because she didn't know where it came from. She thought that Ji Yuning might have a Chenkin bag too. Although she was curious, she knew that she shouldn't ask about that right now. When the flood dragon saw Jing Yunyo, it subconsciously stepped backwards. Because it was at a lower level than Jing Yunyo, it was afraid of her. If the flood dragon had a fight against Jing Yunyo, it might lose, but it could do a lot more damage than her. It could ruin a whole building by sweeping its tail. Both of them had their own advantage. "Flood dragon, this is my fiancé's mother. We're in the same group," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the flood dragon was relieved and greeted her, "Nice to see you." Jing Yunyo, who was at a high level, could understand the flood dragon's language, so she replied, "Nice to see you too." Leng Xiaoting, however, needed to go up another level to understand the languages of monsters and ghosts. "Xiaoting, put the flood dragon into your Chenkin bag for now," said Ji Yuning. "Sure," said Leng Xiaoting and took out his Chenkin bag. The next second, the flood dragon disappeared in the air and went into his Chenkin bag. Leng Xiaoting's Chenkin bag wasn't as useful as Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space. If he wanted to take anything out of it, he had to open it, while Ji Yuning could simply use her mind as if she could do magic. After that, Jing Yunyo asked, "Ningning, where did you get the flood dragon?" "I went to deal with something in HK last year. Several friends of mine told me that there were treasures under the ocean, so I dived to search for them, then I met the flood dragon and kept it as my helper," said Ji Yuning. Chapter 1751. Go grocery shopping together. Jing Yunyo understood and stopped asking about it. There were actually guns and other things in Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space, but Jing Yunyo was here right now, so Ji Yuning would wait until she was gone. Because it was very late, they went to sleep in their own room. When Ji Yuning was back in her room, she didn't go to bed, but sent Leng Xiaoting a message. She told him about the guns and explosives. Leng Xiaoting was leaving tomorrow afternoon and going back to their military base, so she had to give them to him before he left. Ji Yuning wouldn't give all of them to Leng Xiaoting, she would keep some to protect herself. The next day, they got up early in the morning, then went to run together. Jing Yunyo didn't join Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, because she knew that they needed some private space. She wouldn't interrupt them. Instead, she stayed at home and made breakfast for them. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting actually had nothing private to talk about with each other. They just casually chatted with one another. "Oh, will you go to the Leng family's house today?" asked Ji Yuning. "We won't. My mother doesn't feel comfortable there, and I'm leaving this afternoon. I don't want her to be left alone. You can go to my family's house with her if you're free these days when I'm absent. You can share a meal with my grandfather, I think he'll be happy about it," said Leng Xiaoting. Although Jing Yunyo hadn't gotten all her memories back yet, she was the daughter-in-law of the Leng family after all, so she should visit the Leng family once in a while. After running in the morning, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back home, where Jing Yunyo had prepared breakfast for them. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting then changed their clothes before they had breakfast together. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting felt happier than ever. He finally felt the familial happiness, which was different from that of his romantic relationship with Ji Yuning. All of a sudden, Leng Xiaoting said, "Mom, I miss the food cooked by you." Jing Yuniao was surprised and said at once, "Should we go to the Leng family's house later? If not, we can dine at home today, and I'll cook." Although Jing Yuniao had been back for days, she had dined either in the Leng family's house or outside, so Leng Xiaoting didn't have a chance to eat food cooked by her. "No, we can stay here today," said Leng Xiaoting. "Great, then I'll go grocery shopping later," said Jing Yuniao. "We'll go together," said Ji Yuning. She wasn't afraid that Jing Yuniao didn't know the directions, because there was a supermarket right across Mountain River Garden. She simply thought that Jing Yuniao shouldn't go out alone. "Great, let's go together," said Leng Xiaoting. "Sure." Jing Yuniao didn't refuse. They would go grocery shopping at 10 a.m., so they went to deal with their own things first after having breakfast. Ji Yuning wanted to do the dishes, but Leng Xiaoting stopped her. Jing Yuniao also pulled her away from the table. As a man, Xiaoting should take care of his girl. Just let him do it. Jing Yuniao was a very reasonable mother-in-law. She didn't think that her son was superior to her daughter-in-law or that her daughter-in-law should do the housework. The young couple could make the decision on that. Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao went to rest for a while in the living room. Leng Xiaoting also had a rest after doing the dishes. Afterwards, they went to the backyard and began their practice. Although Ji Yuning wasn't a cultivator, she could practice together with them, so she joined them. Ji Yuning's photographic memory shocked Jing Yuniao. She thought that Leng Xiaoting had a very good memory, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning's memory was better than his. If Ji Yuning were a cultivator, she might be more talented than Leng Xiaoting. Thinking of that, Jing Yuniao felt worried. Because Leng Xiaoting was a cultivator, he aged slowly as his cultivation improved. However, although Ji Yuning had many unbelievable skills, she was a mortal and couldn't live as long. She wasn't disdaining Ji Yuning, but was worried about their future. It was very dangerous for a mortal to become a cultivator. Once a mortal made a mistake, he or she might die. Therefore, from the ancient times till now, very few mortals could successfully become a cultivator. She believed that both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning must have the same worry, although they said nothing about it. No external force could help with the process of cutting bones and purifying marrow. It totally relied on one's determination, energy, and luck. Jing Yuniao was worried, but didn't say it aloud, in case it made them more worried. They stopped practicing at 9:30 a.m. Because it was a hot day, they were sweating. So they went to have a shower in their rooms before they went to the supermarket together. It was outside the block, so they walked there. Although there was a grocery shop inside the block, it was small and didn't sell all kinds of food, so they went to the supermarket further outside. However, when they almost reached the entrance, they met Zhang Ruining. Zhang Ruining's eyes lit up the second he saw Ji Yuning, but he was scared once his sight fell on Leng Xiaoting. He put on a serious expression at once. "Hi, Xiaoting, Ji Yuning." Jing Yuniao greeted them. Because he didn't know Jing Yuniao, he didn't know how to call her. "Hi," said Leng Xiaoting in a plain tone. "Did you come to see your older brother?" asked Ji Yuning. "Yeah, I had an argument with my family, so I came to stay in my older brother's place," said Zhang Ruining. He didn't think it was embarrassing. After that, he asked, "Where are you going now?" "To the supermarket," said Ji Yuning. "Oh, then I won't waste your time." "See you," said Zhang Ruining. If Leng Xiaoting weren't here, he would talk with Ji Yuning a bit longer. However, because of Leng Xiaoting's presence, he didn't dare to do that. Afterwards, they separated. Ji Yuning said to Jing Yuniao later, "He's the grandson of Master Zhang, who is Grandpa Leng's old friend. His name is Zhang Ruining." Hearing that, Jing Yuniao nodded. Because it was hard to find a food market in a big city, they normally bought food in supermarkets. Luckily most of the food was fresh in supermarkets, so it wasn't a bad choice. When the three of them walked in the crowd, they were most noticeable. Many people paid special attention to them and guessed their relationships. Jing Yunyo looked very young, but there was still a big difference between her and Ji Yuning as well as Leng Xiaoting when they stood together. However, people didn't think that Jing Yunyo was Leng Xiaoting or Ji Yuning's mother, but believed that she might be the sister or aunt of one of them. Chapter 1752. It will be embarrassing. As for how people guessed Ji Yuning's relationship with Leng Xiaoting, some thought that they were a couple, while some believed that they were brother and sister. Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, and Jing Yunyo didn't care about the discussions as long as they weren't unkind, and they kept on choosing food. They didn't buy much meat, instead buying many vegetables. After grocery shopping, Leng Xiaoting carried the shopping bags. Although they bought a lot, Leng Xiaoting was very strong, so it was easy for him. They started to cook once they were home. Both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to help Jing Yunyo wash the food, but didn't interfere in cooking. After all, Leng Xiaoting wanted to eat dishes cooked by Jing Yunyo. If they helped her with it, the taste would be different. Therefore, when Jing Yunyo was busy cooking, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the study. Ji Yuning took out the guns, drugs, and explosives, then Leng Xiaoting put them into his Chenkan bag. It seems that the Tianying gang is quite influential. It can get so many illegal things, said Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't surprising that an illegal gang could get them, but it wasn't easy to get a lot of them. There are many gold bars too. I can't take them out randomly, so I need to exchange them for money in the future, said Ji Yuning. Can I help? Asked Leng Xiaoting. No need, I can handle it, said Ji Yuning. Do you plan to turn to Situyi for help? Leng Xiaoting was displeased all of a sudden. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, not because Leng Xiaoting was right, but because she almost forgot Situyi if Leng Xiaoting didn't bring up his name. They hadn't contacted each other for a long time after all. I totally forgot him until you brought his name up. I'm not going to see him, but the Tianying gang. It's an illegal gang and it works for me now. It should be easy. Ji Yuning knew that Leng Xiaoting was a jealous lover, so she explained at once. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting felt much better, then he hugged Ji Yuning and kissed her without delay. He hadn't tasted her for a long time, and he badly missed it. In a few minutes, Ji Yuning pushed Leng Xiaoting away. All right, it'll be embarrassing if my lips are swollen. Even though she felt reluctant to push Leng Xiaoting away because they hadn't been so close for a long time, it wasn't a suitable time right now. Leng Xiaoting was a little dissatisfied when Ji Yuning pushed him away, because he hadn't had enough of the kiss, but Ji Yuning was right. In order to not embarrass Ji Yuning, he didn't continue, but he stared at her as if he wanted to swallow her. Honestly, he hadn't had sex with Ji Yuning in a long time, and was horny now. Ji Yuning was amused, but she pulled Leng Xiaoting outside in case he lost control of himself. Leng Xiaoting understood why she did that and was amused too. It seemed that she really took him as a horny man. Although he really wanted to have sex with her, he was still conscious about the place. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the living room, they sat together to watch TV. About half an hour later, all the dishes were ready and they began to have lunch. Leng Xiaoting had mixed emotions once he had the familiar dishes. He used to have a family of 3, but now, even though Leng Xiaoting had mixed emotions, he didn't show anything on his face. It wasn't sensible to live in memories, and he should be happy that he met his mother now. He should think more about his future, about how to improve his cultivation and take revenge. Ji Yuning also needed to figure out a way to become a cultivator. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting felt sad again. His master had told him it was very dangerous, and he didn't want Ji Yuning to risk her life. In fact, although he didn't tell Ji Yuning that he had asked Sheng Guanyang about the possibility of a mortal becoming a cultivator, he knew that Ji Yuning must have done the same thing and have the same answer. Ji Yuning didn't say anything about it, or show anything on her face, but he knew she ached to become a cultivator. Because she didn't want him to lose his cultivation which he had tried hard to get and the great chance to live a long healthy life, she had to do her best to follow him. Ji Yuning didn't say or show anything in order to not worry him. However, it was impossible for him not to be worried. As a result, Leng Xiaoting decided to have a talk with Sheng Guanyang. If Ji Yuning really wanted to cut her bones and purify her marrow, he had to be told. To be honest, Leng Xiaoting didn't know whether he would support that idea or not. He shouldn't agree if he worried about her, because he already made the decision to die with her if she had to die after aging one day. It sounded selfish for Jing Yuniao, because she would have to watch her son die. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoting didn't think he could live a meaningful life without Ji Yuning. Actually, if Ji Yuning insisted on cutting her bones and purifying her marrow, he couldn't stop her from doing it. He knew her character very well. When Leng Xiaoting thought about that, he showed his worries, which attracted attention from Ji Yuning and Jing Yuniao. Ji Yuning didn't ask him, but Jing Yuniao did at once. "What's wrong? Don't you like the dishes?" "Of course I do," said Leng Xiaoting. "I just thought of something else. It's not a big deal. I love these dishes. They're delicious." Hearing that, Jing Yuniao didn't ask further about what he was thinking just then. He wasn't a kid any longer, and could make decisions on his own. "Great, if you love them, I can cook more often for you," said Jing Yuniao. Nothing could satisfy her more than that her son loved dishes cooked by her. As long as the children were happy, parents would be satisfied. "Wonderful," Leng Xiaoting said. Jing Yuniao was really a good cook, so they ate more than usual this time. After having lunch, Leng Xiaoting did the dishes as always. Although Jing Yuniao didn't think there was anything wrong with that, Ji Yuning felt a little embarrassed. However, she could do nothing about it, because Leng Xiaoting didn't need her help, and Jing Yuniao pulled her out. Because Ji Yuning had something else to deal with, she left at 1 p.m. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao didn't stop her. Leng Xiaoting also went back to their military base at 3 p.m. Although he came back with Xu Jinchen this time, he had stayed in the capital for longer because of his own business. Xu Jinchen left earlier, so Leng Xiaoting went back alone. Chapter 1753, a remuneration of 100 million yuan. Ever since Ji Yuning left, she kept calling Tang Qingyang and asked him whether he was free for a meeting. It wasn't working hours, so Tang Qingyang was free. Actually, even if he was at work, he was able to leave the company as long as he wasn't busy. Tang Qingyang wasn't a common employee, but a major shareholder after all. He was the second decision-maker of the company, so he didn't need to follow the strict rules. As the chairman, Tang Bingson also came only when there was business for him to deal with, and he could leave whenever he wanted to. Ji Yuning told Tang Qingyang to wait for her at a cafe next to the Tang organization, and that she would be there in 20 minutes. She clearly knew the surroundings of the Tang organization, so she directly appointed a cafe for their meeting. About 15 minutes later, Ji Yuning arrived, and Tang Qingyang was already waiting for her in a private room. Ba Tianyang stayed by his side, so Ba Tianyang was there too. Before the problem about Tang Bingson was completely solved, Tang Qingyang was still in danger, but he was in a better situation now. Ba Tianyang could go back to Ji Yuning's company in a few days. He had left Ji Yuning's company for a long time, and Song Mani must be missing him. Although Ji Yuning didn't know which stage Song Mani's relationship with Ba Tianyang was in right now, she knew that there was chemistry between them. Ba Tianyang had stayed by Tang Qingyang's side these days, and could barely see Song Mani, but they called each other. As Tang Qingyang's bodyguard, Ba Tianyang also had his private time and space, as long as his work wasn't affected. Even though Ji Yuning said that she would be there in 20 minutes, and Tang Qingyang only waited several minutes, he felt that he had waited for her for ages. He couldn't wait to see her right now. He was excited the entire morning, but it didn't affect his work. On the contrary, he had greater incentive. Once Ji Yuning came, Tang Qingyang's eyes lit up, and he focused on the file bag in her hand. "Boss, nice to see you." Ba Tianyang greeted Ji Yuning with great respect. "Hi," Ji Yuning said to him. "Hi, Ji Yuning, have a seat." "What do you want to drink?" said Tang Qingyang and pushed the menu to Ji Yuning. Although he was eager to see the contract, he didn't ask about it the second Ji Yuning came, because it would be too selfish. Ji Yuning read the menu and said, "Assam tea, please." "Sure," said Tang Qingyang and rang the bell at once. He called a waiter over and ordered a cup of Assam tea. When the waiter was gone, Ji Yuning handed the file bag to Tang Qingyang. "All right, you can sign your name now." Tang Qingyang took it at once and opened it. As his sight fell on Tang Bingsun's signature, his hands were shaking with excitement. After that, he took out a pen to sign his name at the blank of Party B. Right when Tang Qingyang placed the contract on the table and was about to sign his name, the waiter came in with the tea. He stopped right away and put the contract away, in case the waiter saw it. After the waiter put the cup down and left, Tang Qingyang placed the contract on the table again and kept on signing his name. "All right, my task is finished, and you can deal with the rest on your own," said Ji Yuning and took out a card with her name and bank card number on it. "Once you become the chairman, I want the remuneration to be transferred to my card." They had reached an agreement that the remuneration was 100 million yuan. She was determined to defeat Tang Bingsun whether she could have this 100 million yuan or not, so she only asked Tang Qingyang for it to set his mind at rest. She didn't want him to feel that he owed her and feel burdened. If Ji Yuning had the intention, she could take the whole Tang organization as her own. In that case, she would have dozens of billions of yuan, but she didn't have that idea. No problem. Tang Qingyang took the card. He would keep his promise, and he was actually willing to pay her 1 billion yuan if she wanted it. "If you need my help in the future, feel free to tell me," said Ji Yuning. The Tang organization was a large, complicated business group, and she was worried that Tang Qingyang was too young to run it well. "Great," said Tang Qingyang. He wasn't sure whether he could handle it. They chatted with each other for a while longer, then Ji Yuning left. When she was back in her car, she didn't drive away at once. Instead, she called Chu Peihan and asked her what they were doing. Chu Peihan told her that they were shopping. Because they only had some clothes with them when they came to the capital, they needed to buy bedclothes. Ji Yuning then decided to meet them. Since they were going to buy a lot of stuff, it would be inconvenient for them to carry it. Ji Yuning had given the key to the Land Rover she drove from City F to Chu Peihan, but the capital was too large and they were unfamiliar with it. Neither Chu Peihan nor Mu Ke dared to drive outside, so they either took a taxi or the subway. Although there were many big shopping malls in the capital and Fengsheng Shopping Mall actually wasn't the most famous one, Chu Peihan and the others didn't hesitate to go there simply because it was owned by Ji Yuning's family. Knowing that they hadn't paid yet, Ji Yuning told them to wait for her. She had a VIP card and could get a 20% discount. She had a black card too, and everything was free within a limited amount of money, but she wasn't going to buy anything, so she didn't give it to them. They didn't lack money at all, so they could learn to be economic. Because Ji Yuning would be there in half an hour, Chu Peihan and the others decided to wait for her in a nearby cafe. When they were looking for a cafe, they coincidentally saw a stylish, rich woman being followed by 2 young men. Chu Peihan and the others could tell that they were thieves by a glance. All of them had a strong sense of justice and were ready to help the weak, so they decided to do something. They liked to help the weak normally, but they never did what was beyond their abilities. They only took action when they were able to bear the result. Without delay, Chu Peihan and the others walked to the rich woman and Chu Peihan said to her, "Hi, Aunt, I finally found you. Uncle is waiting for us ahead." "Oh, are the 2 men behind you your friends?" The rich woman was confused by what Chu Peihan said to her and thought that she must have mistaken her for someone else. However, when she heard there were 2 men behind her, she turned around at once. Chapter 1754, Idiots. The rich woman was confused, because she came out alone and there were no friends with her, let alone 2 men. Once the rich woman turned around, she saw 2 strange men. The 2 strange men panicked and walked aside at once. In an instant, the rich woman realized what had happened. Seeing them walking away, the rich woman felt relieved. She turned back to look at Chu Peihan and the others, then thanked them, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know that I became the target of 2 thieves." "You're welcome, but ma'am, you must be careful," said Chu Peihan. "I will," said the rich woman, then she left. Chu Peihan and the others turned to look at the 2 men. They paid special attention to them in case they continued to follow the rich woman. At the beginning, the 2 men thought that Chu Peihan and the others came here along with the rich woman, but it turned out that they were wrong. Chu Peihan walked out simply to remind the rich woman to stay away from them. As a result, the two men were mad. Because Chu Peihan and her friends were teenagers, they weren't afraid of them and accosted them. "Hey, you, did you do that on purpose?" one of the men asked with strong hatred. In fact, he already had the answer. "So what?" Chu Peihan put her arms across her chest, and responded with disdain. They weren't afraid of them either. If they were afraid, they wouldn't have stood out. "So, you made us lose a great chance to make a lot of money. Give us all the money you have right now, or we'll teach you an unforgeable lesson." The other man threatened in a very unkind tone. "Really? Let's see whether you have the ability to rob us of our money," said Muke. He thought that they wouldn't be so dumb as to really rob them in public. However, he was wrong, because the two men really dared to rob them in public. The two men were provoked by Muke, so they didn't think further about their behavior. "Great, if so, you asked for it." Afterwards, the two men walked towards Chu Peihan and the others, trying to catch them before they robbed them. Right when they were about to attack Chu Peihan and her friends, Chu Peihan and Muke raised their fists first. Within seconds, they beat the two men down on the ground, and the two men screamed in pain, "Oh, no." To their astonishment, several teenagers were so good at kung fu, and could easily beat them up. They didn't even have any time to fight back. Their scream of pain attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Many passers-by surrounded them later. "These kids are so violent. They are fighting in a shopping mall." Right, kids nowadays are spoiled and have no sense of shame. Before onlookers learned the truth, they tended to speak for the weak. Because the two men were beaten on the ground now, they had sympathy for them and criticized Chu Peihan and her friends. Chu Peihan and the others were displeased when they were criticized, so Chu Peihan shouted to them, "Shut up, you don't know what has happened, so stop damaging our reputation. These two people are thieves and they even tried to rob us. Shouldn't we fight back? Would you stand there and wait to be robbed?" Hearing that, many people felt embarrassed and shut their mouths. At the same time, some were also annoyed by Chu Peihan. "Only idiots rob in public." Chu Peihan turned to the person who said that with a cold look. The person was a girl the same age as her. She was pretty, but looked quite mean. Besides, the girl showed jealousy towards Chu Peihan in her eyes. It was obvious that she was simply venting her negative emotions. It was true that the girl had negative emotions. There was a man in his early 20s next to the girl, and he looked at Chu Peihan with admiration. It was really unbelievable that Chu Peihan, a young girl, was able to beat two strong men up within seconds, so he really admired her and complimented her. The girl beside him heard it and got mad. The man, on the other hand, frowned when the girl became so aggressive all of a sudden. "Do you want me to show you the surveillance video? Will you take responsibility for what you just said if it's true that they tried to rob us in public? As for what you should pay for your behavior, it depends on us," said Chu Peihan in a cold voice. Because it was a girl, Muke said nothing and let Chu Peihan handle it. The girl felt stressed when Chu Peihan and the others stared straight at her, and Chu Peihan's words also made her angrier. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to argue back, because Chu Peihan seemed very confident. The man looked at the girl and coldly said, "Do you think you're smarter than other people? It's none of your business, so be quiet." The girl felt aggrieved when the man said that to her, but she didn't dare to argue with him. "Sorry, I should apologize to you on behalf of her. Please forgive us," the man said to Chu Peihan with sincerity. Although it had nothing to do with him and he really disliked this girl was the daughter of his mother's colleague after all, and he couldn't leave her aside. He disliked this girl, but still went outside to shop with her only because he had been deceived by his own mother. His mother lied to him that she was in a cafe in the shopping mall and called him to pick her up because she had bought too many things. However, when he arrived, he didn't see his mother, instead there was just this girl. His mother actually went to shop with this girl's mother. It couldn't be more obvious. His mother wanted to set them up, but he knew this girl very well, and he hated her. Therefore, he was unwilling to be with this girl, and wanted to find his mother, but they noticed the fight halfway. Chu Peihan and her friends said nothing further about it, and left after giving the girl a glance of disdain. Because of the accident, it was about the appointed time of their meeting with Ji Yuning, so they didn't go to the cafe, and just continued to walk around in the shopping mall. After Chu Peihan and her friends were gone, the man gave the girl a glance of dissatisfaction, then left as well, ignoring the girl. Chapter 1755, Give Up Struggling. Jiu. The girl followed him at once and explained. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said something like that just then, but I didn't think much. You don't need to apologize to me, because I don't care about what you do, said the man with impatience. The girl still wanted to say something, but didn't know what she could say, because she could feel the man's obvious impatience. The girl was quite aggrieved in her heart. She didn't understand why he treated her that way. What had she done wrong? She was born in a rich family and was pretty, but he never paid attention to her. However, she was still worried that the man might become angrier, so she remained silent. After walking around for 5 minutes, Chu Peihan received Ji Yuning's call. Ji Yuning had already arrived and asked her where they were right now. She would come to see them. Chu Peihan told her their position and Ji Yuning showed up in 3 minutes, after which they went shopping together. They needed to look at bedclothes and clothing, because they couldn't bring many clothes with only one suitcase. They were all students, and shouldn't wear too expensive clothes, so they went to shop for clothes in the range of several hundred yuan. Several hundred yuan was nothing compared with international brands, but it actually wasn't a little for students. Moreover, they were shopping for summer clothing. Mu Ke wanted to pay for what Yu Mixi wanted to buy, but Yu Mixi declined. They were boyfriend and girlfriend now, but Yu Mixi thought that it was better for her not to use much of Mu Ke's money. She only accepted it when they went out for a date or gave each other a gift. At 3 p.m., Leng Xiaoting was back in the military base. Although he was going back to the Red Flames military base this time, he had to go to the military base for special forces that he had stayed in these days first. Because he needed to take an exclusive plane to go to the Red Flames base, and the exclusive plane was stopped at the base for special forces. It wasn't far from the city center of the capital, but it was hidden in distant mountains, so accidents could happen along the way. Without surprise, Leng Xiaoting encountered trouble this time. A person suddenly rushed out of the woods, blocking Leng Xiaoting's path. Leng Xiaoting was scared and slammed the brakes and stopped half a meter away from him. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting felt the familiar air. It was a cultivator and he was a member of the evil practice. Leng Xiaoting squinted and became alert, then stared at the man. The man was dressed all in black with an unkind face. It seemed that he wanted to kill Leng Xiaoting, with greed and excitement in his eyes. Even though Leng Xiaoting was at a low level, the man thought it was a great chance to absorb his energy. If Leng Xiaoting was at a high level, he might have to think carefully about it. Leng Xiaoting wasn't afraid to confront the man from the evil practice. However, to prevent his car from being damaged, Leng Xiaoting got out of it and went to face the man. You're brave. Seeing Leng Xiaoting's behavior, the man was surprised, but he showed more mockery. What Leng Xiaoting did was meaningless in his eyes. What do you want? Leng Xiaoting coldly asked. To absorb your energy and improve my own cultivation, of course. The man said with mockery. Great, let's see whether you can do that, said Leng Xiaoting without the slightest fear. He challenged the man and stayed alert. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to let the flood dragon out right now, because he planned to deal with it on his own. He needed more practical experience. If he really couldn't win, he would let the flood dragon out to help him. Thinking of the flood dragon, Leng Xiaoting felt lucky at this moment. If Ji Yuning hadn't given it to him, he would have to rely on his own ability and luck to survive right now. The man was mad when he was challenged by a cultivator at a lower level than him. Very good, let me show you my abilities. The man said with hatred, then attacked Leng Xiaoting without delay. He moved fast and with great force, because he wanted to catch Leng Xiaoting as soon as possible to prove his ability. Leng Xiaoting didn't hesitate to fight back. However, even though he used his full strength, he might not be a match for the man. It was really an exciting fight between two cultivators. Leng Xiaoting was at a low level, but he was actually stronger than other cultivators at the same level and was only a little weaker than those cultivators at higher levels than him. As a result, when the man fought against Leng Xiaoting wasn't defeated at once, which surprised him. He realized that Leng Xiaoting wasn't weak at all, even though he was at a higher level. Because of the gap of their cultivation, Leng Xiaoting did his best to barely protect himself from being hurt by the man. He was safe for the time being. The man was quite displeased when he failed to catch Leng Xiaoting within a short time. "Young man, you better give up struggling. You're no match for me," said the man in a cold voice. Although he admitted that Leng Xiaoting was a very outstanding cultivator, he was still far better than him. He was confident that Leng Xiaoting was no match for him. "Show me your ability then," said Leng Xiaoting. Although he was at a disadvantage now, he had the flood dragon to help him. However, because he was still able to protect himself from being hurt by the man, he was unwilling to let the flood dragon out right away. "Idiot," the man said in anger, then kept on attacking Leng Xiaoting. As time went by, Leng Xiaoting began to find it hard to fight back any longer, and he was in a more and more dangerous situation. So without hesitation, Leng Xiaoting let the flood dragon out, because he didn't want to be injured. When he did that, he observed the surroundings to see whether there were other people. It would cause great trouble if other people saw the flood dragon. Luckily, there was no one else around them. Once the flood dragon appeared, the man was stunned. He didn't expect that Leng Xiaoting had a flood dragon. Besides, the flood dragon obviously had greater cultivation than him, so the man felt threatened and wanted to escape. If he didn't run away right now, he might die today. Chapter 1756, An abject failure. In an instant, the man flew far away. "Kill him." Leng Xiaoting gave an order to the flood dragon at the same time. The flood dragon obeyed his order and went to catch the man at once. It was impossible for the man to escape now, so he had to stop and fight against the flood dragon. Although he was at a lower level than the flood dragon, the fight still lasted for a long while. However, in a few minutes, the flood dragon caught the man and absorbed his energy. The next second, the man became a cloud of black air and disappeared. After that, the flood dragon went back to Leng Xiaoting and Leng Xiaoting thanked it. "Thanks." The flood dragon made a sound to reply to Leng Xiaoting. Even though Leng Xiaoting couldn't understand it, he knew what it tried to tell him. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting put the flood dragon into his chenkin bag before he drove away. Because he stayed away from the car during the fight with the man, it wasn't damaged. Leng Xiaoting had no plan to tell Ji Yuning about the accident. He was fine after all, and there was no need to worry her. Actually, when he had the fight with the man, Ji Yuning felt anxious and thought of Leng Xiaoting, but she believed that he would be fine with the flood dragon's help. Ji Yuning also worried that the Tang family might encounter trouble, so she called Ji Yu Man. After knowing that the Tang family was safe, she felt relieved. When she felt anxious, there might not be an accident, but she needed to make sure that everything was fine. At 5 p.m., Chu Peihan and the others had almost finished shopping and they thought about what to have for dinner. At this time, Ji Yuning received Zhang Zikai's call. Zhang Zikai told her that Mingzi wanted to meet her. Zhang Zikai felt reluctant to call Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning had given her a helping hand and she didn't want to cause her more trouble. When Mingzi called her and asked her to help him contact Ji Yuning, she had tried to persuade Mingzi to give it up. She didn't care about Mingzi, but she did about Ji Yuning. Although she believed that Ji Yuning had many unbelievable skills, she still thought it was dangerous. However, Ji Yuning had told her not to hesitate to call her if Mingzi bothered her again, so Zhang Zikai called Ji Yuning in the end. In addition, Ji Yuning also told her not to tell Mingzi her identity, so Zhang Zikai didn't tell Mingzi Ji Yuning's background after failing to persuade him to give up. If Mingzi learned more information about Ji Yuning, he would be scared and withdraw. Ji Yuning didn't allow Zhang Zikai to tell Mingzi more details about her in order to teach him a lesson. Ji Yuning knew that Mingzi wouldn't accept the result when they first met each other, but she was surprised that he wanted to see her again so soon. It had only been a few days, and his injuries shouldn't be healed right away. Zhang Zikai then told her that Mingzi wanted to meet her again not for a fight, but a car race tonight. If Ji Yuning lost, she should kneel, kowtow, and say that she was sorry 3 times. If they lost, they would do the same thing. Moreover, he could find someone else to do that for him, but Ji Yuning couldn't. Ji Yuning had to race by herself with her own car. Which was obviously unfair, so he must be scheming against Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wasn't afraid. She didn't think there was anyone else who could do it better than her, even if it was a professional driver. She didn't want other people to decide her destiny, she preferred to control her own life. Mingzi also said that he would sue her and her friends for beating people if she refused to accept the challenge. The driving recorder in his car had recorded everything, and he had made an injury report too. Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of his threat at all, but she agreed without hesitation, because she had made it very clear that she was waiting for Mingzi to challenge her. No problem, when and where? Asked Ji Yuning. 8 p.m., the twisting mountain road at Fushan. Zhang Zikai said, Ji Yuning, if it's difficult, you don't have to go there. I can deal with him. It's really dangerous to have a car race at night after all. It's fine, I never do something if I don't have confidence in winning, said Ji Yuning to comfort her. Fine, I'll be there too, said Zhang Zikai. She was involved as well, so she couldn't ignore it. Sure, said Ji Yuning and hung up. Boss, what happened? Once Ji Yuning hung up, Chu Peihan asked. Although Ji Yuning looked the same as usual, something unusual must have happened. Ji Yuning had no intention to keep it a secret from them, so she said, do you still remember the fight we had at the parking lot of the food street that night? The man named Mingzi challenged me to have a car race tonight. Do you want to go with me? Ji Yuning knew it was impossible for them not to be there, but she still asked for their opinions. Why not? I'll see him become an abject failure, said Chu Peihan. I'm surprised that the man dares to cause you trouble again. Boss, are you sure it's all right to have a car race at night? Mu Ke asked with concern. Although he believed in Ji Yuning, he was still worried. I will be fine, said Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning said that, they were relieved. After that, they went to dine together. It was just a little past 5, but they needed to go the twisting mountain road at Fushan later, so they dined earlier today. It took at least an hour to get to the twisting mountain road at Fushan from the southern district. After dinner, it was 6 p.m. However, Ji Yuning didn't go to the appointed place right away, instead she went back to Century City because she needed to change her car. Ji Yuning was driving the Hummer she bought in City J last time, which was suitable for mountain roads but not for a race. She had to drive her Lamborghini, because it was a sports car. Even though the Lamborghini was in her telepathic eye space right now, she couldn't take it out in front of her friends. Instead, she had to go back to Century City to pretend that the car was in the garage. When they were back in Century City, Ji Yuning stopped her car and told her friends to wait for a while. She would go to Gao Yi's garage to get another car. She did that to avoid them, because if she told them that the car was in her garage, they would come and watch. Ji Yuning told them to wait, so they didn't follow her. She and Gao Yi had the keys to the 2 garages for the convenience of using other cars in both garages. The second Ji Yuning opened the door a small gap, she directly reached her hand inside and put the car out. Afterwards, she opened the door of the garage wide and drove the car out. After that, she told her friends to get in before she closed the door of the garage and set off on the road. Chapter 1757. We'll know who can win at 7:30 p.m. Mingzi and his friends arrived at the entrance of the Twisting Mountain Road at Fushan. There were 4 of them in all. The Twisting Mountain Road at Fushan was a specialized motorsport race track, because it was more exciting to have a car race here than in a flat circuit, but it was also much more dangerous. Therefore, whoever came to have a race had to sign an agreement beforehand. No matter what accidents happened during the game, the drivers had to take responsibility on their own. It was a very dangerous activity after all, and accidents could easily happen. If the host had to take responsibility, it couldn't stay afloat. Since it was a race track, there were professional racing cars for rent, but Mingzi proposed to bring their own cars. He believed that Ji Yuning couldn't afford a good car, while they had many professional racing cars. In that case, it would be hard for them to lose. That was Mingzi's idea. Mingzi invited his friend's cousin who was a professional racing driver to help him race against Ji Yuning. His friend's cousin normally stayed in the racing team, and had several days off recently by chance, so Mingzi turned to him for help. Mingzi paid him for the race, because he was a professional racing driver after all, and he wouldn't help Mingzi for free. He was the cousin of Mingzi's friend, instead of Mingzi's own cousin after all. At this time, there were many people with luxurious sports cars at the twisting mountain road. Although it was more dangerous to have a car race at night than during the day, many people still chose to come here at night for the excitement. Zhang Zikai came later, and was alone. She had the idea to call Xiao Zihan to come with her, but Xiao Zihan was in a bad mood recently because of Mingzi, so she gave up the idea, in case Xiao Zihan felt worse once she saw Mingzi again. Xiao Zihan already gave up Mingzi, but she used to like him very much, so it wasn't easy for her to get over him. Her mood would still be affected by Mingzi. What are you doing here? Mingzi was displeased to see Zhang Zikai, but didn't dare to vent his anger on her. To watch the race, said Zhang Zikai at once. She was worried about Ji Yuning, but seemed calm on the surface. Mingzi said nothing. Zhang Zikai wouldn't affect their game after all. Mingzi, you're really a terrible coward. Since you want to have the race with Ji Yuning, why don't you do it yourself? How can you turn to another person for help? Zhang Zikai laughed at him. So what? She already accepted it. Losers are always in the wrong. Mingzi didn't think that he had done anything wrong, and took it for granted. You're shameless and disgusting. I'll wait to see you kneel, kowtow, and say you're sorry 3 times in front of Ji Yuning, said Zhang Zikai. Although she was worried about Ji Yuning, she should still defend her. In addition, Ji Yuning said that she was confident to win, so Zhang Zikai chose to believe her. Ridiculous. She's merely a young girl. It's impossible for her to defeat me, said the professional racing driver. He had great pride in himself and refused to believe that Ji Yuning would win the game. We'll know who can win, said Zhang Zikai. Zikai, do you know who he is? He's a professional racing driver in an official team. He has won many important awards before. Do you think Ji Yuning can defeat him? Mingzi smiled with disdain. His attitude showed that he believed that they could win. What? Hearing that, Zhang Zikai was surprised. She didn't know that Ji Yuning's competitor was a professional racing driver from an official team. She thought that he was just a common racing driver, but unexpectedly he was professional and even served in an official team. After knowing that, Zhang Zikai's expression became worried. She now really worried that Ji Yuning might lose. Seeing her reaction, Mingzi felt pleased and had greater confidence to win the game. Oh, do you know how much this Ferrari sports car costs? 12 million yuan. Do you think Ji Yuning can afford such a good car? Mingzi said, pointing to a nearby sports car. Zhang Zikai knew Ji Yuning was rich, but she didn't know what car Ji Yuning drove. Not every rich man drove a luxurious car of over 10 million yuan. Besides, ordinary cars weren't comparable to sports cars. Thinking of that, Zhang Zikai was even more anxious. At 7:40 p.m., a white Lamborghini drove into the parking lot of the Twisting Mountain Road at Fushan, and it attracted a lot of attention at once. No way, isn't that a limited edition Lamborghini? Right. It costs at least 20 million yuan. The point is that it requires more than just money to buy such a limited edition car. I'm afraid its owner has powerful connections too. Look at its license plate number. It's from City B. Mingzi and his friends also saw the white Lamborghini, and they began to discuss it too with envy. Ji Yuning saw Zhang Zikai from a distance, so she directly drove towards her. The car moved very fast, so other people were unable to see the driver in it. Everyone's sight followed the Lamborghini, trying to figure out who was inside. When the car stopped by Zhang Zikai and Ji Yuning got out of it, both Zhang Zikai and Mingzi were shocked. To their astonishment, the driver was Ji Yuning. Other people who didn't know Ji Yuning were also greatly surprised, because she was a young girl. Therefore, some people who stood close to them talked about whether to strike up a conversation with her. They were kind and simply interested in her car. Ji Yuning, you're finally here. Your car looks so cool. Zhang Zikai got her mind back and ran towards Ji Yuning at once. She felt relaxed when she saw Ji Yuning's car, but she was still slightly worried, so she said to Ji Yuning, Mingzi has a professional racing driver to help him. What will you do? It's fine, Ji Yuning said airily. Seeing Ji Yuning being so calm, Zhang Zikai felt comforted. When Zhang Zikai called Ji Yuning's name, Mingzi's friends learned that she was Ji Yuning. However, they had a premonition, because Ji Yuning had a limited edition Lamborghini, which was a lot more expensive than the professional racing driver's car. Ji Yuning. Is she the famous Ji Yuning? Said one of several nearby boys who were paying special attention to them, when he heard Zhang Zikai call Ji Yuning's name. Chapter 1758. She's doomed to failure. The boy's friend heard it and asked, "Do you know her?" "I've heard of a girl named Ji Yuning, and she's quite unbelievable. She's only 19 this year but already has many companies under her name. She's a billionaire now. In addition, she's also excellent at studying, and was accepted by the capital university before the regular time. She's also a kung fu master," said the man with obvious admiration. "Really? It's incredible." Knowing that, all of his friends were surprised, but someone doubted it. "Are you sure she owns all the companies?" "I believe so. After all, given what she has done, she couldn't be an ordinary girl." Although the boy wasn't sure that Ji Yuning owned all the companies because it was really unbelievable, he chose to believe her. If so, it's really amazing. If she could be accepted by the capital university before the regular time, it already proves that she isn't simple at all. "You just said that she's a kung fu master. How good is she at kung fu?" "You can search for more information about her on the internet. It's hard to explain it in a few seconds," said the boy, and his friends took out their phones at once to search for information about Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning walked to Mingzi and his friends, then asked them in a cold tone, "When will the race begin?" "We can do it right now," said the professional racing driver. Even though he was surprised by Ji Yuning's fancy car, he still had confidence in himself to win the game. She had a good car, but it didn't mean that she had good skills too. Moreover, he was from an official racing team, while she was just an ordinary girl. He had never seen a girl who was excellent at driving before. No matter how good she was at driving, she couldn't be better than a man. Although Ji Yuning was able to afford a luxurious car and might have powerful connections, it wasn't important. They were going to have a race based on willingness. No matter how influential she was, she could do nothing to hurt him. Even if she wanted to do something to vent her anger, Mingzi should be the first person she looked at, instead of him. Besides, no one knew whether she owned the car. Maybe she borrowed it from someone. Mingzi, on the other hand, wasn't as positive as the professional racing driver. He still felt anxious because of Ji Yuning's influence. However, it was too late for him to quit now. As a result, Mingzi said nothing. Ji Yuning turned to look at Mingzi. "Great, although Zikai already told me what the loser should do after the game, I think we better sign an agreement, in case the loser regrets it. Without the evidence, it might be unpleasant." "I won't regret it." Mingzi felt humiliated by Ji Yuning's proposal. "Aren't you afraid that I'll regret it?" asked Ji Yuning. If she lost, she definitely wouldn't regret it, but the point was that she wouldn't lose. Since Ji Yuning said that, Mingzi agreed. "All right, let's sign it." Ji Yuning raised her hand and Chu Peihan handed her 2 pieces of paper. Ji Yuning took them and gave them to Mingzi. "I've prepared them and signed my name. Have a look. You can sign your name if there is no problem." Mingzi was struck dumb for a second. It sounded as if she got the agreement prepared specially for him. Mingzi felt uncomfortable, but still agreed and signed his name. Ji Yuning took a piece. "We have 2 pieces. You can have one, while I keep the other." "Do we need to do anything else before the game begins?" asked Ji Yuning. "We need to pay the fee for the track. 10,000 yuan for 10 minutes. If we stay inside for more than 10 minutes, we need to pay another 10,000 yuan, said the professional racing driver. His name was Du Hao. He was 27 years old, was slightly taller than 1.8 meters and had an average face. "Great, let's go," said Ji Yuning, then walked to pay the fee, followed by Du Hao. As Ji Yuning and Du Hao left to pay the fee, Chu Peihan and other people stepped to a betting table, and she shouted, "Hey, everyone, come and have a bet. The white Lamborghini is going to have a race with the blue Ferrari. The odds are 2 to 1. Hearing that, many people walked towards Chu Peihan. People who came here to have a car race also liked to have a bet on it. I bet on the white Lamborghini. Mu K took out 5,000 yuan at once. He didn't rely on it to make a fortune, but simply wanted to support Ji Yuning. Me too. Yu Mixi also took out the 2,000 yuan in cash she had with her. She made a mark, then put it in Ji Yuning's area. Me too. I bet on the white Lamborghini. Zhang Zikai supported Ji Yuning as well, but she only had 1,000 yuan in cash, so she bet 1,000 yuan on it. Since they were having a bet, Mingzi and his friends were unwilling to be left behind. They took out their money too. I bet on the blue Ferrari. The driver of the blue Ferrari is Du Hao, and he's a professional racing driver from an official team. He's surely going to win, said Mingzi's friend, who was also Du Hao's cousin. What? Du Hao? No way. The girl is competing against Du Hao. All of them were car racing lovers. Although they were amateurs, they knew a little about the famous professional racing drivers. Therefore, they all got excited once they heard Du Hao's name. Jesus, the girl is going to have a race game against Du Hao. She's doomed to fail. Right. I can't believe Du Hao is here. Of course I bet that he'll win. They thought men were more likely to win, so they decided to bet on Du Hao once they learned that he was here. Chu Peihan and the others didn't feel displeased at all when they witnessed that. Instead, they were quite satisfied, because the more money they bet on Du Hao, the more money they would win. I bet on the white Lamborghini. However, one of them bet that Ji Yuning would win, and he was the boy who recognized her. At the beginning, he wasn't sure of it, but he made sure that the girl was Ji Yuning after walking near, and he was full of excitement. I bet on the white Lamborghini as well. The boy's friends made the same choice as him, and all bet that Ji Yuning would win. They actually weren't sure of it until they learned more information about Ji Yuning on the internet. They were amazed by her achievements and became her fans. Therefore, due to their admiration towards Ji Yuning, they bet on her even though she might lose. Cao Yang, are you crazy? Why did you bet on the white Lamborghini? It's competing against Du Hao. You must know who Du Hao is, right? Other people stared at Cao Yang and his friends as if they were idiots. And you all, are you dumb? Chapter 1759. Don't mess with goddess Ji Yu. Cao Yang, the boy who recognized Ji Yuning, said airily, I just want to bet on her. What? Can't I do that? Right, that's our choice. Other people chimed in. Cao Yang, aren't you doing this against me on purpose? You saw me bet on Du Hao, so you chose to bet on the girl, said a man about 25 years old with a good-looking face. Hearing that, Cao Yang sneered and said with disdain, Lu Jun, don't think too highly of yourself. I don't have the time or mood to do anything against you on purpose. It's my right to bet on whoever I want to. Don't think you're smarter than other people. You're making yourself a joke. Their conversation was quite unfriendly. I just reminded you out of kindness. Don't take my goodwill for ill intent, said Lu Jun with annoyance after being embarrassed by Cao Yang, as if he really meant it. Actually, the truth was like what Cao Yang said. Cao Yang had no intention to behave against him. On the contrary, he picked on Cao Yang and used all kinds of ways to defame Cao Yang. He succeeded in arousing other people's dislike towards Cao Yang, and many people thought that Cao Yang was too arrogant and always behaved against Lu Jun. At the same time, some also saw through Lu Jun, but Lu Jun was too self-centered to notice that. It's none of your business, and don't act nice. I have money and I can use it as I like, said Cao Yang. Lu Jun frowned with annoyance, but couldn't say anything about it. At this time, both Ji Yuning and Du Hao finished signing their names and paying the fee. Goddess Ji Yu, I support you. Fighting. Cao Yang said to Ji Yuning when he saw her standing right in front of him. Goddess Ji Yu, I support you too. Fighting. Cao Yang's friends also encouraged Ji Yuning. Hearing the way they called her, Ji Yuning understood that they recognized her, so did other people. I won't disappoint you, Ji Yuning smiled and said with confidence. Ji Yuning was stunning and she looked even more attractive when she smiled, which amazed everyone. After that, she went to drive her car. Jesus, she's so pretty. I feel like I'm in love when she smiles. Right, I should have bet on her. Even if she couldn't win, I'd still support her. She's pretty, and so, she won't like you. Stop daydreaming. Besides, such a pretty girl might sell herself for something. She probably borrowed this car from a man. Shut up. Hearing that, Chu Peihan, Mu Ke, and Zhang Zikai criticized the man and coldly looked at him. The man didn't feel stressed under Zhang Zikai's look, but Chu Peihan and Mu Ke's look were quite stressful. You're from rich families. Can't other people have a rich family too? Mind your language before you figure out the truth, or I'll teach you a lesson, said Chu Peihan. The man felt embarrassed when Chu Peihan threatened him, so he retorted in anger, really? Do it now. The second he said that, everyone saw a figure flashing by. Before they could understand what was happening, the man was thrown over Chu Peihan's shoulder and heavily fell to the ground. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Although Chu Peihan looked weak, she actually wasn't weak at all. Stop defaming my friend, or I'll beat you heavily. Chu Peihan threatened him again. The man felt aggrieved and more humiliated, but was also scared by Chu Peihan and didn't dare to say anything again. The man's friends wanted to stand out for him, but gave up the idea once they witnessed Chu Peihan's fighting skills. In addition, the man said nothing further, so they chose to avoid unnecessary trouble. If you want to take advantage of Goddess Gu, you better be careful, or you won't be able to bear the consequences of failure, said Cao Yang. Among the group of people, most of them knew Cao Yang and his family background, so they realized that Ji Yuning could be far richer and more influential than them. As a result, they didn't dare to defame Ji Yuning. It wasn't only because they were afraid, but they actually didn't bother to defame other people. Mingzi's friends, however, frowned and began to feel worried. They were afraid that Mingzi might have messed with someone he shouldn't mess with. All right, their cars are going to the entrance. The game will begin soon. Hearing that, they all turned to look at the LED screen. There were cameras along the track, and they could watch the game from the big LED screen set at the square. However, because it was a night and there weren't street lamps, they could only see where they arrived according to the car lights. Ji Yuning and Du Hao got ready at the starting line, and the host asked them whether they were prepared in the broadcast. If they were ready, they should honk. Afterwards, both Ji Yuning and Du Hao gave a honk and the countdown began. 10, 9, 8. As the time counted backwards, everyone got nervous, although they didn't participate in the game. In fact, the audience was more nervous than the drivers. It wasn't a simple game, it was very dangerous. If any accidents happened, the car and the driver could be both ruined. Although there were guardrails on both sides of the road, it was a car race, not ordinary driving. The speed of a racing car was many times faster than that of an ordinary car. The guardrails were useless unless the driver braked hard. 3, 2, 1. Once the countdown was over, Ji Yuning and Du Hao's cars rushed out like rockets with a loud sound. The first 20 meters of the road was wide. Because there were always many cars competing together, a parking space was reserved at the starting line. The road narrowed after 20 meters. If anyone wanted to overtake, he or she better seize the chance at the very beginning or the first 20 meters. There were also parts in the middle section that were wide, but there were only a few, and most were narrow. Although the width of the road allowed two cars to run side by side, or to overtake each other, it was extremely dangerous because the car at the front could block the way, while the car behind couldn't hit it. If one car just accidentally bumped into another, that wasn't a big deal. However, if it did that on purpose, it broke the rules. It would be fine if nothing serious happened, otherwise the driver who caused the accident would have to take responsibility for it. There were cameras along the road, and at the front as well as the back of the cars, so it wasn't difficult for car racing lovers to figure out whether it was done by accident or on purpose. Chapter 1760. She is my idol. In fact, it was just a car race, and nobody wanted to die, so normally drivers wouldn't hit each other on purpose. Nobody wanted to be involved in big trouble after all. When the cars rushed out at the beginning, Du Hao's car overtook Ji Yuning's car by half of its body length, but it didn't overtake all of it. Then Ji Yuning immediately caught up, and after about 10 meters out of the starting line, Ji Yuning completely overtook Du Hao, and pulled out a distance of 1 meter. It's amazing. Good job. Cao Yang and his friends were excited. They were very nervous when Du Hao overtook Ji Yuning by half of the car length just then. Luckily, Ji Yuning was at advantage now and they relaxed for the time being. Although Du Hao just overtook Ji Yuning by half of the car length, it was still very dangerous because it was possible that he would completely overtake her. Chu Peihan and her friends were thrilled too, but they were aware of Ji Yuning's ability, so they didn't think it was surprising. Mingzi and his friends, however, had a premonition. To their surprise, Ji Yuning was able to overtake Du Hao at the very beginning. They were amazed by Ji Yuning's driving skills, but they bet that Du Hao would win, so they definitely hoped that he could win. As a result, they were disappointed by the scene. Someone complained that Du Hao, a professional racing driver with many famous awards from an official team, shouldn't have been overtaken by a girl at the very beginning of the game. Even Du Hao himself was shocked by Ji Yuning's skills. He didn't expect that she could overtake him in seconds. He was full of anger and slammed on the accelerator. Even though Ji Yuning was at advantage right now, it didn't mean the situation wouldn't change. However, the first dozens of meters mattered a lot. If the car at the front was fast enough, it would be impossible for the car behind to catch up. Du Hao did his best trying to chase Ji Yuning up, but unfortunately he was still behind her no matter how he tried. As the road became narrow with twists and turns, it was time for the drivers to show their real skills. At this time, a driver needed both speed and skills to keep the advantage. Therefore, Cao Yong and the others began to worry about Ji Yuning again, and several people who supported Du Hao began to have hopes once more. However, to their surprise, Ji Yuning smoothly passed every dangerous turn without hesitation, which amazed everyone. Even those who supported Du Hao applauded for Ji Yuning. Du Hao was a great driver too, but he wasn't comparable to Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning wasn't his competitor, other people might think that his driving skills were perfect. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning already set a perfect example and overshadowed him. Therefore, at this moment, people who supported Du Hao turned to support Ji Yuning, because they were all impressed by her driving skills and didn't care about the money they would lose. They simply bet for fun anyway. They could afford a sports car which cost millions of yuan, so they didn't care about a few thousand yuan at all. Mingzi was more and more displeased. He didn't understand why Du Hao couldn't defeat Ji Yuning. It wasn't over yet and they just finished half of the track. It was possible for Du Hao to change the situation, but the probability was pretty low. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to face the reality that he could really lose this time. He couldn't figure out why Ji Yuning, who was a girl, could be far better than Du Hao who was a professional racing driver. Du Hao got anxious. As a professional racing driver, if he lost the race to an ordinary girl, his reputation would be ruined after the news went abroad. Once he got anxious, his performance was affected and he hit guardrails when he passed a turn, which scared everyone. Luckily, Du Hao quickly turned the car, but the left side of its front was damaged. The car cost over 10 million yuan, and the repair fee could be over 1 million yuan. Du Hao didn't lack money at all, but he was far behind Ji Yuning after the hit. Cao Yong, you knew that she would win before the game began, right? Someone asked. I didn't. Goddess Gu's driving skills have really amazed me, said Cao Yong. Goddess Gu. Why do you call her Goddess Gu? Isn't the goddess in your eyes Tang Xiaoxiao? Someone asked again. Don't you think she's pretty with an air of confidence? Such a girl like her is surely a goddess, said Cao Yong, but he didn't tell them Ji Yuning's identity. Many people agreed with Cao Yong, because Ji Yuning was indeed very beautiful and elegant. Most importantly, they were all amazed by Ji Yuning's driving skills. You're right. She's also excellent at driving. I'm amazed by her performance too. She's my idol from now on. She's my idol too. Oh, Cao Yong, since you know her, why don't you introduce her to us? We want to make friends with her as well. Right, don't worry, we won't do anything unkind to hurt her. We simply want to make friends with her. They were all interested in Ji Yuning. Seeing them pleasing Cao Yong and knowing that Cao Yong knew Ji Yuning, Lu Jun was mad and jealous, but he didn't show anything on his face. Mingzi was also displeased when they turned to support Ji Yuning. I do know her, but she doesn't know me, said Cao Yong. He also wanted to make friends with Ji Yuning, but was afraid that Ji Yuning wouldn't bother to talk to him. Actually, even if Ji Yuning ignored him, he wouldn't think that she was arrogant, because Ji Yuning was his idol. Moreover, given her achievements, it was totally understandable if she thought she was superior to others. Cao Yang didn't think it was arrogance, but an attitude. Don't worry, since you've bet on our boss, we can have night snacks together after our boss wins, said Chu Peihan. She had a good impression of Cao Yang and his friends, because he supported and defended Ji Yuning from the beginning. Really? Hearing that, Cao Yang and his friends were excited. Will Goddess Ji Yu join us? Asked Cao Yang. Of course, said Chu Peihan. Will she mind? Asked Cao Yang worriedly, although he really wanted to share night snacks with Ji Yuning. Why should she? Our boss isn't mean at all, said Chu Peihan. They were simply going to have night snacks together, so she knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't mind. Other people also asked Chu Peihan whether they could join them. Chapter 1761. Get out now. Chu Peihan laughed and said, no, because you didn't bet that our boss will win. You bet on Du Hao because you hoped that he would win. Do you know what our boss will be forced to do if Du Hao wins? It doesn't mean you'll be fine even if you don't know something. What will she be forced to do? Hearing that, many people asked with curiosity. They thought it was just a game about money, but it seemed that they were wrong and the loser could face a serious punishment. You will know later, and I believe they'll be out soon, said Chu Peihan. Since Chu Peihan refused to tell them, they stopped asking and the cars were coming out. They turned to focus on the game. About a minute later, Ji Yuning's car came out and it stopped steadily at the exit. She spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds on the road, which broke the record at the Twisting Mountain Road at Fushan. The previous record was 7 minutes and 47 seconds, and it was done by a professional racing driver without any obstacles on the road. If it was a race, it might take a longer time. Normally, it took about 9 minutes to finish this track, and wouldn't be longer than 10 minutes. Therefore, the host set the fee at 10,000 yuan for 10 minutes, in case anyone deliberately wasted time on the road. Once Ji Yuning showed up, a group of people surrounded her, including Mu Ke, Yu Mixi, and Zhang Zikai. Chu Peihan, instead, stayed at the betting table. Mingzi was in despair at this time. He knew he lost the game. If he had known it earlier on, he wouldn't have chosen to have a car race against Ji Yuning, and would have made another choice. He still didn't regret challenging Ji Yuning, but regretted using the wrong way. Ji Yuning got out of the car and seemed to be at ease. Goddess Ji Yu, you're so unbelievable. You just set a new record. Yes, it's so amazing. You're my idol now. Everyone kept complimenting Ji Yuning, and Du Hao's car came out at this time. He spent 8 minutes and 9 seconds on the road, which was nearly a minute longer than the time Ji Yuning had spent. Because he lost, everyone looked at him with disdain when he walked out. Some also made fun of him. Isn't he a professional racing driver from an official team? He lost the race to an ordinary girl. It's so humiliating. Right, if the news went abroad, how would he keep his position in the car racing industry? Hearing their discussion, Du Hao felt embarrassed and couldn't wait to disappear. He really regretted helping Mingzi have this race today, and felt quite humiliated after losing it to an ordinary girl. If his peers learned about it, he would become a joke. If he had known the result, he wouldn't have agreed to help no matter how much Mingzi paid him. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret it now, and he had also believed that he could win at the beginning. After that, Du Hao didn't stay there any longer, but directly drove to Mingzi's car. He said something to Mingzi, then left right away. Du Hao said, deal with the rest on your own. Although he lost the game on behalf of Mingzi, he didn't feel guilty at all, because his reputation was damaged too. His reputation was more valuable than what Mingzi wanted to do. Mingzi, Du Hao's cousin, wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say right now. Neither of them could expect that Du Hao would lose. Actually, that is the general level of professional racing drivers. Ji Yuning is too unbelievable. Seeing Du Hao's car driving away, someone made a fair judgment. Hearing that, other people stopped making fun of Du Hao, but they still continued to compliment Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning thanked them, then walked towards Mingzi. Seeing Ji Yuning walking over, Mingzi didn't know what he should do, because he was going to kneel and kowtow to Ji Yuning 3 times. He also had to say that he was sorry 3 times right in front of everyone. He planned to humiliate Ji Yuning, but unexpectedly he was the one who would suffer the humiliation. Mingzi ached to escape, but he knew it was impossible, so he hid himself in the car. When everyone saw Ji Yuning walking to Mingzi, they knew something was going to happen and they followed at once. "Hey, take the money you won away," Chu Peihan said to Cao Yong. "No need, it's all yours. Don't forget your promise. Invite us to have night snacks together," said Cao Yong. He didn't care much about the money, and simply wanted to bribe Chu Peihan. All four of them bet 5,000 yuan on the game. At the odds of 2 to 1, each of them could have 10,000 yuan back. Normally, if 7 people shared good night snacks together, it would only cost about 2,000 yuan, but they were willing to pay 20,000 yuan. They really didn't care about money. "Fine, I know you're rich." Chu Peihan rolled her eyes. Since they didn't want it, Chu Peihan took all the money. She wouldn't take all the money as her own, but shared it with Mu Ke and Yu Mixi. Chu Peihan already gave the money Zhang Zikai won back to her, and she shared the rest with Mu Ke and Yu Mixi. They were all rich heirs, so each of them bet several thousand yuan on the game. There were about 30 people who joined the bet, so they had over 200,000 yuan in all. The money for the night snacks would be deducted from it, and they would share the rest afterwards. A group of people followed Ji Yuning towards Mingzi's car. "Are you injured and can't get out of the car right now? Do you need my help?" Ji Yuning stared at Mingzi, who sat on the front passenger's seat with a fake smile. Mingzi only had superficial injuries, and they weren't serious. Since he was able to show up here, it meant that he was fine. At least he could walk. Even though the injuries were painful, he wouldn't die. Mingzi hesitated, but didn't move at all, because he lacked courage. Hearing what Ji Yuning said, others realized that Mingzi, instead of Du Hao, had a grudge against her. However, they didn't know why. They were curious, but no one asked, because they would soon know it. "Mingzi, be a man, and get out right now. Since you've reached the agreement with Ji Yuning, don't waste our time here," said Zhang Zikai. She had no sympathy for him, because he asked for it himself. "If you don't come out, I'll directly pull you out," said Mu Ke in a cold tone. Mingzi was reluctant to accept the result, but he was afraid of them, so he had to leave the car. Chapter 1762, "Kneel, kowtow, and apologize, be quick, we don't have time to waste on you." Chu Peihan lost patience. Mingzi was scared by her and got out of the car right away. Because of his big movements, the injuries around his body were pulled open and became very painful, but he had to tolerate it. Mingzi clenched his fists tight, and his body was also tightened. He looked at Ji Yuning unwillingly, but didn't dare to do anything to hurt her. "Do it now, or do you need me to help you?" Chu Peihan threatened him. Mingzi stiffened in fear, and had to kneel down before Ji Yuning, then he kowtowed and apologized to her. He felt humiliated more than ever now, but he asked for it himself. In fact, Ji Yuning hadn't done the right thing, because it wasn't her business at the very beginning. However, it didn't matter whether it was wrong or right or was her business or not. She had a strong sense of justice, and was willing to help the weak. Everyone was surprised by the scene, but didn't think it was too much, because they all heard what Zhang Zikai said. It was obvious that Mingzi set the bet. Therefore, Mingzi was paying for his own behavior. If Ji Yuning lost the game, they didn't think that Mingzi would let her go. If he had the idea to let Ji Yuning go, he wouldn't have proposed such a dangerous game and the humiliating punishment. As a result, they thought that Mingzi was really a coward who tried to take advantage of a girl. Although Ji Yuning was even better than men, Mingzi obviously didn't know that. If he had known it, he wouldn't have dared to try to take advantage of her. Mingzi quickly finished the punishment, then stood up and left. Watching Mingzi leaving, Ji Yuning didn't bother to stop him, but warned him. "If you want to challenge me again, you're always welcome, but the punishment won't be so simple next time." Mingzi stiffened. Even though he was unwilling to give up and hated Ji Yuning to death now, he didn't dare to take revenge for the time being. He learned that he shouldn't mess with Ji Yuning after today's lesson. "Well, if he dares to challenge you again, he must be a stupid idiot," said Chu Peihan. "Hard to tell. Some people are really mean and evil and won't stop trying to pay others back till they succeed." Although he's scared by our boss now and will be quiet for a while, I think he'll do something again once he gets a chance, said Muke. He didn't mean that Mingzi was the kind of person he just described, but they knew very little about him, so they couldn't make sure that he wouldn't cause Ji Yuning trouble again. Mingzi was Zhang Zikai's relative. Although he was merely her distant relative, they were relatives after all and they had known each other for years. However, she still didn't know much about Mingzi. If she knew him very well, Xiao Zihan wouldn't have been hurt by such a terrible man. Precisely because of what Xiao Zihan had been through, she suddenly realized that she always had a wrong impression of Mingzi. Therefore, Zhang Zikai didn't dare to deny what Muke said right now. I don't care. It isn't a big deal, said Ji Yuning. She didn't take Mingzi as her real enemy. If Mingzi dared to cause her more trouble, she wouldn't have a fair game with him like today again. Instead, she would directly teach him a lesson with her fists. She didn't have much patience for him after all. Right, anyway, I don't think he's a match for our boss, said Chu Peihan. Mingzi couldn't be less important in Chu Peihan's eyes, let alone in Ji Yuning's eyes. Besides, she wasn't as patient as Ji Yuning, who agreed to have a game with him. She would choose to beat him till he yielded. Chu Peihan said again, "Boss, let's go to have night snacks now. They bet on you just then and we've won a lot of money. Can they join us?" The boys weren't affected by today's result at all. Ji Yuning didn't lose anyway, so they were in a pretty good mood. Hearing that, Ji Yuning turned to look at Cao Yang and his friends, who looked at her with anticipation. Ji Yuning beamed, why not? They were going to share night snacks, which wasn't a big deal. In addition, they were all from rich families, so it wouldn't do her any harm if she spent some time with them. If they weren't people of the factions against the Leng family and were reliable, Ji Yuning wouldn't mind having a relationship with them. If they were the Leng family's opponents, she wouldn't contact them again after today. It wasn't appropriate for her to ask about that right now, so she decided to do that later. With Ji Yuning's agreement, Cao Yang and his friends were excited. Let's go to the food street in the southern district, said Ji Yuning. All of them had cars, so it wouldn't be a problem if the place was a little further away. The capital was a very large city with dozens of famous food streets of different sizes. There was a long food street in almost every district, and it was also very famous, but only the one in the city center represented the delicious food in the capital. Sure, Cao Yang and his friends agreed. In fact, Cao Yang and one of his friends lived in the southern district too, while the other two boys lived in the northern district. Their homes weren't far away from the food street, and it only took about half an hour to get there by car. Even if it was far away, they didn't care about it. Great, then let's go now, said Ji Yuning, then she turned to look at Zhang Zikai. Why don't you join us? Of course, said Zhang Zikai. After that, they got back in their own cars. Cao Yang and his friends came in 2 cars and they left together. Other people were jealous of them because they could make friends with Ji Yuning, who was an incredible driver, and they even went to enjoy night snacks together. Lu Jun was more jealous of them than anyone else right now. Lu Jun and Cao Yang grew up together and their parents were familiar with each other too. However, they had a bad relationship and were always competing against one another. Lu Jun wanted to do everything better than Cao Yang, but the reality was quite the opposite. Cao Yang was always more outstanding than him, so he never liked Cao Yang. Oh, they're going to the food street in the southern district. Why don't we go there too, and we can eat aside, said someone. Forget it, didn't you hear what the girl said? We bet on Duhao and they dislike us. It isn't our fault. You're right, but don't you feel embarrassed? I do, so I won't follow them. Even though we didn't know what the punishment would be, we made the wrong choice. As a result, none of them followed. Chapter 1763, Have night snacks together. Except for Zhang Zikai, they all drove a sports car, but Ji Yuning drove at the front and the speed of her car was within the limited range. Therefore, even though Cao Yang and his friends were used to driving very fast, none of them overtook Ji Yuning. The current speed was too low in their eyes, but they still followed behind Ji Yuning although they knew the address of the food street. They didn't want to leave a bad impression on Ji Yuning. Because Ji Yuning limited the speed of her car within the range, it meant that she was willing to obey the traffic rules. Since Ji Yuning was their idol, they must follow the rules too. It took them about 40 minutes to get back to the city, and they stopped their cars outside the food street and got out together. Seeing Ji Yuning, Cao Yang and his friends were excited, not only because of her unbelievable achievements, but also because of her outstanding appearance. Their hearts pounded when they saw her. However, they only took Ji Yuning as their friend, because she held a very high position in their hearts. She was their idol and goddess. They couldn't and shouldn't have a dirty mind before her. Moreover, they were already satisfied to become her friends. They were from rich families and they were good-looking too, but they still thought that Ji Yuning was way out of their league. "What do you want to have?" Ji Yuning asked Cao Yang and his friends. "We aren't picky. Goddess Ji Yu, you can make the decision," said Cao Yang. He didn't care about what he ate, just whom he ate with. Since he said that, Ji Yuning didn't bother to ask them again. She told Chu Peihan to make the decision, because she wasn't picky either. "Let's go have seafood," Chu Peihan proposed. Only seafood was expensive among night snacks, and she knew that Ji Yuning loved eating seafood. They loved it too. "Sure, I know a delicious seafood restaurant. If you don't have any other preference, I can take you there," said Cao Yang. He looked excited as well, and it was obvious that he was a seafood lover. "We're not familiar with here, so you can lead the way," said Ji Yuning. After that, they followed Cao Yang, walking ahead while chatting with each other. "Oh, Goddess Ji Yu, what has the man named Mingzi done that annoyed you?" Cao Yang asked with curiosity. "He was the boyfriend of a friend of my friend. He cheated on the girl, and had an argument with the girl on the street one night. I saw them by chance and beat him afterwards. Then he challenged me to have a car race, trying to take revenge," said Ji Yuning. She didn't bother to keep it secret, but didn't tell any details. "What? He's a terrible trash man. I don't think it's enough to beat him. How did he dare to take revenge?" Cao Yang showed disdain on his face. He really hated people like that. Not every rich heir was a snobbish playboy. Although Cao Yang and his friends loved hanging around, they were only interested in cars and drinks and they had never betrayed any girls before. Before long, they arrived at the seafood restaurant Cao Yang told them about. It was a large restaurant and was quite popular. It was almost full of people inside. There were about 30 tables and only 4 were vacant. It was still early, not even 10 p.m. yet, so it wasn't the rush hour for night snacks. If they came later, there would be no vacant seats at all. "Oh, hi, Lord Cao, come on in." When Ji Yuning and the others walked over, the owner of the restaurant greeted Cao Yang with enthusiasm. It seemed that the owner was very familiar with Cao Yang, so Cao Yang must be a regular customer. Cao Yang was indeed a regular customer, because he loved eating seafood and he could have delicious seafood here. "Hey, are there any private rooms left?" asked Cao Yang. "Sure, there's just one left," said the owner and guided Cao Yang and his friends inside. After seating themselves, Ji Yuning told them to order whatever they liked. They didn't hesitate, and ordered their favorites. After all, Cao Yang and his friends left 20,000 yuan to Chu Peihan. No matter how much they ate, it couldn't cost more than several thousand yuan, so they weren't worried about the money at all. Besides, they disliked being indecisive. "There are many orders tonight, so I'm afraid you need to wait for a while longer," said the owner. They were totally fine with it, because it was very normal. When they were waiting, they began to chat again. From their casual chat, Ji Yuning learned that Cao Yang and his friends were juniors in a university and were about to graduate. They would have an internship in the 4th year. As for their family background, they didn't elaborate on that. Ji Yuning only knew that the 4 of them were from a business family, and were going to inherit their family business in the future. Speaking of that, they looked upset, because all of them loved freedom and didn't want to be restricted. Knowing that, Ji Yuning had no intention to educate them, but she still gave them advice. "You're still very young, so you love hanging around, but it costs money. You're using your parents' money right now, so you don't feel stressed at all. What will you do when your parents are old? Do you think you can still afford your free life without their support?" The competition in business is very serious nowadays, and countless companies are established and go bankrupt every day. They go bankrupt not because they don't make money, but because they are replaced. You must be clear about that. Hearing that, Cao Yang and his friends remained silent. What she said wasn't strange to them, because their parents always said the same thing to them, but they never took it seriously. However, when Ji Yuning said that to them, they somehow felt it was quite reasonable. Ji Yuning continued, "Take myself as an example, I'm only 19 and I should be enjoying my life as a student, but I'm not. If I do nothing right now, I'll be poor forever. I won't be able to afford beautiful clothes or a good university. I had a car accident about a year ago, but my family couldn't afford the surgery. No one was willing to lend us money except my aunt. My aunt wasn't rich, but she gave me and my mother all her savings. She only had a few thousand yuan, which was barely enough. Luckily, I survived, and I made up my mind from that moment to work hard and make a fortune. I don't want my mother to have a tiring job again. I don't want myself to withdraw from the school. I don't want us to lack money for seeing a doctor again." Cao Yang and his friends were shocked. They couldn't believe that Ji Yuning used to live such a pathetic life. Now she lived a totally different life. If they didn't have money, they couldn't have fun around the world and couldn't even see a doctor if they were sick. Chapter 1764. Have no sense of security. Ji Yuning was so young, but she already learned the truth of life. They were going to graduate from university, but they knew nothing about it. They felt embarrassed. "I'm a little talkative tonight. Please don't mind it. If you disagree with me on what I just said, don't take it seriously," said Ji Yuning. She was also afraid that they might think that she was judging them. She had indeed talked much about life, but didn't force them to listen to her. Different people had different ideas after all. "Goddess Ji Yu, I think you're right, and what you just said is also the truth. We're too naive and only want to enjoy our current life. We have never thought about our future, and I've learned a lot from you," said Cao Yang. He didn't think what Ji Yuning just said and did was wrong. On the contrary, he thought they were absolutely right, and he was clear-headed now. "Right, we have never suffered any difficulties, so we don't know how hard life could be. We only think about what we have right now," said Cao Yang's friend. "My father has a friend who is a billionaire, but he passed away in a car accident. His son plays games all day and knows nothing about running a business. As a result, his company went bankrupt. His son is about 30 this year, but is still jobless. Luckily, he can make some money by playing games, or he might not be able to live," said another of Cao Yang's friends. Actually, although Cao Yang's friends loved hanging around, they already started to learn to take over their family businesses. As for the internship, they would work as interns in their own family companies. He had also tried to persuade his friends to not hang around all day and to care more about the business, but they wouldn't listen to him. He had to stop afterwards, in case they were annoyed and might not be able to be friends any longer. They had mixed emotions after hearing what Ji Yuning said. At this time, dishes were placed on the table and interrupted the embarrassing atmosphere. They also changed the topic and the atmosphere became lively. "Do you want to drink?" asked Cao Yang. "Those who need to drive don't drink, and those who won't drive can enjoy yourself," said Ji Yuning. "Well, then we don't drink at all," said Cao Yang. He was going to drive later, so he couldn't drink. Even though his friends could drive him home, he thought it was boring if Ji Yuning didn't drink, so all of them chose not to drink. After having night snacks, it was very late and they went back to their own home. Before they separated, Cao Yang looked at Ji Yuning. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but he closed his mouth. Ji Yuning knew what he probably was going to say, but she said nothing since he didn't say anything. When they were in the parking lot, Cao Yang finally said, Goddess Ji Yu, can we exchange our phone numbers? Please don't get me wrong. I just really admire you and want to make friends with you." Cao Yang didn't want to be misunderstood, so he explained. "Of course," said Ji Yuning. Since he asked for it, Ji Yuning wouldn't refuse, and she gave him her phone number. Cao Yang was very excited when he had Ji Yuning's phone number. When they were about to leave, Ji Yuning asked Zhang Zikai whether she was afraid to go home alone. If she was afraid, they could send her home. It wasn't early, but there was still a lot of traffic on the road, so Zhang Zikai wasn't afraid and declined. Ji Yuning drove Mu Ke to the hotel first, then brought Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi to Century City. Because Leng Xiaoting went to the military base, his phone was turned off and he didn't call Ji Yuning. In the afternoon, Ji Yuning called Jing Yuniao. There was nothing special, and she simply had a casual chat with her on the phone. Ji Yuning told her to feel free to call her if she needed anything. Jing Yuniao wasn't a kid, so Ji Yuning wasn't worried about her staying alone in Mountain River Garden. Moreover, Jing Yuniao had stayed there for days and she was familiar with the place now. She was living alone now, and felt at ease. After Tang Qingyang had the contract, he didn't make it public right away. Instead, he decided to do that tomorrow. If there was nothing important or urgent, the information had to be released a day in advance to have a meeting of directors so that all the necessary members would be present. Not every major shareholder came to the company every day. Normally, except for directors, shareholders only came sometimes or when it was necessary. Tang Bingsun's life was out of danger after he was given first aid right when he fainted that night, but he didn't wake up until this afternoon. After he woke up, he seemed sluggish and remained silent all the time. When other people asked him what had happened, he said nothing and only chased them outside and stayed alone. Ji Yijing learned the news that Tang Bingsun fainted at 9 a.m. this morning, then she came to see him. She heard what had happened last night later, but Tang Bingsun refused to tell anyone what Tang Aining had done to him. Once Tang Aining showed up, something terrible must have happened, or Tang Bingsun wouldn't be like that now. The existence of Tang Aining made Ji Yijing feel frightened, because she was too unbelievable and made the Tang family a mess. She didn't know what Tang Aining would do in the future. Tang Bingsun was sicker now, and she had no sense of security at all. She honestly didn't know what to do next. Ji Yijing stayed with Tang Bingsun till the afternoon, then went back to visit Tang Yaxin. Tang Bingsun and Tang Yaxin didn't stay in the same hospital. Because Tang Bingsun was at home when he had the accident, he was sent to the nearest hospital. Both Tang Bingsun and Tang Yaxin stayed in a VIP ward, so there was exclusive care for them. There was no need for Ji Yijing to take care of them and she only needed to see them in turn. Accordingly, Tang Bingsun didn't move into the same hospital as Tang Yaxin. Besides, they thought that Tang Bingsun's condition wasn't serious, but unfortunately he was getting worse and worse. It wasn't convenient to move him right now. Tang Yaxin's brain was damaged and she was in a coma, so she couldn't be moved casually at all. As a result, neither of them could be moved and stayed in different hospitals. The next morning, Ji Yuning got up early to run, but didn't see Baili Zongyang and his younger sister. After running in the morning, Yu Mixi went to prepare breakfast. After having breakfast, Ji Yuning went to the company to work, while Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi enjoyed themselves as usual. There were still 2 days away from their enrollment, so they decided to make full use of the time. As for the enrollment, they reached an agreement. In the morning of the first day, they would go to Mu Ke and Yu Mixi's university, then go to Chu Peihan's film academy in the afternoon. In the morning of the second day, they would go to Ji Yuning's university. Chapter 1765, Sheng Guanyang acts shamelessly. When Ji Yuning went to enroll, Chu Peihan and others would go with her too. They wanted to seize the chance to visit the most famous university in their country, because they wouldn't be able to enter it on other days. After the new semester began, Ji Yuning wouldn't live in the dormitory, which was a condition she laid down before she agreed to study in the capital university. Ji Yuning also said that she might ask for absence very often, but she promised to not let it affect her studies. The school agreed without hesitation. Ji Yuning wasn't only a student, she was also a businesswoman, so it was understandable that she didn't have as much time as other ordinary students. The school also felt proud of Ji Yuning, who was a talented, excellent student and successful businesswoman. In addition, people went to university in order to be outstanding, while Ji Yuning already became outstanding before going to university, so she simply went to finish her education. In fact, there were all kinds of skilled people in different industries in famous universities. Some college students started up a company in university. Some of them succeeded, while some failed. There were more failures than successes, because it wasn't easy to run a profitable company. Those who could succeed relied on their own abilities and their family's support, because it actually required a lot of money to run a startup. The students would manage the company on their own to accumulate experience. They wouldn't hire someone else to do the work for them, because it would be meaningless. Some students also had a part-time job in different large enterprises. If they could win approval from their superiors, they could directly go to work in the enterprise after graduation. As for the students in film or theater academy, many started acting in university. Those who were pretty and had good acting skills and good luck could become actors with some fame in the entertainment industry before graduation. However, it wasn't easy to do. Only a few of them could gain fame, while most of them could only play unimportant roles or extras. The competition in the entertainment industry was quite fierce, so the entertainment industry was full of unspoken rules. If one had great abilities with good luck, he or she could rely on his or her own abilities. However, if one had no outstanding ability and powerful support, he or she had to yield to unspoken rules for fame. There were endless people who wanted to make full use of the unspoken rules, and those who had no powerful support could be shut out of the industry if they dared to refuse. Anyway, it was very difficult for everyone to win a position in any industry. No matter who was able to do that, they had to have great abilities. All in all, universities provided special treatment for special students. The so-called special students were students with a career. The condition was that the career must have the approval of the universities. Therefore, it wasn't easy to survive the early stages of a startup. Ji Yuning didn't go to the company for something important. She didn't need to manage the company by herself, but she still needed to learn and understand the conditions of her company. After reading files for a while, Ji Yuning called Gao Yi and asked him about the situation in City C. Gao Yi told her that everything was normal. Ji Yuning then told him and Chao Ya to come back to the capital for the time being. There was no need for them to stay in City C now, because Ji Yuning wasn't worried that Huang Haihao would betray her. The Tang organization was already taken over by her now, so she didn't need to pay any more attention to Huang Haihao and his people. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Shangguan Yang again and asked him whether he was home. She would visit him later and wanted to ask him for a solution to something. Shangguan Yang told her that he was playing elephant chess with other old men in a park, and would go home if she came. Ji Yuning said that she wanted to talk about something with him, and the first idea that appeared in Shangguan Yang's mind was that she must want to talk more about cutting bones and purifying marrow with him. However, Ji Yuning's tone wasn't serious, so he also thought that it might be something else. Shangguan Yang didn't stay at home reading and doing cultivation all day now. Instead, he spent most of his time wandering outside. There was a square near the Sihewan, and many people went to relax themselves, especially old men who were practicing swords and playing elephant chess. Shangguan Yang felt bored a few days ago, so he left the house and wandered around to kill time. He was attracted to a group of old men who were playing elephant chess and joined them later. Shangguan Yang wasn't bad at playing elephant chess, and he had won many people, but he always lost to an old man, which made him feel quite annoyed. As a result, he came to challenge the old man every day. Because he had a call with Ji Yuning, Shangguan Yang made a wrong chess move. He wanted to move the piece back and make a new move, but the old man who was playing elephant chess with him was displeased. Shangguan, you can't do that. You already made the move. Why can't I? I can't defeat you anyway. Why can't you let me have an advantage? Shangguan Yang was a little shameless. Elder Ji didn't know what to say when he heard that. Shangguan Yang had never defeated him before and probably felt quite upset. Thinking of that, Elder Ji softened and stopped arguing with Shangguan Yang over it. Unfortunately, once Shangguan Yang took the advantage, he won this time, and jumped up with excitement. Oh, I won. I finally won once. Fine, even if you won by acting shamelessly. Elder Ji was annoyed and regretted letting Shangguan Yang have an advantage. I don't care. I won anyway. Shangguan Yang didn't care about whether he had acted shamelessly at all. He felt satisfied as long as he won. Everyone was amused by Sheng Guanyang's reaction, and Elder Ji wasn't really mad at him. Instead, he only felt resigned. After getting along with each other for days, they knew that Sheng Guanyang wasn't bad. Although he had a strong desire to win, he didn't have any hatred towards other people. He was just like a kid. In addition, he wasn't bad at elephant chess, but was very excellent at martial arts. Yesterday, a woman was beaten to the ground by a man in the park and the man wouldn't stop kicking her. The second Sheng Guanyang saw the scene, he rushed and knocked the man down and the man couldn't get back to his feet anymore. Because of that, many old people admired Sheng Guanyang. In the Tang organization's office building. Yesterday afternoon, Tang Qingyang released the information that they would have a directors' meeting at 9 a.m. the next day and that he had something important to inform everyone of. Many people were curious, but they knew nothing about it because Tang Qingyang refused to tell them right now. Nevertheless, all the directors guessed that it might have something to do with Tang Bingsun. They always held different purposes. Because Tang Bingsun was still in the hospital, some ambitious directors already had the idea to do something. Right at this moment, Tang Qingyang called a directors' meeting, which was the sign that the company might have a new leader. Some major shareholders began to try to form a close relationship with Tang Qingyang after Tang Bingsun got sick, because they believed that it was highly likely for him to become the new leader. Chapter 1766, We Need a New Leader. There were many other people who supported another director. Because he was outstanding as well, he had also drawn many supporters over to his side. However, he was still no match for Tang Qingyang. Tang Qingyang was a member of the Tang family and the second major shareholder. Even Tang Bingzhong supported him. Tang Qingyang was his nephew, so he definitely wouldn't support an outsider. As a result, Tang Qingyang already won when it came to shares. However, it didn't mean that he could become the chairman just by having the most shares. If he wasn't qualified for the position, he could easily become a puppet. Luckily, Tang Qingyang wasn't a man of no ability. Everyone guessed that Tang Qingyang called the directors' meeting because of what had happened to Tang Bingsun, but nobody was sure about it, because they only knew that Tang Bingsun's condition wasn't very serious. Therefore, they thought it also might be about work. After all, they were going to have a directors' meeting for a new project soon. When every director was present, Tang Qingyang came, followed by his secretary and Ba Tianyang. Ba Tianyang had the document in his hands in case any accidents happened. Ba Tianyang was very strong. Even though anyone dared to do anything, the document would be safe. Good morning, everyone. I think you must be guessing about the purpose of today's meeting, and you might have already found your answers, said Tang Qingyang. Once he said that, the directors were sure that it must be about Tang Bingsun. Just like a country can't survive without a king, a company can't survive without a leader. Although I've been the acting executive these days, I don't have the power to make decisions on many things. Unfortunately, the chairman is sick in bed and isn't able to manage the company, so we have decided to select a new leader, said Tang Qingyang. Hearing that, everyone began to discuss it. Oh, who does the chairman want to select to be the new leader? We of course need to vote to make the decision. None of them knew that Tang Bingsun's shares were already under Tang Qingyang's name now, and they believed that it was only the primary stage of the selection. Tang Qingyang raised his hand, and Ba Tianyang gave the document to him. Tang Qingyang took it and said, "There is no need to vote, because the chairman has already transferred all of his shares to me. Therefore, as of today, I'm the new leader of the Tang organization." Knowing that, every director was shocked, especially the one who planned to compete for the seat, and his supporters. Impossible. Tang Qingyang, tell us, did you force the chairman to sign the contract? The director who planned to compete for the seat unkindly criticized him, as if Tang Qingyang had done something terrible. This director was the fourth major shareholder. His name was Wu Jinfang, and he was nearly 50 this year. His ambition was well known to every other member of the board of directors. Being questioned, Tang Qingyang wasn't mad at all, because it was the truth, but he would never admit it. Instead, Tang Qingyang calmly stared at Wu Jinfang, and asked him, "Director Wu, do you think I have the ability to force the chairman to sign the contract?" Hearing that, everyone thought it was impossible, because they knew Tang Bingsun very well. However, it was also hard for them to believe that Tang Bingsun would transfer all his shares to Tang Qingyang of his own accord. Tang Qingyang was aware of that, so he continued, "What the Tang family has suffered recently isn't a secret, and its sole heir, Tang Yaxin, now has a seriously damaged brain. She can't inherit the Tang organization. What's worse, the chairman is in a more serious condition now, and the doctor told us to be mentally prepared for the worst result. I bet you must know that someone has taken revenge on the Tang family, which caused the tragedy today. Accordingly, the chairman must give his seat another person, or the Tang organization will suffer more. As a member of the Tang family, the chairman's biological nephew, and the second major shareholder of the Tang organization, I'm the best choice." Everyone nodded and agreed with Tang Qingyang on that. Right, someone has taken revenge on the Tang family, so it's almost ruined now. If the Tang family is still managed by the chairman, nobody knows what will happen. I don't think there is anything wrong with the chairman transferring all his shares to Tang Qingyang. Just as he said, he's a member of the Tang family, the chairman's biological nephew, the second major shareholder of the Tang organization. He's indeed the best choice. We can't leave the Tang organization to an outsider after all. Saying that, the director gave Wu Jinfang a glance on purpose, implying something. Wu Jinfang was angry, but didn't know what to say at this moment, because what Tang Qingyang said was right. Given the Tang family's current condition, it was their only option to let Tang Qingyang be the new leader of the Tang organization. No matter how much Tang Bingsun hated Tang Qingyang, he was a member of the Tang family and he had abilities. If he could take over the Tang organization, it could keep its name. If you still have any doubt, we can watch a video, said Tang Qingyang, and his secretary played the video at once. It was the video of Tang Bingsun signing the contract. In the video, no one could see whether Tang Bingsun was forced, because he only looked very sick. Actually, at that time, Tang Bingsun was too scared to show any emotions. Therefore, even though Wu Jinfang was unwilling to accept the result, he could do nothing about it. It was already done, and he might lose his shares if he opposed it. Anyway, Tang Qingyang successfully became the new chairman of the Tang organization with 66% of the shares. Afterwards, they went to prepare for a news conference. Before it was held, the information was released, so all the staff in the Tang organization learned that Tang Qingyang was their new chairman now. Although Tang Qingyang was the new chairman of the Tang organization, it didn't mean he was safe. On the contrary, he was in a more dangerous situation. It wasn't certain that someone was going to frame him, but it was possible, so Ba Tianyang's work wasn't done yet, and he had to continue to stay by his side for the time being. Ji Yuning told Shengguanyang that she would arrive at the Sihewan around 12:30 p.m., which was time for lunch, so Shengguanyang went back home at 11 a.m. At this time, all the old men also went home for lunch, and wouldn't go outside in the afternoon because it would be too hot. They would just have a walk after dinner. Shengguanyang did the same things these days. He also exchanged his phone numbers with several close old men, and they could call each other when they went outside for a walk. They lived nearby, and this area belonged to the city center, so since they could afford a house here, they had to be very rich too. Chapter 1767. Disappear by itself. Not every rich man owned wealth in the billions or dozens of billions of yuan. People who had dozens or hundreds of millions of yuan were also very rich. Therefore, whenever they went outside, there were one or two people by their sides. They were old people after all, and might be in danger. Although Shengguanyang was a cultivator at a very high level and no one was his match in the cultivation world and mortals world, Stone was by his side. Stone wasn't worried that Shengguanyang might be in trouble, it was simply his job. As Shengguanyang's assistant, he couldn't rely on Shengguanyang to protect himself. During this time, Stone also learned a lot from Shengguanyang and made great progress when it came to his kung fu skills. Stone felt grateful to him. However, he didn't take Shengguanyang as his master, because Shengguanyang was already Leng Xiaoting's master. Therefore, he wasn't qualified to be Shengguanyang's disciple and be in the same position as Leng Xiaoting. Actually, it was Stone's own idea, but Shengguanyang indeed wouldn't be willing to accept him as his disciple, because Stone was just a mortal, not a cultivator. Instead, Shengguanyang could teach Stone kung fu skills, as long as he wanted to learn and could learn them well. If Stone wasn't able to use the skills he learned, it wasn't necessary for him to learn them. Shengguanyang walked slowly from the park to the Siheiwan. Within 10 minutes, he arrived home, because the park was only hundreds of meters away on the same street. Because Lao Zhang made a lot of food every time, Shengguanyang didn't specially tell him to make more food when Ji Yuning came to share a meal with them. It was enough for them to fill their stomachs. Even if the food wasn't enough, it didn't matter if he ate less. He had left the mountain for a long time, and his appetite had become smaller and smaller. He now didn't eat as much as before. He ate a lot for a short time right after leaving the mountain, because he hadn't had such delicious food for ages. As he began to eat more and more delicious food, he gradually became accustomed to it. Although, Shengguanyang could still eat as much food as 3 people. He used to eat as much food as 5 people. At 11:30 a.m., Ji Yuning arrived. "Hi, Grandpa Shengguan, how are you?" Recently, Ji Yuning asked with concern. "Not bad, I go out and play elephant chess with those old men these days," said Shengguanyang. "That's wonderful. You won't be bored like that, because I have my business to deal with and I'll be going to my university in a few days. I'm afraid I won't have much time to visit you," said Ji Yuning. "It's fine. You can deal with your own business. I'm not a kid anyway, and I can enjoy myself," said Shengguanyang. He didn't feel bored at all now. Actually, he was quite busy now. He needed to read, do cultivation, play elephant chess with those old men in the park, or fish every day. There was a pond in the park and people could fish. "Oh, what do you want to talk about with me?" Shengguanyang asked all of a sudden. Isn't it true that ghosts can't touch concrete things? Do you know any ways to make ghosts be able to do that?" asked Ji Yuning. "It's easy. I have a Taoist magic figure with me. As long as it's attached to the ghost will have 15 minutes to be an entity, so it can touch concrete things. After 15 minutes, the ghost will return to its original being and it won't be able to touch concrete things anymore," Shengguanyang said, then asked, "Why do you ask for that? Did you encounter anything?" Knowing that Shengguanyang had a way to solve the problem, Ji Yuning's eyes lit up with excitement. Facing his question, Ji Yuning chose to be honest and said, "The thing is that I hung out with my friends the other day and we encountered a male ghost. I put it away into my space. It's not allowed to stay in the mortal world, and it will affect human beings if it isn't eliminated, so I want to solve this problem. Although I can directly destroy its soul and make it unable to be reincarnated, I'm afraid it'll bring me bad luck. Therefore, I think I can probably help it to give up its obsession and let it disappear on its own. If it's successfully reincarnated, it'll bring me good luck. However, if it refuses to give up its obsession, I'll ruin its soul. The obsession of that male ghost is a token of his wife's love. It's kept in another person's grave, so the male ghost has guarded there for a long time. Only when it gets that piece of jade, will its obsession be eliminated." "Great, you've made a smart decision. It isn't important whether it can bring you good luck if you make the male ghost disappear by itself, but it can bring you bad luck. If it happens once or twice, it won't matter, but it'll have a great impact if it happens many times," said Shengguanyang. Then he raised his hand and a Taoist magic figure showed up in the air. He handed it to Ji Yuning. "Take this and help the male ghost get the token so that it can give up its obsession and leave our world on its own." "Thanks, Grandpa Shengguan," Ji Yuning said and took the Taoist magic figure and put it into her telepathic eye space. When it was almost 12 p.m., Lao Zhang prepared the dishes well. Ji Yuning and Shengguanyang began to enjoy lunch together. Afterwards, Ji Yuning stayed with Shengguanyang for a while, before going back to her company. She needed to wait to deal with the male ghost in the haunted house till later at night, because there would be nobody at that time. However, the flood dragon wasn't by her side now, and Ji Yuning needed to figure out a way to get into the grave under the haunted house. If it was deep beneath the ground, it would be impossible for her to dig inside. Accordingly, Ji Yuning let the monster fox out. Because she was in the car, she directly put the monster fox on the rear seats. Once the monster fox was out, it found the car was moving, but it didn't know what it was, so it was scared and asked, "What is this?" "A car," said Ji Yuning. "What is a car?" the monster fox asked. "Do you know carriage?" asked Ji Yuning. "Yeah," said the monster fox. "This is a car. Just like a horse-drawn carriage, it has wheels and moves on them. However, horse-drawn carriages are pulled by horses, but cars are driven by burning oil. I don't know how to explain it further to you, so whether you know it or not, it doesn't matter. There is no need for you to continue to ask about it," Ji Yuning said. She didn't know the principle either, and didn't bother to elaborate on that, because the monster fox might not be able to understand it and it would be a total waste of time. When Ji Yuning compared the carriage with the car, the monster fox knew what it meant. Since Ji Yuning told it not to ask further about it, it stopped. "Can you dig the soil deep down into the ground?" Ji Yuning asked. "Of course, it's easy," the monster fox said. It was displeased when Ji Yuning doubted its ability. "How long will it take to dig into the ground 20 meters deep?" Ji Yuning asked. "About half an hour," said the monster fox. It was quite fast, but the flood dragon could finish that within minutes. Unfortunately, the flood dragon followed Leng Xiaoting to the military base, so Ji Yuning could only rely on the monster fox. Chapter 1768, What has our boss been through? "Great, go dig soil with me tonight," said Ji Yuning. Before the monster fox could say anything else, she caught it and put it back into her telepathic eye space. Ji Yuning then went to the company and continued to deal with the files. Leng Xiaoting's training, however, didn't go well. They went to the wild training base at 6 a.m. It was a dangerous virgin forest with many beasts. Originally they were going to act in groups. Every 3 people were in one group, and there were 12 people in all, so they were separated into 4 groups. However, when they were about to separate, they ran into a lion. They had come here many times, knowing that there were beasts, and they had also seen them, including lions. Nevertheless, the lion they encountered this time was totally different. It was a red lion with fiery red fur, and it was much bigger than all the other lions they had seen before. When it glared at them, they were scared and trembled in fear. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting and other people stood opposite the red lion. They were no more than 5 meters apart, and the red lion focused on Leng Xiaoting the entire time. "Boss, does this lion have wisdom?" Xu Jinchen asked Leng Xiaoting. He wasn't just saying that, he really believed it. Ever since he had met the man of the evil practice last time, he began to believe in monsters and ghosts. Therefore, once he saw this unusual red lion, he felt that it might have wisdom. It was not only Xu Jinchen, Chen Meng and Ai Weishan also held the same idea. Because they had been with Xu Jinchen last time, they knew that monsters and ghosts really existed. The 3 of them kept it a secret from their teammates. No matter how they liked to talk about strange things in their daily life, they clearly knew what they shouldn't discuss. Besides, it was too unbelievable and no one would believe it before seeing it in real life. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it either. "What? Since when have you begun to believe in that?" Ming snorted. "There are all kinds of strange things in this world. Just because you haven't encountered it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist." "We can never be too careful," said Chen Meng. He couldn't directly tell them that monsters and ghosts really existed, but he still needed to remind them to be careful in case they didn't take it seriously. Only Leng Xiaoting had the real feeling that the red lion indeed had wisdom, and he was its target because it smelt his air of a cultivator. However, although the red lion stood opposite them, it did nothing right now, because it was afraid of Leng Xiaoting. It was at a low level, so it hesitated to attack Leng Xiaoting. Since the red lion had wisdom, it was able to think like normal human beings. "Boss, what do you think?" Xin Bei asked Leng Xiaoting. He didn't believe a lion could have wisdom, but this red lion indeed looked different from other lions. "I agree with Chen Meng, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. It doesn't mean they don't exist although you haven't met them yet," said Leng Xiaoting. He couldn't directly tell them that monsters and ghosts really existed either. "You can stay here, and I'll go to see what it can do." Leng Xiaoting raised his foot and walked towards the red lion. Xiaoting. The others were shocked by his behavior and wanted to stop him, because it was obvious that the red lion was quite dangerous. This is an order, Leng Xiaoting said in a serious tone. Hearing that, the others closed their mouths. They were soldiers, so they had to obey orders. Xu Jinchen, Chen Meng, and I Weishan had witnessed Leng Xiaoting's fighting skills as a cultivator, but their other teammates hadn't, so they were less worried. They had failed to catch the man of the evil practice last time, but Leng Xiaoting had succeeded. Therefore, they believed that Leng Xiaoting might be able to deal with this red lion too. The others knew nothing about the man of the evil practice, so they were more worried. However, even though they were worried, they could only watch behind and be prepared to help Leng Xiaoting once he was in danger. Leng Xiaoting walked steadily ahead, and the red lion subconsciously moved backwards because it felt stressed. However, it was reluctant to leave right now and believed that it might not lose. After thinking for a while, the red lion rushed towards Leng Xiaoting. No matter what, it decided to have a try. It could run away if it couldn't win after all. Leng Xiaoting was well prepared and immediately fought back the second the red lion rushed to him. The red lion already had wisdom, so it was naturally stronger than other beasts. It was even as strong as the man of the evil practice Leng Xiaoting had encountered the other day. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting was different now, so it wasn't difficult for him to deal with this red lion. It wasn't easy, but it still only took minutes for him to defeat it. Because both of them were in cultivation, the fight was much fiercer than that between mortals. All the trees were completely destroyed once they touched them, which amazed everyone. Jesus, it seems our boss's fighting skills have been improved a lot. It's definitely true. Given his reactions and strength, he's more agile and stronger than before. He also has greater destructive power. What has our boss been through these days? He's probably received a certain kind of devilish training we don't know about. Some discussed it in a low voice, and all of them admired Leng Xiaoting. If I have a fighting competition against our boss right now, I'll certainly lose, said I Weishan. They had never won a fight against Leng Xiaoting, but they never totally failed before either. However, it would be different now. They all admired Leng Xiaoting's talent for kung fu, so they were willing to let him be their leader although many of them were older than him. Me too, everyone agreed. As time went by, the red lion found it harder and harder to fight against Leng Xiaoting. It realized that it was no match for him and wanted to escape. However, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't allow it to run away, because it might attack them again later. They needed to train, and they would get tired. If the red lion attacked them when they were weak, they would be killed. Therefore, the red lion couldn't survive. Leng Xiaoting stopped it at once. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoting ordered his teammates to shoot it in case it ran away. They came here with silenced guns in order to avoid disturbing other beasts which might attack them in groups. Chapter 1769. Monsters and ghosts are real. They came here not only to train their physical strength, how to survive in the mountains, how to walk from the starting point to the end, but to defeat the beasts whenever they ran into them. However, it didn't mean that they needed to deliberately attract the attention from wild beasts. Wild animals moved separately, so normally they appeared in twos or threes. Nevertheless, if there were loud noises, wild animals might gather together from different directions, and Leng Xiaoting along with his teammates would be in danger. Although they were special forces soldiers and had much greater abilities than ordinary soldiers, they weren't invincible. If they faced a group of dozens of ferocious beasts, it was still difficult for them to survive. They must kill those beasts or seriously injure them, or they would be in a very dangerous situation. It was much more difficult to injure those beasts to the point where they were unable to fight back than directly kill them. It only needed a sudden heavy force to kill those beasts, and there was no need to think about it too much. On the contrary, if they aimed to hurt them to the point where they couldn't fight back, they had to consider the severity of the attack. In that case, their abilities would be limited, which would be much more dangerous. As Leng Xiaoting's teammates fired, the red lion was shot several times and lost great physical strength in an instant. With the help of Leng Xiaoting's heavy attack, it soon fell on the ground. They ran over at once to see whether Leng Xiaoting was fine. The battle just now was too fierce. Although they didn't see Leng Xiaoting injured, they were still a little worried. After seeing that Leng Xiaoting was fine, everyone was relieved. Ming then asked, "Boss, this red lion is so powerful. Could it really have wisdom?" Although he still didn't believe in ghosts and monsters, this red lion was so unusual that he had to think carefully about it. "Now, I need to tell you something serious, and no one is allowed to leak it. If anyone dares to do that, it violates the military regulations of the Red Flame and he can be imprisoned for life, or shot to death," Leng Xiaoting said in a serious tone all of a sudden. He felt that it was time to let them know something. Although they were all mortals, they were all his most trustworthy brothers. Even though Leng Xiaoting trusted them most, a warning was necessary. "Sure," everyone answered with a serious face too. The others didn't know what Leng Xiaoting was going to say, but Xu Jingchen and the other two had guessed it. If they didn't guess wrong, it must have something to do with monsters and ghosts. In this world, there are real ghosts and monsters. Although they won't casually attack people, you can never be too careful, Leng Xiaoting said. Ghosts and monsters are real. It's too unbelievable. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Weishan, Meng, and Jingchen are all aware of it, because they've encountered them and fought against them with me. I asked them to keep it secret, so they didn't tell the rest of you, Leng Xiaoting added. Knowing that, other teammates immediately turned to look at Weishan, Chen Meng, and Xu Jingchen. It was shocking that the three of them had run into real ghosts and monsters. Weishan, Chen Meng, and Xu Jingchen remained calm, but it was obvious that Leng Xiaoting told the truth. In fact, although they were shocked by what Leng Xiaoting just said, they didn't doubt it. It was simply too unbelievable for them, so it was hard for them to accept it all of a sudden. "Yes, I was almost killed by the evil thing at that time. Boss saved my life," Xu Jingchen said. Actually, he wasn't afraid when he was held hostage, but he was scared when he learned that the man was an evil cultivator. "You have 10 minutes to digest this news, then we'll start training. We need to leave this place first, because the blood of this red lion will soon attract other beasts," Leng Xiaoting said, and went straight forward. Others immediately followed him up. At the same time, they tried to digest the shocking news. Luckily, within a few minutes, they accepted it. Although they hadn't fully digested it yet, they were able to control their feelings and keep it secret. It wouldn't affect them when they did other things. Just 5 minutes after they left, some beasts came over smelling the blood one after another, and there were a lot of them. Once they came, they were all vying to eat the red lion's meat and drink its blood. It was the absolute truth that the weak were the prey of the strong. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Ji Yuning called Jing Yuniao and asked what she was doing. Jing Yuniao didn't go anywhere today and stayed at home all day. She did some cleaning when she was bored, and took care of the flowers and plants in the front yard and backyard. Jing Yuniao liked to grow flowers, so she bought a lot of flowers and flower seeds a few days ago to decorate Leng Xiaoting's current villa, which looked deserted before. Ji Yuning thought Jing Yuniao was bored alone and she had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she said she was going to have dinner with her. If Jing Yuniao didn't mind, she would go to see her along with Chu Peihan and her other friends. Jing Yuniao didn't mind it at all. She enjoyed it when there were many people having fun together. After having the call with Ji Yuning, Jing Yuniao excitedly left the house and went grocery shopping. There was food at home, but Jing Yuniao felt it wasn't enough, so she went to buy more. Ji Yuning called Chu Peihan afterwards and invited them to dine together later. Chu Peihan and her other friends didn't hang out today. Mu Ke went to meet them at Century City this morning, then they cooked on their own and shared lunch together before playing games. Once Ji Yuning invited them to dine together, they moved. Century City wasn't far from the Shengning organization, and there was a bus stop at its gate, so they could directly take a bus to get to the Shengning organization in a few minutes, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to pick them up. They wouldn't bother Ji Yuning to pick them up either. Right after Chu Peihan and her friends left the house, they ran into Gao Yi and Chao Ya who just came back. They greeted each other politely. Gao Yi and Chao Ya gave Ji Yuning a call when they got off the plane, and Ji Yuning told them to have a rest at home. She would contact them when she needed them, so they went straight home instead of seeing Ji Yuning at her company. "Where are you going? Do you need a ride?" asked Gao Yi. Although Ji Yuning told them to have a rest, they didn't feel tired at all. They paid special attention to Huang Haihao at City C during this time, but it didn't take them much strength. On the contrary, they were free most of the time. Gao Yi didn't see Chu Peihan and her friends going out in cars, so he asked them that question. Chapter 1770. Beg him to stop, thanks, but we just need to go see our boss in her company, and we can just take a bus. It's only 3 stops away, said Chu Peihan. She didn't want to bother Gao Yi, because there wasn't a long distance. Sure. Since she said that, Gao Yi didn't insist. When Chu Peihan and her friends arrived outside the Shengning organization, she called Ji Yuning, who then went downstairs. It wasn't early now, so they should go to see Jing Yunyo right away. In a few minutes, Ji Yuning showed up and they went to Mountain River Garden together. Boss, where are we going to dine? What will we have? Asked Chu Peihan. We're going to Leng Xiaoting's place. His mother is alone at home, so we can dine with her, said Ji Yuning. Is she in the Sihewan or a house? Asked Chu Peihan again. They had asked about Leng Xiaoting's economic condition before, so they were aware that he had a Sihewan and many houses. She's in a house now. Leng Xiaoting's master is in the Sihewan, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, they understood. Boss, I think your boyfriend can't just be a soldier, right? A soldier couldn't be so rich. Mu Ke said. He already had the answer, but he still wanted to hear it from Ji Yuning's mouth. Yeah, he has many businesses under his name. He's even richer than I am, said Ji Yuning, but she didn't elaborate on that. Jesus, he's amazing, Chu Peihan exclaimed. Of course he is. He's Ningning's boyfriend after all, said Yu Mixi. Right, our boss is such an outstanding girl, and only a quality man deserves her. The man must be rich and strong so that he can win our boss's heart, said Chu Peihan in a meaningful tone. The others immediately understood the meaning of strong, and felt a little embarrassed. It was the truth that Leng Xiaoting had a great manhood. It was thick and long. Most importantly, he had unbelievable stamina, and Ji Yuning had to beg him to stop sometimes. Although it was a little embarrassing, Ji Yuning couldn't deny that she really liked it. Yu Mixi and Mu Ke were girlfriend and boyfriend now, but they controlled themselves very well. They only kissed and hugged each other at most, because their relationship wasn't stable right now. They just became adults and didn't dare to have sex yet. Ji Yuning already had sex with Leng Xiaoting at 18, but she was as mentally mature as a 28-year-old woman, so she didn't think it was a bad thing to have sex life. In addition, Ji Yuning didn't sleep with any other men, and she chose Leng Xiaoting because she had confidence in their future. Everyone knew what Chu Peihan was talking about, but none of them pointed it out, or it would become more embarrassing. Therefore, Ji Yuning changed the topic at once. Tomorrow is the last day of the vacation. Do you plan to have fun anywhere or just stay at home? Chu Peihan rolled her eyes when Ji Yuning deliberately changed the topic, but she didn't continue to talk about it either. Will you join us if we hang out tomorrow? Asked Yu Mixi. She felt it wasn't fun without Ji Yuning. If there are no accidents, I can hang out with you, but if there is anything that needs me to deal with, I may have to leave you to do my business, Ji Yuning said. Because she herself wasn't sure what she would need to do tomorrow, she needed to tell them in advance. It's fine. If you're busy tomorrow, you can focus on your business, said Yu Mixi. Okay, let me see where we can go to have fun tomorrow. Chu Peihan said and took out her phone to read tourist guides on the internet. She was always active in having fun around, but she also felt a little bored without Ji Yuning. Oh, why don't we go to Qinling Mountain? Chu Peihan said with excitement. It's one of the highest peaks in the suburbs of the capital. If we ascend to the top of it, we can overlook the panoramic view of the whole city. We can also take a cable car to visit the caves. Hearing Qinling Mountain, Ji Yuning thought of the cultivation world, which was hidden in it and was separated by a magic formation from the outside world. Anyway, she wasn't a cultivator, so she wasn't afraid of running into cultivators at Qinling Mountain. I think it's a good idea. Boss, what do you think? Asked Mu Ke. He was quite interested in Qinling Mountain too. Therefore, they decided to go to Qinling Mountain tomorrow. When they arrived at Mountain River Garden, it was almost 6 p.m., and Jing Yunyo had just prepared dinner for them. Because they knew Leng Xiaoting was a top-quality man, they weren't shocked by his luxurious house. Everyone politely greeted Jing Yunyo once they saw each other. Jing Yunyo looked very happy as well, because she wasn't alone at home anymore. During this time, she had dreamed about her life before she lost her memories many times, but couldn't remember anything. After having dinner, Ji Yuning stood up to do the dishes of her own accord because Leng Xiaoting was absent. Although Jing Yunyo tried to stop Ji Yuning told Chu Peihan and her other friends to take Jing Yunyo to the living room. As a result, Ji Yuning still did the dishes. They kept chatting with Jing Yunyo till they left at 10 p.m. Ji Yuning still drove Mu Ke back to the hotel first, then went home with Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi. When they were home, Ji Yuning told them to sleep earlier and she left the house again. Even though Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi were curious about what Ji Yuning was going to do so late at night, they didn't ask her. Since she went out late, it must be something important or urgent. Ji Yuning went straight to the haunted house. It was nearly 12 a.m. when she reached it and there was no one around her in the darkness. It wasn't open now, so all the lights were turned off and the haunted house looked quite scary. Ji Yuning stopped her car a short distance away from it, but didn't get out of the car at once. Instead, she let the male ghost out and let it sit in the rear seats. The second the male ghost came out, it checked its surroundings because it found itself in a different place once more. After that, it asked Ji Yuning with anticipation, "Have you figured out a way?" "Yeah, but you can only touch the token for 15 minutes, so I hope you'll be able to give up your obsession and disappear on your own within that time," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the male ghost was thrilled. "My only obsession is the token. As long as I can get it, there will be nothing that can keep me in this world." "How deep is the grave under the haunted house?" asked Ji Yuning. "Not very deep. About 5 meters, said the male ghost. "If so, it would be easier." Chapter 1771, Go Get Your Thing. A ghost could pass through objects, but she couldn't, so a tunnel must be dug. After that, Ji Yuning put the male ghost into the telepathic eye space again, because the monster fox will be released later. She needed to prevent them from encountering each other and causing trouble. Although she could easily stop them from having conflict, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once the male ghost was put back into her telepathic eye space, Ji Yuning took out a hat and a mask from it and put them on. She couldn't leave any traces when she came here to dig a hole. If she left traces, she would definitely be discovered. People might watch the surveillance videos to find her, so she had to cover her face to protect herself. Ji Yuning went to the backyard of the haunted house. It was a lawn of about 10 square meters, and wasn't big. There were a few big trees with lush foliage and rows of red leaf heathers which were about 1 meter tall. They could block a lot of outside vision. The moment Ji Yuning reached the backyard, she first observed the surroundings for a while. When she was sure there was no one else, she used her jade eyes to see the location of the grave under the ground. Because it wasn't very deep down, she soon found it. The grave was about 10 square meters in size. In addition to the coffin in the center, there were 3 wooden boxes. Around. One of the boxes was filled with clothes, one was full of gold and silver jewelry, while the other had some porcelain calligraphy and paintings inside. It was obvious that the person who was buried here wasn't ordinary. As for how to dig in, it was unrealistic to dig from the haunted house, because the ground was concrete. It was difficult to break the cement ground. Besides, once it was damaged, it would soon be discovered. Luckily, behind the haunted house was the lawn, so it was easier to dig into the ground. As long as they filled the hole well later, the chance of being discovered would be very small. However, in that case, they couldn't dig straight, but diagonally, so the distance was extended by 1 or 2 meters. Nevertheless, they didn't have a better choice in order to make sure that they would be safe. Before they began to dig, Ji Yuning covered the surveillance cameras, or they would cause her big trouble. It was very easy for Ji Yuning to find those surveillance cameras by a glance with the help of her jade eyes, and she covered them with a piece of black cloth. Without delay, Ji Yuning let the monster fox out and told it where to dig and how deep it should dig down. Before letting the monster fox dig the soil, Ji Yuning first took out a piece of complete lawn. The monster fox dug very fast. Although it dug with its legs, it used some magic, so it became easy and fast. Ji Yuning worked behind the monster fox and put the earth it had dug out into the telepathic eye space. She planned to put it back later so that no one would notice what they had done here. As the monster fox dug out a tunnel which could accommodate a person, Ji Yuning followed in, then took out a wooden plank from the telepathic eye space. She put the piece of complete lawn on it, then covered the entrance of the hole with it. Therefore, no one could see any difference if there would be any people passing by. About 7 minutes later, the monster fox successfully dug the tunnel into the grave. Ji Yuning then put it back to the telepathic eye space and quickly walked inside. After entering the tomb, she directly put the box of gold and silver jewelry and porcelain calligraphy and paintings into the telepathic eye space, then released the male ghost. Although they were in another person's tomb, it was also a place where the male ghost had been living for years. Accordingly, the male ghost didn't feel much surprise when it suddenly appeared in the tomb from the outside, but it was eager to get its thing back. "It's in the coffin, on that person's body," said the male ghost. Because it was thinking about its own thing all the time, it didn't notice that there were 2 boxes missing in the tomb. Actually, even if it found it out, it wouldn't mind. It couldn't stop Ji Yuning from doing what she wanted to do after all. Ji Yuning walked to the coffin and saw through it with her jade eyes at the same time. Nothing was wrong, so she took out a shovel and opened it. Once the coffin was opened, the most noticeable thing was the violet jade pendant on the waist of the skeleton. "That's it. The purple jade pendant. It's the token my wife gave me." The male ghost cried excitedly when it saw the jade pendant. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't get it at all now, or he would immediately reach out for it. In fact, if he was able to touch it, he would have taken it back hundreds of years ago and wouldn't wait till now. Because ghosts could pass through concrete things, the male ghost lay in the coffin every day. In order to see the jade pendant, it could even tolerate sleeping with the body of its enemy. Ji Yuning didn't go to get the jade pendant right away, but took out the Taoist magic figure Sheng Guanyang gave her, and said, "Just stick this on your body, and your body will have a shape, then you can get the jade pendant. I should remind you again, you only have 15 minutes. Sure." The male ghost couldn't wait, but didn't urge Ji Yuning in case she was annoyed and refused to help it. After that, Ji Yuning pasted the Taoist magic figure to the male ghost's shoulder. The Taoist magic figure contained magical power, which was used against monsters and ghosts, so it naturally could touch the male ghost. In a few seconds, the male ghost had a clear shape. "All right, go get your thing now," said Ji Yuning. Without hesitation, the male ghost rushed to get the jade pendant in a hurry. It cried with excitement, "I finally got it. I finally got it back." The next second, it gradually gave up its obsession and its body became transparent. "Thank you." The male ghost thanked Ji Yuning with sincerity. Ji Yuning smiled, but said nothing. She watched the male ghost disappearing along with the jade pendant. She was originally worried that the male ghost might not be able to give up its obsession and disappear within only 15 minutes, but it was done within a few minutes, which was beyond Ji Yuning's expectation. Anyway, she was happy to see it. Since she successfully solved the problem of the male ghost, she should leave here now. There were many other valuable things placed in the coffin with the body, but Ji Yuning didn't take them. She thought the 2 boxes were enough. It wasn't right to take all the valuable objects out after all. Ji Yuning thought that she could take some antiques to Xianxia antique store tomorrow when she and her friends went to Qinling Mountain and walked by the antique street. Ji Yuning made that decision. As she left the tomb, Ji Yuning used a box inside to block the intersection between the passage and the tomb. Only when it was blocked would the soil not enter the tomb and fill the passage instead. If the soil entered the tomb, it wouldn't be enough to fill the passage. Along Ji Yuning's way out, she took soil out from the telepathic eye space to fill the passage. After she came out, the passage was already filled with soil, then she placed the piece of complete lawn back. Chapter 1772, More Valuable Objects. Although it still looked a little different, nobody would notice it without paying special attention to it. Even if it was exposed, the passage was already filled with soil, so people might just think that the lawn had been deliberately destroyed. Before leaving, Ji Yuning removed the black cloth from the surveillance cameras, or the staff here might feel strange if the videos recorded nothing. She didn't cause much trouble tonight, so it wasn't a big deal, and the staff wouldn't watch all the surveillance videos for no reason. When Ji Yuning was back in Century City, it was already 1:30 a.m., so she cleaned herself up and went to bed at once. The next morning, Ji Yuning didn't go for a run, but packed up the antiques and went to Xianxia antique store. She directly emptied a wooden box, then selected most of the items with average prices and 5 items of medium value. There were about 20 large and small objects in all. Afterwards, she packed them in one box. An ancient wooden box was quite big, and was about 26 inches in size, so it could accommodate a lot of things. However, all the things Ji Yuning loaded were wrapped in foam bags, which would reduce the space for placing things because it was necessary to prevent collision damage. Because they needed to go to the antique street today, Ji Yuning and her friends went out early in the morning, and they had breakfast in the hotel while picking up Muke. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi were very curious when they saw Ji Yuning coming out holding a wooden box. Chu Peihan asked, "Boss, what is this?" "Antiques, we'll go through the antique street along our way to Qinling Mountain, so I decided to take some objects to the shop along the way," Ji Yuning said. "Wow, I haven't visited your antique store yet. This is a great chance." Chu Peihan was excited. Because the box was filled with antiques, even though Chu Peihan wanted to help Ji Yuning, she was afraid that she would damage them. Since they were antiques, they must be very valuable. Ji Yuning drove the Hummer she bought in City Zhe, and placed the box in the trunk before they set off. They arrived at Xianxia Hotel later and met Muke, then they had breakfast. Before they left the hotel, Ji Yuning called Chen Durong and asked him whether he was in the store. She would go to see him with some objects later. The business of Xianxia Antique Store had expanded, so Chen Durong, as the top manager of it, naturally didn't have much spare time to stay in the store. However, as long as he had enough time, Chen Durong would visit the store. Once he heard that Ji Yuning would come with some valuable antiques, Chen Durong went there earlier than usual. He ached to see them. It was very early now and it was only 8:30 a.m., but it was still the rush hour. Therefore, Ji Yuning and her friends still spent a lot of time on the road and arrived at the antique street at 9:20 a.m. At this time, the shops on the antique street hadn't been fully opened, and only 2/3 were open. Because there weren't usually many people on the antique street in the morning and most visitors came after lunch, the shops along the street always opened late. Many of them only opened after 10 a.m. Even the street vendors just showed up in a small number. The second Ji Yuning arrived at the antique street, she used her jade eyes to scan all the objects placed on the stands at the sides to see whether she could find any valuable ones. She hadn't visited the antique street for a long time, so she saw many new objects. Since there were many new objects, it was more likely for her to find valuable ones. Within a short while, Ji Yuning indeed saw an object with magical power. Although it wasn't highly valuable, it was worth some money. She could make money by buying it, so there was no reason for her to give it up. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning didn't go to buy it by herself. Instead, she told Muke to do it for her. Because she was a regular visitor here and many people were familiar with her face, she was afraid that the owner of the stand might recognize her if she went to ask for the price of that object. If so, the owner would realize that the object was valuable and keep it as his own. Muke went to buy the object at once, and he only spent 3,000 yuan on it. The owner of the stand thought he was a rich idiot because he didn't bother to bargain at all, but actually, the object was worth over 70,000 yuan. After buying it, they walked ahead together. "Oh, isn't this Boss Gu? Been a while. Look at this big box. Do you have more valuable objects?" When they walked by an antique store, its owner saw Ji Yuning and recognized her. The owner was very envious of Ji Yuning, because Xianxia Antique Store had the most valuable authentic antiques along this antique street. It was the most popular shop too. Before Ji Yuning took over Xianxia Antique Store, it was already the most famous brand on this antique street and it gained much greater fame after Ji Yuning took over. It became even more popular with more valuable authentic antiques. Nobody knew how it managed to get so many valuable authentic antiques. Even though it wasn't a secret that most of the valuable authentic antiques were from illegal sources, no one dared to report it to the government. It was an open secret in this industry, and most antique sellers got their goods from illegal sources, so no one was willing to reveal it. In addition, Xianxia antique store had the support of several important figures too. It was too powerful to compete against. Along the way, many owners of different antique stores politely greeted Ji Yuning. Even though many of them were jealous of Xianxia antique store, they knew they shouldn't mess with Ji Yuning. Anyway, they had to maintain politeness to her on the surface at least. Ji Yuning also kindly greeted them. As long as they could get along with each other, she wouldn't bother to have more enemies. She would only fight back against those who aimed to cause her trouble. Because Chen Durong knew Ji Yuning would come with many valuable objects, he stood at the door at an earlier time, waiting for her with anticipation. Seeing Ji Yuning walking over in the distance, he ran out to welcome her. "Nice to see you, boss." Chen Durong wanted to help Ji Yuning carry the box too, but he was afraid to damage it as well. "Mu Ke, give it to Uncle Chen," said Ji Yuning, then Mu Ke gave Chen Durong the object he just bought. At the same time, Ji Yuning said, "Uncle Chen, this is what I just found by the street. It's not very valuable, but is real." Chapter 1773, a whole set. Chen Durong showed happiness on his face, but he was already used to it when Ji Yuning was able to find valuable real antiques from the streets. He took it and joked, "I bet the stand owner doesn't know you, or he wouldn't have sold this object to you. I had the same worry, so I told my friend to buy it for me." Ji Yuning smiled. After that, she went into the store with her friends, and the three staffers also greeted her with respect. At this moment, there was no customer in it, because not many visitors came here. Chu Peihan and the others looked around later. Ji Yuning and Chen Durong, on the other hand, went to the inside room. She put the box down and opened it. Chen Durong was thrilled the second he saw the objects in the box. He looked like a boy who just got his favorite candy. As they appreciated those objects, Chen Durong reported the latest information of Xianxia Antique Store to Ji Yuning. "By the way, I just met the curator of the Palace Museum. In a month or two, there will be a huge auction. I'll attend it, and you can go with me. I don't know how many familiar faces you'll see there, but it's a good thing to go to such an event and meet more people," Ji Yuning said. "Sure." Chen Durong agreed with excitement. In the past years, only the previous owner of Xianxia Antique Store could go to an auction, because it was a small business and only its boss was invited. However, it was different now. Ji Yuning became its new boss, and it grew much bigger. In addition to Ji Yuning, Chen Durong was also a very important manager of Xianxia Antique Store, so he had the qualification to attend auctions too. Xianxia Antique Store only had 2 branches now, but it had gained much greater fame than before. Moreover, it also owned a company named Xianxia Arts and Crafts now, which was involved in production and wholesale. This production factory had been established for a long time, but it was very small before and mainly supplied goods to Xianxia Antique Store. However, after Ji Yuning took it over, it expanded and became a large-scale company. Now the company had 200 employees, and it was still developing along with the sales. Chen Durong also focused on the company's development, because it needed more standardized management, while the business of the 2 branches was much simpler. The current store manager of Xianxia Antique Store had worked for Chen Durong for a long time. He had a very professional understanding of antiques too, so he was almost in charge of it alone. "Boss, what do you plan to sell at the auction?" Chen Durong asked with curiosity. "Bronze chimes," said Ji Yuning. "How many do you have?" asked Chen Durong again. "A whole set," replied Ji Yuning. She had no intention to keep it secret from Chen Durong. "What? A whole set?" Hearing that, Chen Durong was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. "Boss, do you mean a whole set of 65 pieces in 9 groups of 3 layers?" Chen Durong asked, although he didn't think it was possible. In 19XX, 2 sets of bronze chimes were unearthed in the tomb of the Eastern Zhou dynasty in a certain place. One set had 9 pieces, while the other had 7 pieces. They had delicate patterns and were of high quality. According to textual research, they were court instruments of country Wu in the late spring and autumn period. Although they had gone through 2,500 years, they still had distinct rhythms and clear tones. However, it was a shame that the whole set of 65 pieces in 9 groups of 3 layers weren't collected. The 2 sets of bronze chimes were sold out at the price of over 1 billion yuan at an auction. As for the whole set of 65 pieces in 9 groups of 3 layers, it might be worth several billion yuan. It would also cause a great sensation in the field of music and antiques. All major music groups and major museums would definitely compete against each other for it. Upon thinking of that, Chen Durong was full of excitement, although he wouldn't share the money at all. Hearing Ji Yuning's affirmative answer, Chen Durong was stunned again. She really had collected the whole set of 65 pieces in 9 groups of 3 layers. It was too unbelievable to be true. Chen Durong believed that his boss must be the luckiest person in this world. Please keep it a secret for the time being. You can have a look at it when the auction staff come to appraise it. Ji Yuning said. Hearing Ji Yuning's reminder, Chen Durong got his mind back, but he was still quite astonished. Of course, said Chen Durong. Although he couldn't wait to see the whole set of bronze chimes, he knew that he must be patient and wait for Ji Yuning's information. Ji Yuning and her friends stayed in the store for a short while, then left. When they had almost reached the parking lot, Ji Yuning received Tang Yunfan's call. He knew she was going to enroll tomorrow, and he wanted to go to the university along with her. Many college freshmen went to enroll in the company of their parents, so Tang Yunfan didn't want Ji Yuning to go there alone. However, Ji Yuning declined, because Ji Yuman was in the late stage of pregnancy and it wasn't convenient for her to go to another city. In addition, she didn't want other people to know her family background. If Tang Yunfan showed up, she would be exposed. Tang Yunfan was too famous to be ignored after all. Anyway, she wouldn't be alone, because she had friends from City F and they would go to enroll together. Since Ji Yuning said that, Tang Yunfan compromised. It was a pity that he couldn't go with his daughter, but he respected Ji Yuning's decision. After Ji Yuning left, Chen Durong sat in his office for a long time to digest the shocking news. It was too shocking for him to digest it within a short time. He had to admit that his boss was quite extraordinary. It took them about 40 minutes to get to Qinling Mountain from the antique street, so it was already 11 a.m. when they arrived. Ji Yuning and her friends decided to dine before climbing up the mountain. Qinling Mountain was a tourist attraction with many hotels and restaurants. They were in the town where Qinling Mountain was located, not at its foot. There were also restaurants at the foot of Qinling Mountain, but they were all ordinary restaurants and not many. It was very close from the town to the foot of Qinling Mountain, and was only 2 kilometers away. After having lunch, Ji Yuning and her friends left for Qinling Mountain. When they reached its foot, they had a totally different feeling, because the air here was quite fresh and it would be even fresher at the top of the mountain. Qinling Mountain was a place with rich magical power after all. Even though ordinary people couldn't feel it, they would still be affected by it and feel refreshed. After lunch, many people came to climb the mountain. It was a long way up to the top of the mountain, but they had adequate time and energy. Therefore, they chose to climb up the mountain and go down it by cable car. Along the way, Ji Yuning and her friends were the most energetic group, and they didn't look tired at all after climbing for half an hour. Chapter 1774. The cultivator behind them Yu Mixi and Mu K felt a little tired, but it didn't affect their speed. After climbing to the top of the mountain, it was already 3 hours later, because they didn't climb the mountain all the time and they also walked around in various grottos and took photos. Because they stopped once in a while, Yu Mixi and Mu K, who weren't as strong as Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan, didn't feel too tired. If they were easily tired from climbing this mountain, then their exercise would have been wasted during this time. They were much stronger physically than ordinary people after all. The air at the top is so fresh. I was a little tired just now, but now I suddenly feel refreshed after breathing in the air. As soon as she reached the top of the mountain, Chu Peihan opened her arms, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath of the air. She had a great sense of satisfaction. Right. Mu K and Yu Mixi agreed and took a deep breath too. The magical power at Qinling Mountain was very pure. Although it wasn't comparable to that at Kunlun Mountain, Ji Yuning knew it was also a good place for cultivation in addition to Kunlun Mountain. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoting couldn't come here for his cultivation. Because the cultivation world was within the formation here, cultivators would come and go frequently even though they didn't know its exact location. Therefore, if Leng Xiaoting came, he would be easily discovered. Then they walked to the fence, and overlooked the panoramic view of the entire capital. Wow, it's breathtaking. Exactly, we can see the whole capital city. Chu Peihan and her friends were greatly impressed, so was Ji Yuning. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning sensed the air of a cultivator. She was just thinking about cultivators, and now she encountered one. What a coincidence. The next second, Ji Yuning felt someone was looking at her, and she was sure that the person must be the cultivator. She didn't know whether it was just a coincidence or the cultivator followed her on purpose. Ji Yuning didn't turn to meet the cultivator's eyes, in case the cultivator found out that she already noticed him or her. As a result, she pretended to be appreciating the view and glanced at the direction of the cultivator at the same time. She recognized the cultivator by a quick glance. It was the same man who had followed her in the palace for the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. Ji Yuning the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern in her telepathic eye space, and hadn't opened the box yet. She was busy these days, so she planned to take it out when she went to see Shengguanyang after the enrollment. Although the cultivator saw Ji Yuning, he failed to feel the existence of the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. He knew people normally wouldn't carry such a valuable jade everywhere, so he decided to follow Ji Yuning till he found the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. In fact, he wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning still had the jade, but he suddenly lost the trace of it. He couldn't find it in the museum, so he believed that it was highly likely that Ji Yuning still had it. No matter what, he was determined to find it. He was unwilling to give it up right now. This cultivator had damaged her car, and Ji Yuning had the idea to teach him a lesson, but not now, because it wasn't the right time. As a result, she ignored him for the time being. After looking around at the top of the mountain for over half an hour, Ji Yuning and her friends went down. They were going to take a cable car. Although they weren't tired and could walk, they wanted to experience the feeling of taking a cable car. Seeing them leaving to take a cable car, the cultivator followed them at once. Many visitors were waiting in a line for the cable cars, so they waited for 5 minutes. A cable car could accommodate 6 people, but not every cable car was fully occupied. Some only had 5 people, while some only had 3 people inside. When it was the turn of Ji Yuning and her friends, they sat together in the same cable car. The cultivator deliberately kept a distance away from them and took the cable car behind them. He wanted to take the same cable car with them, but there were 3 girls in their group. He was worried that they might take him as a bad guy. It was the first time that they had taken a cable car, so Chu Peihan and her friends felt a little nervous at the beginning. It was very high after all, and there was only glass around them. There were iron plates under their feet and above their head, but they could still clearly see everything around them. It wasn't easy to stay calm. In a few minutes, they gradually calmed down. The cable cars had adequate security measures, so they would be safe as long as they sat well. The cable line was long, and it took them nearly 20 minutes to get to the foot of the mountain. When they got out of the cable car, the cultivator followed Ji Yuning as usual, but he walked far behind her in case he was exposed. The cultivator didn't know Ji Yuning's abilities, and he thought that she was merely an ordinary girl. However, even though Ji Yuning was just an ordinary girl, he still didn't dare to be too close. After getting out of the cable car, Ji Yuning and her friends found many interesting games, like shooting the balloons, throwing rings, darts, and so on. There were corresponding rewards, such as toy bears, cats, and dogs. Chu Peihan and her friends were mature, but they were only 18 this year, so they were still like kids and were attracted to these small games. Without hesitation, they ran to play them. Ji Yuning, instead, watched aside. Each person had 10 bullets to shoot balloons. If one could successfully shoot 10 balloons, he or she would get a reward. Chu Peihan and Mu Ke successfully did that, so they got a reward. Yu Mixi only shot 8 balloons, so she failed to get a reward, but Mu Ke gave his reward to her. He was a young man, and wasn't interested in toy bears. Throwing rings was an easy game. No matter what you could get with the ring, you could have it. Compared to other games, it was easier to get rewards, so Yu Mixi got a few. Actually, not many people could get the small objects placed separately on the ground by throwing rings. There were some who couldn't win one at all. Therefore, many onlookers were envious of Chu Peihan and her friends when they kept winning rewards. Chapter 1775. Read too many wuxia novels, then it was shooting darts, which was a little more difficult. Only when you hit the red heart could you get a reward, and you need to hit it with at least 5 out of 10 darts. Chu Peihan happened to hit it with 5 darts, Mu Ke hit it with 4 darts, while Yu Mixi only hit it with 2 darts, so only Chu Peihan got a reward. Once again, Chu Peihan and her friends got many compliments from onlookers. "Boss, come here, hit the red heart with all 10 darts. I want the big toy bear," said Chu Peihan and pushed Ji Yuning out. The rewards were totally different when one hit the red heart with only 5 darts and all the 10 darts. All the 10 darts. Sounds as if it's very easy. Stop bragging. The second Chu Peihan finished, an unkind female voice sounded. Hearing it, everyone turned to look at the girl. Ji Yuning wasn't affected, but felt the girl was too childish. Chu Peihan and her other friends, however, were quite displeased and glared at the girl. The girl was the same age as them, and she came with her friends too. There were 3 boys and 3 girls in their group. Although they dressed in simple clothes, they were obviously international brands. In that case, they must be a group of arrogant rich heirs. Seeing Ji Yuning's friends looking at them, the girl became aggressive. Chu Peihan argued in annoyance. "It's none of your business whether our boss can hit the red heart with all 10 darts." "Of course, but I hate arrogant people." The girl smiled with disdain. "Arrogant? Don't you think you are quite arrogant when you casually judge other people?" Ji Yuning mocked her. The girl felt a little embarrassed, but refused to admit her fault. Instead, she asked, "Do you mean you can really hit the red heart with all 10 darts?" "It's none of your business," said Ji Yuning. "Then why don't we have a competition? There is no need to hit the red heart with all the 10 darts. Whoever can hit it with more darts wins. What do you think?" The girl challenged Ji Yuning. "A competition? I like it, but I prefer one with a bet, or I have no interest," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the girl got interested too. It was what she wanted as well, and she asked, "Sure, what do you want to bet?" "Whoever loses will climb the mountain to the Guanyin cave, then come down again. The time cannot be more than half an hour. If the loser can return within half an hour, the game is over. If not, the loser will be punished again," Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning's proposal wasn't difficult, because she could see that the girl wasn't weak at all. It was challenging, but wasn't hard for her. From here to the Guanyin cave, if one walked fast, it might take more than 40 minutes, so it was impossible for ordinary people to do that, because ordinary people had limited physical strength. However, it wasn't a big deal for those who had a strong body or often exercised. They only needed to walk faster and they might only feel slightly tired. "No problem." The girl agreed at once, because she thought it wasn't a bad idea. Actually, they just climbed down the mountain, and she knew how much time she needed to get to the Guanyin cave. It wasn't very difficult for her. She didn't care whether it was difficult for Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning proposed it. Ji Yuning must be confident, or she had to suffer it later. Right after agreeing on that, the girl asked with confusion, "What if you lose and run away? The competition is held between us, and other people can stay here to watch us. Neither of us can run away, right?" Ji Yuning said. She didn't feel annoyed when the girl doubted her ability, because it was too early to tell the result now. Oh, the loser should also have a video call along the way with her friends in case she cheats. "No problem," said the girl. She somehow admired Ji Yuning for her comprehensive plan. "Who's first?" asked the girl. "There are 2 vacant places. Why don't we do it together?" said Ji Yuning. "Why not?" the girl agreed. "Fighting, Mo." The girl's friends encouraged her. "Boss, give her a complete failure," said Chu Peihan. Stop bragging. You'll have a complete failure yourself. You're no match for Mo. The girl's friend defended her. Didn't you think you're superior to other people when you were questioning our boss's ability? Don't treat other people the way you don't want to be treated. It's ridiculous to think of yourself as the center of this world. Mu K also joined their argument. He actually didn't want to argue with other people, especially girls, in public. However, he couldn't hide himself behind his female friends' backs all the time. As a man, he should protect them, whether they were his good female friends or girlfriend. The girl's friend suddenly didn't know what to say. All right, be quiet. The girl gave her friends a glance and criticized them. She didn't think they were wrong, but she needed them to be quiet when she started to play darts. Once they were ready, the game began. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning threw the darts out one after another. Surprisingly, every dart accurately hit the red heart. It only took her 10 seconds to finish the round. Witnessing that, everyone was stunned. The girl who had the competition against Ji Yuning kept the position of holding a dart. She was too shocked to throw it. After being shocked for a few seconds, the crowd burst into cheers and applause. Jesus, this girl is amazing. She has accurately hit the red heart with all 10 darts. Right, she finished it within seconds. Is she professional? I think she's even faster and better than a professional. She makes me think of a kung fu master. You must have read too many wuxia novels, but I have to agree with you. This girl indeed looks like a kung fu master. I can't believe my eyes. The girl's friends couldn't believe what they had seen. It was too shocking to be true. I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Chapter 1776. Meet Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister. It turns out that the girl is really excellent at it. No wonder she looked so confident. At this moment, the girl took a deep breath and stared at Ji Yuning with admiration and surprise. She got nervous too, because it was undeniable that Ji Yuning was better than her. Even though she knew she would lose, she was unwilling to give up. We only agreed that whoever hits the red heart with more darts wins, and the time isn't important, said the girl. Although she knew it wasn't likely for her to win, she would still try. In addition, she was very likely to lose, but it didn't mean that she was doomed to failure. After all, she was good at darts, and she had won the highest point before. She might just not be as fast as Ji Yuning. Sure, we only compete for numbers, not time, said Ji Yuning. After that, the girl got prepared for her round. Although she looked calm on the surface, she was actually quite nervous. Not only the girl, but her friends were also nervous, because Ji Yuning was a strong match for her. They didn't think the girl was likely to win or make it a draw now, but they still hoped that she could hit the red heart with all the 10 darts. They were in the same group after all. The girl took a long breath to calm herself down. Once she aimed at her target, she threw a dart out and she succeeded. However, there was a huge gap between hitting the red heart with only 1 dart and all the 10 darts, so she didn't feel happy at all. She might be stressed till the game was over. The girl was indeed good at darts, and she successfully hit the red heart with 6 darts. Ji Yuning didn't feel she would lose, because it could only be a draw even if the girl accurately hit the red heart with all the 10 darts. Although it might be a draw, the girl wouldn't dare to take Ji Yuning lightly again. This girl isn't bad at all. She has successively hit the red heart with 6 darts. She's only slower than that girl. If this girl throws the darts as fast as that girl, she might not be able to hit the red heart with many darts. Many people agreed on that. However, when it came to the 7th dart, the girl failed to hit the red heart. As a result, no matter how many times she could hit it again, it wouldn't change the result that she already failed. The girl's friends were disappointed and were unwilling to accept it. I lost. Since she already lost the game, the girl didn't bother to waste time on the following 3 darts. She admitted failure with alacrity. Great, you can start climbing now. Ji Yuning was very calm. She wasn't gloating over the girl's failure at all, which left a good impression on the girl. She didn't hate Ji Yuning as much as just now. Chu Peihen, on the other hand, was gloating, but the girl ignored her. Afterwards, the girl took out her phone and had a video call with one of her friends. Because the time was shown on the screen, there was no need for them to pay special attention to their watch. Without delay, the girl started climbing up the mountain. In order to get back as soon as possible, the girl ran a little. Her friends knew her ability very well, so they weren't worried that she couldn't finish. It was harder to climb up than climb down the mountain, so the girl spent 18 minutes on her way up to the Guanyin cave and sped up on her way down. When the girl went down to 2/3 of the road, there were still 7 minutes left, which was enough for her to get down to the bottom of the mountain. After completing this punishment, their bet would be over. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't wait for her to come back and directly left with Chu Peihan and her other friends. Before they walked away, Chu Peihan didn't forget to take the prize Ji Yuning just won. It was a 1.2-meter big toy bear. The girl's friends didn't dare to stop Ji Yuning and her friends from leaving, and they could only watch them walking away. The girl originally planned to make friends with Ji Yuning. Although she lost the game, she didn't blame Ji Yuning for it. Instead, she admired Ji Yuning, but unexpectedly Ji Yuning left earlier. The girl was displeased, but could do nothing about it. Ji Yuning and her friends stayed there for more than half an hour, and the cultivator watched them for half an hour too. He left the place once Ji Yuning and her friends walked away. The cultivator stopped his car in the parking lot of the Qinling Mountain as well. Most cultivators who often visited the mortals' world had a car, and they normally parked their cars in the same parking lot. In addition, many of the small restaurants or shops around the foot of Qinling Mountain were opened by cultivators. It was a way of misdirection, because the boundary between the cultivation world and the mortals' world lay in Qinling Mountain. They frequently showed up at Qinling Mountain, so it was convenient for them and wouldn't arouse suspicion. However, when Ji Yuning and her friends almost reached their car, she felt another 2 cultivators around them. They were in Qinling Mountain, so it wasn't surprising to meet cultivators. Ji Yuning remained calm and looked over, but only saw 2 familiar faces. They were Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie. As Ji Yuning turned to look at them, Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie also noticed her. Baili Zongyang also felt another cultivator around them, but it was very normal in his eyes, so he didn't pay much attention to it. The cultivator who followed Ji Yuning behind also saw Baili Zongyang and his younger sister, so he stopped and turned to a nearby shop in case they noticed him following Ji Yuning and learned his purpose. Since Ji Yuning ran into Baili Zongyang and his younger sister, she needed to greet them. Baili Zongyang and Baili Zongxie already walked towards Ji Yuning, so Ji Yuning along with her friends stood still. Chu Peihan lost control of herself once she saw Baili Zongyang again. She stared straight at him, which made him feel embarrassed. Although he was used to being admired by women, he still felt uneasy when Chu Peihan refused to move her eyes away from him. "Hi, handsome man, what a coincidence." Chu Peihan greeted Baili Zongyang first when he and his younger sister walked near and she directly ignored Baili Zongxie. "Nice to see you again," Baili Zongyang politely said. "Hi, Ji Yuning, did you come to climb the mountain too?" Baili Zongxie greeted Ji Yuning. "Yeah," said Ji Yuning. "We're about to go back. How about you?" Chapter 1777. A glossy rich family. Although the cultivator who followed Ji Yuning walked to another direction because of the sudden appearance of Baili Zongyang and his younger sister, he glanced at them once in a while. He wasn't surprised by the fact that Baili Zongyang and his younger sister knew Ji Yuning, but he was slightly worried. Baili Zongyang often visited mortals' world, so it was very normal that he knew some mortals, but he was worried that they might have something to do with the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. However, it was useless to be worried, and he could only hope it wasn't true. "Right, are you free this afternoon? Can we share a meal?" asked Baili Zongyang. "Will it delay your schedule?" asked Ji Yuning. She asked that because she had no intention to decline this time. They were free anyway, and they would go have a meal after going back. It wasn't a big deal if they had dinner together. Moreover, Baili Zongyang had invited her many times and she had turned him down all the time. She felt embarrassed to do it again. Even if Baili Zongyang didn't invite her, she would invite them to share a meal out of politeness. "Of course not, we're free today, so we came out to have fun," said Baili Zongyang. "Great, where do you want to have dinner?" asked Ji Yuning. "What do you want to have?" Bailey Zongyang asked instead. Since he was going to buy them a meal, they could make the decision. I'm not picky. It's up to you, said Mu K. They didn't know what to eat later, and they actually wouldn't say it aloud even if they had an idea. Why don't we go to have hot pot at the food street in the southern district? We can see which hot pot restaurant we want to go to when we get there, said Ji Yuning. Great. Bailey Zongyang agreed. After that, they got in their cars and left together. The cultivator who followed Ji Yuning behind kept a distance away from them, but he could still see that they reached agreement to go somewhere. Therefore, he had to stop following them, because Bailey Zongyang was at a higher level than him. If he continued to follow them, he would soon be exposed. It wasn't easy for him to find Ji Yuning, but the sudden appearance of Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister ruined his plan. Most importantly, he was worried that Bailey Zongyang might have something to do with the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. He thought that he should discover Ji Yuning's identity and home address as soon as possible so that he could directly threaten her and make her hand over the jade. If that didn't work, he could pay money for it. He could pay dozens of millions of yuan for the jade. After all, a piece of valuable jade was much more important than money in the eyes of cultivators. They were willing to pay a lot of money to buy jade with pure magical power. It was a profitable deal to buy jade, because they could still make jewelry with it and sell it after absorbing its magical power. Mortals couldn't see the difference. Ji Yuning and her friends went back to the southern district and chose XX Hot Pot. It was already 6 p.m., so there were many people in the restaurant. Besides, XX Hot Pot was always popular and it was crowded every day. There would be no vacant seats if they came a while later. Although they could book a table in advance, the restaurant would only keep the table for them for half an hour and they needed to pay 100 yuan as deposit. If they changed their mind and didn't show up, the money wouldn't be returned. After all, the restaurant kept the table for them for half an hour and refused other customers. Bailey Zongyang wanted a private room, but none was available, so they could only dine in the hall. Ji Yuning and her friends didn't mind it at all, but Bailey Zongyang only felt it would be better to eat in a private room which was much quieter. When they walked into the restaurant, many customers were still waiting in the line, but a group of people was arguing with a waiter. They had an argument because the number 16 diner thought the waiting time was too long, so he went to other places to kill the time. However, he didn't find other food he wanted to eat and went back later. According to the rule in the hot pot restaurant, if the customer missed his turn, his number would be useless. Coincidentally, when number 16 diner and his friends came back, it was number 17 diner's turn, but number 16 diner asked to eat before number 17 diner. The restaurant disagreed, so they began to argue with each other. Anyway, it had nothing to do with Ji Yuning and her friends, so they directly went to the hall. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi wouldn't eat less to keep their shape. They exercised every day, so they wouldn't gain much weight even if they ate a lot. Therefore, they could enjoy eating their favorite food. Ji Yuning also wouldn't hesitate to eat whatever she wanted to eat. As a cultivator, Bailey Zongxie wasn't worried about gaining weight either. All of them ate a lot this time and left together later. Because Ji Yuning still needed to drive Mu K to Xianxia Hotel, she separated from Bailey Zongyang and his younger sister at the parking lot. At 2 p.m., the Tang organization held a news conference and announced that Tang Qingyang would become the new leader because the previous chairman was seriously sick and Tang Qingyang now had the most shares. The Tang organization was a famous business group with a very high social status in the capital, so the news caused a great sensation once it was released and everyone was talking about it. Many people were aware of the Tang family's scandal not long ago, especially members of the high society. As a result, it wasn't surprising that Tang Bingsun was seriously sick. Before Tang Yaxin's wedding, not many people knew that the Tang family had another daughter and Ji Yijing used to be a mistress. They learned about the above from Tang Yaxin's wedding. Tang Bingsun's older daughter had an accident last year and she had facial surgery before coming back. She ruined Tang Yaxin's wedding on purpose to pay them back. Besides, the accident which had happened to Tang Aining had something to do with the Tang family. The Tang family was a glossy rich family. All its members did everything to compete against each other for wealth. Tang Aining encountered the accident because of wealth inheritance too. Many people had witnessed Tang Aining's abilities that day, so the Tang family's tragedy wasn't a surprise to them. During this time, the Tang organization was slightly affected as well, but luckily it wasn't serious. For now, Tang Bingsun was seriously sick and Tang Yaxin's brain was damaged, so Tang Qingyang was the only qualified heir of the Tang organization. Tang Aining held a long-standing grudge against Tang Bingsun, so it was impossible for her to take over the Tang organization. All in all, no one stood in Tang Qingyang's way to inherit the Tang organization. In addition, Tang Qingyang maintained a good reputation, so not many people thought he had schemed against Tang Bingsun. Only some people believed that Tang Qingyang had done something to Tang Bingsun for their family's wealth. Chapter 1778, Do You Like Him? However, it didn't affect Tang Qingyang, and these skeptics soon learned about the Tang family's affairs, and their doubts about Tang Qingyang became less and less. When Tang Bingsun learned that the shares grabbed away from him by Tang Aining were under Tang Qingyang's name in the end, he figured out that Tang Qingyang was already working together with Tang Aining. Although the Tang organization was better in the hands of Tang Qingyang than in the hands of Tang Aining, in general, Tang Bingsun still couldn't accept the fact that his company was taken over by other people. As a result, he fainted again, and it was more serious this time. He didn't wake up even until it was late at night. Tang Bingsun's secretary thought that he transferred the Tang organization to Tang Qingyang in order to prevent it from falling into Tang Aining's hands. If that was the case, he thought it was acceptable. He was Tang Bingsun's secretary, but he didn't know all the secrets about him. For example, he had no idea about the death of Tang Qingyang's father, which was caused by Tang Bingsun, so he didn't think Tang Qingyang had schemed against Tang Bingsun. After Ji Yijing found it out, she had the same idea as Tang Bingsun's secretary, but she still couldn't accept it. Then she went to ask Tang Bingsun, but Tang Bingsun fainted again. Because she believed that Tang Bingsun himself gave the company to Tang Qingyang, Ji Yijing didn't go to ask Tang Qingyang. Tang Qingyang had successfully taken revenge, and became the chairman of the Tang organization, which was a cheerful event. However, the current situation was still unstable, so he didn't invite friends to share a meal and celebrate it. Xu Qingyang was in a particularly good mood today, because Tang Qingyang had become the chairman of the Tang organization. Although she wasn't clear about the grudges between Tang Qingyang and Tang Bingsun, she felt happy for Tang Qingyang. When it was 8 p.m., Xu Qingyang thought Tang Qingyang shouldn't be busy at this time, so she called him to congratulate him. Actually, at this time, Tang Qingyang was still in the company, because he just took it over. There were a lot of things for him to deal with and learn, but he still had time to answer the phone. In addition, it was from Xu Qinyan, so Tang Qingyang was quite excited. "Hi, are you busy?" Xu Qinyan asked him once she got through to him. "Not really, I'm having a break, and you just called," said Tang Qingyang. He was worried that Xu Qinyan might hang up if she knew he was busy. "Congratulations. You're the chairman of the Tang organization now. I was afraid that you were busy during the day, so I didn't call you till now," said Xu Qinyan. She still felt nervous talking to Tang Qingyang. "Thanks, I'm a little busy, but I still have time to answer calls," said Tang Qingyang. He didn't want Xu Qinyan to worry and stop calling him. "Great, don't forget to buy me a meal since you're the chairman of the Tang organization now," said Xu Qinyan. "Of course." Tang Qingyang smiled. They casually chatted with each other for a while, then hung up. Afterwards, Xu Qinyan kept smiling with the phone in her hand. She didn't notice that her mother was eavesdropping at the door. Once Xu Qinyan hung up, her mother walked inside and asked, "Do you know the new chairman of the Tang organization, Tang Qingyang?" The Xu family heard the news too, and they had talked about it at dinner just now. They held the same opinion as the majority that Tang Bingsun deserved it, because he had treated his older daughter, Tang Aining, badly. People of the rich families in the capital kept contact with one another. Although Tang Bingsun seemed nice on the surface, he couldn't fool smart people. Besides, in the past few years, most of the companies that competed with the Tang family would have accidents. If it only happened once or twice, it could be a coincidence, but the Tang family couldn't be right if it had happened so many times. Even though many people knew the Tang family was evil, nobody stood out to criticize it, because almost every business family had dirty secrets. No one wanted to be involved in unnecessary trouble. Xu Qinyan was scared by her mother's sudden appearance, and she flushed once she saw the meaningful expression on her mother's face. "Why didn't I hear you walking in at all? You scared me," Xu Qinyan complained. "You were distracted by something." Her mother rolled her eyes and said, "Don't change the topic. You haven't answered my question yet." "What question?" Xu Qinyan acted dumb. "Your relationship with Tang Qingyang," her mother said. "There is nothing special between him and me. We're just friends," Xu Qinyan explained. Although she didn't have much confidence, it was the truth. She and Tang Qingyang were indeed friends for the time being. Even if there was anything special between them, neither of them pointed it out, so they were still just friends. "Really?" Her mother didn't believe it. "Of course." Xu Qinyan put on a serious face, because she already calmed down. "What a shame." Her mother was disappointed. "I think he's a handsome quality man, and now he's the chairman of the Tang organization. You two can be a perfect match." "Oh, does he have a girlfriend?" "No," said Xu Qinyan. "Do you like him?" her mother asked again. Hearing that, Xu Qinyan flushed again. Although she liked him, she still denied it in front of her mother. However, her mother knew her very well. Since Xu Qinyan refused to admit it, her mother decided to make fun of it. "Well, if you don't like him, I won't force you, but one does not allow benefits created by one's own work to accrue to others. I can introduce him to your cousin. They can be a good match too," her mother said. Xu Qinyan's cousin was Mrs. Xu's niece. Xu Qinyan was displeased and her tone became a little unkind. "If you want to do that, go do it by yourself. I don't want to be involved." "Sure, I'll deal with it on my own," her mother said, then ignored Xu Qinyan and walked out. Xu Qinyan began to panic. What if her mother really introduced Tang Qingyang to her cousin? Chapter 1779. An arrogant girl. Last night, Mixi packed everything up, and they set off early the next morning. After having breakfast at xianxia Hotel, they went to Mixi and K's school first. Inside and outside the school, there were many cars and people. They were all students who came to enroll and their parents who came along with them. As the economy developed, most families had cars nowadays. Therefore, in the past 2 days, a group of cars with license plates from other cities had flooded into the capital, making the already congested capital even more crowded. Because there were too many good cars, the $1 million Hummer that Ji Yuning drove wasn't so noticeable. However, there were still a few people who kept glancing at it, because the Hummer was more attractive, eye-catching, and not cheap. Although there were many luxurious cars in the capital, not many people could afford one. Those who could afford a car which cost millions of yuan were still the minority. Generally, the majority drove cars around 200,000 yuan. With great difficulty, Ji Yuning found a parking space to park her car. Then they got out of the car, and dragged their luggage into the school. At first, nobody paid special attention to the luxury car, but it made people think too much about it when its driver turned out to be a beautiful young girl. Some were envious, some were jealous, while some were even full of hatred. Her family must be very rich, since she could afford such an expensive car, and many people became green with envy. Everyone wants to be rich, especially being born rich. It was unfair, but nobody could change it. Those who were jealous of Ji Yuning all had an unkind face. Some might be envious of her because she had a rich family and she could own such a good car at a very young age, but some deliberately defamed her and said that she was a mistress. Ji Yuning didn't hear their discussion, or she wouldn't tolerate it. K and Mixi smoothly finished their enrollment, then Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan helped Mixi get her luggage to her dorm. As for K, he went to his dorm alone. Both Mixi and K lived in high-level dormitories. In the high-level dormitories, there were 4 people in one room, with a separate bathroom and a balcony. They were also spacious and well-decorated. Because Mixi came earlier, no one was in the dormitory yet and she could choose a bed at will. Mixi didn't like the bottom bed, so she chose the upper bed. As for the luggage, she simply took her stuff out. She wouldn't move in today anyway, because she still needed to accompany Ji Yuning to enroll tomorrow. She would stay in Ji Ning's place tonight and return to school tomorrow. After simple cleaning, it was time for lunch. Ji Ning and her friends left to find a place to eat near Chu Peihan's school. The enrollment in the afternoon started at 2 p.m., but it was only 12:30 p.m. now. For the convenience of sitting for a long time, they found a nearby restaurant. Because they were near the film academy and today was the first day of enrollment, most diners in the restaurants were freshmen and their parents. It was said that the film academy had the most beautiful girls and handsome boys around the country, which was true. In the entertainment industry, one must have acting skills and good appearance so that he or she could gain fame. Therefore, in their sight, most of the boys and girls of their age were good-looking. Nevertheless, as soon as Ji Ning and her friends walked in, all the good-looking girls and boys were overshadowed. At the same time, Ji Ning and her friends also attracted a lot of attention and discussion. Look at them. They're extraordinarily good-looking. Yeah, especially the one in white and the one in red. Although there are countless beautiful girls and handsome boys in this film academy, and I've seen many of them. They're stunning and rare. The one in white was Ji Ning, and the one in red was Chu Peihan. Yu Mixi wasn't ugly, she was actually pretty too, but she wasn't comparable to Ji Ning and Chu Peihan. Right, they should be the freshmen of our school too. Since they were accepted, they must be outstanding. I have a feeling that they can easily become popular in the entertainment industry within a year or two. Right, even if they aren't good at acting, they can still gain fame with their appearances. Hearing their compliments, Ji Ning and her friends said nothing, because they were already used to it. A middle-aged woman, however, felt displeased and raised her voice. I don't think so. My daughter is much prettier than them and she has played a role in 2 TV shows till now. She'll be popular sooner or later. In her eyes, her daughter was always the best, so she couldn't stand it when people complimented other girls in front of her. She thought other girls didn't deserve the compliments her daughter hadn't gotten. Hearing her voice, everyone turned to look at her. The middle-aged woman was sitting with a middle-aged man and a girl who was about 17. The young girl must be the middle-aged woman's daughter. The girl was pretty, but wasn't outstanding, especially among the students in this film academy. However, she looked very proud and obviously agreed with her mother on what she just said. She seemed to be an arrogant girl who didn't have a correct understanding of herself. Many people showed disdain, because she wasn't prettier than Ji Ning and Chu Peihan at all. Besides, nobody knew whether the girl had played any important roles in the 2 TV shows. The girl's father felt embarrassed and criticized the girl's mother. Nonsense. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Am I wrong? The girl's mother didn't think she had said anything wrong. Oh, what's your girl's level in the art exam? How about her total score of the entrance exam to the Capital Film Academy? Asked someone who disliked the woman. Students were divided into 3 levels in the art exam, A, B, and C. A meant excellent, B was good, while C was equal to passed. My daughter is at level B and her total score is 468 points, the middle-aged woman said with great pride. Knowing that, many people snorted with laughter, including Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan was at level A, and her total score was 653 points, but she didn't think that she was the best. Actually, her total score was quite high compared to other students in the Capital Film Academy. However, this middle-aged woman's daughter failed to reach 500 points, but she thought she was superior to other people. Chapter 1780. Has no self-knowledge. Well, you really think too highly of your daughter. My son's art test score is A, and his culture total score is 506 points. However, among all the freshmen, he's just at the middle level. I dare not say how outstanding my son is, but you have the confidence to show off your daughter, a man in the crowd said with mockery. Other people also looked at the middle-aged woman's family with disdain. She kept showing off her daughter although her daughter actually wasn't the best. In fact, most freshmen had higher scores than her daughter, but their parents remained silent, because they knew there was always someone better. They didn't dare to say that their children would definitely be popular one day in the future, but the middle-aged woman believed that her daughter would become a household name. It was indeed ridiculous. The middle-aged woman felt greatly embarrassed. Although she was arrogant, she wasn't stupid and felt ashamed when other people criticized her. However, she didn't think she was wrong. Instead, she blamed other people for making her lost face. Actually, it wasn't other people's duty to help her keep her self-respect, because she gave up her own dignity. Everyone had to learn to earn his or her dignity. All right, don't you have any self-knowledge? Shut up now. The middle-aged woman's husband snapped at her. They were in a public place, so he couldn't say too much about it. He could only tell his wife to close her mouth. It was too noticeable to ignore that Ji Yuning and Chu Peihen were far more outstanding than the middle-aged woman's daughter. The middle-aged woman's husband knew that their daughter was very excellent, but they should be modest too. Criticized by her own husband in public, the middle-aged woman felt humiliated. She wanted to argue with her husband, but gave it up once she saw her husband's angry face. She was afraid of her husband to some extent, or she would have caused a lot of unnecessary trouble given her character. Chu Peihen originally wanted to laugh at them, but Ji Yuning stopped her. Although the middle-aged woman deliberately disdained them, it wasn't a big deal. If they did the same thing to her, they would be criticized by other people then. Sometimes, they could ignore other people's opinions, but they should still care about their image. I don't know why the middle-aged woman is so confident. There are countless beautiful girls and handsome boys in a film academy. In addition, it's not easy to be accepted. There are also young stars in this university. Chu Peihen quietly complained. She never felt she was superior to other people just because of her outstanding appearance or family background. In fact, she didn't take them seriously. Although she was a little aggressive and very proud of herself, she cared about her close friends and was willing to help the weak. She wasn't evil or calculating at all. She was smart, but wouldn't hurt innocent people or break the law. After having the meal, Ji Yuning and her friends took a rest in the restaurant and they didn't leave until it was nearly 2 p.m. There were countless good-looking people in the film academy, but they still attracted a lot of attention. Many reporters were walking around the campus at the same time for the young stars among the freshmen. On their way into the school, several entertainment reporters were following a beautiful girl with their cameras on. Chu Peihen recognized the girl by a quick glance. The girl named Fu Xiaoxiao. She had played a supporting role in many TV shows. Although she wasn't the leading role, she had gained some fame. However, once those entertainment reporters noticed Ji Yuning and Chu Peihen, they were distracted and ignored Fu Xiaoxiao. Seeing that, Fu Xiaoxiao was displeased. However, because they were in public, she had to keep a good image, so she didn't show her dissatisfaction on her face. The second she saw Ji Yuning and Chu Peihen, she got jealous of them, because it was undeniable that they were prettier than her. "Hi, excuse me, I think you look very familiar. Have you played any roles in any TV shows?" A reporter asked Ji Yuning. It wasn't courtesy, but he really thought Ji Yuning looked familiar. "I've been an extra with my friends in a TV show, but it hasn't aired yet. By the way, I'm not a student of this film academy. I just came here with my friends for enrollment," said Ji Yuning politely. Since the reporter felt Ji Yuning looked familiar, he must have seen her somewhere before. Perhaps he had seen the stills of an empress of military blood. Actually, Ji Yuning was even more beautiful than many of the students in this film academy. If she entered the entertainment industry, many actresses would definitely be overshadowed. Anyway, Ji Yuning had just been an extra in a TV show, so it wasn't a big deal. Fu Xiaoxiao didn't take it seriously either, because she had already played many important parts in several TV shows before. She disdained extras, and felt relieved after hearing that Ji Yuning wasn't a student of this film academy. Even though she didn't know Ji Yuning's acting skills and Ji Yuning didn't have any fame yet, she still felt stressed facing such a stunning competitor. In the entertainment industry there were many people who had gained a lot of fame simply because of their outstanding appearances. Besides, in addition to Ji Yuning, Chu Peihen was also prettier than her. "What a shame that you're not a student of this film academy," the reporter said. Even onlookers felt it was a shame that Ji Yuning didn't study here. Fu Xiaoxiao watched from the side with great dissatisfaction, because she believed that Ji Yuning stole people's attention from her. "Well, different people had different dreams," said Ji Yuning. Some people chose to join the entertainment industry because they liked acting, while some did it for fame and money. Ji Yuning could do the same thing because of her outstanding appearance, but she preferred to become a successful businesswoman. Chapter 1781, She is Special. May I know which university you're going to study in? The reporter asked again. Wow, you must be a very excellent student. Knowing that, many people showed admiration and envy, because it was very hard to be accepted by the capital university. Are you freshmen at this film academy? The reporter turned to ask Ji Yuning's friends who were beside her. They are not, but I am, said Chu Peihan. You look familiar too. Have you ever played a role in any TV shows before? The reporter asked. Hearing that question, many people rolled their eyes, because he always asked the same question whenever he saw a good-looking student. Yeah, but it's an unimportant role in a popular film a while ago, said Chu Peihan. She had no intention of hiding it, because most people who aimed to join the entertainment industry had all been extras before. Hearing her answer, everyone was surprised. Can you tell me the name? The reporter got interested too, because he really felt Chu Peihan looked familiar, otherwise he wouldn't have asked her that question. As an entertainment reporter, he should definitely pay more attention to the events in the entertainment industry. Therefore, he must watch many TV shows and films, especially the popular ones. Infinite Horror, directed by director Liu. I was one of the students in the archaeology team, said Chu Peihan. Infinite Horror. She has played a role in Infinite Horror. It's amazing. That film is quite scary and popular. I've watched it too, and I almost peed in fear. My friend went to watch it with a girl he admired, and the girl became his girlfriend after the film was over. People got excited and began to talk about the film at once. Because it had been very popular, many people had a deep impression of it. Unfortunately, it was too scary, so not many people could remember the unimportant actors' faces. As a result, nobody recognized Chu Peihan when they saw her. After Chu Peihan told them she was one of the students in the archaeology team, many people remembered her face and name. Oh, I know who you are. Your name is Chu Peihan, right? The reporter asked, although he already had the answer in his mind. Yeah, said Chu Peihan. Fu Xiaoxiao hadn't watched the film, but she had heard a lot about it. To her surprise, Chu Peihan could win a role in such a popular film. Even though the role wasn't important, she was still displeased. Ji Yuning and her friends didn't talk much longer with the reporters before they left for enrollment. Fu Xiaoxiao also walked away in anger. Because Fu Xiaoxiao had already joined the entertainment industry, she had an assistant now although she hadn't signed an agreement with any companies. Once they walked away, her assistant defended her. Those reporters aren't professional at all. They were interviewing you just now. How could they leave you aside halfway? All right, keep your voice down. I don't want other people to hear and make an issue of it. Although Fu Xiaoxiao was very mad, she had to hide her real feelings in public. She already had some fame now, so she must be careful outside. Since Fu Xiaoxiao said that, her assistant stopped talking about it. After Ji Yuning and her friends walked away, the reporter who thought she looked familiar was still thinking about where he had seen her before. He could see many familiar faces because of his job, but Ji Yuning gave him a special feeling. What are you thinking? His colleague asked. Do you know who the girl is? Why do I feel she looks so familiar? The reporter asked. Is it really strange? We can see many familiar faces every day, his colleague said airily. No, she's special, said the reporter. Oh, isn't the girl Goddess Gu? She looks the same as Goddess Gu. Right at this moment, a girl's cry of excitement sounded, and the reporter finally remembered where he had seen Ji Yuning before. It turns out she's the famous Goddess Gu on the internet. No wonder I felt she looked so familiar. What a shame that I didn't seize the good chance to interview her, the reporter said, because Ji Yuning was already far away. What? She's Goddess Gu? His colleague was astonished too. They had heard about Ji Yuning's achievements, but not many, so they failed to recognize her just now. In the film academy, many people were surrounded by more people here and there, and they were mostly new actors with some fame. Ji Yuning and her friends accompanied Chu Peihan for enrollment without encountering more trouble. They only attracted a lot of attention and some unkind looks along the way. When they went to the dorm, Muke waited downstairs because he was a boy. The other girls in the same dorm room as Chu Peihan were already present, and there was only one upper bed left. Chu Peihan didn't think it was a bad thing, because she disliked sleeping at the bottom. After simple cleaning, they left. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning and her friends attracted the attention of an old man. Ji Yuning felt the old man must have recognized her, but it wasn't strange. In fact, the man wasn't very old, he might be younger than 60 and was still full of energy. After giving them several glances, the old man walked to them. At the same time, many students who walked by showed surprise. They were surprised because these freshmen happened to know Professor Ji Yu. If so, it would make everyone feel envious, because Professor Ji Yu was the most respected teacher in Capital Film Academy. Each of his students had a very bright future. Even though not all of his students joined the entertainment industry, they held a great position behind the screens. Therefore, many students wanted Professor Ji Yu to teach them, but it was very difficult for Professor Ji Yu to accept a student. One had to be super lucky to get Professor Gu's attention and approval. Moreover, Professor Ji Yu had great connections in the entertainment industry. As long as a student gained his support, he or she could have endless opportunities to play great roles in films or TV shows. Most importantly, Professor Ji Yu was a reliable teacher, and he disliked unspoken rules. Chapter 1782, You are quite lucky, are you Ji Yuning? The old man directly asked Ji Yuning. Although it was a question, it seemed he already had the affirmative answer and was simply waiting to hear the answer from Ji Yuning's mouth. The old man had heard most of Ji Yuning's achievements, and he admired her very much. Did you accompany your friend for enrollment? The old man asked again. Actually, he was aware that Ji Yuning was already accepted by the capital university. Yes, said Ji Yuning, then she politely asked, may I know your name? I am a professor in the acting department of Capital Film Academy, Ji Yu Guangmiao. The old man introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Professor Ji Yu, Ji Yuning greeted him when she heard his voice. Chu Peihan and her other friends also greeted him. Then who of you is here to enroll? Ji Yu Guangmiao asked. It's me, Professor Ji Yu, said Chu Peihan. What's your name? Asked Ji Yu Guangmiao. My name's Chu Peihan, said Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan, I think I've heard this name before. By the way, what's your level at the art test and how many points did you get into the school with? Ji Yu Guangmiao asked. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and her other friends were a little surprised. They thought that Professor Ji Yu had probably heard of Chu Peihan's name because she had an outstanding performance in the tests. It was true. Precisely because of Chu Peihan's outstanding performance in the tests, Ji Yu Guangmiao had heard of her name from other teachers' discussion, but he didn't pay much attention to it. As a result, he didn't have a deep impression of her. My art test score is A, and the culture score is 653 points, Chu Peihan calmly said. She didn't show much pride and complacency because of such excellent results. Very good. You're among the top students of this year, Ji Yu Guangmiao said with satisfaction. Thank you for your compliment, Professor Ji Yu. Chu Peihan smiled. She was very happy to get the compliment from a greatly respected professor in their film academy. Oh, have you ever played any roles before? Ji Yu Guangmiao asked again. I've played an unimportant role in Infinite Horror. The role's name is Fei Fei. I was one of the students in the archaeology team, said Chu Peihan. Oh, you're the girl named Fei Fei in Infinite Horror. I've watched the film. Your acting isn't bad, Ji Yu Guangmiao said with surprise, and he felt more satisfied with Chu Peihan's performance. Chu Peihan was happy to win Professor Gu's approval again, but she didn't show much of her real feelings on her face. Thanks, Professor Ji Yu, it's my honor to have your approval. I'll do my best to become a great actress. If Chu Peihan knew Ji Yu Guangmiao's status and prestige, she would definitely feel much happier than she was right now. Great, I believe you can do it. Well, I shouldn't be wasting more of your time. You can go now, Ji Yu Guangmiao said. See you, Professor Ji Yu. They said goodbye to Ji Yu Guangmiao and left together. Once Ji Yuning and her friends left, a male teacher walked to Professor Ji Yu. Professor Ji, is she your relative? It wasn't a secret that Ji Guangmiao normally had no interest in talking to students of his own accord, so this teacher thought they must be relatives. Not really, she's a freshman. The girl in white named Ji Ning. She's a genius. She was admitted to the Capital University in advance with a full score in the National College Entrance Examination this year. She also has great abilities. She started her own business at a very young age and is now a billionaire. I've read a lot of news about her, so I greeted her when I saw her just now, Ji Guangmiao said. What? She's Ji Ning. She started her own business at a very young age and is now a billionaire. Hearing that, the male teacher was shocked. He knew that the top scorer of this year's entrance exam was Ji Ning, but he didn't know that she was super rich. Right, said Ji Guangmiao. Ji Ning and her friends hadn't walked far when their way was blocked by two girls, but they weren't aggressive. Instead, they were quite excited. Sorry to interrupt you. Are you Professor Gu's relative? A girl asked Chu Peihan. I'm not. Chu Peihan felt it was strange. She had just talked with Professor Ji for a short while. Why did they take her as his relative? No way. If not, why did he talk to you for so long? Another girl said and refused to believe it. She thought that Chu Peihan was lying to their faces. Chu Peihan rolled her eyes. Can't Professor Ji talk to other people in addition to his relatives? They were a bunch of strange people in Chu Peihan's eyes. Ji Ning, however, realized that Professor Ji might be very special in this school, because everyone looked astonished when Professor Ji went to talk with them of his own accord. We all know that Professor Ji has a very strange character and he never talks to students of his own accord, unless it's in his classes, the girl said. If you're not Professor Gu's relative, your parents must know him. Anyway, they believed that Chu Peihan must be Professor Gu's acquaintance. Chu Peihan finally figured out their meaning. They simply believed that she had a relationship with Professor Ji and got into this school through that. Chu Peihan was utterly displeased and sneered, "We're not Professor Gu's relatives, and this is our first time meeting him. Believe it or not, we need to go now." After that, Chu Peihan pulled Ji Ning and walked away, followed by Mu Kei and Yu Mixi. The two girls didn't stop them, but one of them snorted with disdain. After they walked away, I don't buy her words. She must know Professor Ji. It isn't a big deal. Even if she knows Professor Ji, she might not become his disciple. This girl was obviously jealous of Chu Peihan. Ji Ning heard the girl's words, and immediately learned that Professor Ji wasn't simple at all. Without delay, she took out her phone and searched for information about him on the internet. Normally, a famous professor of a prestigious university had a page of basic introduction on the internet. After reading the information about him, Ji Ning was surprised. To her astonishment, Ji Guangmiao held great reputation and prestige. Chu Peihan, you're quite lucky today, said Ji Ning with a smile. She felt happy for Chu Peihan because Ji Guangmiao had complimented her. What are you talking about? Chu Peihan was confused. Read it for yourself. Ji Ning directly handed her phone to Chu Peihan, and Chu Peihan took it at once. After reading the information about Ji Guangmiao, Chu Peihan was thrilled. Jesus, Professor Ji is such an important figure in the film industry. I'm indeed so lucky today. Although Professor Ji had just complimented her, Chu Peihan felt she was quite lucky. Well, if Professor Ji is willing to accept you as his disciple, it'll be the best. If not, it's also a good thing to get his advice, said Ji Ning. Chapter 1783, Play Slot Machine again. Since it was said on the internet that Ji Guangmiao had a very high standard for his disciples, Ji Ning wasn't sure Chu Peihan could let Ji Guangmiao accept her as a disciple. However, given Ji Guangmiao's attitude towards Chu Peihan, it shouldn't be difficult to get his guidance. After all, Chu Peihan was very outstanding. Right, it'll be the best if Professor Ji is willing to accept me as his disciple, said Chu Peihan with great excitement. Because she aimed to become an actress simply out of interest, she didn't ache to gain fame or wealth. In addition, there was an entertainment company under the Qinghua organization. No matter what kind of show Chu Peihan wanted to join, it was very easy for her to do so. There was no need for her to compete against other actresses. Generally, if a student could win the approval of a respected art professor, he or she must have pure love for acting so that he or she could show its essence. People who ached to gain fame or wealth simply used acting as a tool, so it would lose its meaning. Therefore, Ji Yuning thought it was still likely for Chu Peihen to become Ji Yu Guangmiao's disciple, but it would take some time. A master always required a long time to accept a disciple. All art masters prefer to accept those who have moral principles, acting skills, and pure love for acting as their disciples. I know you're able to do all the above, but you still should pay more attention to your behavior. You're going to join the entertainment industry after all, so you can't leave a bad impression on other people. Of course, you can still be aggressive when you encounter trouble, said Ji Yuning. She understood that Chu Peihen was very smart and knew it very well, but she thought she should remind her anyway. I understand. I'll be more careful, said Chu Peihen. She didn't think Ji Yuning was interfering in her business, instead she felt touched because Ji Yuning cared about her. I'm in a very good mood today, so I'll pay the bill for the meal later, said Chu Peihen. None of them would hesitate to let Chu Peihen pay the meal, because they were all close friends. After having a big meal, they didn't rush to go back home, because they all needed to go to their universities tomorrow. They couldn't leave their schools unless there was a special situation or it was a weekend, so they wanted to seize this chance and enjoy themselves. Chu Peihen asked Ji Yuning to take them to an amusement arcade, and Ji Yuning agreed. However, she didn't know where the amusement arcade was, so she searched for it on the internet. After they found one, they went there. There were many amusement arcades, so they went to the nearest one. An amusement arcade was always crowded, and most of the customers were young people. The scale of the amusement arcade was very large, but it didn't provide anything related to gambling with a high rate, because it was forbidden according to the law, especially in the capital which had strict rules. Amusement arcades in the areas with a large population didn't dare to break the law, but those far from the city center provided that service. The city center was too noticeable to avoid punishment. Businessmen knew it very well, so did the government, but the government didn't carry out a detailed inspection every day. If the government did that, those businessmen wouldn't dare to be involved in illegal businesses. Since those businessmen dared to do it, they knew the government would turn a blind eye on it. Actually, if they had support in the government, they would get the information before the inspection was carried out so that they could get prepared for it. So although they couldn't avoid all the inspections, they would be much safer. Ji Yuning and her friends went to an amusement arcade in the downtown area of the southern district. She glanced around and found no illegal gambling games. Mu Ke went and exchanged 400 yuan of game currency, which was divided into 4 parts. Each of them had 100 yuan. They played whatever games they wanted to play, and started with the claw machines. Unfortunately, because the claw was specially designed, it was quite difficult to catch a doll. Each of them had tried 3 times to finally win once. Ji Yuning got 2 dolls, which was already extremely lucky. Some people couldn't get a doll at all after trying 10 times. Ji Yuning's mental age was already 30, and she wasn't interested in dolls, so she gave her dolls to Chu Peihen and Yu Mixi. Chu Peihen and Yu Mixi were only 18, so they weren't very mature yet and liked cute little dolls. They played games along the way, then saw slot machines, but the prize pool here wasn't as much as in the amusement arcade controlled by the Kirin gang in City B. However, it was still a lot for ordinary people, and it should be over 1,000,000 yuan. Many people were playing slot machines, but only a few could win some money. It wasn't an easy game after all, but its prize pool attracted endless players who wished to instantly win a fortune. "Why don't we play the slot machines?" said Chu Peihen. She knew it was difficult, but she didn't care. They came here to have fun, so it didn't matter whether they win or lose. Because there were many players, they needed to wait for a while longer. Before they went to play slot machines, they needed to exchange game coins for chips first. The chips used for slot machines were different from the general game coins. Ji Yuning went to do that this time, and she paid 400 yuan for the chips. Each chip was equal to 10 yuan. Ji Yuning decided to buy all 10 lines this time and make a fortune to get her friends excited. Ji Yuning and her friends waited in the line for over a dozen minutes to play the slot machines. Since they came together, they didn't bother to play separate machines and chose to play the same one. While they were waiting in the line, no one was able to win any money from the slot machine. In fact, only 1 or 2 people could win money by playing it each day. Besides, they could only win a small amount of money from it, but they might have paid a lot of money for the game. Chu Peihan played the slot machine first. She bought 10 lines, but still failed in the end and lost 100 yuan. The same thing happened to Mu K and Yu Mixi. In addition to the players, there were many onlookers in the amusement arcade too. Everyone knew it was hard to win money by playing slot machines, and it was already very lucky if one could win some money several times out of 100 times, but the onlookers felt nervous and were full of anticipation whenever there were people playing slot machines. Precisely because it was a difficult game, they hoped to see someone succeed. However, if anyone succeeded, they would be green with envy then. Next it was Ji Yuning's turn. She bought 10 lines as well. She pulled the spin and the slot machine began to work. Chu Peihan and her other friends also hoped that Ji Yuning could win, but they were aware that the probability was pretty low. All the slot machines were specially designed for the game, so it was nearly impossible to win a lot of money, which was the trick played by cunning businessmen. If every player was able to win money, the businessmen would lose a lot. Gambling was a very profitable industry, so it was impossible for the businessmen to lose money. Chapter 1784, Are You Crazy? Perhaps a certain game player could win a big prize once, but it was simply used to attract more people to play the game. In most cases, the so-called big prize was directed and acted by the staff. All in all, this amusement arcade was even more mean than the one controlled by the Kirin gang. Because of the special system of the slot machine, Ji Yuning might not be able to win the prize pool, but she had confidence to win money. She just didn't know how much money she was going to win. Ji Yuning put all her chips into the slot machine. After the system confirmed the bet, a huge start prompt appeared on the electronic screen, indicating that the player could tap the start button to start the game. Without delay, Ji Yuning pulled the spin, and the slot machine started with a loud noise, while all the 10 reels moved fast at the same time. With her jade eyes, Ji Yuning was able to calculate when the pictures of different odds would fall on a certain position. When it was time, Ji Yuning quickly pressed the red stop button. Everyone focused on the screen. Even though they didn't believe Ji Yuning could win, they still hoped to see something different. Chu Peihan also fixed her eyes on it and said, "Line up, line up, line up." Unfortunately, pictures didn't line up on the first and second reel. It wasn't a surprising result, so people weren't disappointed. However, pictures lined up on the third reel. Wow, they line up. Seeing that, everyone shouted with excitement, especially Chu Peihan, who almost jumped up. Jesus, the times of odds are 400 times, which means 4,000 yuan. She won 4,000 yuan with only 100 yuan. It's amazing. Nevertheless, it wasn't over yet, and more pictures lined up on the screen. In the end, pictures lined up on 5 reels, namely 500 times, 200 times, 700 times, and 900 times. 200 times of 10 yuan was 2,000 yuan, so Ji Yuning made 270,000 yuan in all. Everyone was shocked and shouted with excitement, which attracted more people's attention on the floor. More and more people walked over and they were envious too after knowing the result. Wow, boss, you're unbelievable. Chu Peihan gave Ji Yuning a big hug. Mu K and Yu Mixi were also full of excitement. Jesus, it's amazing. You've won 2,700 times your money, which is 270,000 yuan in all. I've never seen anyone else who's able to win so much money at one time before. Most game players were ordinary people, so 270,000 yuan was a lot in their eyes, and they were quite envious of Ji Yuning. All right, collect the chips now, Ji Yuning said and felt a little uncomfortable in Chu Peihan's tight hug. Hearing that, Chu Peihan immediately let Ji Yuning go and began to collect the chips. Because there were too many chips, Mu K went to the service counter and asked for a big box. The cheers around Ji Yuning soon got the staff's attention. The manager also learned it later, and he was astonished too. However, none of them came to make things difficult for Ji Yuning, and she successfully exchanged the chips for money. Since Ji Yuning won the money, she took it as her own and decided to buy her friends snacks later. They didn't leave right after winning money, because they came here to have fun. Therefore, they continued to play games. Anyway, they had to use all their game coins. Ji Yuning had caused a great sensation, so she became the focus of everyone's attention wherever she went. Luckily, she was already used to it, so she didn't feel uneasy at all. After a while, she suddenly saw a battle in the sky in the mobile game area. Chu Peihan noticed first, and she told Ji Yuning at once, "Boss, isn't that battle in the sky? I can't believe it's on the shelf of an amusement arcade now. You're really amazing." Ji Yuning turned and saw the game made by her company. In fact, Kay was managing the game company all the time, so Ji Yuning didn't know much about it. She bet that this amusement arcade must have cooperation with her game company, so she didn't bother to pay much attention to it. After consuming their game coins, Ji Yuning and her friends left. It was nearly 10 p.m. at this time, so they went to have night snacks. Ji Yuning's friends had the intention of having a great meal because she had won a lot of money. Therefore, they proposed to have seafood, which was comparatively more expensive than other night snacks. However, no matter how expensive seafood was, it only cost several thousand yuan at most, which was nothing for Ji Yuning. They didn't go to the food street this time, but found a famous seafood restaurant through the internet and went there together. Because it was famous, it was very popular and didn't provide reservation service. Luckily, the restaurant was spacious, so there were still vacant seats when they arrived. This seafood restaurant was a high-end restaurant with beautiful decorations, so the prices of the food here were also higher. Moreover, it provided more kinds of seafood. For example, red king crabs, Australian lobsters, abalones and other more expensive seafood weren't available in general food stalls. Even if they were available, they were of bad quality. They needed to go to the seafood area to choose the seafood by themselves, so Ji Yuning and her friends went to choose the seafood after booking a table. However, when Chu Peihan and her other friends saw the prices, they were amazed. "Boss, they're so expensive. Should we?" said Mu Kei. Although Ji Yuning didn't lack money at all, they couldn't spend her money with wild abandon. If he was going to pay the bill, he wouldn't think they were expensive. Expensive. If you can't afford it, don't come inside. This is not a street stand. Several hundred yuan won't be enough. Right at this moment, an unkind female's voice sounded behind them. The girl was at the same age as them, and she was pretty, but looked mean and arrogant. "Who told you that we can't afford it? Are you crazy or something?" Chu Peihan was displeased. It was ridiculous that she couldn't afford seafood. Actually, she had enough money to buy this whole seafood restaurant. "What did you say? Don't you dare say that again." The girl was mad in an instant and raised her hand trying to slap Chu Peihan. It wasn't easy for ordinary people to hurt Chu Peihan, and Chu Peihan caught the girl's hand without hesitation. The girl felt great pain and couldn't withdraw her hand. Two girls at the front heard the noise and turned around. They ran over once they saw Chu Peihan catching the girl's wrist. "What's going on here?" a girl asked in a cold voice. Chapter 1785, Good connections are never enough. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall and slim. She had a great build and was very pretty, but wasn't as attractive as Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan. She was only slightly taller than them. Therefore, she looked at Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan with jealousy and hatred for no reason. "Shuyan, they just swore at me. My hand is really painful now," the girl told on Chu Peihan at once. "She laughed at us first." "It's her fault," said Chu Peihan. "Am I wrong? You said the seafood is very expensive here. If you can't afford it, don't embarrass yourself by coming inside." The girl argued. She honestly didn't think she had said anything wrong. "Let me ask you again. Who told you we can't afford it?" "We said the seafood is expensive simply because we are unwilling to spend too much of our boss's money," Chu Peihan said with a serious expression, which scared the girl. The girl suddenly found it hard to breathe. At this time, a waitress walked over at once. "Please don't fight here. May I know what has happened?" "Sorry, my friend didn't mean it." "Please forgive her," said Yuan Shuyan. She knew it was her friend's fault, and didn't want to make it a big problem. "She didn't mean it. She said it twice." We're not dumb, so don't assume that other people are idiots, said Chu Peihan, but she was reluctant to argue with them. Afterwards, she threw the girl's hand away. Because she used a little force, the girl almost fell. Luckily, Yuan Shuyan supported her right away. The girl was angry when she was treated like that. She wanted to criticize them again, but Yuan Shuyan interrupted her. Shut your mouth. Hearing that, the girl was scared and closed her mouth. Yuan Shuyan was very dissatisfied with what Chu Peihan just said, because she knew that Chu Peihan was saying that she was the idiot here. However, it was her friend's fault anyway, so she said nothing further about it. Excuse me, we need a red king crab, an Australian lobster, 4 abalones. Ji Yuning began to order. She purposely said it in front of Yuan Shuyan and her friend. After that, she said to Chu Peihan and her other friends, you can order whatever you want to eat. It's a good thing not to waste any food. Being economic is a virtue, but enjoying ourselves is also the meaning of life. They're just pretending to be rich. The girl refused to change her attitude towards Ji Yuning and her friends. Shut up. Yuan Shuyan was mad and snapped at Feng Jiajia. Feng Jiajia was really annoying. Actually, Ji Yuning and her friends couldn't be poor because their clothes were expensive. In addition, since they ordered so much seafood, it meant they could afford it. A meal of seafood couldn't be super expensive, and many people could afford it. I'm curious why you insist on saying that we're poor. Ji Yuning asked Feng Jiajia with a fake smile. Ji Yuning didn't show her anger on her face like what Chu Peihan usually did, but she was dissatisfied with Feng Jiajia's attitude too. Feng Jiajia opened her mouth, but Yuan Shuyan gave her a glance of warning before she could say anything. I'm sorry. Yuan Shuyan apologized to Ji Yuning again, then pulled Feng Jiajia away, in case it became big trouble. Although she disliked Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning's friends and she was actually unwilling to apologize, she felt embarrassed in public. Besides, it was obviously Feng Jiajia's fault, so they should stop arguing over that. They're indeed crazy. Chu Peihan complained once they walked away. They seem to be born in rich families too. People who were born in rich families are quite different from each other. Some are well-bred and outstanding among peers, while some are spoiled, arrogant, and terrible at socializing, said Mu Ke. It was true that there were great differences among people who were born in rich families. Some of them could receive great education because of their family background so that they maintained good behavior and had great skills. On the other hand, there were also some who were extremely arrogant and self-centered. In fact, their parents had great effects on them. Ji Yuning and her friends weren't affected by the argument, and kept on ordering seafood. After ordering, they went to their seats and waited for the dishes to be placed on the table. They left together once they finished having the night snacks. As they walked out, they met Yuan Shuyan and her friends again. They left for the parking lot at the same time. The second Yuan Shuyan and her friends saw Ji Yuning's Hummer, which cost over 1,000,000 yuan, they realized that Ji Yuning wasn't poor at all. They didn't know how rich Ji Yuning was, because it was hard to make the judgment from a car. For example, Ji Yuning was already a billionaire, but her car only cost over 1,000,000 yuan. Some people only had dozens of million yuan in wealth, but they still drove cars which cost over 1,000,000 yuan. Because Mu Ke had checked out of the hotel, he went back to Century City along with Ji Yuning and other girls. There were 3 girls and he was the only boy, but it wasn't a problem. Ji Yuning arranged for him to stay on the first floor. The next morning, they had breakfast at home. After having breakfast, they went to the capital university together. Although Ji Yuning wouldn't live in the dorm all the time, she still needed to stay there sometimes. Therefore, she prepared some daily necessities and clothes. She didn't need to go to work in the company every day, so she could enjoy normal university life. The capital university was the top university in their country, so there were all kinds of talented people. Ji Yuning planned to make friends with some and let them work for her. In addition, many offspring of powerful families were studying in the capital university as well, so it was a great chance to draw them over to Ji Yuning's side. After all, good connections were never enough. Connections were different from friends. In Ji Yuning's eyes, friends were more precious than connections. Although it was the second day for enrollment, there was still a lot of traffic on the roads near the school. In the school, it was even more crowded. Because all the students from other cities directly lived on campus after the enrollment and they walked around in the school, there were more people everywhere once more freshmen came today. Right when Ji Yuning and her friends arrived outside the capital university, she felt the air of a cultivator. She thought it was Baili Zhongshe at the beginning, because Baili Zhongshe came to enroll at this time as well. She turned her head to the direction, but found she was wrong and the cultivator was the man who had been following her for the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. Chapter 1786. An obvious lie. Since this cultivator came here, Ji Yuning thought he must have come for her and he could have figured out her identity, but she didn't know how much he knew about her now. It was true that the cultivator had done his homework and he was amazed by Ji Yuning's achievements too. He originally thought she was only an ordinary girl, but she was actually extraordinary. At such a young age, she already became a billionaire and was also a kung fu master. However, no matter how good Ji Yuning was at fighting, the cultivator didn't think she was a match for him. Ji Yuning was unusually strong because her competitors were mortals. Therefore, the cultivator was more careful when he followed Ji Yuning this time, but he didn't think she would find him. He didn't know Ji Yuning's real abilities, so he refused to believe that he would be exposed. Ji Yuning ignored the cultivator for the time being and let him follow her. They were in public after all, so he couldn't hurt her. She could feel him around her and she would know whether he was there or left. She wasn't afraid that he might secretly attack her. On both sides of the school passage, there were welcome points of various departments. Because the senior students hadn't come to school yet, the people at these welcome points were all members and cadres of the student union. If freshmen didn't know how to enroll, they could turn to these students or seniors for help. Most of the male seniors were only interested in beautiful female freshmen and they used this great chance for the purpose of getting a girlfriend. Although Ji Yuning and her friends came to the capital university for the first time, they were not worried that they could not find the enrollment place, so they didn't ask anyone and slowly walked inside. Chu Peihan and Ji Yuning's other friends came with her mainly to see what the capital university was like. If there was a guide, they might not be able to enjoy themselves. The capital university was the top university in their country, so there were many famous buildings and views. Although Ji Yuning came here for the first time, this was a place for her to study for 3 years, so she naturally got to know it first before coming here. Accordingly, she introduced it to her friends of her own accord. Ji Yuning and her friends walked inside without asking for anyone's help, but they still attracted a lot of attention from several male seniors of the student union because of their outstanding appearances. They must be freshmen, right? Yeah, they seem to be. Come on, we can't miss this great chance to help such beautiful girls. Is it possible that they've already enrolled yesterday? They only have one suitcase. It's possible, but it's hard to tell. Perhaps their friends came with them. Right, let's go ask them. Saying that, 2 male senior students walked to Ji Yuning and her friends. Hi, are you freshmen who came to enroll? A boy asked. Both of them were handsome and outgoing, or they wouldn't have agreed to try to strike up a conversation with Ji Yuning and her friends. Hearing that, they were excited. Why don't we lead you there? Another boy said. Thanks, but we can go there on our own. Ji Yuning declined. The 2 senior students were a little disappointed, but they didn't give it up. It doesn't matter. We can also introduce our school to you along the way. Thanks, I've learned enough about it, Ji Yuning politely said. After being declined twice, the 2 senior students felt embarrassed to insist, in case they left a bad impression on Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning declined twice, she had a very kind attitude, so the 2 senior students weren't annoyed. Just as they were about to say something again, they were interrupted by an unkind girl before they could say it aloud. What are you doing here? With so many new students coming in and so few people to help, how could you still have time to chat here? The girl was Yuan Shuyan, and Ji Yuning had run into her last night. In fact, Ji Yuning had already noticed her before she opened her mouth, because Yuan Shuyan kept looking at them with an unkind look. When she knew it was Yuan Shuyan, Ji Yuning was still a little surprised. Unexpectedly, they were accepted by the same university. Yuan Shuyan was also very surprised to see them again, and they turned out to be the freshmen. Thinking of what had happened last night, Yuan Shuyan was still mad, so she decided to find fault with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning and her friends weren't dumb, and they understood what Yuan Shuyan was doing. "Hi, Deputy Minister Yuan." The two boys immediately put on a serious face with a trace of respect. Yuan Shuyan was the deputy minister of the Department of Arts, and her family was the famous Yuan family in the capital. However, she wasn't its direct descendant, she was just a collateral relative. Even though she wasn't an important member of the Yuan family, her family background was still very influential, so many people stood in awe of her. They weren't afraid of her title of the Deputy Minister of the Department of Arts, but her identity as a member of the Yuan family. "Who told you we were chatting?" Chu Peihan argued with dissatisfaction. "Weren't you? What were you doing if you weren't chatting?" "I'm not blind," Yuan Shuyan said, believing that they were just wasting time chatting. "You are not only blind, but also sick. The two seniors kindly asked us if we need help. We don't need it, so we declined." The conversation didn't even last a minute. How come it becomes a meaningless talk? "You're deliberately finding fault here," Chu Peihan accused. Hearing Chu Peihan retorted in that way, Ji Yuning didn't stop her, because she didn't have much tolerance for people who deliberately came to find fault either. If they didn't fight back, they might be regarded as the weak. There were already many people in the school, and Chu Peihan's voice wasn't low. Her roar soon aroused the attention of other people. Chu Peihan's words immediately annoyed Yuan Shuyan. As everyone turned to look at them, Yuan Shuyan felt even more embarrassed, and became angrier. "How dare you say that I'm blind and sick? Do you know who I am? I'm the Deputy Minister of the Department of Arts. You should show some respect. I just wanted to remind you that the seniors are very busy and don't waste their time." Am I wrong? She was blaming Chu Peihan for everything to protect her reputation and image. In that case, Chu Peihan became the bad person in people's eyes. It was really not a good thing when these freshmen had an argument with the Deputy Minister of the Department of Arts on the first day of enrollment. "You're lying in public. Admit it that you're still mad at us for what happened last night, and so you're trying to make things difficult for us now. Nobody's an idiot here. If you hadn't jumped out all of a sudden, we would have left already. We wouldn't have wasted any of your time. You're the one who's wasting everyone's time here," Chu Peihan said, and didn't hesitate to expose their grudge. Chapter 1787, The Student Union President, Rong Zechin. In that case, everyone learned the truth at once, and their looks at Yuan Shuyan became different. Was the Deputy Minister of the Department of Arts deliberately finding fault with them because of their grudge yesterday? However, even though they had a grudge against each other, onlookers didn't know who was wrong first, so they couldn't judge whether Yuan Shuyan's behavior today was right or wrong. If it was the new student's fault yesterday, then onlookers thought it was understandable that Yuan Shuyan made things difficult for them today. Yuan Shuyan was angry after hearing that. She didn't expect them to be so bold. After knowing her identity, they even dared to refute her so arrogantly. "Bullshit. I didn't have the argument with you yesterday. I wouldn't help others for no reason. It's you who ignored the busy work of the seniors of the student union and wasted time chatting here. Can't I criticize you for that? Moreover, this is what I should do as a leader in the student union." If it was like what she said, it would be fine, but the problem was that it wasn't the same thing as she said. "If you weren't free, would you come and argue with us until now?" Ji Yuning said mockingly. This kind of trick of deceiving herself could only be done by people with problems in their brains. Yuan Shuyan was furious, because not many people dared to annoy her like that. Ji Yuning and her friends, however, dared to repeatedly offend her. Yuan Shuyan immediately looked at the two seniors and asked, "Tell me, have I blamed them?" When Yuan Shuyan asked them, her look at them clearly seemed threatening. Because the two seniors were afraid of Yuan Shuyan, they could only deny it with no conscience. "See, they denied that I've accused you. It's clear that you were the one who caused the trouble," Yuan Shuyan said. She didn't believe that they could defeat her. Seeing that, most of the people were naturally inclined to Yuan Shuyan's side, because they hadn't witnessed what had happened before. They could only jump to conclusions from insignificant evidence. Hearing that the two seniors were ignorant of their conscience and helped Yuan Shuyan, Mu Ke couldn't stand it anymore. In his eyes, men shouldn't be like cowards. If Ji Yuning hadn't stopped him, he would have beaten them. Ji Yuning coldly looked at Yuan Shuyan. When she was about to say something, a girl interrupted her. It's obvious a lie. I just witnessed it and heard it. Their dialogue was only 6 sentences, and it didn't exceed a minute. Can't they talk with each other for a few seconds? Aren't seniors here to answer freshmen's questions? How can you blame them for doing that? It's strange, the girl said angrily. She had hair to her shoulder and a round face, but she wasn't fat. Instead, she looked very lovable and cute. Seeing her speaking for them, Ji Yuning showed her a friendly smile. When Ji Yuning smiled like that, she was like a blooming flower and was so attractive that many people showed obsession. Yuan Shuyan was angrier when someone stood out to defend them. Nonsense. You're the one who's talking nonsense here. The girl retorted. What's happening here? What are you arguing about? At this time, a few seniors with a badge came over and asked them. President. Seeing the person coming, Yuan Shuyan immediately opened her mouth because she wanted to take the initiative. However, Yuan Shuyan was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. Ji Yuning, you must be Ji Yuning, right? Once the president saw Ji Yuning, he was excited and directly ignored Yuan Shuyan. Although he was sure that the girl was Ji Yuning, he still wanted to confirm it. He was afraid that he might be wrong. If he was wrong, it would be embarrassing. Seeing that the president knew this freshman, Yuan Shuyan was displeased, because it seemed that the president wouldn't side with her. And she somehow felt like the name of Ji Yuning sounded very familiar. She must have heard it somewhere before. Yuan Shuyan wasn't the only one who was familiar with the name, many other people felt it was familiar as well. Some people, including the girl who spoke for Ji Yuning, recognized her at once and they got super excited, but it was just not appropriate for them to say anything at this moment. Ji Yuning was the top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination this year. Ji Yuning was the national goddess. Ji Yuning was. Not everyone knew all of Ji Yuning's deeds, and some only know that she was the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Some might also know that she was a very popular national goddess on the internet, while some were aware that she was a genius businesswoman and so forth. I am, and you are? Asked Ji Yuning. She wasn't surprised that he knew her. I'm the president of the student union, and my name is Rong Zechen, Rong Zechen said. Rong Zechen was more than 1.8 meters tall, and he was strong and handsome. He might not be the most handsome boy in their school, but he should be close to that. Hi, Senior Rong, nice to meet you. Hearing that, Ji Yuning politely greeted him. His surname was Rong, which made Ji Yuning think of the Rong family that was one of the 4 dominant families in the capital. She just thought about that, but didn't firmly believe that he was indeed a member of the Rong family. Although there were people who had the surname Rong, there weren't a lot, because it was a rare surname. Most importantly, since he was the president of the student union, he couldn't be ordinary. It was impossible for ordinary students to become the president. In fact, the cadre of the student union wasn't ordinary either, and it must be outstanding too. The student union was one of the current organizational structures in the school. It was the students' own mass organization and the bridge and link between the school and the students. It played an important role in the operation of the campus. The president of the student union needed to have the ability to convince and manage people. Normally, people with a powerful family background could easily convince people. If one was only from an ordinary family, no matter how outstanding he or she was, many people wouldn't listen to him or her. Even if one had a powerful family background, sometimes it wasn't influential enough, let alone those without any background. The student union of the capital university was slightly different from that of other universities. The selection and inspection were extremely strict, because the student union of the capital university was related to the government. The government preferred to hire elite cadres who had served in the student union of the capital university. Therefore, the student union of the capital university had also become a place to cultivate talents for the government. One could only win the government's approval by holding a position in the student union. Precisely because of that, it was also a small society which was full of competition for power. Some people might think it was unfair. Since it was a place to train talents for the government, why were its members' family backgrounds so important? However, it was an unfair world. Actually, one's family background was only one of the important factors, and one's abilities mattered a lot too. Chapter 1788, Can I Join You? Without a powerful family background, one could still get a promotion as long as he or she had outstanding abilities. However, the president of the student union was special. Yuan Shuyan's surname was Yuan, and she was the deputy minister of the Department of Arts. Ji Yuning thought of the Yuan family in the capital. Even if they were really from the two dominant families in the capital, Ji Yuning wouldn't be afraid. Sorry to know that you were dragged into trouble right after coming here. May I know what happened just now? Rong Zechen asked. Although this was his first meeting with Ji Yuning and he didn't know much about her, he believed that she wasn't a troublemaker. President Rong. Yuan Shuyan was very displeased when Rong Zechen asked Ji Yuning, instead of her, that question. He was embarrassing her in public. Deputy Minister Yuan, Ji Yuning is a freshman, but she's encountered trouble on the first day of school. I think we should solve the problem for her first. Rong Zechen interrupted Yuan Shuyan before she could finish her sentence. Rong Zechen didn't want Yuan Shuyan to say anything more about that, because he could see it had something to do with her. He disliked Yuan Shuyan, but he wasn't finding fault with her this time. Given his knowledge about her, it must be her fault. Either way, he made up his mind to help Ji Yuning. Even though Yuan Shuyan was a member of the Yuan family, they were in the school now and he was the president of the student union. They naturally should obey their rules. Yuan Shuyan was mad. She wasn't dumb and she knew Rong Zechen did it on purpose to stop her from talking about it. Besides, he was aware it had something to do with her. Rong Zechen, why do you hate me so much? Even if you hate me, you can't treat me like that. Yuan Shuyan felt quite hurt. In fact, Yuan Shuyan liked Rong Zechen, but Rong Zechen disliked her. To be specific, he hated her very much. The reason was that their families were enemies, so it was impossible for them to be together. Actually, even if their families weren't enemies, he wouldn't like Yuan Shuyan, because Yuan Shuyan was a person with character problems. However, no matter how much he hated Yuan Shuyan, he had never picked on her, but she believed he did that when they had disagreements on some things. Well, the thing is that we know where to enroll, so we have no intention of bothering senior students in the student union. These two kind boys came over and asked us whether we needed their help just now. We didn't need it, so we declined, but we only talked with each other for about a minute. This girl suddenly criticized us for wasting their precious time. I didn't understand it and argued with her over that, said Ji Yuning. Although the two senior male members of the student union had lied because they were afraid of Yuan Shuyan, Ji Yuning didn't blame them for that. She knew that they were threatened by Yuan Shuyan. Nevertheless, she wouldn't thank them either. As for whether Yuan Shuyan caused them trouble on purpose due to what had happened yesterday, Ji Yuning didn't say it aloud. It wasn't because she didn't want to embarrass Yuan Shuyan, but because Chu Peihan had just said that aloud. Everyone was aware of that now, and there was no need for her to mention it again. Because Rong Zechen had guessed that it must be Yuan Shuyan who caused the problem, he wasn't surprised after hearing Ji Yuning's explanation. Instead, he only looked even more displeased. Yuan Shuyan was too arrogant and self-centered. Deputy Minister Yuan, do you have anything to say? Rong Zechen asked Yuan Shuyan in a serious tone. Although he trusted Ji Yuning, he still gave Yuan Shuyan a chance to defend herself, or other people might think he blindly believed her words and helped her. I just wanted to remind them not to waste time, but she swore at me and said that I'm crazy, so we argued. Yuan Shuyan panicked a little, but refused to admit her fault. She turned to blame Chu Peihan instead. Ridiculous. You suddenly jumped out and criticized us for no reason. How could you expect us not to be mad? You're not the only one who has a temper here. Chu Peihan retorted in annoyance. Yuan Shuyan was furious, but didn't know how to fight back all of a sudden. What? Do you need to see the surveillance videos to see whether we just had a causal talk? Chu Peihan became a little aggressive. Yuan Shuyan was in sheer panic now, and couldn't finish a sentence. All right, it's not serious. We don't want to cause a scene, so please stop arguing with us over it. We need to go now, said Ji Yuning. She didn't think it was necessary to make a scene, because it would make them seem bad. Anyway, everyone was aware that Yuan Shuyan had deliberately made things difficult for them, which was enough to make her have an unpleasant day. Yuan Shuyan was unwilling to give up, but felt too embarrassed to continue to argue with them. It wouldn't do her any good, and would only embarrass her more. No matter what, she had a grudge against Ji Yuning and her friends today, and she was determined to pay them back. Let's see. Yuan Shuyan snorted, turned around, and walked away. Ji Yuning, sorry about that. Rong Zechan apologized to Ji Yuning again. It had nothing to do with him, but he was the president of the student union and was responsible for today's welcome meeting for freshmen. It was his duty to deal with it. Well, Senior Rong, I know it has nothing to do with you. I won't take it to heart, said Ji Yuning. She didn't take it to heart, but she knew Yuan Shuyan did, and Yuan Shuyan wouldn't give up on paying her back. Anyway, she wasn't worried about that. She would teach Yuan Shuyan a lesson if she really dared to do that. Do you need me to help you enroll? Asked Rong Zechan. Thanks, but we'll walk there slowly. I also plan to guide my friends around our school later. Ji Yuning declined. Great. Since she said that, Rong Zechan didn't insist. Goddess Ji Yu, can I join you? I'm alone, the girl who defended them asked cautiously. She wanted to join them, but was afraid that they might refuse to accept her. Of course. Ji Yuning didn't mind it. With Ji Yuning's agreement, the girl got excited. There were many other freshmen who wanted to have a tour around the campus along with Ji Yuning, but they were too shy to say it aloud. As a result, they could only watch them leaving. Once Ji Yuning and her friends were gone, other people began to talk about them. Wow, she's a real straight-A student and goddess. She's even prettier than her photos. A straight-A student and goddess. Someone was confused. She's the top scorer of this year's National College Entrance Examination, another person said. What? She's that top scorer of this year? Knowing that, some people who didn't recognize Ji Yuning were surprised. Chapter 1789, Easily Lose Interest. She also has many famous companies under her name. She's a talented businesswoman. As people learned more about Ji Yuning, they began to admire her. Because Yuan Shuyan didn't walk far away and people talked about Ji Yuning loudly, she heard their discussion and realized who Ji Yuning was. It turned out that Ji Yuning was the top scorer. No wonder she felt her name sounded so familiar and Rong Zechan was so excited. However, Yuan Shuyan wasn't envious of Ji Yuning at all, because she was born in a dominant family. She wouldn't admire Ji Yuning just because Ji Yuning was outstanding. Even though Ji Yuning was a successful businesswoman, she couldn't be comparable to the Yuan family. Yuan Shuyan didn't know everything about Ji Yuning, but her attitude wouldn't change even if she did. In fact, upon thinking of Rong Zechan's attitude towards Ji Yuning, she got very jealous. The girl with short hair introduced herself. Hi, Goddess Ji Yu, my name is Song Miaoge. I live in the capital. It's very nice to see you today. I hope I didn't cause you trouble. Song Miaoge felt a little embarrassed for interrupting them. Of course you didn't. I should thank you for defending us just now, said Ji Yuning. It's not a big deal. I didn't do anything important. I just felt displeased when that girl deliberately picked on you, said Song Miaoge with slight embarrassment. Oh, Goddess Ji Yu, may I know your major? I'm studying physics, asked Song Miaoge. Economics, and you can just call me by name, Ji Yuning said. Sure, then I'll call you Ji Yuning. Song Miaoge wasn't hypocritical. Since Ji Yuning said so, she called her that way. They are all your friends. I heard you say that you brought them to visit our school. They don't study in the capital university, right? Song Miaoge said. Yeah, said Ji Yuning, then she introduced her friends to Song Miaoge. After that, they greeted each other and began to chat. Although they didn't mention their family backgrounds in the chat, Ji Yuning could still see that Song Miaoge wasn't from an ordinary family. In addition, given Song Miaoge's behavior, Ji Yuning knew she was a kung fu lover too. After a while, they went to the place for enrollment. Because their majors were different, Song Miaoge separated from Ji Yuning and they separately enrolled. Ji Yuning and her friends attracted a lot of attention again. When Ji Yuning went to enroll, a senior male student couldn't help but keep glancing at her. He thought she looked very familiar and he might have seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it at this moment. The moment he accepted Ji Yuning's admission notice and opened it to see Ji Yuning's name, he was shocked. He abruptly looked at Ji Yuning and exclaimed, "You are Ji Yuning." Many other people who had heard of Ji Yuning were astonished too, and they all turned to look at her with excitement. Those who didn't know Ji Yuning, however, were confused. Ji Yuning. Is she famous? Yeah, I am. Ji Yuning smiled. Nice to meet you, Ji Yuning. The senior male student greeted Ji Yuning politely and with respect, because he not only knew that Ji Yuning was the top scorer of this year, but also knew about her other deeds. Ji Yuning was a person worthy of admiration and respect. Who's Ji Yuning? Why is he so excited? Asked someone who didn't know Ji Yuning. Someone answered his question and it caused another sensation. Jesus, she's the top scorer of this year. She's achieved a lot more than just that. She started up a company at a very young age, and now she's a billionaire. What? It's unbelievable. If you want to know more about her, search for it on the internet. Hearing that, many people took out their phones and searched for information about Ji Yuning on the internet. After knowing Ji Yuning's achievements, they began to talk about her louder and louder. Ji Yuning soon became the focus of people's attention and was surrounded by many people at once. They kept complimenting Ji Yuning, but it was too noisy, so Ji Yuning felt a little uncomfortable. The senior male student understood that Ji Yuning was slightly displeased once he saw her frown, so he immediately finished the formalities for her. Afterwards, Ji Yuning left and didn't wait for Song Miaoge. They were going to go to their dorm rooms after enrollment anyway. Although Ji Yuning and her friends left, other freshmen were still talking about them. Boss, how do you feel being everyone's focus? Chu Peihan gloated. She could see that Ji Yuning felt uncomfortable amid the loud discussions just now. You'll know it once you get famous in the future, said Ji Yuning. It wasn't pleasant when people paid too much attention to her. Hearing that, the smile froze on Chu Peihan's face. She loved acting and was going to join the entertainment industry, but she was unwilling to be surrounded by people everywhere as if she was a monkey in the zoo. Besides, she must remain kind, or other people might think she was an arrogant celebrity. All of a sudden, Chu Peihan felt less interested. Well, I'm suddenly not that interested in becoming a star now, said Chu Peihan, feeling upset. Why did you lose interest so easily? If so, I'm going to disdain you, said Ji Yuning, but she knew Chu Peihan was just saying that. Don't worry, I won't give you that chance. If there are more and more people to surround me and pay special attention to me, it means I'm increasingly popular. It's not a bad thing. Chu Peihan had ambition again the moment she heard that Ji Yuning would disdain her. As the information about Ji Yuning's achievements was spread abroad, those who were amazed admired her, while those who weren't began to badmouth her. Some said that she might have played immoral tricks to become successful even though she was a student and stunning. Within a short time, there were rumors about Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning walked into her dorm room, there was nobody inside. However, two of her roommates already came, and they occupied the two bottom beds. Ji Yuning disliked bottom beds, so she was happy to sleep on the upper bed. After putting her stuff down, she simply organized it, then left too. However, she ran into Song Miaoge at the landing. Hi, Ji Yuning, which dorm room do you live in? Song Miaoge asked Ji Yuning the second she saw her. Room 508, how about you? Asked Ji Yuning. No way. Song Miaoge rounded her eyes in shock. Me too. I can't believe that we live in the same dorm room. We're destined to be friends. I thought I might not be able to see you again, but unexpectedly we're roommates. Chapter 1790, Fate brought us together. Song Miaoge was really happy. Because of Ji Yuning's achievements, she admired and adored her. She always wanted to become friends with Ji Yuning. However, it was her first meeting with Ji Yuning, so she didn't ask for her phone number or WeChat ID. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was slightly surprised too. Wow, I think fate brought us together. It was indeed fate that brought them together. Students were mixed and matched. Although they lived in the same dorm room, they might be from different classes. Actually, they were matched according to their family backgrounds. Normally, students living in the same dorm room were from families of the same social status. Therefore, Ji Yuning was sure that Song Miaoge couldn't be from an ordinary family. As for her other two roommates, they must have either a rich or powerful family too. Oh, are you free later? If you are, why don't we go dine together? Said Ji Yuning. She had a good impression of Song Miaoge and they would spend the following years in the same dorm room, so it wasn't a bad thing if they could be close. Really? Can I dine with you? Hearing that, Song Miaoge was excited. She heard it clearly, but she still asked Ji Yuning that question because she was afraid it was just a courtesy. If she really agreed, Ji Yuning might be embarrassed. Of course. Ji Yuning understood Song Miaoge's worries, so she gave her a sincere smile. Wonderful, I'm free later. Please wait for a second. I'll go to put down my suitcase first. Once Song Miaoge made sure that Ji Yuning was indeed going to share a meal with her, she pulled her suitcase while running to their dorm room. She didn't want to keep Ji Yuning and her friends waiting for her. I think Song Miaoge is adorable. Chu Peihan was amused by Song Miaoge's reaction. We'll live in the same dorm room, and she's a very good girl. It's better if we can be good friends, said Ji Yuning, then she reminded her friends. You all should also bear that in mind. Make as many friends as possible and avoid having enemies in order to not be involved in unnecessary trouble. I'm not saying that you should submit to humiliation, but we must be careful. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, don't grin and bear it. Sure, we understand. Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi nodded. Within a minute, Song Miaoge left her suitcase in the dorm room and went to go downstairs with them. What do you prefer to eat? Ji Yuning asked Song Miaoge. Since she proposed to buy a meal for Song Miaoge, she should ask for her opinions. I'm not picky. You can make the decision, said Song Miaoge. She didn't care much about it. Along the way, Ji Yuning could feel the air of the cultivator who followed her. He didn't leave until she and her friends left the campus. Because the cultivator already found the university Ji Yuning would study in and he also knew her class and dorm room, he could easily find her in the future as long as she came to school. Therefore, he didn't bother to continue to follow her. After all, he might not have any chances to catch her even if he kept on following her. Ji Yuning and her friends didn't go far, and instead chose to dine at a nearby restaurant. They dined near their school, so there were many students of the capital university in the restaurant. They were busy talking about the news of their school. Some news was about Ji Yuning, while some was about other people. Ji Yuning, the top scorer of this year, came to enroll today. Shortly after she came, she had a conflict with Yuan Shuyan, the deputy minister of the Department of Arts. Ji Yuning is really bold. Isn't she afraid that Yuan Shuyan will pay her back? Yuan Shuyan was born in the Yuan family of the capital after all. Once Ji Yuning and her friends walked inside, they heard students sitting at the next table discussing that. The Yuan family. Ji Yuning had guessed correctly. Precisely because she already made that guess, she wasn't surprised now. Chu Peihan and her other friends, however, were astonished. They didn't expect that Yuan Shuyan was born in such a powerful family. Nevertheless, they weren't worried about Ji Yuning's safety, because Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all. Yuan Shuyan had the Yuan family's support, and Ji Yuning had the Tang family's support. Although the Tang family was in City B, it was as powerful and influential as the four dominant families in the capital. If the Yuan family dared to take advantage of Ji Yuning, the Tang family wouldn't let it get away with it. They knew what powerful families shouldn't do. They never wanted to compete against other powerful families of the same level as them. If two powerful families of the same level began to compete against each other, there would be no winner. As a result, they didn't think the Yuan family would punish Ji Yuning just for Yuan Shuyan. The important condition was that they learned Ji Yuning's family background. In addition to the Tang family, Ji Yuning also had Leng Xiaoting's help. Ji Yuning's friends didn't know about Leng Xiaoting's family background, but they were aware that he was a major general. Accordingly, he must be a man of power too. In that case, the Yuan family would have to think twice before they took action to hurt Ji Yuning. It was an unimportant grudge between Ji Yuning and Yuan Shuyan. If Yuan Shuyan failed to defeat Ji Yuning and was unwilling to give up, the Yuan family would be dragged into the situation sooner or later. A powerful family cared a lot about its face, so it wouldn't allow other people to take advantage of its members. If it encountered another powerful family of the same level, it might not take it seriously, but it wouldn't hesitate to punish the weak. Moreover, Ji Yuning also had the support from the Qing gang. Although nobody told her, Ji Yuning could see that Satuyi liked her. Therefore, if anyone dared to bully her, Satuyi would definitely do something. In fact, if Ji Yuning didn't have a boyfriend, Chu Peihan would hope that Ji Yuning could be together with Satuyi. Song Miaoge, who didn't know Ji Yuning's connections, felt worried about her. Ji Yuning was very outstanding among her peers, but she was barely comparable to the Yuan family. Besides, power was always more influential than wealth. Even though Ji Yuning was very rich, without the support of power, it would be very easy for the Yuan family to scheme against her. However, it was Ji Yuning's own business, so she said nothing even if she was worried. She was willing to protect Ji Yuning, but they weren't close for the time being. It was impossible for her father to annoy the Yuan family for Ji Yuning. As a result, Song Miaoge could do nothing about it. You can read the menu, and order whatever you want to eat. No need to hesitate, said Ji Yuning. She handed the menu to Song Miaoge first. She couldn't care less about the discussion she just heard. Song Miaoge was excellent at observing other people's expressions. Since Ji Yuning and Ji Yuning's friends didn't show any worry after hearing about the Yuan family, she realized that Ji Yuning might be even more influential than she thought. She didn't know how influential Ji Yuning was, but Ji Yuning at least wasn't scared of the Yuan family. She believed Ji Yuning wasn't an arrogant or naive girl who thought too highly of herself after achieving some success. If Ji Yuning was, she wouldn't be able to become more and more successful. Song Miaoge took the menu and ordered 2 of her favorites. The others also ordered some. The students sitting at the next table didn't stop talking about Yuan Shuyan. Chapter 1791, She Can't Bully Me. My cousin happens to be in the same department as Yuan Shuyan, so she knows some things about her. Yuan Shuyan is very vengeful. It often doesn't end well if anyone offends her. She usually doesn't do it in a straightforward way, instead she takes revenge on you secretly. Furthermore, Yuan Shuyan has a thing for Senior Rong. Senior Rong treated Ji Yuning so special today. I'm afraid Yuan Shuyan won't let it go. Yeah, according to my cousin, a senior girl got closer to Senior Rong previously. Yuan Shuyan picked on her once. And she hid far from Senior Rong since then. To be honest, I think Senior Rong and Senior Yuan are a good match. Given their similar family background, why can't they be together? You know nothing about them. The 4 dominant families are all opposed to each other. It is impossible for members of the Rong family to be together with those of the Yuan family. Hearing this, Ji Yuning was certain that Rong Zechen was from the Rong family of the capital. Still she couldn't figure out whether he was from a direct line or a collateral line. However, the Rong family and the Yuan family were all opposed to the Leng family. Ji Yuning wouldn't make friends with any members from those 2 families. Shish, don't talk about such things. If it gets out, we will get in trouble. Someone immediately stopped the person who was discussing the Rong family and the Yuan family. Such things were not for casual chit-chat. Hearing this, one person immediately changed the subject. Oh, prove me wrong. Is it that Ji Yuning is so full of herself even though she has little capability? She dared to provoke Yuan Shuyan. Not exactly the case. It was Yuan Shuyan who stirred up trouble. Moreover, Ji Yuning may not know who Yuan Shuyan is. Since she is from City F, not from the capital. Makes sense. If that's the case, then Ji Yuning would be too wronged. Several people expressed sympathy for Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning didn't care at all. After finishing their meal, Song Miaoge headed back to school, and Ji Yuning also sent her friends including Chu Peihan back to school. As she should officially go to school tomorrow, she would go to the company this afternoon. So she said goodbye to Chu Peihan and the others. They all understood her, so they did not make things hard. Originally, they intended to take the subway home, but Ji Yuning insisted on sending them, so they compromised. After sending Chu Peihan, Mu Kei and Yu Mixi to their schools respectively, Ji Yuning went directly back to the company. She happened to meet Kei in the parking lot at the company, so they went into the elevator together. Ji Yuning thought of Battle on the Sky in the arcade, so she asked casually, "When I'm in XX arcade, I saw Battle on Sky in the hall. Do you have any cooperation with them?" Kei was taken aback on hearing this. His face became grim. "No, besides a mobile game authorization, Battle on the Sky has no other cooperation or authorization. It seems to be a copyright theft." Ji Yuning was also startled when she heard this. She didn't expect this to be the case. "Boss, sorry, this was my fault. I didn't even investigate it. I will look into this matter right away. We can't let people get away with monetizing our games," Kei said. Unauthorized games were forbidden to be used indiscriminately. For game console developers, games were produced and sold only when they had obtained the authorization and cooperation of the game copyright official. Once the developers obtained the copyright and produced the game console, it was legal for anyone to buy it, but if they failed to get it while still in production, it was pirated and illegal. "All right," Ji Yuning replied. Since there was no cooperation with their game company, then it was naturally illegal for them to have Battle in the Sky. She had just asked casually. Unexpectedly, something bad happened. Ji Yuning didn't blame Kei for the illegal commercial use of the game. After all, this kind of thing had become an awfully common practice in the gaming industry. If you found it, you could withdraw it, and if you didn't find it, it was out there. Not long after Ji Yuning came to the office, she received a call from Leng Xiaoxi. Leng Xiaoxi seldom called her because she was too shy to call randomly. As for the reason, one was that she didn't have much to say, and the other was that she worried about taking up other people's time. "Ningning, I heard about what happened at school today. You and Yuan Shuyan clashed as soon as you went to school. I haven't heard the whole story yet. Are you okay?" Leng Xiaoxi asked with concern. Leng Xiaoxi was also a student of the capital university. Starting this year, she would be a junior. Although Leng Xiaoxi wasn't in the student union or at school today, her friend who was a member of the cadre in the student union told her about that. Her friend didn't know the relationship between Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoxi, but she knew Leng Xiaoxi and Yuan Shuyan had issues, so she told Leng Xiaoxi to delight her when Yuan Shuyan was at disadvantage. Although Yuan Shuyan suffered a loss today, Leng Xiaoxi knew her temperament. Leng Xiaoxi was worried that she would get back at Ji Yuning secretly. "I'm fine, don't worry. She can't bully me. Although she is from the Yuan family, I still have the Tang family and the Leng family backing me up. Isn't it?" Ji Yuning smiled. "It is a relief to know that you know the Leng family will always stand by you. I was so worried that you would choose to fight against her alone." Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Leng Xiaoxi was relieved. Although she doesn't know Ji Yuning very well, she could sense that Ji Yuning didn't like reaching out for help unless she had to. Leng Xiaoxi's words warmed Ji Yuning, and Ji Yuning figured out Leng Xiaoxi's purpose for calling her. It was to tell her that the Leng's family did and would always have her back. "By the way, which class and dormitory are you in? I will come to you after I sign up. Grandpa gave me a task and asked me to take care of you. If he knows that you were wronged at school, I will be punished," Leng Xiaoxi said. She was more than happy to do so instead of complaining. When Yuan Shuyan knew that Ji Yuning was close to her, she would rein in. Leng Xiaoxi wasn't sure if Yuan Shuyan would quit her revenge, but she was certain she could reduce Ji Yuning's troubles by doing so. Even though Yuan Shuyan belonged to the Yuan family, she was merely from a collateral line, while Leng Xiaoxi was from the direct line of the Leng family. Therefore, her family background could pose some threats to Yuan Shuyan. They did have their conflicts, but both of them didn't dare to go too far. It was just quarreling. Class A of the Department of Economics, Room 508 of Dormitory 1, Ji Yuning replied. Although she doesn't want to expose her relationship with the Leng family for the time being, she couldn't refuse the Leng family's help. Without exposing their identity, she could approach Leng Xiaoxi and let others think that they are just friends. Okay, I see. I'll leave you to it. See you at school, Leng Xiaoxi said. Sure, Ji Yuning replied, then they hung up. Chapter 1792. Chu Peihen has conflict with her roommates. Shortly after Chu Peihen went back to her dorm room, she had an argument with her roommates. When Ji Yuning drove Chu Peihen back to her school, she didn't rush to go back to her dorm room. Instead, she walked around their school for a while, because she was free. It wasn't a bad thing for her to learn more about the campus. She spent nearly an hour outside, and went back to her dorm room later. Chu Peihen planned to clean up her bed and closet before having dinner. When Chu Peihen returned to the dormitory, there were already 2 roommates in the room. There were many beautiful girls and handsome boys in the film academy. The 2 roommates of Chu Peihen were both very good-looking, but Chu Peihen was even prettier than them. The 2 roommates were chatting, eating melon seeds, and throwing them all over on the ground. It made Chu Peihen feel a little uncomfortable after entering the door. They didn't care about hygiene at all. Chu Peihen didn't say anything, but because of her bad impression of them, she didn't take the initiative to say hello. Given Chu Peihen's character, it wasn't easy for her to greet other people of her own accord. As for her 2 roommates, seeing Chu Peihen come in, they didn't take the initiative to say hello to her either. However, once they found Chu Peihen was even more attractive than them, both of them frowned and showed jealousy without even trying to conceal it. Without delay, one of the girls felt that Chu Peihen looked a little familiar. After thinking for a few seconds, she immediately realized something and took out her phone to check it. Abruptly, the girl in the bed on the left got up and asked Chu Peihen, "Hey, do you know Professor Ji Yu?" The girl's tone was very unkind. Besides, she looked at Chu Peihen with an expression which was full of hostility. Hearing that, Chu Peihen and the other roommate were both taken aback. The roommate stopped eating melon seeds at once, then turned to look at Chu Peihen with shock. Does she know Professor Ji Yu? Chu Peihen indeed looked slightly familiar. She was the girl who talked to Professor Ji Yu in the photo she just saw. Did Chu Peihen really know Professor Ji Yu? The girl was quite curious about the answer. Chu Peihen looked back at the girl. Although she was a little surprised that this girl knew she had talked to Professor Ji Yu, she soon accepted it. Chu Peihen was very upset about the girl looking at her with hostile eyes, and her expression became cold. If it were the old time, she would have already lost temper, but she became much more mature after becoming Ji Yuning's friend. She wasn't as impulsive and irritable as before. "No," said Chu Peihen in a flat voice. "No, my friend saw you talking with each other. I have photos to prove that. You're in the same clothes as those of yesterday. Do you think I'll believe your words?" said the girl in a questioning tone, as if Chu Peihen had harmed her. Even though Chu Peihen learned to control herself now, she wouldn't submit to humiliation, and the girl's attitude annoyed her. "It's none of your business whether I know Professor Ji Yu or not. Mind your own business." Chu Peihen was mad. Chu Peihen knew this girl was jealous of her. She understood their feelings, but it didn't mean that she could stand it. Kay Lily angrily argued with Chu Peihen because she was jealous of her, even though she didn't know whether Chu Peihen was able to become Professor Gu's disciple. Like everyone said, countless students ached to become Professor Gu's disciples, but only a few of them could succeed. During the summer vacation, her father had taken her to meet Professor Ji Yu, hoping that Professor Ji Yu could accept her as a disciple. After Professor Ji Yu declined, they hoped he could give Kay Lily some advice, but Professor Ji Yu turned them down again. Professor Ji Yu said she could attend his classes in Film Academy if they could see each other again. If she had any shortcomings, he would help her. Nevertheless, it wasn't what Kay Lily and her father wanted. However, they could do nothing about it. Professor Ji Yu held a very high position in the film industry and had a powerful family background. Even though they were displeased, they didn't dare to offend him. As a result, once she heard that Professor Ji Yu had talked with Chu Peihen for so long, she was quite dissatisfied. If Chu Peihen was Professor Gu's relative, she could accept it. If not, she would naturally take Chu Peihen as her enemy. Actually, if Kay Lily was smart and wasn't self-centered, she should feel happy that her roommate was able to know Professor Yu. In that case, she might get some help and advice through her roommate. Unfortunately, Kay Lily treated Chu Peihen unkindly just because she might know Professor Yu, which wouldn't do her any good. Since Kay Lily had met Professor Yu before, she should know something about his character. She didn't behave herself, which would only leave a bad impression on Professor Yu. Although there were many respected artists in the film academy other than just Professor Yu, he had taught the most outstanding students. It was also the reason why so many students longed to become his disciples. "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" The girl was mad. Not many people dared to talk to her like that. Given her attitude, she must be from an either rich or powerful family, but Chu Peihen wasn't afraid at all. "I have no interest in you. Whether you're a rich or powerful second-generation heir, I won't hesitate to fight back as long as you cause me trouble," Chu Peihen coldly warned. Ji Yuning just reminded her to make as many friends as possible, but there was no need for her to be polite to a troublemaker. Kay Lily had already made things difficult for her, so Chu Peihen didn't need to remain polite. The girl was mad. To her surprise, this freshman was so bold and didn't think she was important. She believed it must be because Chu Peihen didn't know her family background yet. She convinced herself with that reason. "My father is the major shareholder of Pegasus Entertainment, xianxia. If you dare to have a grudge against me, I can easily shut you out of the entertainment industry," said the girl. Pegasus Entertainment had assets of 7 or 8 billion yuan, and it was a second-rate enterprise with an important position in the entertainment industry. A major shareholder of Pegasus Entertainment was naturally very influential in the entertainment industry, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to shut a person out of this industry. The condition was that this person wasn't more powerful than him. Although Huatian Entertainment, which was owned by the Qing Gang, wasn't as powerful as Pegasus Entertainment, Pegasus Entertainment was barely comparable to Qinghua Organization. Therefore, Chu Peihen wasn't afraid of it. Chapter 1793, Ji Yijing is caught. "Oh, really? Tell me what your father can do to shut me out of the entertainment industry," said Chu Peihen with mockery. She was challenging Kay Lily. She didn't believe that Pegasus Entertainment could do whatever it wanted in the entertainment industry. Some people might be afraid of Pegasus Entertainment. As long as it gave the order, there would be many who didn't dare to invite her to play a role. At the same time, some people didn't care about it. In addition to Huatian Entertainment, Fenghua Entertainment wouldn't be scared either. If Ji Yuning learned that her friend was going to be shut out of the industry, she would be the first one who stood out for Chu Peihen. After all, Ji Yuning dared to hire Lu Zan, who had been shut out by an important figure before, so she wouldn't be afraid of Pegasus Entertainment. If Pegasus Entertainment dared to do anything to hurt Chu Peihen, Ji Yuning would certainly punish it severely. Seeing that Chu Peihen wasn't afraid of Pegasus Entertainment, Kay Lily was mad. She also wondered whether Chu Peihen was from a rich or powerful family too. Otherwise, she should be afraid of Pegasus Entertainment. It was also possible that Chu Peihen was pretending to be calm, and she actually knew nothing about Pegasus Entertainment. "Why are you so confident? How dare you disdain Pegasus Entertainment?" asked Kay Lily. She could only deal with Chu Peihen better after knowing her background. It was a minor conflict, but Kay Lily deliberately made it big and took Chu Peihen as her enemy. Jealousy made people ugly. Do you plan to bully the weak and stay away from the strong? Whatever you want to do, just do it now. If you can't do anything, stay quiet and stop causing me trouble, said Chu Peihen. She didn't bother to tell Kay Lily her background, because she hated to take advantage of other people with that. She would only fight back by all means if anyone deliberately offended her. Kay Lily was mad. Great, let's go and see. I hope you won't regret it. Since Chu Peihen refused to tell, Kay Lily didn't say or do anything. She could only give herself an out by threatening Chu Peihen. After that, Kay Lily slammed the door and walked out, followed by another girl. The girl was Kay Lily's lackey and she relied on Kay Lily to get into the entertainment industry, so she didn't dare to leave her alone. Chu Peihan wasn't affected and began to organize her stuff. Yu Mixi kindly greeted her roommates at their first meeting. They also had an appointment to dine together this afternoon. Yu Mixi asked them whether she could go with her boyfriend. Yu Mixi, no way. You just came here and you already have a boyfriend. Yu Mixi's roommates were surprised once they heard that. Well, we went to the same high school and were accepted by the same university, said Yu Mixi. Knowing that, her roommates understood that they were a very loving couple. They didn't mind if Yu Mixi came with her boyfriend, and they also wanted to see what her boyfriend was like. Yu Mixi then told Mu K about that. Coincidentally, Mu K and his roommates also agreed to dine together and he proposed to bring his girlfriend as well. Mu K's roommates agreed too. However, there was a disagreement now. After discussion, Mu K and his roommates decided to buy a meal for Yu Mixi and her roommates. The boys would split the bill. Although the girls felt a little embarrassed, they still agreed in the end. Anyway, there were 3 things all the college students had to do in their universities, which were to skip classes, fail exams, and have a date. The girls also hoped to enjoy a romantic relationship in the university, and it was also a great chance for them to spend some time with the boys. It was just one of their thoughts, it wasn't the only purpose of them having the meal together with the boys. They just enrolled for the school, so they didn't have a clear purpose yet. Ji Yuning didn't go to her school today. She planned to go there tomorrow. In the afternoon, Ji Yuning told Shengguan Yang that she would visit him for dinner. She mainly aimed to study the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. Since Tang Bingsun wasn't the chairman of the Tang organization right now, his secretary didn't need to stay by his side. The 2 mercenaries also left, so Tang Bingsun's housekeeper was taking care of him now. The housekeeper was loyal to Tang Bingsun, so he didn't leave Tang Bingsun when he was in trouble, but most of the other servants in the Tang family already quit. They weren't afraid the Tang family wouldn't be able to pay them salaries, but they were worried about being dragged into a dangerous situation. After all, Tang Bingsun became sick and poor because his enemy had taken revenge on him. Tang Bingsun was getting sicker and sicker. After knowing that Tang Qingyang had taken over the Tang organization, he had another heart attack and almost died. Although he survived in the end, he stayed unconscious longer than he was awake each day. Even the hospital made it clear that his life might be in danger at any time. Besides, Tang Bingsun was in a very bad condition and couldn't travel a long journey. As a result, even if Ji Yijing wanted to take Tang Bingsun abroad for treatment, it wasn't likely. Tang Yaxin was in the same condition, so Ji Yijing almost had a breakdown. What was worse, that afternoon, the wedding company managed by Ji Yijing also encountered trouble. Its warehouse suddenly caught fire and the data suddenly went wrong. She faced a large amount of liquidated damages from clients and lost funds of up to 30 million yuan. Although the Tang organization was already taken over by Tang Qingyang, 30 million yuan was still a small amount of money for the Tang family. However, unfortunately, Ji Yijing's suspected hit-and-run incident was exposed and she was put under investigation by the police. Therefore, she couldn't deal with the problem of her company. Facing the series of serious problems, Ji Yijing felt too stressed and passed out. It had nothing to do with Ji Yuning, because the Tang family had many enemies. It used to be very influential, so its enemies didn't dare to do anything. However, the Tang family was different now, so its enemies seized this great chance to punish Tang Bingsun's family. Although it wasn't Ji Yuning's business, Ji Yuning told Gao Yi and Chao Ya to pay special attention to it, so they kept reporting the latest news to Ji Yuning, so she was aware of everything. Tang Qingyang arranged for someone to spy on Tang Bingsun too. He made up an excuse that he sent someone to take care of Tang Bingsun, but actually he was learning what Tang Bingsun was doing these days. To the outside world, no one knew that he had schemed Tang Bingsun, so he had to play his role well. For now, Tang Bingsun and Tang Yaxin were struggling to survive. If they were blessed, they might live for a few more months. Chapter 1794, The Secret of the Jade with Dragon Phoenix Cloud Pattern. Ji Yuning arrived at the Sihewan before 6 p.m. Shengguan Yang knew that Ji Yuning didn't just come to have a meal with him. What he felt hard to face now was that Ji Yuning wanted to become a cultivator although she was a mortal. It was really too dangerous. When Ji Yuning came, the dishes were placed on the table, so they enjoyed the meal before talking about the business. After having dinner, Ji Yuning asked to have a private talk with Shengguanyang, so they went to the study room together. "What do you want to talk about with me?" Shengguanyang asked. Although he guessed it might have something to do with her hope to become a cultivator as a mortal, he still wanted to hear the answer from her mouth. "Grandpa Shengguan, do you know the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern?" asked Ji Yuning. "Jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern? Of course, have you heard of it too?" Shengguanyang was surprised. Ji Yuning didn't answer Shengguanyang's question, but asked, "Grandpa Shengguan, can you tell me its effects?" Shengguanyang didn't bother to keep it secret and told Ji Yuning, "It's always said since ancient times that it was a piece of jade that gathers essence. If a cultivator obtains it, it'll also be a great help to cultivation." "How about mortals?" asked Ji Yuning. "For mortals, it is of no use. At most, it can improve one's health," Shengguanyang said. "Grandpa Shengguan, actually I saw it in the Palace Museum a few days ago. To be specific, it led the way for me to find it," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Shengguanyang was astonished. "What? You saw it in the Palace Museum? It led the way for you to find it?" He thought the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern had already disappeared and he bet Ji Yuning must have read about it in a book. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning really had seen it in real life. The jade also led the way for her to find it. It aroused Shengguanyang's interest. "Yes, so I bought it. Xiaoting and his mother were there too, but they don't know its use. Right after I walked away with it, a cultivator noticed me and followed me. He showed up for the jade. During this time, the cultivator won't stop following me, so I thought it might have a special meaning for cultivators," said Ji Yuning. Shengguanyang didn't think it was surprising that Leng Xiaoting and his mother knew nothing about the jade, because not many people were aware of its existence. "Since the jade led the way for you itself, it happened for a reason," said Shengguanyang. "I have the same idea, so I don't dare to open the box, because I'm afraid something bad might happen. I need your advice," said Ji Yuning. However, upon thinking of her secret, Ji Yuning hesitated to tell Shengguanyang about it. If she wanted to solve this problem, it seemed she must share her secret with Shengguanyang. Shengguanyang could see Ji Yuning had worries, so he said, "If you want to learn more about it, you naturally should share your secrets with me. Well, if you still want to keep some of them away from me, I won't ask further about them." Ji Yuning thought for a while, then said, "Grandpa Shengguan, I ran into a fortune teller before. He said I've been through a tribulation. I should have been killed, but it didn't happen afterwards. Grandpa Shengguan, do you see any differences about me from other mortals?" Shengguanyang was a cultivator, not a fortune teller, but it didn't mean he couldn't see anything special about Ji Yuning. Because his level was very high, he was able to read mortals' fate. Hearing what Ji Yuning said, Shengguanyang put on a serious expression. "Right, I do see some difference about you. A year ago, you were caught by a tribulation. Your soul was killed, but your body survived. It meant there were two souls in your body back then. One of them died, while the other survived. It isn't strange for cultivators, because most cultivators have been through tribulations." Exactly because of that, he never had asked Ji Yuning, a mortal, why she had unbelievable abilities. Knowing that, Ji Yuning realized she had been too worried. It turned out to be very normal in Shengguanyang's eyes. Therefore, Ji Yuning became relaxed. "If so, Grandpa Shengguan, I think I can tell you the truth now. I'm not the original Ji Yuning. I'm another person, but I was reincarnated and my soul went into Ji Yuning's body," said Ji Yuning. Shengguanyang was amazed. Although he could see that Ji Yuning had two souls in the same body, he didn't know another person's soul entered her body after being killed. He had never seen such a thing before. He thought Ji Yuning was simply reincarnated after death and her soul happened to have unbelievable abilities. All of a sudden, Shengguanyang thought of something and rounded his eyes in shock. "Does the jade give you any more feelings?" "It makes me feel excited, and I somehow feel we're connected," said Ji Yuning. "No way. Were you reincarnated because of the ancient blood of the phoenix?" said Shengguanyang. He couldn't believe it, but it was highly possible. Ji Yuning was shocked, because Sheng Guanyang hit the point. She was reincarnated precisely because of the ancient blood of the phoenix. There's an ancient jade named the blood of the phoenix. It's made of the blood of a phoenix and the soul of the earth. It has magical power, which enables you to live forever or be reborn. It was what she could hear from her mind after her reincarnation. Seeing Ji Yuning's reaction, Sheng Guanyang was sure he was right. He took a long breath, then said, "In fact, the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern was originally an ordinary piece of jade, but it absorbed a drop of blood of the phoenix by accident. It then turned to be a magic object. The blood of the phoenix was made of the blood of a phoenix and the soul of the earth. It contains unbelievable power, which can make a dead person alive again and change one's fate. In that case, the special feelings the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern gave her was because of the drop of blood of the phoenix it had absorbed. Right, I was reincarnated because of the blood of the phoenix." Since Sheng Guanyang was aware of the ancient blood of the phoenix, Ji Yuning became honest and straightforward. Chapter 1795, Figure It Out on Your Own. In my previous incarnation, I fell into the sea, and the jade pendant I had been wearing suddenly glowed red. Then, I lost consciousness. After waking up again, I became Ji Yuning. I suddenly found I had a pair of jade eyes afterwards, and a voice said in my mind, "There's an ancient jade named the blood of the phoenix. It's made of the blood of a phoenix and the soul of the earth. It has magical power, which enables you to live forever or be reborn. That's probably the reason why I have so many unbelievable skills as a mortal," said Ji Yuning. Even though Sheng Guanyang already had the answer from Ji Yuning's reaction just now, he was still greatly surprised after hearing the answer from her mouth. Although he was aware of the effects of the blood of the phoenix, he had only read about it in ancient books. The blood of the phoenix had been missing for years, so he hadn't seen it before. He didn't know whether it was true or not. He now knew it. Sheng Guanyang got more excited. "Ningning, since you're blessed by the blood of the phoenix, you're no longer immortal. It should be very easy for you to become a cultivator. In that case, there was no need for them to be worried." "What? Really?" Ji Yuning abruptly stood up with excitement, but she couldn't believe her ears. She heard it right, but she cared too much about it, so she was afraid she might be wrong. "It's true. The blood of the phoenix is a magic object, but I haven't reached the highest level yet, so I can't feel it." "Is there magical power in your body?" asked Sheng Guanyang. "Give your hand to me," said Sheng Guanyang. Ji Yuning immediately reached out a hand. Sheng Guanyang held her palm and began to feel her pulse. He closed his eyes and observed the inside of Ji Yuning's body with his consciousness. After a long while, Sheng Guanyang opened his eyes and let go of Ji Yuning's hand. "There is magical power in your soul, but not in your body. As a result, the magical power you have right now can only help you. You can't own it. This body doesn't belong to you after all. Although your soul is staying in this body, they aren't mixed together yet. Therefore, you must merge the blood of the phoenix with your body first to make its power circulate in your body and your soul, then you can begin to cultivate." "How can I make it happen?" asked Ji Yuning in a hurry. "The blood of the phoenix is in your body. You need to figure it out on your own. Although you have it and don't need to go through the process of cutting bones and purifying marrow and your life won't be in danger, it is still not easy to make its power circulate in your body and soul. However, it won't be too difficult. Everything relies on your effort and luck. It's very boring, so it requires determination and patience," said Sheng Guanyang. "Sure, I understand," said Ji Yuning with determination. She wasn't afraid of cutting bones and purifying marrow, let alone boredom. Anyway, Ji Yuning felt happy she didn't need to go through the process of cutting bones and purifying marrow. The drop of blood of the phoenix is in the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern now. "Will it affect the blood of the phoenix?" asked Ji Yuning. Thinking of her previous feelings, Ji Yuning naturally cared more about that. "Speaking of its impact, you'll only feel connected with it. It won't be threatening at all. In addition, the drop of blood isn't important for the blood of the phoenix. For example, if a person lost a drop of blood, he or she won't be affected either. If you want to get the drop back, you can simply take out the jade and get it back with your consciousness. However, if the drop of blood leaves the jade will become an ordinary antique, said Shengguan Yang. Ji Yuning's face lit up at once and asked, does it mean I can feel where the person is if he or she's wearing that jade, no matter where he or she goes? If you can only feel the jade by visiting the museum, it means the distance is limited, said Shengguan Yang. Fine, but I'll let the drop stay there since it won't affect me, said Ji Yuning. Maybe she would need it in the future. Ji Yuning could make the decision by herself, and Shengguan Yang wouldn't interfere. Oh, Grandpa Shengguan, please don't tell Xiaoting about it right now. I plan to tell him on my own once I'm prepared, said Ji Yuning. Given the current situation, it was impossible for Ji Yuning to keep her reincarnation a secret from Leng Xiaoting forever, but she had no intention of telling him for the time being. Ji Yuning stayed in the Sihewan until it was nearly 9 p.m., then she left. Chu Peihan wasn't the only one who had an argument with her roommates on their first meeting. Song Miaoge also suffered the same trouble. Song Miaoge was alone in the dorm room till 9 p.m., and her other two roommates came back together later. At the beginning, they greeted each other kindly and introduced themselves to one another. Although one of the girls was a little arrogant, she was polite, so Song Miaoge didn't mind it. However, the arrogant girl asked Song Miaoge later, hey, what does your family do? The arrogant girl's name was Gao Xian. She was about 1.7 meters tall with a sexy body. Her face wasn't attractive, but not plain either. My father is a soldier, while my mother is a policewoman, said Song Miaoge. Her parents undoubtedly weren't ordinary officers, but Song Miaoge tended to keep a low profile, so she didn't tell them their titles. Gao Xian, instead, thought Song Miaoge was born in an ordinary officer family, so a touch of disdain flashed by her face. Song Miaoge noticed that, and she frowned. She knew that Gao Xian thought that she was superior to her, but she still had no intention of showing off her family background. My dad is the deputy director of the State Forestry Administration in the capital, and my mom is the vice director of XX Maternity Hospital, Gao Xian said. Quite the opposite, she kept a high profile and didn't hesitate to show off her family background as if she was extraordinary. Song Miaoge rolled her eyes. In her eyes, it was embarrassing to show off when Gao Xian's parents actually weren't senior officials in the government. For ordinary people, the deputy director of the State Forestry Administration in the capital and the vice director of XX Maternity Hospital were indeed influential, but this was the capital. There were rich and powerful second-generation heirs everywhere. Even if Gao Xian wanted to show off, she must find herself the proper competitor. Chapter 1796. Want to fight. Unfortunately, she chose to show off in front of Song Miaoge, which made herself a joke. Well, my dad is the chairman of Tianhua Group, and my mother is a housewife, said another roommate, whose name was Lu Xiaoxiao. Although she wasn't as high profile as Gao Xian, her expression still showed disdain towards Song Miaoge. The Tianhua Group ranked among the top 100 enterprises in the capital. Although its rank was relatively low, it still held an important position. It had about 1 billion yuan in assets, which made it a wealthy family but an ordinary one. Although Tianhua Group had 1 billion yuan in assets, it wasn't completely owned by the Lu family. It only held shares between 51% and 60%, and there were many other shareholders. Anyway, they were in a much higher class than ordinary people. As a result, it was hard for them not to show off, but they chose the wrong competitor this time. In the following minutes, Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao were busy showing off their luxurious life. Song Miaoge didn't bother to pay attention to them. Gao Xian wasn't richer than Lu Xiaoxiao, but Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't more powerful than Gao Xian. When it was nearly 11 p.m., the lights were about to be turned off according to the rules, but their last roommate was still absent, which aroused Gao Xian's attention. Oh, the lights are about to be turned off, but the last person of our dorm room is still absent. Did she leave to do some bad things? Gao Xian said in an unkind tone. She was defaming this absent roommate. Song Miaoge was displeased. She coldly said, Ji Yuning is occupied today and she won't come back. She didn't leave to do any bad things. Gao Xian, please don't joke about other people's reputation. Not everyone had heard of Ji Yuning. Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao didn't know who she was, so they felt nothing when they heard her name. How do you know whether she left to do bad things or not? Gao Xian asked with a sneer. Given her tone, she believed that Ji Yuning left to do bad things. Actually, she didn't really think a freshman could do bad things right after enrollment, but she was a man-girl. Whether it was the truth or not, she would insist on saying it was the truth to make herself happy. I just know it. Do I have to report everything to you? If you were absent today, would you be happy if I badmouth you behind your back? In addition, there is no rule that everyone must live in the dormitory today. She can stay in her own room tonight, said Song Miaoge. She hated arguing with other people, but she wasn't weak at all. She wouldn't grin and bear it and would choose to defend herself and her friends when it was necessary. Facing Song Miaoge's argument, Gao Xian was mad. It's none of your business. Can't you shut your mouth? Ji Yuning is my friend. I should of course defend her once I hear you badmouthing her, said Song Miaoge. Although they weren't friends yet, she really hoped to become Ji Yuning's friend. In addition, they had also spent some time together. She also admired Ji Yuning, so she definitely would defend her. Gao Xian didn't know what to say all of a sudden, but she was full of anger. Since you know Ji Yuning, tell us about her family background, said Lu Xiaoxiao with curiosity. She believed that Ji Yuning must be from an ordinary family. Although there were countless rich and powerful families in the capital, there were even more ordinary people. Besides, they didn't know students of the same level would be arranged to stay in the same dorm room, so they didn't think their roommates would enjoy the same high social status as them. You can ask her tomorrow when she comes, said Song Miaoge. Aren't you friends? Don't you know anything about her? Asked Lu Xiaoxiao with mockery. I know, but I don't want to tell you. What can you do to me? Song Miaoge replied. You. Lu Xiaoxiao was angry, but she could indeed do nothing about that. However, Gao Xian was completely irritated by Song Miaoge's attitude. She abruptly got up from her bed and pointed at Song Miaoge, shouting angrily, Song Miaoge, do you think you're superior to us? I dare you to get down and have a fight with me. Gao Xian used to be a troublemaker in the school. She had done many bad things, like drinking, smoking, and fighting. Therefore, she was good at fighting. Actually, compared with ordinary or weaker girls, Gao Xian was much stronger, and Song Miaoge looked thin and weak. I think you're the one who's being arrogant here. Song Miaoge was annoyed too. The next second, she directly jumped down from the upper bed and steadily stood on the ground, which shocked Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao. Gao Xian even subconsciously moved a few steps backwards. They weren't dumb. It was obvious that ordinary girls couldn't do what Song Miaoge had done, which also proved that Song Miaoge wasn't weak at all. What? Don't you want to fight? Why did you step backwards? I grew up in a military camp and I alone can beat a dozen soldiers. Do you think you're better than us? Said Song Miaoge. Song Miaoge had to admit that she said that to scare Song Miaoge on purpose. Even though she could easily beat Gao Xian down, she was unwilling to use violence as long as there was another choice. After all, it wasn't a good way to solve the problem. Hearing what Song Miaoge said, Gao Xian wanted to give in at once. Since she was able to beat a dozen soldiers alone, she undoubtedly could beat Gao Xian up in seconds. Gao Xian didn't doubt Song Miaoge's words, because what she just did already proved her abilities, so Gao Xian didn't dare to take a risk now. I won't fight with you. It'll be quite embarrassing if we're publicly criticized. Gao Xian was reluctant to admit failure, but didn't dare to have the fight against Song Miaoge, so she could only give herself an out with that excuse. Afterwards, she returned to her bed, feeling very upset. Gao Xian didn't continue to cause her trouble, so Song Miaoge stopped arguing with her. She was unwilling to make a scene as well. After that, she also got back to her bed. In the following hours, Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao stopped talking about Ji Yuning, and continued with something else. The next day, their classes wouldn't begin yet, so the students went to enroll for their departments and attend the orientation. From tomorrow morning, they would receive military training before their classes officially began. The meeting time of the departments was set at 9 a.m. in the number 1 multimedia classroom. Those who shared the dorm room with Ji Yuning didn't have the same major as her, so when Ji Yuning came to the school in the morning, she didn't contact Song Miaoge. Chapter 1797. Specifically mention a student. When they shared a meal yesterday, Ji Yuning had already exchanged phone numbers with Song Miaoge, which meant she took Song Miaoge as her friend, but they were just common friends for the time being. It was nearly 9 a.m. after Ji Yuning arrived at the number 1 multimedia room and many students were already present. Watching so many students in the room, Ji Yuning was impressed. She believed that students who majored in economics must be divided into many classes. She walked in. Because there were many students chatting with each other, only a few noticed her coming inside. In addition, Ji Yuning also planned to keep a low profile, so she lowered her head on purpose. Some people who were close to her still saw her, but not everyone had heard of Ji Yuning's name. Even if some had heard about her, not everyone could recognize her. They were mainly amazed by her outstanding appearance. Ji Yuning found a seat which wasn't so noticeable and sat down. Once she seated herself, a male student tried to strike up a conversation with her. "Hi, may I know your name? Which class are you from?" "My name's Ji Yuning. I'm from Class A," said Ji Yuning politely. "Ji Yuning, are you the—" The male student rounded his eyes in shock with excitement. It was obvious that he had heard of her. "Shish." Before the male student could finish, Ji Yuning immediately gestured for him to shut his mouth. She was unwilling to be surrounded and watched by people again as if she was a monkey in the zoo. The male student closed his mouth at once. Luckily, it was a little noisy in the multimedia room, so not many people heard his exclamation. Several students who were paying special attention to Ji Yuning realized who she was after she introduced herself. They got excited and surprised too, but they also kept their voices down. Since Ji Yuning was reluctant to attract more attention, they said nothing. Please keep it among us," Ji Yuning said and showed an expression that she had no intention of causing a scene, so other people nodded. Ji Yuning was so famous. If everyone around her knew she was here, it would definitely cause a scene. Because she walked in the classroom 5 minutes before the time, all the leaders and teachers of different departments soon came and sat together in the first row. As they showed up, the noisy multimedia room became quiet. After that, a teacher and the host went onto the stage and gave a short speech. In a short while, it was the dean's turn to give a speech. The dean was slightly serious and old school. As a result, many students felt sleepy hearing his speech, but nobody dared to sleep. It would be super embarrassing if they were caught sleeping in the meeting on the first day before the classes officially began. Right when everyone felt bored, the dean suddenly said, "Now, I need to specifically mention a student, which is Ji Yuning." Once Ji Yuning heard that the dean was going to specifically mention a student, she had a feeling that it was her. It turned out that she was right. Several students sitting around Ji Yuning turned to stare at her without delay. Because they knew the dean specifically mentioned her in order to compliment her in public, they looked at her with admiration. Those who had heard of Ji Yuning also knew the dean was going to praise her, so they looked around searching for her. Since the dean mentioned Ji Yuning must be a student of their department. However, only a few could recognize Ji Yuning and they kept quiet. They only gave her more glances, because they were at a meeting now. There were students who admired Ji Yuning and took her as their idol, while there were also some students who were jealous of her and hated her. Not everyone would admire her because she was outstanding. Some people were very mean and unkind. They would be jealous of others who could get or do what they couldn't. At the same time, some students had never heard of Ji Yuning, so they didn't understand why the dean needed to specifically mention her. Before long, they figured out the reason. When the dean talked about Ji Yuning, his serious face became gentle with happiness that couldn't be hidden. Their university had competed against all the other prestigious universities in their country for Ji Yuning, who was an unbelievable genius, and finally she chose their university and their department, so he felt extremely happy for that. Their principal had also told him not to limit Ji Yuning's behavior as long as she could finish her college education. "I bet many of you must have heard of Ji Yuning, right? She's the first top scorer with a full score in history ever since our country has been founded. All the prestigious universities in our country have competed against each other for her, but Ji Yuning chose our school, and we all feel proud of that." Knowing that, all the students who had never heard about Ji Yuning were shocked. To their astonishment, Ji Yuning was accepted with a full score. In that case, she was really the first top scorer with a full score in the history. Who is Ji Yuning? They got curious. More and more people began to look around, but they failed to find her because many of them didn't know her. Who is Ji Yuning? She's quite unbelievable. I can't believe she's the top scorer with a full score. Right, she must have made the news, but I didn't pay much attention to the news recently. I know nothing about it. They discussed it with curiosity, but the dean told them to be quiet. The dean continued, "Actually, Ji Yuning has achieved more than just that. At a very young age, she's already the founder of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Fenghua Entertainment, Kuzi, Kalane, Charm, and Xianxia Antique Store. All the above companies hold an important position in their industries and they're developing fast. I hope every one of you can learn from Ji Yuning." Hearing that, those who were unaware of Ji Yuning's achievements were shocked at this moment. They couldn't believe their ears. All the above companies turned out to be owned by Ji Yuning. Did I hear it right? Those companies are all owned by Ji Yuning. Jesus, she's amazing. I can't believe she's able to build so many profitable companies at the same age as me. Several of them are quite famous too. By now, Jade Beauty Jewelry, Fenghua Entertainment, Kuzi, Kalane, and Charm had gained a lot of fame. In addition, the majority of the students had read news about Fenghua Entertainment, Kuzi, and Kalane. Chapter 1798. Do you have a grudge against Ji Yuning? Because most people paid attention to gossip in the entertainment industry and Fenghua Entertainment had been one of the hottest topics on Weibo many times before, many students had heard of it. Some people only cared about the company instead of its owner, so not everyone was aware that Ji Yuning was the boss of Fenghua Entertainment. As for Kuzi, many female students were using it and they were all impressed by its unbelievable effects. Most families also had a habit of preparing Kalane products in their homes, because they were more effective than any other medicines. Although many people had heard of Ji Yuning's other companies, they knew very little about them, because they were students. They didn't have many chances to own jewelry, gowns, or antiques. The several students around Ji Yuning only knew she was the top scorer with a full score this year, but they didn't know she was also the boss of so many famous companies. Therefore, they were all shocked now. Well, actually there are more than just that. Go search for more information about Ji Yuning on the internet, and you'll be surely amazed. A student who knew more about Ji Yuning introduced her to other people. Hearing that, many students forgot that they were still at a meeting and took out their phones to search for more information about Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning put on a resigned look after the dean made her the center of people's attention. She could only pray that the dean wouldn't tell her to stand up, or she would really become a monkey in a zoo and be surrounded and watched by everyone. The dean knew it would cause Ji Yuning unnecessary trouble, so he didn't tell her to stand up. At the same time, he criticized the students who took out their phone to search for more information about Ji Yuning at the meeting. He did that not only for Ji Yuning, but because they were at a meeting now. Students weren't allowed to play with their phones at a meeting. Seeing that, Ji Yuning felt relieved. Afterwards, the dean talked about the military training, which would last for 15 days and begin from 8 a.m. tomorrow. The dean told them to have a class meeting at their own classes at 11 a.m. later, then left. The dean finished the meeting within an hour, so it was only 10 a.m. after he left. It was still an hour away from the class meeting. In order to avoid more trouble, Ji Yuning quickly slid out of the multimedia classroom, so those who recognized her failed to talk to her. As a result, someone was displeased. Why did she have to walk away so fast? Who does she think she is? Just a rich top scorer. A female student said with dissatisfaction. Do you have a grudge against Ji Yuning? A male student asked her. No, why? Replied the female student with impatience. Since there is no grudge between you two, why do you badmouth her behind her back? The meeting is already over. She can of course leave as fast as she wants. By the way, she's indeed somebody. Do you think you're comparable to her? The male student defended Ji Yuning. You. The female student was mad and snapped at him, it's none of your business. If you dislike being judged by others, you should learn not to do it first. You were accepted by the capital university. Don't you know such a simple theory? Said the male student. It was indeed none of his business, but he had a strong sense of justice. Several students around them understood what had happened, so they looked at the female student with disdain. The female student felt embarrassed, but she knew it was her fault and didn't know how to retort, so she quietly left. Do any one of you know Ji Yuning? I didn't see her at all, asked someone all of a sudden. She's already gone. If you want to know what she looks like, you can search for her photos on the internet. Then you can recognize her in the future when you see her again. Many students nodded and began to search for more information about Ji Yuning on the internet. After that, they began to talk about her again. By now, everyone knew Ji Yuning in the Department of Economics and 80% of the students admired her or took her as their idol. As for the rest, they were jealous of her and hated her. Oh, that beautiful girl who wasn't far away from me just now is Ji Yuning. I didn't know that. A student got excited in an instant after seeing Ji Yuning's photos. Does anyone know which class Ji Yuning is in? I think it's Class A. Great. I'm in the same class as Ji Yuning. I'll be able to see her in a while. Ji Yuning left the multimedia classroom and went to have a walk around the campus. Because the class meeting would begin at 11 a.m., she didn't go far. She found a cool place, then took out her phone to read news. In a few minutes, she read news about Yuzi. Yuzi had won 2 design awards in a row and she was also the apprentice of a fashion designer from Paris, Jason, so she became well known in the fashion industry within a very short time. Moreover, in interviews, Yuzi also kept promoting charm, so now charm was also famous in the fashion industry. Ji Yuning couldn't help but smile. She felt happy for Yuzi and herself, because she had chosen the right person. When it was almost 11 a.m., Ji Yuning left for the class meeting. As she came to the class, there were already many students inside. So her appearance caused a sensation among the crowd. All of them had searched for more information about Ji Yuning on the internet after the meeting of their department, so most of them remembered Ji Yuning's face. Most importantly, Ji Yuning was extraordinarily beautiful, so it was very easy for others to remember her. Hi, nice to see you all. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Ji Yuning greeted them of her own accord. She was very nice and gentle, and didn't look arrogant at all. Nice to see you, Goddess Ji Yu. Hi, Goddess Ji Yu. When Ji Yuning greeted them of her own accord, many people felt flattered and greeted Ji Yuning at once. Although many of them were born in a richer family than Ji Yuning, it wouldn't stop them from admiring her, because Ji Yuning relied on herself to become so successful, while they mainly relied on their families. Accordingly, they didn't think they were better than Ji Yuning. In Class A, not many people held hatred towards Ji Yuning. And those who disliked her wouldn't deliberately cause her trouble. Instead, they were simply jealous of her. No one liked sitting in the first row, so almost every seat was occupied from the second row. There were only a few vacant seats, but Ji Yuning didn't care much about that, so she directly went to sit down in the first row after knowing that nobody was willing to sit there. The next second, a group of students kept asking Ji Yuning all kinds of questions. Chapter 1799, declined to be class leader. They didn't ask her difficult questions, so Ji Yuning answered their questions. Her kind attitude left a better impression on everyone. Before long, their head teacher came and they went back to their own seats. The head teacher of Class A was He Chi-hong. He was a man about 40 who wore glasses and looked serious and strict. It was his first meeting with Ji Yuning, but he had learned a lot about her beforehand. He had also seen her photos, so he recognized her the second he saw her. He Chi-hong was quite happy to see Ji Yuning in Class A. No matter how outstanding Ji Yuning was, she was his student now and he felt proud of her. He Chi-hong didn't accord any special treatment to Ji Yuning. He didn't especially greet her just because of her great achievements and his like towards her. Instead, he treated all his students equally. From He Chi-hong's appearance, everyone believed that he would be as serious as the dean, but they were wrong. To their surprise, He Qihong was quite humorous and no one felt bored. Although He Qihong didn't specially greet Ji Yuning, he still complimented her. In a while, students went to the stage to introduce themselves one by one. They needed to know each other, then they began to select their class leader. They needed a temporary class leader for the time being, and they would officially select class representatives after military training. All right, we need a class leader and an assistant class leader. Who do you think are qualified for those two positions? Asked He Qihong. The moment He Qihong finished, many students said Ji Yuning's name. I think Ji Yuning can be the class leader. Right, Ji Yuning is the best choice. Ji Yuning isn't bad. Most students said Ji Yuning's name. Even though some students said different names, Ji Yuning's name was much louder than others. They just met each other and only a few of them were familiar with one another. Although the head teacher had just called their names, they couldn't remember many. Ji Yuning, however, was well known to everyone in the class. In addition, she had outstanding abilities, so most students believed she was the best person for their class leader. However, not everyone wanted Ji Yuning to be the class leader, because some wanted to be the class leader himself or herself. Being the class representative was a great chance to practice one's abilities, so some people needed this chance to prove themselves. Unfortunately, almost everyone was calling Ji Yuning's name, so those who had the ambition to become the class leader didn't dare to recommend themselves. All right, be quiet, said He Qihong, and the classroom fell into silence. He Qihong then turned to ask Ji Yuning, Ji Yuning, everyone wants you to be the class leader. What do you think? Even though Ji Yuning was believed to be the best choice, he still needed to ask for her opinions. He was unwilling to force her to be the class leader. He Qihong knew it was very easy for Ji Yuning to do the job well as the class leader, but he had learned that Ji Yuning had set a condition that she must have the right of not living in the school and being absent from classes before she agreed to study in the capital university. The capital university accepted it, so He Qihong wouldn't oppose it. In that case, Ji Yuning wouldn't have much time on campus, so she might not be suitable for that position. Thank you all for your approval, but I'm afraid I can't be the class leader. As you know, I have many companies to manage, so I won't have much time to manage our class. I'm sorry. Ji Yuning declined. She really didn't have much energy to be the class leader, because she would be absent from many classes in the future. Knowing that, most students felt disappointed, but they could understand it. Ji Yuning had so many companies under her name after all, so she must be very busy. The students who had the intention of competing for the position of class leader felt relieved when Ji Yuning declined. Although they only needed a temporary class leader right now, the student might keep the position if he or she did the job well. Well, since Ji Yuning declined, we can choose another student, said He Qihong. Sir, we just met each other and we don't know much about one another. Why don't you ask if anyone wants that position, a student said. Sure, so does any one of you want to be the class leader? Asked He Qihong right away. Most people became silent in an instant. The majority of them had no interest in becoming a class representative, while those who were interested in it felt slightly embarrassed to recommend themselves. No one. He Qihong was a little disappointed at his inactive students. In fact, teachers preferred active students as long as they weren't too proud of themselves. One's attitude mattered most. Sir, I used to be the class leader during my high school, so I think I can try it. At this time, a male student stood up. Great, you can be the temporary class leader. He Qihong agreed without delay. Since the male student had served as the class leader during his high school, he must be experienced and able. Can you introduce yourself again? I'm afraid not everyone remembers you, said He Qihong. Although he had introduced himself once just now, not everyone could remember him. It would be easier for other students to remember him after he introduced himself again. Of course, my name's Lu Kaishuan. I'm from City C. I'm very glad to be the class leader of our class for the time being. I'll do my best to finish my job. If I make any mistakes, please feel free to tell me. I won't hesitate to correct them, said Lu Kaishuan. He recommended himself, but he didn't look arrogant. Instead, he was quite modest. After his separate introduction, all the other students in the class remembered him. Afterwards, they needed to select an assistant class leader. It was a girl in the end, and she recommended herself too. She used to be the commissary in charge of studies during her high school. It was better for students with the experience of being class representatives to lead the class, because they wouldn't be at a loss when they encountered trouble. After selecting the class leader and assistant class leader, He Qihong reminded the students to be careful of some things, then the meeting was over. It lasted for nearly an hour, so it was time for lunch when it was over. Actually, many students wanted to form a relationship with Ji Yuning, but hesitated to invite her to share a meal. After all, Ji Yuning still gave them a feeling that she was far out of their league. Chapter 1800. There were skeletons in the well. Although Ji Yuning's attitude was quite nice, her achievements were too great to make them feel they could be close to her. Ji Yuning was a very successful businesswoman after all, while they were just ordinary college students. Ji Yuning didn't care much about that. Because there was nothing else to deal with in the school this afternoon, she left for her company. The military training would begin tomorrow morning, so Ji Yuning would stay in the dorm room tonight. Even if she had a special treatment, she wouldn't leave the school unless it was necessary. On her way out, Ji Yuning attracted a lot of attention as always. Some were attracted to her outstanding appearance, and some recognized her. After recognizing her, many people talked about her in low voices. They wanted to greet her, but didn't have courage to. Ji Yuning wasn't arrogant, but tended to keep a distance from strangers. In fact, she was nice to those who were kind to her. As she reached the gate of their campus, Ji Yuning felt the air of the cultivator. Ji Yuning knew only Bailey Zhongshe, and the cultivator who had followed her for the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern would show up in the capital university. Given the level of the cultivator, it couldn't be Bailey Zhongshe, so it must be the cultivator who had followed her for the jade. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes at once and indeed saw the cultivator who had followed her for the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. She didn't feel bothered and had no intention of avoiding him. Instead, she kept on walking outside. At the right side of the gate of the capital university, there was an underground parking lot, which was specially designed for teachers and students of the capital university. Once Ji Yuning appeared, the cultivator fixed his eyes on her. Ji Yuning then went straight to the parking lot. She drove her car out and left. In a few seconds, she found a car following her and the cultivator was in it. Ji Yuning thought for a while. Since there was nothing else to deal with in her school, she decided to go to her company this afternoon. It was time to deal with this cultivator now. Although he was at a high level, Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of him. Not far to the right of the capital university was the National Imperial Palace Park. It was a private garden of the emperors of the Qing dynasty. It occupied a piece of land which was more than 350 hectares. Its building area reached 200,000 square meters with more than 150 sceneries. It was also called the Garden of Gardens. In midsummer, the emperors of the Qing dynasty came here to escape from the summer heat, listen to politics, and handle military affairs, so it was given another name of Summer Palace. Nowadays, although it had become a tourist attraction and countless tourists visited it every day, many signs were set up and forbade people to enter because the National Imperial Palace Park was very large and there were many farther palaces and courtyards that hadn't been developed yet. Therefore, if Ji Yuning and the cultivator had a fight in those farther palaces and courtyards, no one would find out. Even if anyone saw them, Ji Yuning believed that nobody was willing to be dragged into trouble. Accordingly, Ji Yuning headed to the National Imperial Palace Park. The cultivator had no idea that he was already exposed, so he followed her. After arriving at the park, Ji Yuning got out of her car and went to buy a ticket. Seeing that, the cultivator thought Ji Yuning came here for a visit. She was alone here, which was very normal. She might have an appointment with her friends, but her friends came earlier or hadn't come yet. She might simply come here to have a walk. Anyway, it didn't arouse the cultivator's suspicion. Moreover, the cultivator took Ji Yuning very lightly. Even though she was strong compared to other mortals, she was a mortal after all. He didn't think she would be a match for him. There were many visitors in the National Imperial Palace Park today. In fact, as long as it wasn't rainy, the park was always full of visitors. Especially in the past few days, there were even more tourists because all the freshmen came to the capital. They would have a tour around the city once they were free. The National Imperial Palace Park was an imperial garden in the Qing dynasty, which was a historic place and no visitors would be willing to miss it. It was super crowded, especially during the holidays. As for today, there might be many students who hadn't visited here yet, because they just had a meeting this morning. They wouldn't come here so soon, especially because it was also time for lunch. Ji Yuning actually couldn't care less about the above. After buying a ticket, Ji Yuning walked into the park, followed by the cultivator. Ji Yuning aimed to lead the cultivator to a farther park with fewer people, but she couldn't do that too obviously because it might arouse the cultivator's suspicion. No one would walk to a remote place with little people for no reason. Most importantly, she was going to the farthest corner of this park. The cultivator still didn't know that Ji Yuning had already noticed him. If she wasn't careful, the cultivator might sense something was wrong. It wasn't easy to deal with a cultivator after all. Therefore, Ji Yuning pretended that she knew there was a secret hidden in a certain farther palace as she carefully observed her surroundings and walked towards it. This was the first time that Ji Yuning had visited the National Imperial Palace Park, so she wasn't familiar with it. Luckily, she had a pair of jade eyes, so she could easily find which palace was empty. Seeing Ji Yuning's behavior, the cultivator immediately believed that she had secrets hidden here. Besides, he assumed it might have something to do with the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. He thought she could have hidden the jade here. It was his guess, and he didn't think it was highly likely. No matter what, he was determined to follow her, especially at this time. As long as they went to a remote place, he would have a great chance to attack her without anyone knowing it. Ji Yuning walked farther and farther away from the crowd and stepped into the forbidden area. After that, she walked to a remote yard without hesitation. She looked familiar with everything here simply because she had jade eyes. Although they were already far away from the tourists and there was no one else around them, the cultivator didn't rush to attack Ji Yuning right now, because he was curious to know why Ji Yuning came here. At the same time, he hoped he could find any clues about the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. With the help of jade eyes, Ji Yuning saw what was ahead of her. About 10 meters away, she saw an abandoned yard with a well in the center. There were wisps of white and black smoke coming out of the well, which were relatively light, so Ji Yuning only saw them at the moment but didn't feel them. She slightly frowned. There must be evil things in the well. After that, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see what was in the well. The inside of the well had already dried up, and at the bottom of the well were 2 skeletons. Chapter 1801, What a Shame. Because there was still a distance, Ji Yuning couldn't see it clearly. She decided to walk closer and have a close look. Once she moved near to the abandoned yard, Ji Yuning felt the yin coming from the bottom of the well. Ji Yuning walked inside, but she didn't have time to figure out why there were skeletons under the well. What she needed to deal with right now was the cultivator. Get out now. You've been following me for days, but haven't had a chance to attack me yet. It must be difficult for you, said Ji Yuning with mockery before the cultivator showed himself. Anyway, she was going to face him, so there was no need for her to wait for him to show up of his own accord. Besides, if she could take the initiative and say that aloud, she would look strong. The cultivator who hid himself was taken aback. He wondered whether Ji Yuning was talking to him. He couldn't believe a mortal was able to discover him. However, Ji Yuning said that she knew he had been following her for days, which was the truth. Only he had been following her during these days. There was no one else who did that. How did she discover him? Hey, the man behind the wall 5 meters away from me. I'm talking to you. Get out now. You've damaged my car. We should deal with it first. Seeing that the cultivator hesitated to walk out, Ji Yuning understood what he was thinking. At this time, without doubt, the cultivator was sure that Ji Yuning was talking with him. He was shocked in an instant, because it turned out she knew everything. In that case, she must have recognized him at Qinling Mountain last time. If so, that Ji Yuning knew Bai Zongyang and his younger sister could be. The cultivator had many questions in his mind, but he had to ask Ji Yuning for the answers. Although he was astonished by the fact that Ji Yuning had already discovered him a long time ago, he wasn't afraid of her. Even if she was capable, she was just a mortal and was no match for him. Therefore, the cultivator walked out and into the yard, staring at Ji Yuning. He asked without delay, "How did you find out that I've damaged your car? How did you know I've been following you these days? My car door was damaged, so of course I should search for evidence by watching the surveillance videos. Is it strange? I noticed that you appeared around me once in a while. I don't think it's just a coincidence. By the way, I was born with acute senses, so I'm able to feel it when I've been followed for such a long time. For my own safety, I naturally should pay more attention to the surveillance cameras. I bet you must have found out my identity, right? Then you should know it's not difficult for me to watch any surveillance videos if I want," said Ji Yuning. It was a total lie, because she had no intention of exposing her secret. Hearing that, the cultivator frowned. Ji Yuning's words made sense, but he didn't believe all of them. "Do you mean you deliberately led me here?" asked the cultivator. "Otherwise why would I come here? I'm not fooling around every day. I don't visit here for fun," said Ji Yuning, and her tone was full of mockery towards the cultivator. "Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you?" The cultivator stared at Ji Yuning. "Since you've found information about me, you should know I'm not weak at all. Quite the opposite, I'm quite good at kung fu. Why should I be afraid of you? Even if I can't defeat you, can't I escape?" said Ji Yuning and looked down her nose at the cultivator. She purposely did that to make the cultivator believe she knew nothing about his abilities. In that case, the cultivator would take her more lightly. She succeeded. The cultivator indeed felt Ji Yuning was arrogant and stupid, so he took her even more lightly. He was a cultivator after all, so it couldn't be easier for him to deal with a mortal. Nevertheless, the cultivator was unwilling to use violence for the time being. Instead, he decided to politely talk with Ji Yuning. If they could solve the problem peacefully, there was no need to have a fight. "I'm sorry for damaging your car. I'm willing to pay for it," said the cultivator. "That'll be for the best," said Ji Yuning, feigning surprise on the surface. She actually wasn't surprised, and knew what the cultivator planned to do. "Even though you have only damaged the lock, my car isn't cheap at all. It cost over 10,000 yuan to fix the lock, so you can give me 10,000 yuan for it. Do you want to transfer the money with your phone or pay in cash?" asked Ji Yuning. "Before I pay it, I also have the interest in talking about a deal with you," said the cultivator. He didn't care about the money at all, as long as he was able to buy the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern from Ji Yuning. The jade itself was worth 30 million yuan after all. "Oh, what is it?" asked Ji Yuning, although she already knew the answer. The cultivator was quite straightforward, and he said, "Can you sell me the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern you bought from the palace museum? It's my family heirloom, but was stolen away by a gravedigger. I've searched for it for a long time till I finally found it. I tried to figure out a way to buy it, but unexpectedly you did it before me. If you're willing to sell it to me, I can give you 10 million yuan more than the money you've paid for it." It was a lie too, and he said that simply to win Ji Yuning's sympathy. "Oh, you want the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern? What a shame. I bought it for another person. I already gave it to the person after buying it," said Ji Yuning, seeming sorry. "What?" The cultivator was stunned, and he thought of Bai Zongyang and his younger sister right away, because only cultivators could see the secret of the jade. It was also possible that it was bought and collected by an antique lover. No matter what, only Ji Yuning knew who the person was. "Who told you to buy it?" asked the cultivator. At this moment, the cultivator didn't think much about Ji Yuning's reply or doubt whether it was true. "I actually don't know the person. The person just knows that I have connections in the palace museum, so I was given 10 million yuan to buy the jade. It's a super easy task, so I agreed. It's just an antique anyway," said Ji Yuning. She was implying that she knew very little about the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern. Chapter 1802, I Can't Help With It, Didn't You Lie to Me? The cultivator got his reason back and had doubts. Although Ji Yuning seemed normal, she might be pretending to be honest. After all, she wasn't an ordinary girl. "Why should I lie to you?" said Ji Yuning in a resigned tone, as if she was displeased being doubted. "Since you don't know the person, how did the person know you have connections in the palace museum?" asked the cultivator. "I don't know you either, but you know me. There are many people who know me but I don't know them. People can easily search for information about me on the internet," said Ji Yuning, then she explained. "Well, the person saw me socializing with the staff of the museum." Even though Ji Yuning's words made sense, the cultivator still had doubts. He continued to ask, "You at least should know the person's name, right? How about the person's age, gender, and phone number? If you know nothing about the person, how do you contact each other?" "Hey, watch your tone. I'm not a criminal. You should be aware that you're asking me for help. Besides, it's not right to leak information about another person without his or her agreement," said Ji Yuning with dissatisfaction. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was too anxious to behave myself just now. Miss Ji Yu, please forgive me." The cultivator apologized at once. Like what Ji Yuning said, he was asking for her help, so he should be nice to her. "Well, the jade with dragon phoenix cloud pattern is really important for me. Please do me a favor. Can you talk with the person first about that? Perhaps the person will agree to sell it to me." "Fine," said Ji Yuning. In order to distract the cultivator's attention from her, Ji Yuning decided to act with him. This cultivator wasn't unkind to her, so there was no need for Ji Yuning to have another enemy. She wouldn't seek trouble anyway. Ji Yuning then took out her phone and dialed a number, which she had got with the name of Tang Aining. Because it was put in her telepathic eye space, no one would answer it. "Sorry, no one answered. I can't help with it," said Ji Yuning. The cultivator was upset. He could also hear that the phone kept ringing for a long while, but no one answered. Although he felt that Ji Yuning might randomly make a call, he felt too embarrassed to point that out. The cultivator felt it might be just a show directed and played by Ji Yuning on her own, so he decided to keep on spying on her to see whether he could find anything new about her. Even if he was going to use violence, it wasn't the right time now. "Miss Ji Yu, would you please help me pay some attention to it? If the person calls you back, please let me know," said the cultivator and took out his name card. "This is my name card." He handed it to Ji Yuning. Sure. Ji Yuning agreed, but it was totally another thing whether she would really do that in the future. Ji Yuning wasn't so naive that she believed the cultivator had been convinced by her words, or he might have hopes that what she told him could be true. He might get a surprising result if he took a step back. Even though what she told him wasn't true, he could still continue to follow her to see what he should do next. After all, he already knew her school and dorm room, so he wasn't afraid that he might lose her. However, if he had an argument with Ji Yuning right now, he might suffer a great loss if what Ji Yuning told him was true. Ji Yuning didn't mind it actually, because it wouldn't change anything. "Miss Ji Yu, do you want to go out with me right now?" asked the cultivator. "Thanks, but I have an appointment with my friends to have an adventure here. I won't leave within a short time." "Mr. Dongfang, see you," said Ji Yuning. After receiving his name card, Ji Yuning learned his name, Dongfang Qi. Since his surname was Dongfang, he was highly likely to be a member of the Dongfang family in the cultivation world. Because of Dongfang Ziyu, Ji Yuning had a bad impression of members of the Dongfang family. Although Dongfang Qi was nice to her, he did it for a purpose, so Ji Yuning didn't have a good impression of him. As long as they could avoid conflict, it would be the best, because it wouldn't do her any good if they had disagreement. "All right, I should go now. Miss Ji Yu, please help me with it." Dongfang Qi had doubts that Ji Yuning's words might not be true, but he wouldn't ask her about that. If he wanted to know the answer, he could keep on spying on her. Although Ji Yuning had discovered that he had been following her these days, he felt he could prevent it from happening again by staying farther away from her. After that, the cultivator left. Ji Yuning watched the cultivator walking far away, then went to observe the inside of the well. The cultivator was still in the range of her senses, which wasn't beyond Ji Yuning's expectations, but it wouldn't be a problem as long as he didn't come over. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes and her sight fell on the two skeletons. Beside the two skeletons, two jade pendants were scattered and a few pieces of jewelry were scattered around the head of one of the skeletons. Given the shapes of the skeletons, one was lying in the arms of the other skeleton. The skeleton lying underneath was more well-formed and was obviously male. The skeleton lying in the arms of the male skeleton was relatively petite, and there were a few pieces of jewelry scattered around its skull, which must be a female. Seeing that, Ji Yuning guessed that they might be a dead couple. There was faint yin in the well, so they must have died with resentment. Ji Yuning looked at the pair of skeletons, and suddenly a scene appeared in front of her eyes. Right next to this well, a man wearing a guard uniform was stabbed by a sword, then was kicked by one foot and fell into the well. Immediately afterwards, a woman in luxurious Manchu clothes also jumped into it, which was the end of the scene. The woman seemed to be a concubine from her clothing. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning came up with a dramatic story. The emperor took his concubines to the palace to avoid the summer heat. Then a certain concubine's affair with a guard was exposed and the guard was beheaded afterwards, so the concubine died for her love. Although it was a story made up by Ji Yuning, she felt it was close to the mark. If so, she could understand their result. There might be other reasons, but it had nothing to do with Ji Yuning no matter what the real reason was. It was already history. Ji Yuning wasn't greedy, so she had no intention of climbing down the well to get the jewelry. Chapter 1803, Never say no to business. There was yin in the well, but it wasn't dense. People wouldn't be affected if they didn't stay here for long. In addition, this place was far away from the crowd, so normally visitors wouldn't come here. Therefore, Ji Yuning left it in the well and walked away. On her way out, Ji Yuning entered Dongfang Qi's sight, so she deliberately answered the phone and showed a resigned look. Fine, see you another day. After that, she left. She purposely did that to fool Dongfang Qi. Although Dongfang Qi couldn't hear what she said, he might read her lips, so she made him believe that her friend couldn't come and she walked outside afterwards. Ji Yuning was right. Dongfang Qi indeed couldn't hear what she said, but he made a guess from her lips and body language. He saw her walking out later, so he thought he had guessed correctly. After Ji Yuning left, she could still feel that Dongfang Qi was following her with a hidden air, because he deliberately kept a farther distance from her. Ji Yuning hadn't eaten yet, so she went to have a meal in a restaurant once she walked out of the National Imperial Palace Park. At the beginning, Ji Yuning didn't try to get rid of Dongfang Qi, because he would find out that she had noticed him if she did that. When there were traffic lights ahead of them, Ji Yuning walked across the road first, but Dongfang Qi had to wait for the next green light. Therefore, Ji Yuning sped up, walking away and successfully got rid of Dongfang Qi. Although Dongfang Qi had doubts whether he was discovered by Ji Yuning again, he didn't think it was possible because he kept a long distance away from her. Besides, he had waited for a minute for the next green light, which was enough time for Ji Yuning to walk quite far. There were bifurcations 1-2, so it was very normal if he lost her. Dongfang Qi wasn't disappointed, because he knew Ji Yuning's university and dorm room. It was very easy for him to find Ji Yuning. It was nearly 2 p.m. and it was time for a meal, so Dongfang Qi went to have a meal. Once Kei heard that Ji Yuning came to the company, he went upstairs and talked with her about the illegal theft of Battle in the Sky. They didn't go to that amusement arcade right away, but secretly visited all the major amusement arcades first to see how many of them were illegally using Battle in the Sky to make a profit. They needed to collect evidence before taking action. After their investigation, they were shocked. There were over 100 amusement arcades in the capital, and they had investigated the theft among 60 of them. They found nearly 30 were illegally using Battle in the Sky to make a profit. It wasn't over yet, so they needed to take action after the investigation was completely done. Ji Yuning was willing to let them use the game to make a profit, but they must pay the copyright fee first. It was impossible for her to allow them to steal the game produced by her company without paying anything. How about the manufacturer of those game machines? Have you found out who it is? Asked Ji Yuning. The manufacturer was the major culprit, and they must punish it first. Of course, I found out as soon as possible. It's a game manufacturer owned by Zhilin Technology Game Company. Zhilin Technology Game Company is a game company located in the capital. It has estimated 1.3 billion yuan in assets. Its boss is Liu Zhilin, age 47, born in the capital, living in House 8 Area D, Luxury Court, Western District. Oh, I also have the monitoring videos of their production. We have solid proof to prove that those game machines are produced by his manufacturer. K was a famous international hacker, so it couldn't be easier for him to deal with that. Very well, you can have a talk with Liu Zhilin first. Tell him to pay the copyright fee or we'll sue him. Business theft is totally unacceptable, but we can never say no to business. If this problem can be solved peacefully, we can compromise. Given the result of the investigation, game machines with our game are quite popular. In addition, once we cooperate with them, they'll pay special attention to the theft on their own. They won't allow other people to share the profit if they can get permission from us, said Ji Yuning. Even though Ji Yuning was mad at their illegal behavior, she wouldn't punish them without caring about the reality. If there was a better solution, she would choose the better way to solve this problem. Sure, said K. He was the supervisor of this game, but he agreed with Ji Yuning's decision. After they talked about the business, K left to continue to do his work. In a while, Ji Yuning got a new message. She read it and learned that 100 million yuan was transferred to her account just now. Undoubtedly, it was from Tang Qingyang, because she got paid for unseating the Tang family. Ji Yuning was about to reply to Tang Qingyang, but soon received another message. Tang Qingyang, thank you so much for your help. Are you free this afternoon? If it's possible, can we share a meal? Song Nan, Rukan, Shu Qinyan, and Ji Yuana will come. We can celebrate together. Ji Yuning, why not? Since their friends were going to celebrate Tang Qingyang's success, she wouldn't be absent as long as she had time. After all, she had played an important role in that major event, so she was celebrating her success as well. Afterwards, Tang Qingyang told Ji Yuning the location of the restaurant and the number of the private room he had booked. At 5 p.m., Ji Yuning went on the road. The appointed time was 6 p.m., and it took at least 40 minutes for her to get to the hotel by car. The rush hour was coming, so there would be a lot of traffic on the road. Unfortunately, enemies were bound to meet each other on a narrow road. Right after Ji Yuning arrived at the restaurant, she ran into Yuan Shuyan at the parking lot. Yuan Shuyan already learned Ji Yuning's identity, so she wasn't surprised to see her luxurious car. However, because of their grudge, Yuan Shuyan looked at Ji Yuning with hatred. Enemies always hated seeing one another, but only Yuan Shuyan was full of hatred towards Ji Yuning while Ji Yuning didn't bother to pay any attention to her. Ji Yuning wasn't the one who had been embarrassed in public after all, so she didn't care about Yuan Shuyan's reaction. No matter how Yuan Shuyan disliked Ji Yuning, she wouldn't cause Ji Yuning trouble at this moment. Ji Yuning wasn't weak after all. She wouldn't challenge Ji Yuning again unless she had the confidence to win. There was a young girl about 14 years old by Yuan Shuyan's side. The second she saw Ji Yuning, she was struck dumb for a second, then her face lit up with excitement. Without delay, she ran to Ji Yuning and asked, "Goddess Ji Yu. Are you Goddess Ji Yu?" "Hi, I'm Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning replied to her with a smile. Although the girl came with Yuan Shuyan, her excitement and happiness were real when she saw Ji Yuning. Moreover, the girl might not know anything about the grudge between them. Facing other people's kindness, Ji Yuning would be nice too. One bifurcations are separations or branches in something. In this case the road. Chapter 1804, Wily Old Fox. Ji Yuning's smile stunned the young girl, because she was so attractive once she smiled. Not just the opposite sex would be attracted to each other, the same sexes would do the same thing. Yuan Shuyan was displeased once she saw the young girl's behavior, but she had to admit that Ji Yuning looked stunning with a smile. She was jealous of Ji Yuning's outstanding appearance. "Dao Jiayi, get back here." Yuan Shuyan called her with dissatisfaction. "Cousin Shuyan, just wait for me for a while." Dao Jiayi turned around and said to Yuan Shuyan, then ignored her and continued to talk with Ji Yuning. Goddess Ji Yu, it's really you. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm a fan of yours. My name is Dao Jiayi. I've read a lot of news about you. You're my idol and I love you. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan was angrier. It was annoying to hear her younger cousin complimenting her enemy right in front of her. It's my honor to win your like, Ji Yuning said with a smile. Although Dao Jiayi was Yuan Shuyan's cousin, Dao Jiayi wasn't hateful at all. She wouldn't hate people that Yuan Shuyan disliked, just because they had grudges against each other. At the same time, it was impossible for her to have a close relationship with members of the Yuan family. She would only be nice to those who were kind to her. If you don't come back right now, I'll leave alone, said Yuan Shuyan. The next second, she turned and walked to the elevator, leaving Dao Jiayi behind. Dao Jiayi didn't understand why her cousin was so mad all of a sudden, but she didn't dare to linger after seeing Yuan Shuyan walking away. Bye-bye, Goddess Ji Yu. Bye. After saying goodbye to Ji Yuning, Dao Jiayi hurriedly chased Yuan Shuyan up. Ji Yuning actually needed to take the elevator as well, but she decided to wait for a while since Yuan Shuyan was walking there. Dao Jiayi caught up to Yuan Shuyan and asked with confusion, Cousin Shuyan, weren't you in a good mood just now? Why are you mad all of a sudden? It's not easy to see Goddess Ji Yu in real life. Why couldn't I talk with her for a longer while? I have a grudge against her. I don't want to see her, said Yuan Shuyan with unhappiness. What? You have a grudge against Goddess Ji Yu? Why? Is there any misunderstanding? I don't think Goddess Ji Yu would cause you trouble of her own accord. Dao Jiayi rounded her eyes in shock, but it didn't change her good impression of Ji Yuning. Instead, she defended Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Yuan Shuyan was mad again. Do you mean I've deliberately caused her trouble? You just read some news about her on the internet. Do you know what kind of person she really is? In fact, she indeed had deliberately caused Ji Yuning trouble, but she wouldn't admit it. Dao Jiayi said nothing, but she still refused to believe that Ji Yuning was the one who caused Yuan Shuyan trouble first. Quite the opposite, she thought it must be Yuan Shuyan who had made things difficult for Ji Yuning first. After all, she was Yuan Shuyan's cousin and they had known and gotten along with each other for over a dozen years. She was clearly aware of Yuan Shuyan's character. Seeing Dao Jiayi remaining silent, Yuan Shuyan knew what she was thinking. Yuan Shuyan was angry, but couldn't say anything right now, because she was afraid it might make her look like a worse person. As Ji Yuning waited outside, she saw Zhang Ruken coming. Hi, Ji Yuning, what a coincidence. Zhang Ruken greeted Ji Yuning. Hi, Ruken. Ji Yuning called him. I saw you standing here without walking over. Did you know I'm coming, so you waited here for me? Zhang Ruken joked. Yeah, I had a feeling that you would come at this time. Ji Yuning also joked. Let's go now. Zhang Ruken didn't take Ji Yuning's words seriously, but they went inside together since they met each other. Oh, I heard from my grandfather that Xianxia Antique Store got many good antiques again. Manager Chen called my grandfather and my grandfather left home in a hurry. He almost stumbled because of that, said Zhang Ruken. He was slightly making fun of Zhang Zongyu. Knowing that, Ji Yuning smiled and said in a resigned tone, was he afraid that other people might arrive there before him? He's always the first one who's informed every time. Exactly, because Manager Chen called Curator Kai before my grandfather. Curator Kai also hurriedly went there once he learned there were new good antiques. It's impossible for my grandfather to stay calm in such a situation. He even grabbed an antique away from Curator Kai by threatening, said Zhang Ruken. Fine. Ji Yuning was amused. They really had a deep love for antiques. As they chatted with each other, they reached the private room. It was 10 minutes away from 6 p.m., but everyone came earlier. Ji Yuning and Zhang Ruken were the last ones. Although Ji Yuning showed up with Zhang Ruken, they all knew that Ji Yuning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, so they didn't dare to joke about their relationship. As Tang Qingyang's bodyguard, Ba Tianyang was present too. He called Ji Yuning boss with great respect once he saw her. Even though Ba Tianyang was a bodyguard, everyone took him as a friend, so they shared a meal together. After everyone was present, they began to order food. No one hesitated to order his or her favorites. After ordering, when the waiter was out, they began to chat. I have a feeling of surprise every time I see Ji Yuning, said Ji Yuanna all of a sudden. What do you mean? The others were curious. She's still a student. Ji Yuanna put on a shocked expression. Ha ha, I have the same feeling. I many times feel that Ji Yuning is a wily old fox in the society. Shu Qinyan agreed with Ji Yuanna. It was not only Ji Yuanna and Shu Qinyan, other people by the table had the same feeling. They sometimes ignored the fact that Ji Yuning was still a student. There was no other student who could be so mature and stable as Ji Yuning. Other than Ji Yuning, no student could become a billionaire at such a young age. At least, Ji Yuning was the only one who was able to do it in their lifetimes. I'm a girl. How can you describe me as a wily old fox? It's not suitable. Ji Yuning argued with dissatisfaction. Well, how about sly old fox? Shu Qinyan changed the nickname, but it wasn't pleasant either. Actually, Shu Qinyan purposely teased Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning gave her a glance of disgust, but didn't bother to argue with her. By the way, Ji Yuning, do you live on campus or in your own home? Zhang Rukan asked Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was a businesswoman after all. Although she wasn't managing her companies right now, she needed to deal with important things whenever it was necessary. Chapter 1805, Celebrate Success Together. It depends on me. If there is nothing important for me to deal with, I'll stay in school. It's necessary for me to get familiar with my schoolmates after all. I can search for skilled people among them as well. Perhaps they'll work for me one day. If I have to leave my school, I can ask for leave at any time, said Ji Yuning. I'm amazed. I've never seen such a free student like you before. Outsiders might think that your family owns that university. You can come and go as you like, said Ji Yuanna. She sounded unkind, but she didn't mean to attack Ji Yuning given their good relationship. Well, I'm the first top scorer with a full score in history after all. I'm also a successful businesswoman who owns a large business group. Our principal has agreed, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen the capital university. There were countless prestigious universities competing against each other for me. At least one of them would accept the conditions set by me. Most importantly, I'm so outstanding that it would be their loss if they shut me out just because of that easy condition, said Ji Yuning with pride. Ji Yuanna rolled her eyes at Ji Yuning and said with disdain, look at you. Fine, you're the best. By the way, top scorer with a full score, you haven't invited us to celebrate the admission yet, right? Do you plan to drop it? She had the intention of making Ji Yuning pay for a large good meal. Hearing Ji Yuanna's words, Ji Yuning suddenly realized that she indeed hadn't invited them to celebrate the admission yet. She hadn't done anything to celebrate after receiving her admission letter simply because she was occupied and didn't think it was necessary. However, it was necessary to invite her friends to celebrate it together. I had no intention of doing that till you proposed it. If I just drop it, it won't be acceptable. I need to go back to my school today, so we can do it another day when I don't need to go back to my school. We can celebrate it by drinking together, said Ji Yuning. Great. I'll write it down. Don't keep us waiting. Ji Yuanna was satisfied. They weren't afraid that Ji Yuning might forget or think it was trouble, because it was meaningful. As they chatted, dishes were placed on the table, so they began to enjoy the meal. Since it was a celebration, they surely needed to drink. Ji Yuning, can you drink today? Asked Tang Qingyang, because she was going to drive back to school later. It might cause her problems if she drank, so he asked her beforehand. It wasn't suitable if he stopped Ji Yuning from drinking at the very beginning. Today is a special day. So I should of course drink with you. My bodyguard will drive me back to school later, said Ji Yuning. Even if she drank, she could easily get rid of the effect of the alcohol with the help of her magical power. However, she couldn't tell that to her friends. Therefore, she could only call Xiaoya over later. Since Ji Yuning said that, Tang Qingyang didn't say anything further and poured a cup of wine for Ji Yuning. They wouldn't drink strong alcohol, just some red wine. After pouring the wine for Ji Yuning, Tang Qingyang stood up and raised his cup facing her at first. Ji Yuning, I should thank you for such a big favor with my first drink. Although no one knew Ji Yuning was Tang Aining, including Tang Qingyang, they were aware of Ji Yuning's grudge against the Tang family. It wasn't surprising that Ji Yuning had something to do with the Tang family's bad luck this time. As for the details, they didn't know and wouldn't ask for them. They were secrets after all. Ji Yuning also stood up with a cup in her hand. You don't need to say that. We have the same enemy. Even if you hadn't sided with me, I would still have done the same thing. Anyway, I can feel your gratitude. Congratulations to both of us. Because of Ji Yuning, Tang Qingyang was able to gain such a great advantage. It was totally understandable that he thanked Ji Yuning with sincerity. They clinked their cups, then had a drink together. After that, they had a toast with everyone else around the table. During the meal, Ji Yuning called xianxia. Knowing she was free, Ji Yuning asked her to come and drive her back to school later. When they chatted with each other, it was unavoidable to talk about the Tang family. They were all good friends, so they had heard a lot about it. Accordingly, there was no need for them to hide their real feelings. Tang Bingsun is in a terrible condition now. I don't know how many months he can survive. Either way, Ji Yijing is caught and I'm the chairman of the Tang organization now. I'll be in charge of their affairs. If I don't take care of them, outsiders might criticize me. Said Tang Qingyang. He won't live long anyway. You can take good care of him these days. At least it'll make you a good relative on the surface, said Ji Yuning. She and Tang Bingsun were bitter enemies, but her hatred towards him went away after going through so many things. Tang Bingsun was going to die sooner or later, so she didn't care about him now. Actually, if he died later, he had to suffer more pain. No doctor was able to cure Tang Bingsun and Tang Yaxin. Ji Yuning could, but she had no intention of doing that. She wanted them to be dead, so it was impossible for her to rescue them. Besides, they asked for the tragic results themselves. Oh, does anyone dare to make things difficult for you in the company? Asked Ji Yuning. There are some, but I have something on them. After I threatened them, they stopped acting against me. All in all, everything is going well now, said Tang Qingyang. He should thank Ji Yuning for that, because Ji Yuning shared their dirty secrets with him. Glad to hear that. If you need me at any time, feel free to let me know, said Ji Yuning. Although Tang Qingyang had great abilities, he just took over the Tang organization. There was a lot for him to learn. If any other companies chose to cause the Tang organization trouble at this time, it could be difficult for him to handle the situation. Of course I will. I hope you won't be bothered by me, said Tang Qingyang without hesitation. He had a clear understanding of his abilities. There was a lot for him to learn after taking over such a large business group. In addition, he was going to make drastic changes to the company upon taking charge. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Xu Qinyan also wanted to tell Tang Qingyang to turn to her for help whenever he needed her. Even though she couldn't help, the Jinline organization could. Nevertheless, it wasn't appropriate for her to say that, because she herself couldn't help him. Most importantly, they were going to have a serious relationship. Although neither of them made it public yet, they were mentally prepared. Therefore, if the Xu family stood out for Tang Qingyang, outsiders might believe that he became successful by relying on a woman. Chapter 1806, Do You Want a Fight? Ji Yuning, however, was different, because they were only friends. Nobody would say anything negative about them even if she helped Tang Qingyang. After having the meal, it was 8 p.m. Tang Qingyang and his friends adjourned to Song Nan's bar while Ji Yuning had to go back to her school. The situation Tang Qingyang was in right now was still dangerous to some extent. He dared to hang out because Ba Tianyang was by his side. Ba Tianyang wouldn't go back to Ji Yuning's company until Tang Qingyang was in a safe, steady position. Xiaoya arrived at the restaurant at 7:30 p.m., and was waiting in the hall. Because she had already eaten, Ji Yuning didn't invite her to join them. Xiaoya was going to drive her back to the school, so Ji Yuning didn't bother to use her magical power to remove the effect of alcohol. She would do that when she separated from Xiaoya later. Ji Yuning didn't drink much, so she only had a slight smell of alcohol. Because the campus was in a different district from the city center, it was still a little far. What was worse was that there was a lot of traffic, so they spent an hour and 20 minutes on the road. When they arrived outside the campus, it was nearly 9:30 p.m. There were still students walking in and out, because the capital university wouldn't shut its gate until 10:30 p.m. It was an hour away, so Ji Yuning wasn't late getting back to school at this time. Although the capital university had strict rules, students of other grades hadn't come yet while freshmen didn't get their student's identity card yet either, so it allowed people to come and go as they liked for the time being. Because Song Miaoge had an argument with Gao Xian yesterday, they refused to talk with each other now. Neither of them had a good impression of one another, so it didn't matter. Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao still didn't know who Ji Yuning was right now. Ji Yuning had gained a lot of fame in the economics department today, but Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao were in other departments. They hadn't heard anyone talking about Ji Yuning, so they knew nothing about her. When it was about 10 p.m., the fourth roommate was still absent, and Gao Xian became unkind again. Look at what time it is now. Someone is still absent. It's hard for us not to think about it. Gao Xian didn't point out Ji Yuning's name, but it couldn't be more obvious. Right. Lu Xiaoxiao chimed in. Hearing that, Song Miaoge couldn't stand it, but she learned from Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao to be unfriendly. Well, some people just won't stop acting. They're too free to focus on themselves. Those who love thinking about other people's private life must be living an abnormal life, but not everyone in the world lives the same life. What did you say? Gao Xian was mad. She knew Song Miaoge was talking about her. I didn't say your name. Why are you mad all of a sudden? You're making the connection by yourself. Don't blame me for that, said Song Miaoge with disgust. You. Gao Xian was angry. You said that right after me. I know you're talking about me. Then you were talking about Ji Yuning, right? Asked Song Miaoge. So what? I'm not talking about you. How dare you judge me? Gao Xian almost went crazy. I just love doing that. So, do you want a fight? Song Miaoge challenged her. You. Gao Xian lost courage in an instant. She definitely couldn't win the fight against Song Miaoge and felt quite aggrieved and really angry. Song Miaoge understood it wasn't her business, but she hated it when Gao Xian began to badmouth Ji Yuning. If Gao Xian defamed other people, she might not say anything. Right when Gao Xian was about to say something again, Ji Yuning reached the door of their dorm room. She was able to hear their argument and learned that her other roommates were badmouthing her behind her back while Song Miaoge was actively defending her. Ji Yuning was slightly moved, because they just met each other, but Song Miaoge wouldn't hesitate to defend her. The door of their dorm room was closed, but it wasn't locked because not everyone was back. Ji Yuning took the key and opened it. Hearing the sound, the other girls knew that Ji Yuning was back. Because Gao Xian was badmouthing Ji Yuning just now, she panicked a little when Ji Yuning came back at this moment. She felt she was caught by her. However, she didn't think Ji Yuning heard them. Therefore, after panicking for a second, she got back to normal and arrogant. She thought that Ji Yuning was just a girl, not a dangerous beast anyway. Gao Xian would never give up her pride. She ignored Song Miaoge for the time being, because she forgot the fighting skills Song Miaoge had shown her. Besides, she had no idea that Ji Yuning was even stronger than Song Miaoge. The second the door was opened, Song Miaoge raised her head and greeted Ji Yuning with excitement. Hi, Ji Yuning. Hi, Ji Yuning said. As soon as Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao saw Ji Yuning, they were stunned. To their surprise, their last roommate was so beautiful. They had to admit that Ji Yuning was quite pretty. However, precisely because of that, they were jealous of her after being stunned by her outstanding appearance. Lu Xiaoxiao hid her jealousy, but Gao Xian showed it on her face. Ji Yuning didn't say hello to Gao Xian or Lu Xiaoxiao, because they had badmouthed her even before she showed up. At this time, they looked at her with jealousy and hatred, which meant it was impossible for them to be friends. As a result, Ji Yuning gave up being nice to them. She wouldn't punish them for what they had said about her behind her back, but she wouldn't tolerate it if it happened again. Ji Yuning closed the door and went straight back to her bed. They used loft beds with a closet and desk at the bottom, so they actually had their own separate space. The roommates wouldn't affect each other. The whole dorm room was quite large. This was a luxurious dormitory, which was different from general dormitories. Not only was it large, it was furnished with the best furniture. Its fee was also very high. Nevertheless, as the student who was specially accepted by the capital university, Ji Yuning got everything for free. Chapter 1807. She looks like a siren, she looks like a siren, Gao Xian said in a low voice. The other girls didn't hear it, but Ji Yuning did. She knew Gao Xian was talking about her. Ji Yuning was displeased, but Gao Xian didn't point her name out, so she could say nothing about it. She was unwilling to make a connection after all. Therefore, Ji Yuning ignored her and began to organize her stuff. Ji Yuning, may I help? Asked Song Miaoge. No need, thanks. I don't have much stuff. It should be done in a minute, said Ji Yuning. Sure. Song Miaoge didn't insist. Ji Yuning really had carried very few things with her. There were only 2 sets of bed sheets and duvet covers, 5 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes, as well as daily necessities. Although it was early autumn, the weather was still very hot, so they were still wearing short sleeves. The clothes were light and thin, which didn't take up much space at all. As for skincare and makeup products, Ji Yuning didn't have any, because she didn't need them. She had her magical power to help her take care of her skin. Ji Yuning wouldn't put on makeup unless it was necessary. Therefore, she stored her makeup products along with her other changes of clothes in her telepathic eye space. Oh, a poor girl, said Gao Xian unkindly after giving a glance at Ji Yuning's stuff. She still kept her voice down, but Song Miaoge heard it this time and didn't hesitate to argue with her once more. Someone's really stupid. A poor girl can't afford a luxurious dorm room. What did you say? Gao Xian was mad. I said that to the stupid idiot. I didn't point out a name. Why do you have to make a connection? Song Miaoge mocked. Although she refused to admit it, her attitude obviously showed that she was criticizing Gao Xian. You. Gao Xian was angry. Song Miaoge didn't point out her name, but she knew that she was talking about her. You didn't point out a name, but you said that right after me. You were talking about me, said Gao Xian. In that case, when you mentioned a poor girl, were you talking about me? Asked Ji Yuning in a flat voice, but she was displeased since she opened her mouth. She was kind to other people, but it didn't mean she could easily be bullied. So what? I was indeed talking about you. Look at your clothes. Even if you can afford a luxurious dorm room, you might be a girl who only cares about money and luxuries. You might have a sugar daddy who's supporting you as well, Gao Xian mocked. What the fuck did you say? Song Miaoge was furious at once. She abruptly sat up and was about to do something, but Ji Yuning gave her a glance to stop her. Knowing that Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all, Song Miaoge calmed herself down. Ji Yuning didn't lose her temper, but she actually was full of anger, so she squinted, glaring at Gao Xian, which made Gao Xian feel uneasy. You said I'm a poor girl, and it's also you who said I have a sugar daddy. Isn't it contradictory? Have you ever seen a girl with a sugar daddy being so poor as me? Ji Yuning said in a cold voice. In addition, it has nothing to do with you even if I'm poor. I don't spend your money anyway. Come on, you don't have any makeup products. You might secretly use ours when we're absent. Feeling uneasy under Ji Yuning's look, Gao Xian didn't dare to say the word sugar daddy again. Song Miaoge couldn't help but roll her eyes. Ji Yuning owned a makeup company and she had endless makeup products to use as long as she wanted. Gao Xian made herself a joke. Do you take me as a thief? Ji Yuning sneered with dissatisfaction. It always happens in the dormitories. I'm just protecting my stuff, said Gao Xian. It was obvious that she took Ji Yuning as a thief. It's ridiculous. Keep on bragging. Your face is so white. Even though you don't wear much makeup, you must have put on some foundation, said Gao Xian. She refused to believe that Ji Yuning had flawless skin. Believe it or not, but you should stop attacking, humiliating, or challenging me. I have a quick temper. If you offend me, I won't take responsibility for my bad behavior towards you. Ji Yuning lost patience and warned Gao Xian. She could forgive Gao Xian once for slandering her, but she wouldn't hesitate to teach her a lesson if she dared to do it again. Gao Xian was scared by Ji Yuning's serious expression, but she got angry with embarrassment afterwards. How dare you threaten me? So what? Don't you dare attack me again, said Ji Yuning in a cold voice. Gao Xian accepted her challenge and abruptly stood up to beat Ji Yuning. She was a spoiled kid of a rich family and was quite used to beating other people once she was annoyed. Song Miaoge knew that Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all, so she didn't stand out at this time. Ji Yuning didn't need her help at all. It was impossible for Lu Xiaoxiao to stop Gao Xian, because she was in the same boat as her. She also disliked Ji Yuning and was afraid that Song Miaoge might jump out. When she saw Song Miaoge remaining quiet, she felt relieved. In fact, if Song Miaoge joined the fight, she would be really worried that Gao Xian might be hurt. After all, Song Miaoge had learned many fighting skills. Gao Xian dashed to the front of Ji Yuning, then raised her hand trying to slap Ji Yuning. In the following seconds, they heard clear slaps, but it was Ji Yuning who slapped Gao Xian across the face. Before Gao Xian's hand could touch Ji Yuning's cheek, Ji Yuning slapped her first. She slapped Gao Xian's cheeks 4 times and Gao Xian was totally shocked. Not only Gao Xian, but Lu Xiaoxiao was also stunned. To their astonishment, Gao Xian was the one who was slapped. Song Miaoge was slightly surprised, but soon went back to normal, because it wasn't beyond her expectation. Actually, Song Miaoge quite enjoyed watching it. How dare you slap me? Although Gao Xian was struck dumb. For a moment, the pain from her cheeks soon drew her back to reality. She was furious now. Chapter 1808. Shut your mouth. Do you think I'm weak just because I'm tolerant? It's fine if you think I'm poor and dislike me, but I'll never accept it if you dare to say I have a sugar daddy to support me. I have my limits, Ji Yuning coldly said with a serious expression. She also used her magical power to put great pressure on Gao Xian. Gao Xian felt stressed at once and trembled in fear. Ji Yuning already decided to forgive her once, but she refused to stop attacking Ji Yuning. As a result, Ji Yuning could only teach her an unforgettable lesson. Do you know who I am? How dare you slap me? Gao Xian was scared by Ji Yuning's attitude, but she was unwilling to accept this result. She didn't dare to fight against Ji Yuning right now, so she tried to scare Ji Yuning with the influence of her family. I don't care whether you're a rich or powerful second-generation heir. As long as you dare to offend me, I won't let you get away with it. Before Gao Xian could finish, Ji Yuning interrupted her. Gao Xian didn't expect Ji Yuning to be so arrogant, which made her think that Ji Yuning's family might be more influential than hers. However, she couldn't believe it, because Ji Yuning only looked prettier than her. Ji Yuning then ignored her and continued to organize her stuff. Gao Xian, on the other hand, was reluctant to give up. She became impulsive and grabbed a chair to hit Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning. Song Miaoge was frightened. She knew Ji Yuning was excellent at fighting, but it happened too fast so that she was still worried about her safety. The next second, Song Miaoge jumped out of her bed trying to stop Gao Xian. Lu Xiaoxiao was scared too. Although she hated Ji Yuning, Gao Xian's sudden movement was too much. What if Ji Yuning was seriously injured? Ji Yuning actually already felt it. Before Song Miaoge came, she turned around and stopped the chair with a hand staring at Gao Xian with a pair of cold eyes. Gao Xian felt as if a knife was pressed against her neck. She couldn't move or breathe, and began to tremble. She was shocked that Ji Yuning was able to stop the chair without being hurt at all. Without delay, Ji Yuning grabbed the chair over and put it down on the ground. She didn't throw it away in anger, because she was unwilling to affect other dorm rooms. After the chair was grabbed away, Gao Xian still stood there in great shock. Ji Yuning walked to her and grabbed her neck. Ji Yuning, what are you doing? Seeing that, Lu Xiaoxiao panicked. She was afraid that Ji Yuning might strangle Gao Xian to death. Song Miaoge, however, understood Ji Yuning had her reason. She wouldn't really hurt Gao Xian badly, but only teach her an unforgettable lesson, in case she bothered Ji Yuning again in the future. Therefore, Song Miaoge didn't think Ji Yuning's behavior was wrong. If she were Ji Yuning, she would do the same thing. "Shut your mouth if you don't want to be dragged into this," said Ji Yuning to Lu Xiaoxiao. Even though Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't as unkind as Gao Xian, they were the same kind of people. Lu Xiaoxiao shut her mouth at once, because she was scared by Ji Yuning's behavior. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was worried that Gao Xian might be seriously hurt, so she secretly took out her phone trying to call for help. Song Miaoge noticed that and wouldn't allow it to happen. She walked towards Lu Xiaoxiao and grabbed her phone away. "Give it back to me." Lu Xiaoxiao was mad. "Relax, I'll give it back to you later. Stay quiet, or you'll be punished." Song Miaoge threatened her. "You." Lu Xiaoxiao didn't dare do anything again. At the same time, Gao Xian rounded her eyes in horror after being grabbed around the neck by Ji Yuning. She struggled to get rid of Ji Yuning's hand, but failed. "You." Gao Xian could barely finish a sentence now. She was totally scared at this moment. "I told you I have a quick temper. If you offend me, I won't take responsibility for my bad behavior towards you," said Ji Yuning with a gloomy face. She was extremely dissatisfied with Gao Xian's disobedience. "Don't try to bully me with the influence of your family. Your family isn't the lord of this city. There are many families which are far more influential than yours in the capital. Even if you want to bully someone, you better figure out the other person's family background first. Don't think you're superior to everyone. Let me warn you for the last time. Don't mess with me, or try to stack the deck against me. Otherwise you'll only be punished more severely," said Ji Yuning, then threw Gao Xian to the bed and ignored her. Ji Yuning was reluctant to have conflict, but Gao Xian wouldn't stop provoking her. After Ji Yuning dealt with Gao Xian, Song Miaoge gave Lu Xiaoxiao's phone back to her as well. Gao Xian, who was thrown to the bed, didn't dare to move all of a sudden. Her whole body was trembling in fear now. She was too shocked to get her mind back at this time. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't dare to go to check Gao Xian's condition either. "Do you have sunscreen?" Ji Yuning asked Song Miaoge. "Yeah," said Song Miaoge. "What brand is it?" asked Ji Yuning again. Song Miaoge told her an international brand, but Ji Yuning didn't think it had great effects. Ji Yuning took out a tube of Kuzi sunscreen and handed it to Song Miaoge. "Here, if you trust me, you can try this. I promise your skin will be well protected during the military training." Kuzi. "Of course I trust this brand. Thanks, Ji Yuning." Song Miaoge was happy to receive a gift from Ji Yuning. In addition, she had heard a lot about Kuzi before. She knew it was a very effective brand. However, she normally didn't wear makeup, so she didn't buy it. Sunscreen was necessary for military training. Even if they didn't wear makeup in their daily lives, they had to protect their skin from being burned by the sun. If they didn't do that, their skin would definitely be damaged after military training. Boys might not care about that, but no girl could accept that. After that, Ji Yuning kept on organizing her stuff. When she finished, she went to clean herself up and sleep. Because her conflict with Gao Xian had wasted some time, a few minutes after Ji Yuning went to her bed, the lights were turned off. Ji Yuning wasn't used to sleeping so early, so she played with her phone while lying in bed. She chatted with Chu Peihan and her other friends in the WeChat group. Ji Yuning asked them how they got along with their roommates. She wasn't only asking Chu Peihan, Yu Mixi, and Mu K, but also Hao Ran and the other boys. Because they went to enroll during the same time, they were living on their campus too. Everyone had a good day, but Chu Peihan had a conflict with her roommates and they refused to talk with each other now. Once Ji Yuning learned that Chu Peihan also had a conflict with her roommates on the very first day, Ji Yuning felt for her and sent her an emoji. "Ji Yuning, we are too outstanding, so some girls are jealous of us for no reason." Chapter 1809. The dorm room next to the next dorm room. The second Ji Yuning sent that message out, her friends knew her roommates also had deliberately made things difficult for her. Without hesitation, they asked her for more details. Ji Yuning told them the story and they all supported her. Both Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan were excellent at fighting among them, so they weren't afraid that they might be bullied. Su Anya, there are so many drama queens who always believe they're the center of everyone's attention. Hao Ran, right, girls. Jealousy towards each other is so strange. Chu Peihan, at Hao Ran, come on, we're girls too. You can't criticize all the girls. Hao Ran, sorry, some girls. Other people, that's right. Chu Peihan, boss, the girl said she'll shut me out of the entertainment industry. You must help me. I need a role to prove myself. Chu Peihan sent a crying emoji to Ji Yuning as if she was really helpless. Ji Yuning, don't worry, Director Liu has a good impression of you. He's promised to let you play a supporting role in his next show. I don't know whether you're willing to accept it, but you need to pass the audition first. Chu Peihan actually didn't need Ji Yuning's help, but Liu Zhan indeed had a good impression of her. He also had said that to Ji Yuning. Chu Peihan, really? Jesus, I'm so lucky. Chu Peihan was excited. She didn't lack roles, but she needed approval. There was nothing more exciting than that in her eyes. Gao Xian took a long breath out after the lights were turned off. She ran into the bathroom and came out in a long while. No one knew what she was doing inside, but other people heard cries. However, no one cared about that. After lying back in her bed, Gao Xian told her older brother what she had been through by WeChat. Gao Xian's older brother was angry once he learned his younger sister had been bullied, even though it was his younger sister's fault. He comforted his younger sister and promised to help her pay Ji Yuning back. Accordingly, Gao Xian felt much better, but she was still aggrieved and stayed up late. Lu Xiaoxiao was greatly frightened, so she couldn't fall asleep either. Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge weren't affected. Anyway, they weren't hurt. The next day, Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge woke up at the same time around 6 a.m. They had a habit of getting up early, so they would naturally open their eyes at this time without an alarm. Since they were awake, they got up afterwards. Seeing Ji Yuning leaving her bed, Song Miaoge got up too. Because Gao Xian and Lu Xiaoxiao heard the sounds of their movements, they woke up too, but didn't dare say anything. Even if they were awake, they had no intention of getting up right now. They intended to avoid Ji Yuning and wouldn't leave their beds until Ji Yuning left. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, Ji Yuning put on the military uniform their school gave them. It was a pair of green and brown long pants along with a short-sleeved top. Song Miaoge was amazed when Ji Yuning finished changing. Wow, Ji Yuning, you look so cool in camouflage. Well, you're so beautiful, and you're quite attractive in any clothes. You're beautiful in it as well. Ji Yuning smiled. It wasn't courtesy, she really meant it. Song Miaoge grew up in a military camp, and she was trained along with other soldiers during every long vacation. As a result, she had cultivated the air of a soldier. Therefore, the military uniform suited her very well. Thanks. Song Miaoge flushed a little. After changing, they walked out. Although it was still early, they didn't want to wait in the dorm room. Shortly after Ji Yuning walked out, the door of the dorm room next to the next dorm room suddenly opened and Baili Zongxie showed up. Ji Yuning was aware that Baili Zongxie lived in the dorm room next to the next dorm room, so she wasn't surprised to see her. Baili Zongxie, however, was struck dumb for a second when she saw Ji Yuning. She actually knew which dorm room Ji Yuning lived in, so she chose to live close to her. In order not to arouse Ji Yuning's suspicion, she didn't live in the same dorm room as her. She was struck dumb simply because Ji Yuning looked too attractive in the military uniform. Ji Yuning, what a coincidence. Are you living in the dorm room not far from mine? Baili Zongxie acted surprised. Ji Yuning knew she was acting, but didn't care much about it, because it wasn't beyond her expectation. Yeah, what a coincidence. Ji Yuning smiled. You got up early today, said Baili Zongxie. We woke up early. Why don't we share breakfast? Said Ji Yuning. Sure. Baili Zongxie agreed and walked ahead along with Ji Yuning. After that, Ji Yuning introduced Song Miaoge and Baili Zongxie to each other. Song Miaoge had the same personality as Baili Zongxie, so they soon became familiar with one another. Ji Yuning and the girls walked out early, so there weren't many students outside at this time. Most of them were boys. Some people had the habit of running in the morning, so they got up earlier than other people. Ji Yuning and the girls went to have breakfast in the canteen. After they finished eating breakfast, more students came. Once Ji Yuning and the girls showed up, they attracted a lot of attention. Although Ji Yuning was the most beautiful one among the three girls, Song Miaoge and Bai Zongxie were very pretty as well. Accordingly, other students paid attention to all three of them. Moreover, the three of them were different types of girls. Different people had different preferences, so they were most beautiful in different people's eyes. Ji Yuning seemed a little aloof, Song Miaoge was cute, while Bai Zongxie behaved like a lady. However, no matter what style they seemed to be on the surface, they were actually tough girls with excellent fighting skills. Because of their outstanding appearance, some boys came to strike up a conversation with them. There were 3 boys standing next to Ji Yuning and the girls. They had observed them and talked about them for a long while. All of them ached to have a conversation with the girls. One boy told another boy who was more good-looking to strike up a conversation with them. The boy felt a little shy, but he was directly pushed out by his friends. The boy was pushed to the front of Ji Yuning and the girls, so he had to greet them. "Excuse me, sorry to bother you. I'm Du Jilei, a freshman majoring in journalism. It's very nice to meet you." Du Jilei flushed with embarrassment, and was afraid that the girls might ignore him. Chapter 18:10. Slander behind other people's back. Facing his friendly greeting, the girls were nice to him. "My name's Song Miaoge. I major in physics. I'm Bai Zongxie. I major in history. Hi, I'm Ji Yuning. My major is economics." They introduced themselves. However, once Du Jilei heard Ji Yuning's self-introduction, he was shocked. "Are you the Ji Yuning majoring in economics? The top scorer of this year?" He became excited. Since he asked that question, he must have heard about Ji Yuning but failed to recognize her. To Du Jilei's surprise, he just struck up a conversation with a random beautiful girl and the girl turned to be Ji Yuning. Hearing Du Jilei's exclamation, his 2 friends were amazed too. They were Du Jilei's friends, so they had heard about Ji Yuning as well. They were also surprised to meet Ji Yuning here. "Yeah, it's me." Ji Yuning smiled. With her affirmative answer, Du Jilei got nervous all of a sudden and stammered, "Well, I've read all the news about you. You're unbelievable. You're my idol. Sorry, I failed to recognize you just now although I've seen your photos." "It's fine," said Ji Yuning. Du Jilei's 2 friends walked to Ji Yuning afterwards. They greeted the girls politely, and the girls said hello to them as well. They were quite excited to meet Ji Yuning, but they stood in awe of her background. Therefore, after a brief chat, they said goodbye to each other. "Jesus, I just struck up a conversation with a random beautiful girl. I didn't expect her to be Ji Yuning. I was so nervous just now." After they walked away, Du Jilei's friend discussed their meeting with Ji Yuning. "Right, I was nervous too. We're peers, but I somehow feel she's senior to us. I couldn't help but stand in awe of her," said Du Jilei's friend. "Although we're peers, she's already a very successful businesswoman while we're ordinary college students, so we naturally feel stressed in front of her," said Du Jilei. When Ji Yuning and the girls arrived at the sports ground, it was only 7 a.m., which was still an hour away from the military training. Therefore, they decided to have a walk on the sports ground. After a while, more and more students came. At 7:30 a.m., the school radio sounded and the broadcaster instructed each freshman to line up in the order of each department and class. A class was divided into 2 rows, one for boys and the other for girls. Because they were all freshmen, their head teachers also came in case they couldn't find their teams. They all knew their head teachers, so they could easily find their teams by a glance. Hearing the broadcast, all the present students began to stand in lines. Ji Yuning separated from Song Miaoge and Bai Zongxie, because they were in different departments. Once Ji Yuning reached the team of the economics department, she attracted a lot of attention. Some students recognized her and greeted her. Ji Yuning also gave them a kind smile. Ji Yuning joined their class team, and her classmates kept talking with her. Their head teacher told them to be quiet afterwards, so they had to close their mouths. Ji Yuning was willing to talk with them, but she also preferred to be quiet for a while. Their head teacher arranged for Ji Yuning to stand at the front of the students right behind him so that no one dared to talk with her again. Students from other classes were talking about Ji Yuning as well. Some of them were envious of her, some took her as their idol, and some admired her. There were some students who were jealous of her too. She owned so many companies at such a young age. It's hard to tell whether they're all hers. Perhaps the companies belong to other people, while she's only the boss to outsiders. It happens. Right, I think she must be a kept mistress for a businessman. Those companies under her name must belong to the businessman. She simply shows off with them. I think so. I read news about her on the internet. It says that she has unbelievable connections. Do you think it's possible? She's so young. I bet those important figures make friends with her for the sake of her sugar daddy. Given Ji Yuning's age, it was unavoidable for other people to doubt her ability, but she couldn't accept it when other students humiliated her like that in public. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning walked to the team of Class C to argue with those girls who slandered her behind her back. Because Ji Yuning's classmates and head teacher failed to hear those girls' discussion, they were confused when she walked away all of a sudden. Although their head teacher didn't know why, he didn't stop her. It wasn't the time for military training after all. Seeing Ji Yuning walking over, those girls were scared in an instant and avoided her eyes. They dared to talk about Ji Yuning behind her back, but didn't dare to do it in front of her face. Those girls thought that Ji Yuning might have seen a familiar face, so she walked over, but other students who heard their discussion believed that Ji Yuning came for them. They actually couldn't believe it, because their voices were quite low, while Ji Yuning stood far from them. How did she manage to hear their talk? Ji Yuning put on a serious expression and said, "You must be excellent students in your high school since you're able to be accepted by the capital university, but how can you slander other people behind their backs? It shows that you haven't learned how to behave yourself yet. Not everyone is the same as you, and others can achieve what you can't do. You can't attack other people just because they've made great achievements. No matter who wants to build a profitable company, he or she undoubtedly needs connections and support. Luck is also an important factor. You can go ask teachers of the capital university. There actually are many students who already have achieved a lot in college." Ji Yuning's voice wasn't loud, so only the people around her could hear it. Although she sounded a little arrogant when she criticized those girls, her words made sense. There were different kinds of people in this world. Everyone had his or her own abilities and chances. Some people could become successful businessmen or senior officials with great achievements, while some people might become thieves or beggars living a meaningless life. Chapter 18:11. Rongju. Not all the successful businessmen and senior officials gained their positions by dirty tricks. Some of them might have played tricks to gain fame or fortune, but there were more who relied on their own abilities to live a good life. Otherwise, their country wouldn't be able to develop so fast. Those girls felt embarrassed being criticized by Ji Yuning. Other students also looked at them with disgust. They couldn't wait to leave at this moment. At the same time, they felt stressed under Ji Yuning's serious look. They were ordinary girls after all, so they were easily affected by Ji Yuning. Although some students had the same idea as them, they weren't dumb and wouldn't say it aloud in public. Nobody was willing to be involved in unnecessary trouble. The girl's head teacher had a premonition when Ji Yuning walked over, so he followed her. After hearing Ji Yuning's words, he was quite displeased. "All of you, apologize to Ji Yuning now." The head teacher of Class C gave an order at once. No one liked a student without standards. It was humiliating that such unkind students were in his class. Although he also felt that Ji Yuning's achievements were quite unbelievable at her age, it could happen. Maybe Ji Yuning's family was very rich or powerful, so she had great support from her family. Ji Yuning also made it very clear that a successful startup required connections, one's abilities and luck. In other words, she had help from other people and good luck instead of just relying on herself. Therefore, it wasn't strange that she could become so successful today. "I'm sorry, Ji Yuning. Those girls unwillingly apologized to Ji Yuning right away, because they had to listen to their head teacher. Ji Yuning stopped criticizing them, excused herself and left. After Ji Yuning went back to the team of her class, her head teacher asked her what had happened. Ji Yuning's classmates were also confused, but they didn't dare to ask because of their head teacher's existence. They didn't hear their argument, but they could see their faces, so they knew it must be something unpleasant. They slandered me in public, so I went to argue with them, said Ji Yuning. Knowing that, her head teacher said nothing further about it. He didn't think Ji Yuning's behavior was inappropriate. She must stand up for herself against those unkind people, or the slander would never end. He didn't hear those girls' discussion, but Ji Yuning did, so he thought that Ji Yuning must have better hearing. It was 8 a.m. when Ji Yuning returned to their class team. At first, the head of the Department of Armed Forces of their school went to the stage to give a speech, followed by the chief instructor in charge of their military training this time. As soon as the chief instructor walked out, the audience was amazed and exclaimed, because the chief instructor was a young handsome man, who seemed to be less than 30 years old. Quiet. Facing the noisy students, the chief instructor gave an order to tell them to be quiet. Everyone felt stressed and closed their mouths at once. Ji Yuning noticed his title. He was a major, which was barely comparable to xianxia. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning felt quite proud of her boyfriend. If xianxia knew, he would definitely be thrilled. Actually, as a major younger than 30, he was quite outstanding, but xianxia was even better than him, so Ji Yuning wasn't amazed. However, Ji Yuning knew he was a member of the wrong family in the capital. In her previous incarnation, they had fought against each other, but it wasn't serious, so Ji Yuning stayed calm seeing Rongju. Good morning, everyone, I'm your chief instructor, Rongju. Rongju introduced himself, then told them some rules. His speech wasn't long or hard to understand, but was quite persuasive. In addition, he finished his speech in a very serious tone. Precisely because of that, many students subconsciously stood in awe of him. About an hour later, different classes were taken to different training fields by their own instructors. At the beginning, they practiced standing at attention. Their instructor didn't force them to stand still for too long, just half an hour at first. Half an hour of standing at attention was nothing for soldiers, but it was torture for ordinary students. Many of them were suffering, but didn't dare to complain. Ji Yuning was an exception. In fact, it was a piece of cake for her to stand at attention for hours. Although it was already September, it was still very hot, so not long after standing, most of the students were sweating profusely. It was extremely uncomfortable when sweat rolled down their cheeks, so they really wanted to wipe it off. Nevertheless, they were forbidden to move. As a result, they had to tolerate the pain. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, had no sweat on her face at all. It seemed she was quite at ease. In fact, Ji Yuning was indeed at ease, and she hadn't even used her magical power yet. Because Baili Zhongshe wasn't far away from her, Ji Yuning wouldn't use her magical power. However, even though she didn't use it, she would still be totally fine given her physical strength. Accordingly, when Rongju and their school leaders walked over, he was amazed by Ji Yuning's performance. Not only did Ji Yuning seem at ease, but she was excellent at standing at attention. He had to admit that she was no worse than his subordinates. Moreover, Ji Yuning was very beautiful and had a special air. Rongju thought that she might be from a military family. After inspecting Class A, they went to see other classes. As Rongju walked away, he couldn't help but give Ji Yuning another glance. Other people failed to notice Rongju's unusual behavior, but the instructor of Class A caught it and thought that Rongju might know the girl. The instructor only had that idea, and didn't think further about it. After all, it had nothing to do with him whether Rongju knew Ji Yuning or not. Keeping the pose for standing at attention wasn't a problem for Song Miaoge, who was born in a military family either. She also didn't sweat at all. Rongju recognized Song Miaoge, so he wasn't surprised by her performance. When Song Miaoge saw Rongju, she was attracted to his good-looking face and unbelievable achievement. He was only 27, but he was already a major. It was hard for her not to admire him. Chapter 18:12. Have a competition with the instructor. Although she was impressed by him, it didn't mean she was going to do anything right away. Besides, given the gap of social status between their families, it was impossible for her to have a happy ending with him. Song Miaoge was born in a military family, so she knew a lot more about the military circle than other people. She was aware that there were many young officers who were more outstanding than Rong Ju, like the eldest grandson of the Leng family, Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was a 27-year-old major general, and was her real idol. However, Song Miaoge had never met Leng Xiaoting before, so she didn't know what he looked like. As a result, she had no special feelings towards him. As for Rong Ju, she had seen him many times. Baili Zhongshe, as a cultivator, had magical power to protect herself, so she didn't suffer at all under the hot sunlight. Even if she had to keep standing at attention for a day, it wouldn't be difficult. Because Baili Zhongshe had magical power, she was also in a very good condition, which attracted Rong Ju's attention too. By a quick glance, he knew that this girl wasn't simple. It was hard for other ordinary students not to sweat when they held the pose. Some couldn't stand the uncomfortable feeling, so they secretly wiped it off once the instructor didn't pay attention to them. Some of them were lucky that they weren't discovered, while some had bad luck and were called to stand out at the front of the team. They had to keep standing at attention for 10 minutes longer than their classmates. Seeing some were punished, other students didn't dare to secretly wipe the sweat. Once the time was over, the instructor told them to have a break of 10 minutes. All the students sank to the ground with moans of pain. No one bothered to care about their image now. They had no strength to walk to cool places either. Ji Yuning didn't feel tired at all, so she didn't sit down, but simply relaxed her limbs. Jesus, Ji Yuning, don't you feel tired at all? You're awesome. We're exhausted. Everyone was amazed by Ji Yuning's condition. Don't you forget that Ji Yuning is a kung fu lover. She's excellent at kung fu. She must have received professional training before, so half an hour of standing at attention is nothing in her eyes. Someone explained it to other people. Hearing that, the others nodded. Right, I started practicing kung fu when I was little, so it's indeed a piece of cake for me to stand at attention for half an hour, said Ji Yuning. She wasn't bragging, because it was the truth. The second Ji Yuning finished, they heard a serious male voice from their back. Ji Yuning knew it must be their instructor. She turned around afterwards and said with confidence, yeah. Facing the instructor, Ji Yuning didn't seem nervous at all. She maintained her confidence as always, while other students were slightly scared. They somehow felt relieved hearing Ji Yuning's answer. Even though Ji Yuning was telling the truth, some thought she was deliberately challenging the instructor. In that case, you must be good at martial arts, right? Asked the instructor. He stared straight at Ji Yuning, but without malice. The instructor tried to make Ji Yuning feel stressed, but unfortunately he failed. I think I'm not bad, said Ji Yuning. In fact, she was quite good at kung fu, but she tended to be modest. Hearing that, the instructor squinted, sizing up Ji Yuning for a few seconds, then said, do you dare to have a competition with me? Actually, from Ji Yuning's performance of standing at attention just now, the instructor knew that she must have received training before. He was curious to know more about that and seized a chance to ask her right now. All the students were excited. They knew Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all, so they didn't think she would lose. On the contrary, they believed that Ji Yuning could easily win. At the same time, they had worries. What if the instructor was embarrassed by losing the competition to Ji Yuning in public? Would he pick on Ji Yuning afterwards in the military training? They weren't judging the instructor, but it could happen. Sure, but will you hold a grudge against me if you lose the competition and feel embarrassed? Asked Ji Yuning. She wasn't projecting her shortcomings on the instructor, she was just unwilling to be involved in unnecessary trouble because of that, so she decided to ask that question beforehand. Hearing Ji Yuning's question, the instructor was displeased. I'm not a man who'll refuse to admit failure. I'm not a backstabber either. Although he was dissatisfied with Ji Yuning's question, he understood her worries. After all, he was the instructor, and all the students had to obey his orders. If Ji Yuning dared to behave against him, she might be punished severely. Great, we can have the competition. Since the instructor said that, Ji Yuning agreed. She chose to trust him, but she actually wouldn't be afraid even if the instructor was going to pick on her. Seeing that, the others moved away, leaving some space for Ji Yuning and the instructor. Ji Yuning and the instructor stood opposite each other in the middle of the crowd. Students of other classes noticed what they were doing and ran over curiously. Because it was break time, many people came to watch them. Some instructors also walked over, Rongju included. "What's going on here?" Rongju asked in a serious tone. "Captain Rong, we want to have a competition of fighting skills," said the instructor. Rongju turned to look at Ji Yuning. He didn't see any disagreement from her face, so he didn't say anything about it. It was quite normal in the military to have a fighting competition, so it wasn't a big deal as long as the student agreed. Other people were all amazed once they heard that the instructor was going to have a fighting competition with Ji Yuning. Those who were aware of Ji Yuning's level got excited as well. They believed that she would definitely win, while some thought it was impossible, because the instructor was a soldier who trained every day. People who knew nothing about Ji Yuning thought that she was doomed to fail. As for those who disliked Ji Yuning, they were waiting to see her being beaten. "Are you ready?" the instructor asked Ji Yuning. "Great, let's begin now," said the instructor. Afterwards, both Ji Yuning and the instructor moved at the same time. It was very easy for Ji Yuning to defeat the instructor within a minute, but Ji Yuning had no intention of making him completely fail, so she didn't use much strength at the beginning. As a result, it seemed to be a draw. Chapter 18:13, the instructor loses. The instructor didn't use his full strength either, because he didn't know Ji Yuning's real ability. He was afraid that he might hurt her. It was just a competition for fun. There was no need for them to hurt each other. The game between two people at a high level was quite exciting, and everyone was cheering and yelling. People who hoped that Ji Yuning could win were worried about her, but they didn't stop encouraging her in their hearts. They didn't shout it aloud, because they were afraid that the instructor might be displeased. Some people thought it wouldn't be a bad result to be a tie, because the instructor wouldn't be embarrassed or stack the deck against Ji Yuning if it happened. Those who couldn't wait to see Ji Yuning lose, however, were unhappy with the current situation. They kept praying that Ji Yuning would lose. Outsiders might not be able to see the skills, but Rongju could easily see the real level of the instructor and Ji Yuning. Therefore, his look at Ji Yuning subconsciously changed. Ji Yuning was even stronger than he thought, because he was a top soldier in the special forces, but he seemed barely comparable to Ji Yuning. Although neither of them had used their full strength yet, he could see that Ji Yuning was better than Hu. Hu was Ji Yuning's instructor. His full name was Hu Zizhen, while his friends all called him Hu. Hu Zizhen also felt that Ji Yuning was being gentle to him. He was surprised and mad, because he didn't think Ji Yuning took him as a match. "Show me what you can really do," Hu Zizhen shouted to Ji Yuning with dissatisfaction. Without delay, he began to attack Ji Yuning more violently. He knew that he wouldn't hurt Ji Yuning even if he used full strength. It would be embarrassing if he lost to Ji Yuning, but he wouldn't harbor a grudge against her. He was a person of noble character after all, and he knew what he could do and what he shouldn't do. "Sure, but sorry if I hurt you," Ji Yuning said and stopped being gentle to Hu Zizhen. She used greater strength at once, but not her full strength yet, because it was actually enough to defeat the instructor within seconds. Ji Yuning only used more strength and directly beat Hu Zizhen to the ground. In other words, Hu Zizhen lost. The scene shocked everyone, including Rongju. He could see that Ji Yuning was better than Hu, but didn't expect to see such a huge gap. He was sure that Ji Yuning hadn't used her full strength yet. However, she didn't need to use her full strength to easily beat Hu. Since Hu lost to Ji Yuning within such a short time, Rongju had no doubt that he would quickly lose too if he had a competition with Ji Yuning. He might only take a relatively longer time to defeat. Thinking of that, Rongju stared at Ji Yuning with mixed emotions. Even Hu Zizhen was stunned. He lost the competition so fast. Jesus, I can't believe my eyes. Did the instructor lose? Yeah, he indeed lost, but it's quite unbelievable. I think it's just an accident. Me too. It must be an accident. Many people couldn't believe the result. Even those who felt that Ji Yuning could win were amazed by her efficiency. Some students, on the other hand, weren't surprised at all. I knew Ji Yuning would win. She can beat dozens of security guards all on her own. Hearing that, others were surprised, including the instructors and Rongju. What? She can beat dozens of security guards all on her own? Are you sure? It can't be true. Many people refused to believe it. Have you beaten dozens of security guards by yourself? Rongju directly asked Ji Yuning. Yes. It wasn't a secret, because there were videos about that on the internet, so Ji Yuning admitted it without hesitation. Although Ji Yuning admitted it, many people still couldn't believe it. Search for the news on the internet if you don't believe it, said a student. Hearing that, most students took out their phones at once to find out the truth. Right when they were about to search for the new, Rongju stopped them. It's time for military training. No one is allowed to play with their phones. Although Rongju was curious as well, it was time for military training. Not only the students, but the instructors were also forbidden to use their phones. As the chief instructor, Rongju could disobey the rule, but he would avoid them to use his phone. However, Rongju trusted Ji Yuning. Hearing Rongju's criticism, they had to put their phones back to their pockets. At this time, Hu Zixin came back to his senses standing up. He looked at Ji Yuning without the slightest anger. Instead, he admired her. I lost, said Hu Zixin. Everyone knew it, but he still said it aloud to show his attitude. Afterwards, they continued to have military training. Nevertheless, this time, many people sent different glances at Ji Yuning. Although Hu Zixin lost the competition to Ji Yuning, his mood wasn't affected, so he stayed calm and didn't pick on Ji Yuning in the following hours. Once they continued to have military training, Rongju walked aside to search for more information about Ji Yuning on the internet. The second he read the news about her, he was shocked. Ji Yuning was only 19 this year, but she had already achieved a lot. Even he couldn't believe his eyes, but he knew the news was real. After that, Ji Yuning felt Rongju glancing at her once in a while. She knew that he must have learned more about her from the internet, so he changed his opinion about her. Ji Yuning didn't care about Rongju's opinion about her, as long as he had no intention of hurting her. They practiced standing at attention in the morning, then ran a kilometer before practicing marching. A lot of students were exhausted and starving. Those who still had a little strength ran to the canteen to fill their stomachs. Those who were too tired to run chose to walk there slowly. Ji Yuning, however, was at ease. She walked ahead, waiting for Song Miaoge and Baili Zongxie to come over. They would dine together later. Ji Yuning, I heard that you just had a competition of fighting skills with the instructor. You won, right? I need to know every detail. Did the instructor pick on you afterwards? Song Miaoge asked worriedly. Baili Zongxie also looked worried while staring at Ji Yuning. Chapter 18:14. She's super rich. Because Song Miaoge and Baili Zongxie stood far from Ji Yuning, they could still see each other, but there were crowds in the middle, so they failed to see what exactly had happened. They didn't until everyone was talking about it. It's not serious. The instructor found out that I've received professional training, so we had a competition for fun, said Ji Yuning. Knowing that, Baili Zongxie and Song Miaoge were relieved. Both of them were aware of Ji Yuning's abilities, so they weren't surprised by the result. Actually, if Ji Yuning lost, they might have their jaws drop instead. Which canteen should we go to? Asked Song Miaoge. How about number 3 canteen? Said Ji Yuning. Number 1 and number 2 canteens were ordinary, while number 3 was a high-end canteen providing simple meals, rice bowls, clay pot rice, fried dishes, hot pot, and so on. Therefore, only rich students could afford to dine in number 3 canteen for a long time. An average college student's monthly allowance was between 1,500 and 2,000 yuan, which wasn't enough to dine in number 3 canteen every day, just occasionally, because it had to cover their food, drinks, and clothes. Students with higher monthly allowance, like 4,000 or 5,000 yuan, could dine in a high-end canteen every day, but there weren't many of them. Ji Yuning went to dine in number 3 canteen, not because she disdained the food served in ordinary canteens, but because she preferred to enjoy a better meal since she could afford it. After all, the food in an ordinary canteen wasn't comparable to that in a high-end canteen. After Ji Yuning and her friends walked away, all the instructors also went to have a meal in the canteen. They dined in number 3 canteen as well, but they only went to the appointed restaurant. As instructors, they could enjoy a good meal. What's the name of the girl who had the competition with you just now? An instructor asked. Ji Yuning, said Hu Zizhen. He somehow felt a little strange upon thinking of the result. She's amazing. Even you failed to defeat her, another instructor said. He wasn't disdaining Hu Zizhen, but simply thought that Ji Yuning was too strong. Moreover, they were basically at the same level. If Hu Zizhen couldn't win the competition against Ji Yuning, they couldn't do it either. Right, I think she might be a match for our boss, said an instructor. He was talking about Rongju. She's better than me, said Rongju with certainty. Rongju didn't think it was embarrassing to admit that he wasn't as good as a girl, because he never believed that women were weaker than men. In the military circle, there were many female officers at a high level as well. Knowing that, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe Ji Yuning was even better than their boss. She could easily beat Hu within seconds, but I can't, said Rongju. Really? I don't think so. They fought with each other for a while, someone said with doubt. Because she was gentle to me at the beginning. Perhaps she didn't want me to completely fail. Right after I told her to show me her real abilities, she beat me within seconds, said Hu Zizhen. It was embarrassing to admit it, but Hu Zizhen didn't hate or hold a grudge against Ji Yuning. On the contrary, he had respect towards her. Hearing that, the others nodded and admired Ji Yuning even more. This girl must have been training ever since she was little. She can't be born in an ordinary family, said an instructor. People who were born in extraordinary families would be put into a complicated situation so that they needed to learn to protect themselves. Although it wasn't definite, it was highly possible. Could she be born in a military family? Her pose for standing at attention is quite standard. Is her family a powerful gang in the underworld? Or is she a rich heiress? They kept guessing about Ji Yuning's family background. Her information is on the internet. She comes from City F. She started a business last year, but now she's a billionaire. No one knows how rich she is, said Rongju. What? A billionaire? No way. She just started a business last year. She must be a rich heiress. Well, I think she's super rich as well right now. As soldiers, most of them had moral standards, so they didn't think Ji Yuning had played dirty tricks to win a fortune. Not everyone had to play dirty tricks to become successful, and one's own abilities mattered the most. I thought we might persuade her to join the army, but it seems impossible now, said Hu Zizhen. He really had that idea. Not only Hu Zizhen, but Rongju, who was the captain, also had the same idea. However, after learning more about Ji Yuning's background, he realized it was impossible. Right when Ji Yuning and her friends arrived at the canteen, they saw Gao Xian, who supported her waist with her hand, looking uncomfortable, and Lu Xiaoxiao. There were 2 other girls with them, and they came to dine in this high-end canteen as well. They were all rich kids, so it was quite normal that they came to dine here. In fact, there were many students in this high-end canteen. The moment Gao Xian saw Ji Yuning, she was instinctively scared, but was unwilling to show her real feelings in front of Ji Yuning. She didn't think Ji Yuning would beat her again if she stayed away from her. Therefore, Gao Xian only gave Ji Yuning a glare before walking away. Ji Yuning had no interest in arguing with Gao Xian, so she ignored her from the beginning to the end. They went to a simple restaurant and ordered clay pot rice each. None of them would pay the bill, because they paid for their own orders. After having the meal, they went to have a nap in the dorm room. The military training would begin at 2:30 p.m., and it was only 1 p.m. when they went back to the dorm room, so they could have a nap for an hour. They planned to go out at 2 p.m. later. In the afternoon, they practiced standing at attention for another half an hour. Most of the students were suffering, but nobody dared to say anything. Afterwards, they had a break of 10 minutes. Even though 10 minutes wasn't a short time, it passed by very quickly in the students' eyes. After that, they began to practice a quick march. Finally, today's training was over, but they had to gather together at the square for singing later that night. Knowing that, many students were upset. They were too tired to sing. It was absolutely torture. Chapter 18:15, What is that? They needed to have an evening class during the military training, but they could sit or rest their arms on the class desk in the classroom to relax themselves. Unfortunately, the instructors told them to come to the playground, which would make it impossible for them to have a rest. No one was willing to do that, but nobody dared to resist. In the evening, they didn't need to wear a military uniform, and they could put on casual clothes, so they went to do laundry in their dorm rooms after having dinner. After a long day, their clothing was quite stinky, it was intolerable. Because it was hot, the clothing would be completely dry after being hung up for a night. The instructors were going to teach them songs about the military, which had been popular for a long time, so most people were familiar with them or even able to sing them. Accordingly, the students soon learned them. At 9 p.m., they dispersed, going back to sleep in their dorm rooms. After a day of torture, no one had the mood to do other activities. The next day, once they gathered together, they stood at attention again. However, it was not just for half an hour, but 40 minutes this time. Although they had practiced standing at attention for half an hour twice, it didn't mean that they were already used to it. As a result, many of them couldn't stand it when the time was 10 minutes longer. Because not every student was physically strong enough to finish the practice, someone screamed after standing for just over 20 minutes. The next second, a student fell to the ground with a thump. The sound attracted many people's attention and they saw a boy lying on the ground in the team of Class B. They thought he just fainted, but unexpectedly he went into convulsions. Ji Yuning also noticed that, and she made a judgment the second she saw the symptoms. The boy was having an attack of epilepsy. Epilepsy might occur as a result of a genetic disorder or an acquired brain injury, such as a trauma or stroke. It was also called seizure disorder. During a seizure, a person experienced abnormal behavior, symptoms, and sensations, sometimes including loss of consciousness. Some people with epilepsy simply stared blankly for a few seconds during a seizure, while others repeatedly twitched their arms or legs. When the boy fell down, he hit his head against the ground, which was quite serious and dangerous. The surrounding students all moved away in fear. The instructor of Class B was strong and immediately took off his shirt, then walked over and stuffed it into the boy's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. They couldn't move the boy during the attack, so the infirmary told their class leader to bring a doctor over from the infirmary. It was an emergency, so Ji Yuning had to do something. She had no time to ask for leave from her instructor, and ran to the boy. Seeing that, the instructor frowned, but didn't stop her. Instead, he followed her. After he learned Ji Yuning's background, he knew that Ji Yuning went there to help the boy. Why is she going there? Does she think of herself as a doctor? One girl was quite unkind and believed that Ji Yuning shouldn't go there. Someone heard her and couldn't stand it. She might be helpful. Why do you have to be so harsh? Hearing that, many students looked at the girl with annoyance, because her words were indeed harsh, which made the girl feel quite uneasy. Although she was dissatisfied with their reaction, it was indeed too much that she criticized Ji Yuning at this key moment, so she didn't argue back. Ji Yuning went to the front of the boy, then squatted with a small porcelain bottle in her hand. There were power crystals inside. "Sir, I have pills here to stabilize his condition," Ji Yuning said to the instructor of their class. Hearing that, the instructor looked at Ji Yuning with doubt, but he saw confidence in her eyes and he had also. Learned a lot about Ji Yuning's unbelievable achievements, so he was willing to trust her. However, it was a matter of life, and he didn't dare to let Ji Yuning treat the boy right now. Therefore, he hesitated for a while. Other people began to talk about it. Seriously, she can help the boy with the illness. Is she joking? Does she think she can do everything? Facing their questions, Ji Yuning wasn't affected, because she had no time to waste on them. Instead, she focused on the instructor. "Sir, he hit his head when he fell down just now. His life is in danger. We must treat him as soon as possible, or tragedy might happen." Hearing that, someone argued in anger. Hey, are you cursing our assistant class leader? The boy who had an attack of epilepsy was the compensatory assistant class leader of Class B, Zhou Jiahao. Right, how can you curse our assistant class leader? Many students of Class B chimed in. Let her do it. Right at this moment, Rongju opened his mouth. He just learned of the situation and he trusted Ji Yuning. Since Rongju said that, nobody dared to disagree again. Some felt nervous for Ji Yuning and hoped that her pills could work, otherwise she would be in serious trouble, while some hoped that Ji Yuning would fail. In that case, she would have to take responsibility. Those who hoped that Ji Yuning would fail were indeed evil. In order to laugh at Ji Yuning, they were willing to see their assistant class leader in danger. Remove the clothing in his mouth, said Ji Yuning. The instructor of Class B listened to Ji Yuning and took the clothing off at once. At the same time, Ji Yuning opened the porcelain bottle and poured out a power crystal before squeezing it into Zhou Jiahao's mouth. Baili Zhongshe, who stood about 20 meters away, suddenly sensed the magical power, then she turned to look at them. Although there was a large crowd, Baili Zhongshe still saw the porcelain bottle in Ji Yuning's hand through a gap. She was amazed by the pure magical power. Afterwards, she began to wonder what it was. Baili Zhongshe and her older brother always had a doubt that Ji Yuning had something connected to magical power with her, so she wasn't surprised to see that right now. She was only curious to know what it was. The fifth female student in the third row, get out. Because Baili Zhongshe moved when she was standing at attention, the instructor called her to stand out. Even though there was something happening in another class, it didn't mean students of other classes could move. Chapter 18:16. A mysterious old man gave me because of the distance, not many people heard the noises from there. Baili Zhongshe heard it, but she kept standing at attention in silence before feeling the magical power. Once she sensed the magical power, she couldn't stay quiet. The next second, Baili Zhongshe stood out of the line. 20 push-ups, said the instructor. Hearing that, other students had sympathy for Baili Zhongshe, because it would kill them if they were punished to do 20 push-ups. However, it was a piece of cake for Baili Zhongshe, so she didn't hesitate to do 20 push-ups. Baili Zhongshe moved fast and soon finished them without stopping at all. She even kept breathing normally, which shocked everyone. Even the instructor was greatly surprised. Anyway, since she finished that, the punishment was over. Get in the line now. The instructor gave another order, so Baili Zhongshe joined their team at once. She didn't dare to move this time, but her mind was actually occupied by the power crystals in Ji Yuning's hands. Zhou Jiahao got much better within a few seconds after taking Ji Yuning's power crystal, and he stopped having convulsions in half a minute. Everyone was amazed by the scene. In a minute, Zhou Jiahao woke up. At the beginning, he was still in a daze, but he soon figured out that he just had a seizure. Jesus, is he all right now, just like that? Someone exclaimed. Mind your language. He's fine. That's good news, someone immediately snapped at the person. Although the person wasn't wrong and everyone was amazed by the way Zhou Jiahao went back to normal, it sounded unpleasant, as if he wished that Zhou Jiahao couldn't recover. The person had to close his mouth. At the same time, they were curious about Ji Yuning's pill. Ji Yuning, what medicine is that? It's so unbelievable, asked someone. Sorry, my family teacher forbids me to tell other people, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, everyone believed that the medicine must be made by a master who was out of this world, and Ji Yuning must have learned her kung fu skills from her master. Since Ji Yuning was unwilling to tell them, they stopped asking about it. This included Rongju and other instructors who were curious. Because of that, they felt Ji Yuning was far more unbelievable than they thought. However, those who disliked Ji Yuning muttered with disdain, she's just bragging. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. A female student's voice wasn't loud, but she stood close to Rongju, so Rongju heard it and gave her a scathing glance. Once the girl met Rongju's eyes, she was scared and lowered her head. It seemed no one could criticize Ji Yuning. The girl was displeased and blamed Ji Yuning for everything. Ji Yuning was actually innocent, because she said nothing about it. Zhou Jiahao gradually learned from their discussion that it was Ji Yuning who had saved his life. Therefore, he thanked Ji Yuning right away. Thank you so much, Ji Yuning. You're welcome. You're fine now, but you hit your head hard just now. I think you should go to the hospital, said Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning's power crystal had almost healed the injury on Zhou Jiahao's head and it wasn't necessary for him to go to the hospital, Ji Yuning still told him to do so in case other people thought her medicine was too incredible. In addition, Zhou Jiahao might not be relieved if he didn't go to the hospital for a check. Sure, said Zhou Jiahao. Because of what had just happened to Zhou Jiahao, he couldn't continue to have military training. He told his head teacher about it and waited for the school doctor to take him to the hospital. Before the school doctor came, Zhou Jiahao walked aside to wait. Other students kept on having military training. 2 minutes later, his head teacher and the school doctor came at the same time. It took about 5 minutes from Zhou Jiahao's attack till the arrival of the school doctor. If Ji Yuning hadn't given him a helping hand, something terrible could have happened to him within that time. Afterwards, the school doctor sent Zhou Jiahao to the hospital, followed by the head teacher. After the accident, many people admired Ji Yuning more than ever. Even though it was Ji Yuning's medicine that saved Zhou Jiahao's life, she also played a very important role. When it was almost 12 p.m., every class counted off before dispersing. Once Song Miaoge and Baili Zhongshe left their classes, they ran towards Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, you've caused another sensation. You had a competition of fighting skills with the instructor yesterday, and you saved a student's life today. You're quite unbelievable, said Song Miaoge with great admiration. Ji Yuning, how did you manage to do that? I heard that you only gave the student a pill and he woke up in a minute. He seems fine now, asked Baili Zhongshe with curiosity. She seemed to know nothing about it, but she actually tried to learn more about the pill. She also knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't tell her, but she still needed to ask that question because she might get some clues. She didn't think Ji Yuning was aware of her real identity and purpose, so it wouldn't arouse Ji Yuning's suspicion. However, Ji Yuning knew everything, but pretended to know nothing. Actually I don't know what the pill is. A mysterious old man gave it to me. I was injured once and ran into the old man. He gave me the same pill at that time, and I recovered soon. He told me he had a good impression of me, so he sometimes sends me some medicines, but I don't know where he lives. He seems to know everything about me. In fact, all the skincare and makeup products produced by my companies are added with this medicine, so they are quite effective, said Ji Yuning. Because Baili Zhongshe asked her that question, if she said nothing at all, it would be strange and might arouse suspicion. Baili Zhongshe might believe that she was keeping a terrible secret. If she said something, it showed that she wasn't guilty. Even though Ji Yuning said something about the medicine, she wouldn't tell the truth, so she made up a lie. She didn't care whether Baili Zhongshe believed it. Hearing that, Song Miaoge believed it, but Baili Zhongshe had doubts. Although Baili Zhongshe remained doubtful, she didn't show it on her face and seemed to be persuaded. Oh, he must be a master who is out of this world, said Baili Zhongshe. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.